In the realm of Hehuan Sect, a supreme furnace cauldron exists, and at its inception, it is captured by the Saintess. Having just traversed into the role of a prodigious talent of Hehuan Sect, endowed with the extraordinary furnace cauldron, instead of basking in favorable treatment, I find myself ensnared by the Saintess. You may capture me, but what is your intent in bringing me back to the palace chambers? Chapter 1. The Supreme Furnace Cauldron. Why does the Saintess turn crimson? Ding. A surge of exhilarating energy received, triggering the three desires divine system. Binding host, Emosia. It has finally arrived. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Emosia's heart swelled with tears of joy at the arrival of the system. However, prior to the system's descent, he had been submerged within Hehuan Sect for half a year. Let us briefly rewind time. In a clandestine cavern of Hehuan Sect, Emosia was shackled with iron chains, immersed within a medicinal pool. The chains were adorned with yellow talismans, extending to the wall, interlocked with a locking ring to at this moment. Escape was beyond Emosia's grasp. Who could possibly endure such despair? After finally crossing over to become a prodigious disciple of Hehuan Sect, while others ascended to the ranks of senior disciples or elders, he, Emosia, was condemned to languish within the medicinal pool. Half a year had elapsed since his arrival, yet the system had yet to materialize, and he was forced to endure the daily indignity of being submerged in the pool. Either subjected to a thorough cleansing with spiritual liquid or force-fed ample spiritual pills as sustenance. Emosia let out a mournful howl to the heavens, his heart heavy with sorrow. Yet another lamentable day transpired. Emosia had just been fed a spiritual pill, lethargically immersed in the medicinal pool. When will this torment end? He sighed, his brows knitted in despair. Two elders of Hehuan Sect had just exited the cavern, chuckling and holding hands after feeding him the spiritual pill. Not long after their departure, a delicate figure suddenly leaped from the adjacent thicket. It was a youthful girl, her features youthful yet enchanting, with skin as pure as mutton-fat jade. She donned a semi-transparent black veil and stealthily approached the cavern. Emosia, look what I brought for you, the girl exclaimed, landing before him. Startled, Emosia realized it was his childhood friend. Yuling. The reason for his predicament in the medicinal pool was largely due to her. As the daughter of the sect master, she had been designated a supreme furnace cauldron for her. Among countless furnace cauldrons, why had he been chosen? Because he was a prodigy of Hehuan Sect, a rare talent in 100,000 years, possessing the unique supreme furnace cauldron aptitude. The supreme furnace cauldron. That was the pinnacle of talent within Hehuan Sect, a gift woven into legends. However, the sect master adored his daughter dearly, imprisoning Emosia to cultivate the supreme furnace cauldron as a dual cultivation partner for her, awaiting her coming of age. Even Yuling could not sway her father's decision. Yet, she treated Emosia with kindness, and thus he bore her no ill will. Observing her today, she had even brought him a roasted chicken leg, which lightened his sorrow considerably. Yuling jumped into the medicinal pool, standing on her toes to present the chicken leg to Emosia. He eagerly took a bite, the savory flavor instantly soothing his heart. Day in and day out, all I consume are spiritual pills. My palate longs for the flavors of the mortal realm. How delightful. Today as I ventured down the mountain, I encountered so many amusing events. Let me tell you. Just as Yuling began to recount her tales, the surrounding mountain trembled violently. Sounds of battle echoed from outside the cavern. A voice rang out. Quickly report to the sect master. The Taiyin Holy Sect has attacked the main hall. Flee. This time, the Ice Saintess from the Taiyin Holy Sect has come. Her strength is terrifying. So ruthless. The righteous are indeed fearsome. Run. Sectmaster. Sectmaster. What has transpired? Outside was a cacophony, yet within the cavern, silence reigned as Emosia continued to chew on his meat, peering cautiously toward the entrance, inquiring. It seems there is trouble within the sect? Yuling furrowed her brow lightly. Yuling, my daughter, where are you? Have you seen Yuling? Where's the young lady? Yuling, where are you? Go check in Emosia's cave. Demonic sect heretics. Die. Hurry and retrieve my daughter. Outside the cavern, voices called out urgently. Shortly after, two elders rushed in, the very ones who had just fed Emosia the spiritual pill, and Emosia quickly spat out the meat in his mouth, awkwardly stating, Elders, allow me to explain. Consuming meat was not my intention, and it does not entirely affect the efficacy of the spiritual pills. Usually, Yuling would stealthily bring him food, and if caught by these two elders, he would inevitably face punishment for improper consumption. It appeared he was in for another beating today. Unexpectedly, the two elders paid him no mind and strode forward. The female elder grasped Yuling's small hand, saying, Young lady, quickly come with me. What is happening? If we leave, I must take Emosia with me. Yuling protested, hands on her hips. The male elder urgently replied, Young lady, the situation is dire. The Taiyan holy sect has attacked our Hehuan Sect. The sect master has fallen, and the sect master's wife has followed in loyalty. You are our last hope. We must leave at once. What? You say my father could not possibly fall. He is incredibly powerful. Yuling's eyes widened in disbelief, tears glistening as she struggled to accept the news. The female elder disregarded Yuling's protests, seizing her arm and carrying her away. Hey, if you are leaving, at least free me first. Hey, Yuling. Yuling was unable to move as the female elder held her tight, while the two elders paid no heed to Emosia whatsoever, and no matter how loudly he called out, no one remained to release his chains. What on earth? You are leaving just like that? How long will I be locked here? Hey! Emosia shouted towards the cavern entrance, his voice hoarse from calling, yet no one responded. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept into the cavern. Emosia shivered slightly. Voices could be heard from outside. Saintess, this should be the secret realm of Hehuan Sect. It may conceal numerous treasures. A group of heretics, what treasures could they possibly hide? Merely wicked artifacts that, if exposed to the world, would bring calamity. I shall freeze this place into oblivion. The last voice, possessing a refined elegance, seemed intent on destroying the cavern. Emosia's mouth fell agape. My journey of traversing realms has only just begun, with the system yet to arrive, and now you wish to extinguish my life. Hey, there is someone here. Help! Emosia cried out. Someone is calling for help. Could it be a civilian captured by the heretics of Hehuan Sect? The melodious voice chimed again. As Emosia shouted, he suddenly sneezed. Looking up, he noticed the temperature around him plummeting. A visible force of icy cold began to creep from outside the cavern. Yet, this chill seemed to be restrained, merely revealing its presence without inflicting harm. That as the frost began to envelop the entrance, the medicinal pool inside started to freeze. Suddenly, a celestial maiden fluttered into the cavern. The ice transformed into a soft glow, cradling the maiden's delicate feet as she gracefully touched the ground, sending a chill swirling around her. The maiden donned a semi-transparent, pure white robe, layered yet unable to fully conceal her ample bosom. Her exquisite face was adorned with a hint of lip color, and her eyes, akin to white gemstones, gently roamed until they landed upon Emosia. This man is no ordinary individual, but rather, a furnace cauldron? A supreme furnace cauldron that appears once in a million years. The maiden scrutinized Emosia, her usual aloof demeanor melting away as a faint blush graced her cheeks. Chapter 2. You are the Saintess. Why such excitement? Such a beautiful person. Emosia gazed in a daze, unconsciously uttering these words. Impudent. This is our Taiyan Shengjiao's Ice Heaven Saintess. How dare you speak so recklessly? A white-haired male cultivator pointed his sword at Emosia, scolding him furiously. However, the usually aloof Ice Heaven Saintess suddenly waved her hand and called out, Go, cease your rudeness. After being reprimanded by the Ice Heaven Saintess, the male cultivator felt disgruntled, lowering his head and frowning as he murmured, Saintess, this man is a demonic cultivator. From Hehuan Sect, allow me to slay him with a single strike. No, keep him. He will be of use to me. The Ice Heaven Saintess replied with a gentle wave of her hand. Use for what? Two beams of cold light shot forth, severing the chains and granting Emosia his freedom. Confused, the male cultivator exclaimed, Saintess, what has come over you? Did you not wish to eradicate these demonic cultivators with haste? Why spare this man? When did it become your place to question my judgment? The Ice Heaven Saintess glared coldly at Go, frost settling on her face, with tiny ice particles clinging to her long eyelashes. Go, intimidated by her gaze, shrank back, mumbling, But he is clearly a demonic cultivator. My affairs do not require your oversight. This demonic cultivator, the little sect master of Hehuan Sect, has fled, and he must know where he has gone. I intend to bring him back for questioning. A hint of blush appeared on the Ice Heaven Saintess's cheeks, quickly overshadowed by frost once more. Go frowned, pondering what had come over the Saintess today, as she was behaving unlike her usual self. Typically, she would eradicate demonic cultivators on sight, yet today she was acting differently. Moreover, that little sect master of Hehuan Sect is merely at the second stage of Yuan Dan, while you, Saintess, are at the fifth stage of Shengxian. Why show caution? He scratched his head in confusion. I have my reasons, and all I do is for the sake of the holy teachings. You need not concern yourself further. Return to join the other disciples. The Ice Heaven Saintess flicked her sleeve, summoning a gust of cold wind that swept Go out of the cave. His voice echoed distantly as the cave was left with only the Ice Heaven Saintess and Emosia. The ice heaven Saintess slowly approached Xia, extending her slender fingers to gently lift his chin for closer inspection. As she scrutinized him, she murmured, Quite handsome. It seems he has been specially cultivated by Hehuan Sect. He appears untouched, fortunate indeed. Had Hehuan Sect sealed him, the most valuable Taishang looting would have been wasted. With this Taishang looting, combined with the Qingyan Shengxianju, perhaps my centuries-long bottleneck could finally be broken. As she spoke, a pink aura began to rise from the ice heaven Saintess's pale, cold eyes, signifying her excitement. Ding. Received powerful excitement energy, triggering the Three Desires God System. Binding host. Xia, the Three Desires God System. Whenever you evoke emotions of excitement, fear, or pain in others, you can convert them into corresponding points, which can be used for a lottery to obtain rare treasures. Received excitement points, 1,000. Redirecting to system homepage point 3 Desires God System. Host, Xia. Host level, Yuan Dan 3rd stage. Excitement points, 1,000. Fear points, 0. Pain points, 0. Lottery display, none. This system. Finally, it has arrived. Let me draw from it fiercely. Ding. Your lottery points are insufficient. Each draw requires 100,000 points. 100,000? So many zeros. And you only gave me 3. Your lottery points are insufficient. Please do not attempt again. Xia nearly cursed aloud. Coming to his senses, he realized he was floating in midair. Upon closer inspection, he found himself being supported by the ice heaven Saintess's ice, suspended in the air. Amidst the chaos of Hehuan Sect, the ice heaven Saintess leisurely carried Xia past the fray. Below, righteous and demonic factions clashed violently, while the little sect master Yuling, protected by 2 elders, fought her way through the tumult and soon reached a small mountain outside the sect. Yuling looked up and shouted, Look, it's Xia. Quick, save him. The 2 elders exchanged glances, their expressions grim. The female elder hurriedly covered Yuling's mouth and carried her away. Almost in tears from frustration, she whispered urgently in Yuling's ear, Oh, my little ancestor. That is the ice heaven Saintess, the second most powerful being in the world. We stand no chance. Do not attract her attention. The male elder cleared a path ahead, wrapping an arm around the female elder's waist as they nodded at one another and flew away atop a cloud of black mist. Just then, the ice heaven Saintess turned her head and caught sight of the fleeing Yuling. She considered intercepting, but found they quickly escaped her reach. Very well, it seems fruitless, she declared haughtily, soaring through the air atop the ice. Suddenly, a streak of cold light shot from Hehuan Sect towards the ice heaven Saintess. A disciple, flying on his sword, knelt before her, bowing and reporting, Saintess, the main combat forces of Hehuan Sect have been annihilated. The remaining minions will soon be dealt with. Our extermination of Hehuan Sect has been a resounding success. Humph, as anticipated, the ice heaven Saintess replied, elegantly pressing her lips together and disdainfully sweeping her sleeve, as if this act of extermination was as effortless as the movement of her garment. The disciple hesitated before lowering his head, stammering, However, what? The ice heaven Saintess asked coldly. It's just that the sect's treasured artifact, the Hehuan Bell, has not been recovered. It seems to have been taken by the fleeing little sect master, the disciple said, his face stiff with tension. Fearful of inciting the Saintess's wrath, a chilling glint returned to the ice heaven Saintess's expression. Ice began to creep over Hehuan Sect, enveloping it entirely. The frost transformed from mist into spikes and blocks of ice, indiscriminately attacking all present. The sky was soon filled with dense ice thorns, their energy humming ominously in the air. The combatants below were left dumbfounded, unable to move under the pressure. Seize her. No matter where she flees, bring her back. That Hehuan Bell must be destroyed at all costs. The ice heaven Saintess's voice reverberated through Hehuan Sect, lingering for a long time. Chapter 3 Excitement Points. Increase. Upon departing from Hehuan Zone, Bing Tianxingnu escorted Moxie back to Tianxingjiao. In the current world, there exist 4 formidable factions, Tianxingjiao, Shindaoshan, Rufomin, and Hehuan Zone. Among these 4 powers, Rufomin and Hehuan Zone are regarded as demonic sects, with Hehuan Zone possessing the most notorious reputation due to their dual cultivation practices that enhance strength through intimate relations. Conversely, Tianxingjiao enjoys the most esteemed reputation and holds the foremost power among the 4 factions, renowned for their secret technique, Qingyan Shengxianju, allegedly bequeathed by their founding patriarch. This technique garners fame because it necessitates practitioners to preserve their virginity and renounce desires, resulting in many powerful individuals within Tianxingjiao being of pure status. The esteemed reputation of Taiyan Shengjiao stems from this very principle. High above the clouds, misty vapors swirled gently around Moxie. While people on the ground perceived the clouds as shifting, Moxie, amid the clouds, felt no motion at all. Suddenly, several small black dots emerged from the sea of white, darting gracefully through the air, ultimately alighting before Bing Tianxingnu. They were disciples of Taiyan Shengjiao, soaring on their swords. They approached Bing Tianxingnu to pay their respects before departing once more. Treading upon ice and cloud, Bing Tianxingnu descended slowly. Sunlight broke through the cloud cover, revealing a towering peak adorned with various celestial pavilions, shrouded in ethereal mist. This was Taiyan Shengjiao. Bing Tianxingnu's palace rested atop the highest mountains of Taiyan Shengjiao. Upon returning to Bingtian Palace, she unceremoniously tossed Moxie onto the bed in her chambers, a deep blush staining her cheeks. Let me see what it's like to try the Taishang looting. With that, she advanced towards the bed. What am I to be? Moxie, curled in the corner, was momentarily at a loss. Your Holiness, what merit do I possess to deserve this? Before Moxie could utter another word, Bing Tianxingnu seized him. A faint blush flickered in her icy, jade-like eyes. This was desire. Excitement detected. Excitement points 1000. Your Holiness, please. Bing Tianxingnu explored Moxie's form with near-manic fervor. And no matter how he struggled, he could not escape her grasp. Ah, this is it. Truly, the Taishang looting is exceptional. Your Holiness, please, be gentle. Oh, this is truly remarkable, and it does not affect the Qingyan Shengxianju. Excitement detected. Excitement points 666. Excitement points 2000. Excitement points 4000. Excitement points 6666. Ah, exquisite. Excitement points 10,000. Excitement points 10,000. Excitement points 888. Excitement points 666. Excitement points reached 100,000. You have earned a chance for a lottery draw. After enduring an hour of torment from Bing Tianxingnu, the system finally made some progress. Afterward, Bing Tianxingnu lay sweetly asleep upon Moxie. Quietly, he nudged her aside, wiped the moisture from his face, and then descended from the bed to summon the system. Lottery. Spending excitement points 100,000. Drawing lottery. Ding. You have drawn an S-grade item, Simulacrum. Simulacrum is a talent ability that allows you to acquire the skills of those you have been intimate with. Current host has acquired the related skill Taiyan Hanbing from Bing Tianxingnu. Can this truly be? Does this mean I am invincible? Host's current realm is merely Yuandong 3rd stage, insufficient to wield Bing Tianxingnu's true power. What is happening? Suddenly, Bing Tianxingnu's voice resonated from behind Moxie. As he looked up, he was met by a pair of soft forms. Subsequently, he was pulled back onto the bed by Bing Tianxingnu. And no, it's nothing. I just need to relieve myself, Moxie stammered. Hee, let me help you. Bing Tianxingnu extended her mischievous hand towards him. Moxie hastily pushed her away. No need, Your Holiness. I will be right back. You can't escape. If someone else captures you, it will be fatal. Understood, Your Holiness. Hey, don't be bare like a mad mortal. Bing Tianxingnu kindly tossed Moxie a set of disciple robes. Just as Moxie stepped out, a faint golden glow enveloped Bing Tianxingnu. She raised her lips in astonishment, whispering, Am I truly about to break through? After 300 years of stagnation, finally a breakthrough? Filled with joy, Bing Tianxingnu immediately sat in meditation, gathering true energy. The Taishang looting has indeed provided abundant energy. I am truly on the verge of a breakthrough. She murmured, only to wince in pain. Ah, but it does hurt a bit. Bing Tianxingnu entered her cultivation state. Meanwhile, Moxie exited the chambers, though not in search of relief. He concealed himself beneath the grand pillars of the palace, secretly summoning the system. San Yushin Shidong 3 Desires Divine System, Binding Host Moxie, Host Realm, Yuandong 3rd Stage, Excitement Points, 2,333, Fear Points, 0, Pain Points 0. Lottery Display S-Grade Talent, Simulacrum. Acquire Lover's Skills Taiyan Hanbing, belonging to Taiyan Shengjiao. Wow, I have so few points left, but at least I acquired a skill. Who goes there? Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. Someone was approaching. Moxie had no time to hide and collided directly with the person. Ah, how could there be a man in Bingtian Palace? Fear points detected, fear points 6. It turned out to be a female disciple. Moxie hastily fled. However, not long after his escape, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart, collapsing to the ground. A voice echoed in Moxie's ear. Strangely, it was not the female disciple's voice that reached him, but rather resonated directly within his mind. Yet it was not the system's voice. Moxie, can you hear me? Who is speaking in my head? Moxie rose from the ground, scanning his surroundings, but seeing no one. Moxie, calm down, it's me, Yiling. Yiling? The little matriarch of Hehuan Zone? My childhood companion? How did you manage this? I'm communicating through the Hehuanling. Impressive, isn't it? Wait, there's more. Just as the voice was about to continue, a man's voice abruptly interrupted Moxie's ear. Listen, Moxie. You are currently captured by Bingtian Xingnu and have entered Tian Xingjiao. This is a prime opportunity. If you cooperate with us internally, we can rescue you once we overthrow Tian Xingjiao. Chapter for the Plaything of the Righteous. The undercover of the villain. Who are you? I am the Grand Elder Minchuan. Your survival signifies that you have caught the Holy Maiden's attention. Indeed. Your identity as the Taishang looting is far too tempting for them. The male voice echoed once more in Moxie's ear. Moxie held no strong affections for Hehuan Zone. He scoffed. You want me to be an undercover agent? Impossible. I endured your confinement for so long, finally escaping, and even if I am sullied by the Holy Maiden, it is far better than being imprisoned by you to stew in medicinal liquid. Who would be foolish enough to do that? You think I will become your spy after you imprison me? Dream on. The chime of the Hehuanling suddenly rang in Moxie's ear. In the next moment, he felt as if his heart were being forcibly wrenched from his chest. Meanwhile, his body was being torn apart by a surge of energy. A radiant light split his face, causing him to cry out in agony. What have you done? Hey, you are the Taishang Lu Ding. How could we not have left some contingency plans? We have placed the Yaoling curse upon you. As soon as I activate the Hehuan bell, you shall meet your demise. What now? Are you ready to converse properly? These individuals had already cast their spells within me. No wonder they were so audacious. What do you want me to do? Kill the Saintess. Do you think I possess such strength? Mo Xie found himself in a perplexing situation. The Bingtian Saintess was at the 5th level of the sacred immortal realm, while he, Mo Xie, was merely at the 3rd level of the Yuan Dan realm. The current world classified cultivation realms as follows: Foundation Establishment, Yuan Dan, Spirit Immortal, Sacred Immortal, with each realm comprising 10 levels. Forget it. Your abilities are indeed lacking. How about this? You shall steal the Tai Yin Holy Sect's treasure, the Tai Yin Xianyu. What is that? Tai Yin Xianyu? Where can I find it? How would I know? Just go and steal it. Without the Tai Yin Xianyu, the Tai Yin Holy Sect is nothing to fear. Time's up. I cannot say more. You must quickly retrieve the Tai Yin Xianyu. Otherwise, I will ensure the Yaoling curse causes your body to explode. Before Mo Xie could utter another word, the voice vanished. Damn it. How dare you threaten me? Mo Xie clenched his teeth, enduring the pain coursing through him, and rose from the ground. However, my current strength is insufficient to contend with them. If I recall correctly, the Grand Elder Ming Quan is at the 9th level of the Spirit Immortal Realm, and he possesses the Hehuan Bell. What should I do? Just then, a female disciple caught up with him. She tossed a spirit crystal into the air, which emitted a brilliant glow, blinding Mo Xie. Who are you? Why are you in the Bingtian Palace? The female disciple asked, hands on her hips. I am someone brought back by the Bingtian Saintess, Mo Xie explained. Impossible. The master would never bring a man into the Bingtian Palace. You must be a spy from the demonic sect. As she spoke, the female disciple prepared to strike. Suddenly, the voice of the Bingtian Saintess echoed from within her chamber. Qi Yun, he is someone I brought back. From now on, he shall be your junior brother. I urgently need to enter seclusion. You are to arrange for him and help him acclimate to the environment of the holy sect. The female disciple hastily knelt and addressed the chamber, saying, Qi Yun obeys. A gust of cold wind slammed the door shut, and the Bingtian Saintess entered her state of seclusion. At that moment, Mo Xie felt a strange sense of being abandoned after being taken advantage of by a heartless woman, which left him both amused and pained. The female disciple brushed off her sleeves, stood up, and scrutinized Mo Xie. After a moment of silence, she said, Since you are someone the master brought back, very well. Follow me. Mo Xie trailed behind the female disciple as she led him to his quarters. This is where our Bingtian mountain disciples reside. You will stay here, she said while walking. Mo Xie looked around, unable to contain his excitement, as the scenery was simply breathtaking. Ever since he had crossed over, he had been imprisoned by the Hehuan Sect in a cave, devoid of freedom. Now, having gained his freedom and a place to reside in such an elegant setting, he couldn't help but reflect, if only I could live here forever. Unfortunately, I am currently an undercover agent for the demonic sect. Only by shedding this identity can I reclaim my life. Furthermore, I am afflicted by the Yaoling curse from the Hehuan Sect, which cannot be lifted. I wonder if there are any methods within the Tai Yin Holy Sect to deal with this? While Mo Xie was lost in thought, the female disciple patted his shoulder and exclaimed, What are you looking at? Oh, nothing, senior sister. I was just mesmerized by the beautiful scenery, he replied. The female disciple placed her hands on her hips, patted her chest proudly, and said, "Of course. Our Bingtian mountain has stunning scenery. You will come to love it even more. By the way, junior brother, you don't even know my name yet. Listen, I am called Lu Qiyun, and I will be your senior sister from now on. I pay my respects to you, senior sister." Mo Xie bowed to Lu Qiyun. Lu Qiyun smiled with her eyes squinted, her bright, watery eyes shimmering with light. Mo Xie's mind raced. Why not inquire about the Yowling curse from this senior sister? Senior sister, do you know how to lift the Yowling curse? As he was about to ask Lu Qiyun about the curse, Mo Xie quickly realized he had been too careless. He was now in the heart of the righteous sect. Wasn't asking this akin to seeking his own demise? Thus, he rephrased his question. Senior sister, do you know where I can find ample resources within our holy sect? There are some things I wish to investigate. What do you wish to understand? You can simply ask me. Senior sister, the questions I have are somewhat private. Oh, you little junior brother, you are so sensitive. Fine, if you want to know something. I will take you to the library tomorrow so you can look it up yourself. The next day, after settling in, Mo Xie sought out Lu Qiyun, eager for her to accompany him to the library. Lu Qiyun, still groggy, replied, "Why are you in such a hurry?" "To go to the library, senior sister." Mo Xie blinked, stating, "Oh, your energy is quite abundant." Lu Qiyun yawned, her eyes nearly shedding tears. When it came time to fly on a sword, Mo Xie was taken aback. "What's wrong? Can't you fly a sword?" Lu Qiyun turned to look at Mo Xie while standing on her flying sword. Mo Xie felt embarrassed. He was from the Hehuan Sect, which did not teach sword riding. They flew atop a mass of dark clouds. If he flew now, wouldn't he that expose his identity as a disciple of the Hehuan Sect? Although the methods of flying with objects were not vastly different, the embarrassment lay in the fact that he currently didn't even possess a sword. "Senior sister, can I borrow a sword? You really are a source of worry." Lu Qiyun tossed him a regular longsword. Mo Xie took hold of it, channeling his true energy. Suddenly, the surroundings grew cold, and the long sword floated in the air, its blade frosted over. Lu Qiyun's eyes widened in shock. "What is this?" "This is the Tai Yin Cold Ice Immortal Technique of the Bingtian Saintess. How can you also wield it?" Chapter 5. The Evil Cultivation of the Demonic Sect. How should this be explained? If he were to speak the truth, it would be that he had borrowed the skills of the Bingtian Saintess. However, he certainly could not reveal the truth now. To say such a thing would not only invite disbelief, but could also lead to accusations that would tarnish the Saintess's name, putting Mo Xie in a perilous position. As he stood on the sword, he flew beside Lu Qiyun and explained, "It was taught to me by the Saintess in secret." Upon reflection, it was indeed akin to being taught in secret, wasn't he it? Mo Xie chuckled inwardly. "Saintess? How dare you refer to her in such a manner? You are courting death." Lu Qiyun scolded Mo Xie. After her reprimand, she noticed Mo Xie looking at her with a completely innocent expression, saying, "I want to do it again, senior sister." Goodness, this little junior brother is quite adorable. Mo Xie unknowingly released the allure of the Tai Shang Lu Ding, causing Lu Qiyun's face to flush a shade of red. Yet, he remained entirely oblivious to this change. Lu Qiyun pouted and playfully retorted, "Don't call me that again. If an elder hears you, you'll be in trouble." The two flew on their swords and soon arrived at the library. Upon entering the library, Mo Xie was awestruck by its grandeur. The sheer number of books was astonishing. The entire library resembled a massive hollow tower, with clusters of book boxes floating inside. The boxes were stacked together, forming a colossal pillar. Since cultivators frequently flew in to retrieve books, the boxes moved in and out or floated in the air, creating a dynamic pillar resembling a mechanism. Lu Qiyun pointed to the boxes above and said, "Whatever kind of book you desire, just visualize it in your mind and release your true energy, and a book box will automatically fly to you." Mo Xie understood and closed his eyes in meditation, releasing his true energy. Before long, several book boxes soared before him. "Oh, why are there so many? How am I to know which one I desire?" Mo Xie inquired. Lu Qiyun spread her hands, casting an exasperated glance at Mo Xie. "What are you thinking? Is it so easy to find a book? The Tsangshu Pavilion will only filter out a portion for you. The rest you must sift through yourself." Just as Lu Qiyun finished her statement, a jarring voice erupted from the side. "There is no such good fortune in this world. You foolish demonic cultivator. Liurgu, what nonsense are you spouting again?" Lu Qiyun retorted, turning to scold him, then quietly explained to Mo Xie, "This fellow is Liurgu, the second disciple taken in by the Grand Elder." It was then that Mo Xie recognized the speaker as Liurgu, the one who had always plotted against his own sect's disciples during their time at the Hehuan Sect. Liurgu pointed at Lu Qiyun and shouted, "Am I insane? Or are you? You bring a demonic cultivator into our holy sect's Sangshu Pavilion. Aren't you guilty? His outburst drew all the disciples of the holy sect towards the Sangshu Pavilion. What? This person is a demonic cultivator? Is it true? Where is the demonic cultivator? Let me see. Emosia thought. Oh no, Li Ergu has discovered my identity as a demonic disciple. I must act first. With a light chuckle, he said, Humph. Who is the demonic cultivator you speak of? You seem to have something to say. Li Ergu nearly fell into Emosia's verbal trap, but reacted swiftly and did not take the bait. Hey, you little brat are quite clever. Who are you calling a little brat? Aren't you just a little brat yourself? Emosia seized upon Li Ergu's slip, retorting once more. Silence. Ha. Suddenly, someone realized that Emosia had once again cleverly insulted Li Ergu, and one by one, laughter erupted among the onlookers. Surrounded by laughter, Li Ergu's face flushed with humiliation. He thought to himself, since I cannot outtalk him, I shall beat him into submission. In a fit of rage, Li Ergu drew his sword and pointed it at Emosia. You think you can talk your way out of this? Today, I shall see to it that you meet your end. Should you dare to cause a ruckus in the Sangshu Pavilion, do you not seek confinement? Spoke the pavilion's administrator, a striking red-haired woman. As she stepped forward, all fell silent, fearing her wrath. Is this administrator truly formidable? Why does everyone seem so afraid of her? Emosia whispered to Lu Qiyun. Her heart fluttered at his words, and unable to control herself, she blushed deeply, lowering her head, too shy to meet his gaze. She replied softly, she is at the 6th stage of the Lingxian realm. Do you think she is strong? The 6th stage of Lingxian? A mere administrator of the Sangshu Pavilion possesses such power? The Grand Elder of the Hehuan Sect is only at the 9th stage. Emosia marveled at the might of the Taiyan Holy Sect. Emosia and Li Ergu were expelled from the Sangshu Pavilion and flew on swords to a martial arts platform atop a floating celestial mountain. Here, they stood in confrontation. Truth be told, Emosia wished to avoid conflict, but Li Ergu's aggressive demeanor forced him onto the platform. Li Ergu, is it not a bit excessive for a 10th-stage Yuandan cultivator to challenge a mere 3rd-stage newcomer? Lu Qiyun scolded, hands on her hips. The surrounding disciples joined in, urging him on. Li Ergu is at the 10th stage of Yuandan, nearing a breakthrough to Lingxian. If he is not careful, he might just kill that kid. Haha, isn't this a bit too much? Hey, a bit of bloodshed makes it more interesting. If no one dies, what is the point of a spar? Emosia sighed inwardly, thinking, these righteous folks appear dignified, yet they are not much different from those in the Hehuan Sect. Their true natures are alike. They thrive on chaos. You know nothing. He is a demonic cultivator. This is not bullying. This is about ridding the world of evil. Li Ergu grinned broadly, brimming with confidence that he could defeat or even kill Emosia. Let us begin. Stop wasting time. Suddenly, an onlooker shouted. Li Ergu twirled his sword, eyes narrowing as he grinned at Emosia. Watch as I force out the evil arts from you. Prepare to taste the supreme sword technique of our Taiyan Holy Sect. Taiyan sword technique, first form. Climb the mountain. Li Ergu hurled his sword into the air, transforming it into a colossal blade. With a hum, the giant's sword descended, tearing through the air with a piercing whine. The blade's edge ignited the surrounding air, creating a colorful wave of heat that swirled around it. Even the martial arts platform began to tremble violently. Li Ergu had mastered the first form of the Taiyan sword technique to such an extent. The heat from the sword could be felt from a distance. Should one withstand this blow, obliteration would surely follow. This 3rd-stage newcomer is likely doomed. Lu Qiyun furrowed her brow, concerned for her newly entrusted little brother. Wait, I must intervene if necessary. Quietly, Lu Qiyun drew her sword. Suddenly, a chill enveloped the air, causing everyone to shiver. Upon closer inspection, they were all struck dumb with shock. Surrounding Emosia, frost began to rise slowly, and everyone could discern the unmistakable aura of the Ice Empress within it. Wait, how does Emosia possess the Ice Empress's celestial techniques? This is impossible. That ice technique is identical to the Ice Empress's. As all eyes converged on the martial arts platform, they found it entirely encased in frost. The ice formations grew taller, resembling trees of ice, rapidly ascending. Emosia stood atop an icy pedestal, gradually levitating. With a mere gesture, the ice trees on the ground accelerated their growth and collided with the massive sword above. Crash! The ice trees and the colossal sword met with a resounding impact. Both were obliterated. The giant sword dissipated into nothingness, while the ice trees shattered into small hailstones that rained down. Why do you possess the Ice Empress's Taiyan cold ice technique? Li Ergu stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Onlookers murmured among themselves. Isn't the Taiyan cold ice the personal cultivation of the Ice Empress? No one else in the entire Taiyan holy sect can wield it. How did this kid? Something is amiss. Did the master actually impart the Taiyan cold ice technique to him? Why? He just arrived yesterday. Even Lu Qiyun appeared taken aback. Ding. Excitement detected. Excitement points, 100. Excitement detected. Excitement points, 250. This is promising. To receive such unexpected joy by capturing the emotional points of the spectators. Mo Xie felt a surge of delight. He threw his sword and, with one foot on the icy pedestal and the other on the flying sword, leapt into the air. He then waved his hand, unleashing a barrage of enormous ice thorns towards Li Ergu. I will not believe I cannot draw out your evil arts. Li Ergu shouted in anger. Immediately, he took to the skies on his sword, evading the ice thorns with agility akin to that of a fly. The enormous ice thorns missed Li Ergu and plummeted to the ground. Li Ergu snickered, a mere third-stage Yuandan cultivator. What waves can you possibly make? Taste this. Taiyan sword technique, second form. Rush the river. The sword in Li Ergu's hand sang as it resonated. Then, one sword transformed into two, two into 4, and 4 into 16. In an instant, thousands of flying swords converged around Li Ergu. The cacophony of their buzzing resonated like a tumultuous sea. With a swift motion, one sword surged forward, followed by all the others as they shot toward Mo Xie. This is bad. It seems my junior brother has not fully mastered the Taiyan Ice Immortal technique. He may not stand a chance. Lu Qiyun grew anxious for Mo Xie. Thud. Mo Xie gently raised his hand, summoning a wall of ice before him. The icy barrier blocked the incoming onslaught of swords, yet it began to crumble gradually. Crack. Soon, the ice wall shattered. A smile crept across Li Ergu's face as he pointed his sword forward, urging all the flying swords to accelerate their assault. Li Ergu was intent on pursuing his victory. Snap! Mo Xie snapped his fingers, and a taller, grander ice wall ascended from in front of him. The wall soared higher and higher, ultimately forming a massive sphere that encased Mo Xie within. Taiyan ice can be utilized in such a manner? Although Mo Xie and the ice goddess employ the same immortal technique, their methods differ significantly. Hehe. Li Ergu, are you up to the task? A mere third-tier Yuandan practitioner is outsmarting a 10th-tier practitioner like you. Aren't you embarrassed? The encouragement from those around intensified Li Ergu's animosity towards Mo Xie. He stepped onto one of the flying swords, pursuing his target. At that moment, Mo Xie found himself ensconced within the icy sphere. Noticing Li Ergu closing in, Mo Xie commanded the ice sphere to charge at him. As Li Ergu approached, he gritted his teeth and lunged forward with his sword. All the surrounding flying swords, under his control, followed suit, converging on a single point to pierce the ice sphere. Crack! The ice sphere was pierced. Seeing this, Mo Xie immediately commanded his sword to escape from within the sphere. Li Ergu pressed forward, swinging his sword as countless flying swords reversed direction, darting after Mo Xie like rain under command. Mo Xie, standing on an icy stone platform, extended his right hand. His sword flew back into his grasp. With the sword in hand, he raised it high. With a single swing, he unleashed a torrent of formidable icy sword energy. The sword energy shattered Li Ergu's flying sword assault. Subsequently, the sword energy descended upon Li Ergu's forehead, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Another colossal ice rock plummeted from above, threatening to crush him. Panicked, Li Ergu hastily recalled all the flying swords. The ice rock collided with the swords, and while Li Ergu escaped under their protection, his performance elicited gasps from the onlookers. Wow! You were struck twice by a mere third-tier Yuandan practitioner. Is this the strength of an inner sect disciple? Li Ergu, don't disgrace the inner sect. You labeled him as a demonic practitioner, yet he employs the sacred technique of the ice goddess and surpasses you. Is Li Ergu envious of him? Enough of this nonsense. Mo Xie is undoubtedly a demonic practitioner. He harbors ill intentions within our holy sect. Why does no one believe me? Li Ergu shouted in despair. Mo Xie, standing on the icy stone platform, coldly retorted, Who told you I am a demonic practitioner? You were in the secret cave of the Hehuan Sect. Who claimed that being in the cave signifies a demonic practitioner? Am I not simply an ordinary mortal who was captured while passing through? As Mo Xie defended against Li Ergu's flying swords, he spoke. Li Ergu was taken aback. It was indeed a possibility. However, he could not bring himself to trust it. How could an ordinary mortal end up steeped in the medicinal pool of the Hehuan Sect? Impossible. You must be a demonic practitioner. Watch as I force your evil techniques out. Taiyan sword technique. Third layer. Chase the moon. An unusual aura enveloped Li Ergu. Under the influence of the third layer of the sword technique, he ascended into the air without the need for sword control. The surrounding clouds darkened. and the sky turned pitch black. High above, a colossal moon materialized in a haze. Li Ergu stood before the massive moon, raising his sword, its blade reflecting the moonlight as it resonated ominously. Without any visible movement from Li Ergu, a gigantic sword energy cleaved toward Emosia. This is bad. Junior brother. Lu Qian cried out in alarm. Emosia promptly conjured a towering ice wall to shield himself. Boom. The sword energy struck down, splitting Emosia's freshly created ice wall in half. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Remarkable. Li Ergu has indeed cultivated the Tai Yin sword technique to such an extent. If I were to endure that strike, I fear for my very life. How could a mere third-tier Yuan Dan practitioner achieve such power? Humph, isn't it all thanks to Tai Yin ice? The ice goddess's exclusive immortal technique is truly exceptional. I am most curious how this Emosia has learned the ice goddess's immortal technique. However, curiosity matters not. Today, Emosia shall perish here. Chapter 7. Draw the lucky egg, choose Taiyu talismans. Die. Li Ergu's anguished roar pierced the air. Another immense sword energy descended from the heavens, aimed at Emosia. Emosia closed his eyes in meditation, the system's voice echoing in his ears. Excitement detected, excitement points, 555. Excitement detected, excitement points, 600. Since the battle commenced, the onlookers have continuously bestowed excitement points upon Emosia. These spectators were more eager than Emosia himself. Gradually, the excitement points accumulated enough. Ding. Excitement points reached 100,000. You have gained an opportunity for a lottery draw. Lottery draw? Drawing, please wait. Congratulations. You have obtained a lucky egg. The lucky egg contains 2 items. Please choose one. 1. B-rank item. Qi Yuan Dan. 2. B-rank item. Taiyu talismans. Qi Yuan Dan effect. Temporarily enhances attack power. Taiyu talismans effect. Temporarily enhances defense. Alas, neither seems particularly useful, but in a pinch, I suppose the Taiyu talismans will suffice. Acquired Taiyu talismans X1. Suddenly, a golden light appeared before Emosia. He reached into the golden glow, retrieving a golden talisman. Is this the Taiyu talismans? Let us test its power. Emosia infused his true energy into the talisman and tossed it forward. Bang! The Taiyu talismans instantly shattered into countless tiny golden shards, which coalesced into diamond-shaped golden panels. The panels stacked upon one another, each accumulation generating a wave of golden energy. Bang! The golden energy surged outward, shredding the sword energy to pieces. The energy rippled outward, sweeping through the surroundings. The force of the golden energy sent Li Ergu flying. His breath became unstable, and gripping his sword, he pointed at Emosia, accusing him. Look! His technique has been revealed. It must be a secret technique of the demonic sect. Hey, Li Ergu, you can't slander like this. Anyone with clear eyes can see that this is undoubtedly not a technique of the demonic sect. Lu Qiyun interjected. Regardless, it is certainly not a technique of our Tai Yin holy sect. Indeed, this time, I stand with Li Ergu. Brother Ergu is right. This Emosia is indeed suspicious. A tumult of voices arose, and doubts about Emosia's identity began to surface. Based on the talisman's performance, it is clearly a righteous artifact, unrelated to the demonic sect. Emosia wished to defend himself, but it was no longer necessary, for someone had already spoken on his behalf. It was the red-haired librarian from earlier, who now stood among the crowd watching. Her voice silenced everyone. Quiet. That is certainly not a technique of the demonic sect. It should be the Taiyu talismans from Shundao Mountain. As she spoke, the librarian fixed her gaze upon Emosia, asking, How did you come by this? Emosia remained silent. Li Ergu, seeing that he still could not force Emosia's demonic methods out, was on the verge of tears. Under the protection of the Taiyu Fu, no matter how fiercely Li Ergu attacked, he could not harm Moxie. After dozens of exchanges, not only did he fail to inflict any damage, but Moxie also struck him on the head with a massive ice hammer. The onlookers jeered at Li Ergu's disheveled appearance, humiliating his pride. In a fit of rage, Li Ergu glared at Moxie and resolutely declared, I refuse to believe that I cannot defeat you. With that, the ice in his hand began to whirl violently. Taiyan sword technique, 4th level. Chasing stars. With a furious roar, the sky darkened ominously. The true energy thickened the air, making it difficult for the onlookers to breathe. It was then that they realized the terrifying nature of Li Ergu's technique, prompting shouts of Ron. Li Ergu is about to unleash the 4th level of the Taiyan sword technique. Suddenly, a colossal sword descended from the heavens, moving faster than any blade before. The impact shattered the golden barrier of the Taiyu Fu. But there is more. Li Ergu scoffed. transforming the giant sword into countless fine needles that shot towards Moxie. Moxie summoned a wall of ice with a wave of his hand, but the wall was pierced by the barrage of needles. Before Moxie could gather himself, Liurgu appeared before him, thrusting a massive sword from his hand. Moxie hastily conjured ice to defend himself, but the disparity in their levels was too great. Liurgu's strike shattered Moxie's icy defense, sending him crashing into the mountainside. Liurgu relentlessly pursued, cleaving the mountain in two. A cloud of dust erupted, obscuring Moxie from view. Triumphant, Liurgu sheathed his sword and laughed. At last, I have vanquished this demonic cultist. What a satisfying vengeance. Liurgu's triumph startled Liu Qiyun. What now? I wasn't paying attention, and my junior brother has been killed? How am I to explain this to my master? She pointed her sword at Liurgu, challenging him directly. You dare to kill my junior brother. Taste my blade. Yet, before she could strike, a massive iceberg surged from the dust, and a figure stood atop it, slowly gliding toward Liu Qiyun. It was none other than Moxie. Having endured Liurgu's 4th-level Taiyan sword technique, he appeared unscathed. Could it truly be that a practitioner of Yuan Dan 3rd level possessed such strength? Surely, it was due to his mastery of Taiyan ice. Oh, if only I could become a disciple of the Ice Heaven Saintess. You are overreaching. Would the Ice Heaven Saintess ever accept you? She typically does not take male disciples. Then how did Moxie become her disciple? That remains an unsolved mystery. How wonderful. Junior brother, you are unharmed. Liu Qiyun flew to Moxie's side, examining him closely. To her relief, Moxie was indeed uninjured, appearing as if nothing had happened. Turning back, she noticed that Liurgu had exhausted himself. His earlier bravado vanished. He bore numerous wounds, though none fatal, yet they compromised his dignity. Why? Because Liurgu was a Yuan Dan 10th level practitioner, on the verge of breaking into the Lingxian realm, and yet he could not defeat a Yuan Dan 3rd level Moxie, especially in front of so many peers. He felt utterly humiliated. Closing his eyes, anger clouded his reason as a deep crimson energy began to rise around him. You must be a demonic cultist. I shall prove it. If no one believes me, I will extract your heart and see whether it belongs to the holy church or the demonic cult. Liurgu's eyes were engulfed in a red mist, his expression becoming increasingly deranged. This is bad. Liurgu is about to succumb to madness. Liu Qiyun grasped Moxie's hand, preparing to flee. Liurgu, do not embarrass me here. Suddenly, a hollow voice echoed from the heavens. Chapter 8. The Grand Elder Qianqian, a massive purple dragon, descended from the sky, its body nearly enveloping the competition arena. Its claws gripped the ground like those of a lizard. The dragon's scales gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, and its mane swayed gently in the breeze, each hair shining as if polished. A handsome man with black hair stood atop the dragon's back, fixated on Liurgu. Upon seeing him, Liurgu was rendered speechless with fear, for he recognized the figure as his master, Qianqian, the Grand Elder of the Taiyan Holy Church, an exalted practitioner of the 9th level of Lingxian. Due to the large number of disciples within the Taiyan Holy Church, their method of accepting students differed from other sections. Here, elders and saintesses each took disciples separately, with each having their own first and second disciples. Liurgu was the second disciple of the Grand Elder. The fear rising in Liurgu's heart swiftly supplanted his anger, causing the crimson energy surrounding him to fade. Master. Liurgu's earlier bravado evaporated, and he lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of his master, stammering, Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Everyone recognized the identity of the man, bowing their heads in respect, no longer daring to act frivolously. The atmosphere grew serious, and they refrained from speaking loudly. Moxie, unaware of the customs surrounding the Grand Elder, looked up curiously while the others bowed. Liu Qiyun hastily pulled him down, whispering, Junior brother, do not look. That is the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder? Oh, so this is the Grand Elder of the Taiyan Holy Church. What is his name? Moxie, a disciple of the Hehuan Sect, was unaccustomed to bowing to anyone, and he audaciously inquired about this sensitive topic. His voice, amplified by the silence, drew the Grand Elder's frown. Shoo, his name is Qianqian. From now on, you shall address him as Grand Elder. Do not speak. Silence is golden. Liu Qiyun regretted not instructing him on the Holy Church's etiquette before bringing him along. Who are you? I have never seen you before. Qianqian squinted, scrutinizing Moxie. Before Moxie could respond, Liurgu interjected, recounting Moxie's alleged transgressions. Master, this is Moxie, a demonic cultist. I do not know how he infiltrated our Taiyan Holy Church, yet he has become a disciple of the Ice Heaven Saintess. His identity must be false. He harbors sinister intentions. He is undoubtedly an undercover agent of the demonic cult. Qianshun regarded Moxie silently for a brief moment before speaking. How did you gain entry? I was brought in by the Saintess. Moxie replied candidly. A frown creased Qianshun's brow. The other disciples were drenched in cold sweat at his audacity to address the Ice Heaven Saintess so casually. We should keep our distance from this one. If he angers the Ice Heaven Saintess, we might find ourselves in peril. Indeed, the onlookers were not the only ones sweating. Even Qianshun cast a wary glance around, fearful that the Ice Heaven Saintess might overhear and implicate him. After all, the previous Grand Elder had perished due to a careless remark that offended the Ice Heaven Saintess. He had no desire to meet a similar fate. Fortunately, his fears proved unwarranted, as the Ice Heaven Saintess did not appear. Regaining his composure, Qianshun fixed his gaze on Moxie, scoffing. How could the Ice Heaven Saintess accept a male disciple? Since I have some leisure time, let me offer you some guidance. Moxie replied, there is truly no need. Do not decline. Not everyone is worthy of my guidance. Qianshun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The purple dragon let out a tremendous roar, its voice resonating throughout the Taiyan Holy Church. The clouds parted as the purple dragon surged toward Moxie. This was no guidance. It was a harbinger of doom. Wait. Liu Qiyun suddenly positioned herself in front of Moxie. The elder Qianhen raised his hand to halt Xiaolong. Indeed, he is a disciple of the Ice Heaven Saintess. Elder, Liu Qiyun exclaimed. You are the eldest disciple of the Ice Heaven Saintess, Liu Qiyun? Is that true? Qianhen, seated atop Xiaolong's head and gripping its horns, inquired, casting his gaze at Liu Qiyun, who within the Hehuan Sacred Sect, aside from the Yuanmong Saintess, would dare to lie under the name of the Ice Heaven Saintess. I am indeed her eldest disciple. I implore you, elder, to believe me. If I were to lose this little junior brother, my master would be furious. And that would be quite unfortunate. As Liu Qiyun spoke, she invoked the name of the Ice Heaven Saintess, which was undeniably powerful. Furthermore, with Liu Qiyun standing before him, Elder Qianhen understood that if he were to harm Liu Qiyun, it would surely provoke the wrath of the Ice Heaven Saintess. Elder Qianhen glanced at Liu Qiyun and then shot a wary look at Mo Xia, uncertain whom to intimidate. Thus, he turned his attention to Li Ergu. With a mere gesture, the Xiaolong extended its claws and seized Li Ergu, bringing him before the elder. In a private transmission, Elder Qianhen silently chastised Li Ergu. Li Ergu, you are my second disciple. How can you be so disappointing? Engaging in a brawl with a newcomer at the third level of Yuan Dan, losing, and yet sulking? You have brought shame upon my face. Li Ergu, far from conceding defeat, boldly declared, Master, this time it is not my fault. I aim to rid the world of harm. The near slip into madness was undoubtedly due to Mo Xia's malevolent sorcery. His voice rang out loud enough for all to hear. Elder Qianhen's expression darkened. He had clearly offered this foolish second disciple a way out, yet this fellow chose to shout and accuse Mo Xia of being a demonic cultivator. This was clearly a refusal to take responsibility for his loss. Indeed, the disciples in the distance began to murmur quietly. Enough! How embarrassing! Elder Qianhen bellowed at Li Ergu. Yet Li Ergu persisted, Master, I spoke no falsehood. He is truly a demonic cultivator. Do you not believe me? Have him tested for demonic energy. All demonic cultivators possess it, and he is no exception. It is better to mistakenly kill than to let him go. Master, the more he spoke, the more agitated he became, nearly on the verge of tears. Elder Qianhen furrowed his brow. He knew his second disciple Li Ergu was quite fearful of him. But now he insisted that Mo Xia was indeed a demonic cultivator. No amount of persuasion would sway him. There was certainly something amiss. What harm would there be in testing him? Elder Qianhen raised his hand, signaling Xiaolong to release Li Ergu, then fixed his gaze upon Mo Xia. Elder Qianhen sensed something peculiar about Mo Xia, yet he could not ascertain whether Mo Xia was indeed a demonic cultivator. Nor could he perceive his identity as a supreme furnace vessel. However, this anomaly was enough to breed suspicion in Elder Qianhen's mind. Thus, he turned to Liu Qiyun and said, In the coming days, I shall enter a brief seclusion. In 3 days, you may bring him back here. And I will bring the demonic testing stone to ascertain if he possesses demonic energy. Should it be confirmed, I shall slay him on the spot. If during this time, Mo Xia attempts to flee from the Hehuan Sacred Sect, it will confirm his identity as a demonic cultivator. And all disciples may pursue him without hesitation. Upon concluding his words, Elder Qianhen commanded Xiaolong, which seized Li Ergu and tossed him onto its back before soaring into the sky. Li Ergu, standing upon the dragon's back, turned to mock Mo Xia. Just wait to be besieged to death by everyone. Chapter 9. 10 consecutive wins? Minimum guarantee? After Elder Qianhen and Li Ergu departed, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Mo Xia understood that although Li Ergu was quite disliked, his words bore truth. If he were to be tested for demonic energy in 3 days, all disciples of the Taiyin sacred sect would come to kill him. The righteous and the demonic had always been at odds. Lost in thought, Mo Xia became momentarily distracted. Junior brother? Junior brother? What troubles you? Had Lu Qiyun not called out to him, he would have remained in a daze. I am well, senior sister. Do we still wish to visit the library pavilion? Lu Qiyun inquired. Mo Xia squinted slightly and replied, of course we must go. Not only must I investigate the matter of the demon emotion curse, but I must also research how to eliminate the demonic energy within me. Otherwise, should it be revealed in 3 days, it would be akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing, exposing my identity and likely leading to my demise. With that, Mo Xia took to the skies alongside Lu Qiyun, flying back to the library pavilion. In search of knowledge related to the demon emotion curse and demonic energy, Mo Xia gathered all relevant texts from the library pavilion. Nearly 100 books were neatly laid out before him. Wow, what are you looking for to have taken so many books? Lu Qiyun asked curiously. I am an eager learner. There is no helping it. Mo Xia replied with a gentle smile. Lu Qiyun glanced at the peculiar titles in Mo Xia's hands, noting their oddity, which puzzled her. She furrowed her brow and inquired, the origins of the 4 major sects? Distinctions between righteous and evil sects? How to raise chickens and beasts? Fundamentals of ice elemental techniques? True Qi and demonic energy? Complete guide to demonic energy? What sort of haphazard books are you gathering? Fortunately, I took a few unrelated books to obscure my intentions. Otherwise, even senior sister might have suspected me. Mo Xia lamented inwardly. Senior sister, as a newly initiated disciple, I am unfamiliar with the 4 major sects. It is best to understand from the ground up, Mo Xia explained as he flipped through the books in his hands. There is no need for that. Senior sister can teach you. What I know far exceeds what you might glean from books. Very well, since you are so eager. I will take you to borrow more from the administrator. Following Lu Qiyun, they approached the administrator, setting the books on the administrator's desk. The red-haired female administrator glanced through the volumes. Her lips curled into a subtle smile as she regarded Mo Xia pensively and said, You are Mo Xia? Yes. You wish to borrow so many books? Yes. The books you chose are quite peculiar. The administrator's beautiful red eyes fixed upon Mo Xia. Mo Xia felt a chill run down his spine. This administrator seemed to exert more pressure than Elder Qin'an. Seeing Mo Xia silent, the administrator did not press further but smiled softly, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she returned the books to Mo Xia, gently patting his hand and saying, If you need any more books in the future, just come find your sister. Suddenly, Mo Xia heard the system's announcement. Excitement detected. Excitement points 200. Huh? Why do I have excitement points? What's with this sister? All right. Mo Xia nervously nodded. So now I have another sister? As Mo Xia pondered, he suddenly noticed the administrator lightly tossing her hair, casting him a peculiar gaze, even throwing a flirtatious wink. This is bad. What does she want? Mo Xia, bemused, could only nod repeatedly and hurriedly escape the library pavilion, following Lu Qiyun back to the Ice Heaven Mountain. Ice Heaven Mountain is Mo Xia's residence. Within the Taiyin sacred sect, there are 3 sacred mountains, each corresponding to the 3 holy maidens. These 3 mountains are simultaneously the highest and largest within the Taiyin sacred sect. They are Qinjian Mountain, Ice Heaven Mountain, and Yuanmeng Mountain, corresponding to the Qinjian Saintess Xianwan. The Ice Heaven Saintess Baisu, and the Yuanmeng Saintess Chue Mi Ice Heaven Mountain is where the Ice Heaven Saintess and her disciples reside. The Ice Heaven Saintess dwells in the Ice Heaven Palace, while the remaining area is where her disciples, including Mo Xia, find their abode. After returning to his residence, Mo Xia hurriedly secured the doors and windows, placing the borrowed books upon the table, one by one, to read from cover to cover. His intent in borrowing such a multitude of books was driven by necessity. Under the influence of the Yaoling curse cast by the Hehuan Sect, he faced imminent demise unless he assisted them in stealing the Tai Yin Xianyu. Thus, he was desperately seeking information regarding the Yaoling curse. Regrettably, after much searching, he found no mention of it within the tomes. How could it be that among so many volumes, not a single one referenced the Yaoling curse? With the absence of leads on the curse, he resolved to investigate the Tai Yin Xianyu instead. Otherwise, how could he navigate the treacherous waters with the Grand Elder of the Hehuan Sect? He discovered that the Tai Yin Xianyu was the treasured artifact of the Tai Yin Holy Sect, overseen by the Yuanmeng Saintess, the greatest among the Saintesses. She was notoriously elusive. What was to be done? Ah, wait. Here it is stated that the Tai Yin Holy Sect hosts a Xiong Fa conference every 10 years, open to all righteous sect members. during which the Yuan Mang Saintess would make an appearance. The competition at the conference would be fierce. It seemed that only by growing stronger could he hope to approach the Yuan Mang Saintess. Next, he turned his attention to the demonic energy. If he failed to expel the demonic energy from his body, and the Grand Elder detected its presence, he would not survive until the conference. The descriptions regarding the demonic energy were abundant. After much reading, he finally unearthed some useful information. He was identified as a Taishang looting, and upon the discovery of this constitution, he had been imprisoned and immersed in a medicinal pool. Prior to this, he had only learned a bit of the introductory dark arts from the Hehuan Sect, and his cultivation had been primarily reliant on consuming spirit pills, leaving him with little actual demonic energy. Since his demonic energy was scant, it was possible to concoct a mid-level Xian class pill known as the Mo Xie Dan to dispel it. Alas, but I do not possess the skills to refine pills. Mo Xie thought, his mind racing. Wait, system? Is there a chance to win a pill through the lottery? This could be a matter of life and death. Mo Xie learned that the Mo Xie Dan was a mid-level Xian class pill, too low in rank for the San Yushin system to offer related lotteries. However, the system did possess a Gu class alchemy talent, which, once obtained, would allow him to become a Dan master capable of refining his own. This Gu class alchemy talent was classified as an A-grade item and had a chance of being drawn. Goodness, the notion of chance sends shivers down my spine. I am no fortunate soul. For me, a chance is tantamount to no chance at all. A-grade items can be stabilized, ensuring that a tenfold draw guarantees a result. In other words, if I save enough for a tenfold draw, I will certainly acquire the alchemy talent, correct? Yes. Then let us promptly stabilize the Gu class alchemy talent. Instruction received. Stabilizing Gu class alchemy talent now. Stabilization successful. Your next tenfold draw will guarantee the Gu class alchemy talent. Wait. A tenfold draw requires 100,000 points. Thus, a tenfold draw amounts to 1 million points. Indeed, how can I acquire 1 million points within 3 days? Being left to my own devices would render such a feat impossible. Wait. I have devised a plan. While excitement points are difficult to gather, points derived from fear are quite attainable. Mo Xie chuckled wickedly. Chapter 10. A-grade talent. Gu class Dan Master. The Taiyan Holy Sect is divided into inner and outer disciples. Inner disciples typically maintain their purity to cultivate the Qin Yen Ascension Sutra. Among the outer disciples, those with ambition also strive for the same goal, practicing restraint. However, where there are those with ambition, there are also those lacking it. As night deepened, 2 outer disciples clandestinely engaged in a kiss atop a secluded mountaintop. In the shadows, the male disciple wrapped an arm around the female's waist, pushing her down into the grass. She let out a soft gasp before playfully exclaiming, "Don't go there. The back door will suffice." The male disciple, puzzled, replied, "What? I'm not going there. My hands are busy above." Why do I feel a hand there?" There's a ghost." The female disciple, in her fright, fled without even donning her skirt. The male disciple, glancing back, saw only darkness and nothing amiss. And so, while pursuing her, he called out, "Why are you running? There's no one. Stop overreacting. Besides, as a cultivator, what do you have to fear from ghosts?" Thud. The male disciple, distracted, stumbled over a massive branch and fell to the ground. "What the heck?" he exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he rose, brushing the dirt off his clothes, and prepared to chase after the female disciple. Yet, he suddenly beheld a figure dangling from a branch. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the figure's garments to flutter. The face of this dangling figure was obscured by a swirling black mist, 2 eerie blue eyes fixated on the male disciple. Suddenly, the eyes of the figure popped out. With a thud, they fell to the ground. The eyeball rolled about, coming to rest at the male disciple's feet. My goodness, there truly is a ghost. The male disciple, terrified, leaped onto his flying sword and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, the eyeball on the ground exuded a faint chill. The corpse hanging from the branch began to stir. The corpse reached out, clawing at its own face, which revealed a handsome male visage, none other than Mo Xie. The black mist was a technique of the Hehuan Sect, while the eye belonged to the Taiyan Holy Sect's Taiyan Hanbing. Ding. Fear emotions received. Fear points, 850. Fear emotions received. Fear points, 2,000. Not bad. If I scare several pairs tonight, I could accumulate quite a number of fear points. The only drawback is that the highest emotional points can only be drawn from the same individual once. Subsequent attempts yield significantly lower returns. For instance, after frightening these 2, I gained 1,000 emotional points each. No matter how adept my methods thereafter, I could not evoke the same intensity again. Fortunately, fear points are more generous than excitement points. These points taste delightful. With that, he turned his gaze toward the quarters of the outer disciples. Why did Hehuan choose to visit the outer disciples instead of disturbing the inner disciples? This was because the outer disciples possessed virtually no rights within the Hehuan Holy Sect. Even if they were killed by inner disciples, the elders would remain indifferent. Some lives are valued, while others bear less worth than livestock. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and the outer disciples were accustomed to retiring early. These outer disciples did not endure the arduous practice of dawn to dusk, and their lives were comparatively pleasant. Hehuan grinned wickedly before soaring towards the disciples' quarters. Before long, commotion erupted from their residences. Who is it? Who is scaring me? Damn it! Who stole my earth spirit pearl? There's a ghost. Soon, the residences of the cultivators ignited with light. Accompanying the flames were the terrified screams of the cultivators. One by one, they emerged, riding their flying swords. Did you see that? A decapitated head floated right past me. I saw it too. When that head passed, a chill enveloped the entire room. Surely, there's an infiltrator from the demonic sect. Didn't Li Ergo mention a spy from the demonic sect? I believe he was called Hehuan. It must be him causing this ruckus. But if he truly is a demonic sect infiltrator, why merely scare people? Who cares? Demonic sect members deserve to die? I was nearly frightened to death. What? Isn't there a prohibition against male-female relations within the sect? I never said I was doing that. Don't tarnish my reputation. 2 days later, one afternoon, Hehuan finally amassed 1 million fear points. Unfortunately, after this, it would be challenging to draw the same amount from these individuals again. In his quarters, Hehuan summoned the system to check his progress. Let me see if I truly have enough. The point of fear has reached an impressive 13,000, quite remarkable indeed, as I have earned an additional 30,000 points of fear, and on top of that, I have acquired 200 excitement points without any cost. As for the 100 points of pain, I recall that it was a result of stealing a certain individual's earth spirit pearl, which incited his anguish points. However, Hehuan is not truly a devil. After taking the item, he promptly returned it. Upon its return, the other party even experienced a surge of excitement, granting me some free excitement points. Now let us commence the lottery. 10 consecutive draws, please. Consuming 1,000,000 fear points. Lottery in progress. Please wait. Congratulations. You have obtained B rank item Taiyu Talisman X1. Congratulations. You have obtained B rank item Taiyu Talisman X1. Congratulations. You have obtained A rank talent Earth level Dan Master. Congratulations. You have obtained B rank item Chi Yuan Dan X1. Congratulations. You have obtained B rank item Taiyu Talisman X1. Lottery concluded. Redirecting to system homepage. 3 desires divine system. Bound host. Hehuan. Host realm. Yuan Dan 3rd stage. Excitement points. 250 fear points. 30. 000. Pain points. 100 lottery display B rank item. Taiyu Talisman X8. Temporary defense enhancement. Belonging to Shundao Mountain B rank item. Chi Yuan Dan X1. Temporary attack enhancement. Belonging to Shundao Mountain A rank talent. Earth level Dan Master. Belonging to Universal S rank talent. Realistic form. Acquire lover skill. Belonging to Universal Taiyan Cold Ice. Belonging to Taiyan Holy Sect. Goodness. I actually received a guaranteed minimum. Hehuan felt a sudden pang of disappointment. Contemplating that had he been a tad luckier and drawn an S-rank talent, he would have elevated himself to greatness. Alas, this cursed system fails to yield anything of substantial worth. Nevertheless, being an Earth-level Dan Master is already quite sufficient. Hehuan only needs to refine the Hehuan Dan, which is an intermediate spiritual pill of the mysterious rank. However, alchemy requires quite a bit of preparation. First, he needs to select a high-grade alchemical furnace, then find the alchemical formula, and finally gather the materials to commence the refining process. Where on earth can I find the formula? Those righteous sects are unlikely to possess the formula for such a pill. Cursed system. Hehuan's system lacks a high degree of autonomy and cannot provide him with answers. Perhaps I should attend a gathering and try my luck? With this thought, Hehuan hastily leaped from his bed. Just as he was about to step outside, he heard a commotion outside. Upon opening the door, a large crowd surged forward. Hehuan has emerged. It is him. The recent strange occurrences within the Holy Sect must be his doing. Who else could it be but Hehuan? Senior Brother Li Ergu claimed he was a wicked cultivator of the demonic sect, and he was indeed correct. Oh no, I have been cornered. Chapter 11. Do not unjustly tarnish a person's reputation. Lu Qiyun, along with her fellow junior sisters, stood before Imo Xie, addressing the troublemakers. What are you doing? This is Ice Heaven Mountain. If you disturb the sacred meditation of the Ice Heaven Saintess, your masters will surely lose their heads. Senior Sister Lu, we are not causing trouble. We only request that you hand Imo Xie over to us, quietly and without disturbance, so as not to disrupt the Ice Heaven Saintess. Indeed. Senior Sister Lu, even if the Ice Heaven Saintess were to arrive, she cannot shield this wicked cultivator. Yes, we are in meditation, and he causes chaos every day. What if he frightens us too much? What if we were to lose our minds? Imo Xie is quite discerning. He typically targets those who engage in nefarious activities in secret, whether they be illicit couples or bullies, and he would never frighten anyone while they are in their cultivation. Hence, Imo Xie understands that a significant portion of those causing a ruckus are merely seeking excitement. He then summoned his flying sword and soared before the crowd. Upon seeing Imo Xie, the crowd was eager to draw their swords and engage him in a fierce battle. Imo Xie innocently inquired, "Fellow brothers and sisters, why do you seek me? What has transpired to incite such anger? What have you done? You have frightened my spirit beast to the point where it now refuses to venture outside. I had promised to take it to find a mate today, and now it has become withdrawn. My carefully arranged breeding plan has been thwarted. So, how will you compensate me? And as for me, I merely wished to play a fun game with the junior sister, but you frightened her so much that she fell from the mountaintop. Had it not been for my exceptional sword control, I would have been reduced to a heap of mud. Imo Xie, do not act innocent. Just last night, I was about to go to bed with my girlfriend. I meant to say, I had just gotten into bed when a floating head appeared in my room. Terrifying my girlfriend, scaring me. I quickly grabbed that head and discovered it was a black cloth covering a piece of cold ice. Just days ago, you had unleashed Tai Yin cold ice, so it must have been your handiwork. You claim that was Tai Yin cold ice. Do you possess any evidence? Or do you still have that cold ice in your possession? Imo Xie grinned mischievously. That thing vanished quickly. It must have been your doing. So, there is no evidence then. What are you babbling about? Imo Xie sighed with exasperation. You scoundrel. Hey, brother, let us be civilized. We are righteous individuals. So refrain from using coarse language. Imo Xie gently pressed his finger to his lips, signaling the other party to maintain decorum. What do you mean by we? You are hardly righteous. Wait until the Grand Elder determines your demonic energy tomorrow. Let us see if you dare continue to play the righteous card. Enough. Lu Qiyun shouted to silence everyone, placing her hands on her hips and declaring, "What is the purpose of your disturbance here? You wish to accuse my junior brother without any evidence? Furthermore, tomorrow's matters will be addressed tomorrow. If my junior brother is indeed a wicked cultivator, I will handle it myself without your interference. But, Senior Sister Lu, how about it? Do you wish to argue further? If so, take your grievances to Ice Heaven Palace and confront the Ice Heaven Saintess." In her fury, Lu Qiyun pointed towards the Ice Heaven Palace. Upon hearing the name of the Ice Heaven Saintess, the group of disciples immediately wilted, lowering their heads and falling silent. Lu Qiyun, being the senior disciple of the Ice Heaven Saintess, effortlessly quelled the crowd and sent them on their way. Although these individuals were dismissed, they remained unsatisfied, muttering curses under their breaths. "You infuriate me. You truly deserve punishment, Imo Xie. Just wait until tomorrow, the moment it is confirmed that he is a wicked cultivator. I will be the first to strike him down. Do not think I will let you take him. I intend to use him to feed my spirit beast." After sending away the troublemakers, Lu Qiyun turned her gaze upon Imo Xie, placing her hands on her hips, and exclaimed, "Imo Xie, you have only been here a few days, and you have already caused so much trouble." Imo Xie feigned innocence, looking down and muttering, "Senior sister, I have done nothing. They are all slandering me." Lu Qiyun shook her head, pressing her forehead in exasperation. "You truly do not make it easy for me." Imo Xie quickly approached, massaging Lu Qiyun's shoulders while smiling. "With you protecting me, it is truly a blessing." As he massaged her, a blush crept onto Lu Qiyun's face, and bashfully, she twisted her shoulders, glancing back at Imo Xie, their faces nearly touching. Imo Xie's lips brushed against her forehead. Lu Qiyun's body trembled, and she immediately stepped aside. "What is it, senior sister?" Imo Xie, oblivious to the effects of his own physique, inquired in confusion. "It is nothing, I am fine." With that, Lu Qiyun stepped onto her flying sword and hurriedly departed for her residence. How strange. Imo Xie remained perplexed, glancing at Lu Qiyun before shaking his head. "Never mind. I shall not dwell on her. I must head to the gathering to find materials for alchemy." The gathering is a place where cultivators trade with one another, akin to a marketplace for mortals. Within the Tai Yin Holy Sect, there are numerous gatherings, including inner sect gatherings, outer sect gatherings, and those held in conjunction with external loose cultivators. The latter type of gathering has a complex array of participants. So Hehuan intends to attend a loose cultivator gathering nearest to Ice Heaven Mountain. Of course, before departing, he donned a hooded robe. Why wear a hood? It is not merely due to his tarnished reputation that he fears being recognized. This apprehension underscores his decision to attend the Sanshio gathering. Within this assembly, numerous robed figures, cloaked in anonymity, mingle freely, allowing him to blend in and evade unwanted recognition. Riding atop his flying sword, he soared above the clouds. And it was from this lofty vantage point that he beheld the towering presence of the Bingtian Mountain, revealing its true grandeur. The Tai-Yin Holy Sect is adorned with numerous peaks, most of which float in the air, with 3 towering summits. Bingtian Mountain ranks as the second highest. This signifies that the Bingtian Saintess is the second most formidable figure within the Tai-Yin Holy Sect, which stands as the preeminent power. To be a disciple of the Bingtian Saintess equates to being a pupil of the world's second strongest. However, the nature of Hehuan's discipleship is rather unconventional. A status earned through a compromise of dignity. The memory of the day he was humiliated by the Bingtian Saintess flushes his cheeks with shame. To rely on others is not entirely unfeasible, he chastises himself. No, such thoughts are unwarranted. I must remain resolute. The last encounter had her atop, but next time, I shall ensure she experiences the opposite perspective. With this determination, Hehuan hastened his flight. The clouds billowed past him like ocean waves, mist spraying his face. Quickly absorbed by his chi, before long, a floating mountain came into view. This mountain, while not as imposing as Bingtian Mountain, was surrounded by a steady stream of cultivators soaring through the air, creating a lively scene. Hehuan's eyes widened in awe at the spectacle. From his elevated position, he could see countless small figures swarming from the mountainside to the peak. This gathering was far more vibrant than those at the inner or outer gates. Here lay the Sanxian assembly, and Hehuan had arrived at his destination. Chapter 12. The Sanxian gathering descending through the thick, white clouds on his flying sword. Hehuan landed on the mountainside. As he meandered along the path upwards, he encountered several robed figures passing by, most of whom were loose cultivators. They had come to trade with the disciples of the Tai-Yin Holy Sect. The loose cultivators, wary of forming enmities and the repercussions thereof, found the simple act of donning a hood to be a convenient solution. Naturally, to prevent the infiltration of demonic sects, every cultivator was subject to a verification process. Although Hehuan was an undercover agent of the demonic sect, he was brought in by the Bingtian Saintess and thus was exempt from this scrutiny. Furthermore, as the gathering was hosted by the Tai-Yin Holy Sect, he faced no need for verification. Continuing forward, he soon encountered numerous stalls lining the path. These stalls were open to all, allowing anyone to set up shop. Loose cultivators could engage in trade with the disciples of the Tai-Yin Holy Sect, and vice versa. As he wandered through, Hehuan fortuitously discovered the recipe for the Hehuan Dan. Feigning indifference, he approached the stall and saw the recipe nestled among a stack of others. Not wishing to reveal his true intent, he pointed to the entire stack and inquired, "How much for this whole collection of recipes?" 5 million spirit crystals. No bargaining, brother. 5 million spirit crystals. In that instant, Hehuan realized he possessed none. Spirit crystals were the currency of the cultivation world. How careless of me. I am still impoverished even after traversing realms. Too expensive, he muttered, turning to leave. The stall owner hurried after him, whispering, "Brother, I see you are quite dashing. How about I give you a discount and sell it for 50,000? Hehuan yearned to make a purchase, but his empty pockets betrayed him. Did you not say no bargaining? A merchant without integrity. I shall not buy. He dismissed the stall owner with a wave and hurried away. The stall owner stood dumbfounded, continuing to explore the gathering. Hehuan gradually realized that the Hehuan Dan was not a rare commodity. In fact, nearly every stall featured related recipes. After some time, he understood that the Hehuan Dan was primarily used to aid righteous disciples affected by demonic energy. According to the texts, the demonic energy on Hehuan could be dispelled merely by consuming the Hehuan Dan, suggesting that he was not even a proper disciple of the demonic sect. If one were to directly measure his demonic energy, the result would not be particularly significant. With this realization, Hehuan felt a wave of relief. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Barter. Trade for all sorts of goods." Turning around, he spotted a stall offering exchanges. "Brother, I have various recipes, medicinal herbs, and even raw materials for weapons. Look, I have finished weapons as well. Interested? You can trade with elixirs or other items. It's all about matching value." The stall owner, a loose cultivator with a bushy beard and large eyes, animatedly spoke, his mustache twitching as he gestured. Mo Xie nodded and began searching for the Mo Xie Dan among the offerings. Suddenly, he spied a stack of recipes prominently featuring the Mo Xie Dan. Can this entire stack be exchanged for one elixir? He inquired, pointing to the recipes while retrieving a single pill. Ah, Qi Yuan Dan, exclaimed the stall owner, eyes widening. He quickly cleared his throat, glancing at Mo Xie. Well, one Qi Yuan Dan seems a bit insufficient. If you had two, that would suffice. The stall owner's gaze lingered on the elixir in Mo Xie's hand. Mo Xie shook his head. Although he had only recently joined the Tai Yin Holy Sect, he knew well that the Qi Yuan Dan was a high-grade elixir, sufficient to exchange for several lower-grade recipes. With a huff, he declared, listen here. Don't underestimate me because of my youth. This Qi Yuan Dan is absolutely adequate for your entire stack of recipes. And I expect you to throw in a bit more medicinal herbs. Mo Xie saw through the stall owner's intentions, leaving the latter momentarily speechless. If you want tea exchange, I shall head over there instead. I noticed the stall owner there is quite a beauty and would likely appreciate this deal more. With that, he turned to leave. The stall owner hurriedly stepped forward, imploring, medicinal herbs are quite valuable. Let us just exchange the recipes, shall we, brother? Mo Xie's expression darkened. I bid you farewell. Ah, brother, wait. I'll throw in more. What herbs do you need? Take whatever you want. He grasped Mo Xie's hand, leading him back to the stall. Look, here are the recipes, and the herbs are here. Choose whatever you like. May I see the Qi Yuan Dan? Just to verify? The stall owner said, his tone now submissive. Mo Xie handed over the elixir while simultaneously claiming the stack of recipes and some useful herbs. After confirming the transaction details, both parties expressed joy at their successful exchange. Eager to depart and seek out a place that sold alchemical cauldrons, Mo Xie was once again halted by the stall owner, who cheerfully remarked, Brother, are you an alchemist? Sort of, Mo Xie replied, having recently acquired the talent of a low-tier alchemist, but yet to practice. He hesitated to exaggerate his abilities. What tier are you? The stall owner asked, rubbing his hands eagerly. Why should I disclose that to you? Mo Xie remained cautious. Oh, I merely thought that if you ever wished to sell elixirs, you could entrust them to me. I am Lin Tu, a renowned merchant. The stall owner even shot Mo Xie a flirtatious glance. Spare me the flattery. I am just a passerby, and my alchemical skills are rather mediocre, Mo Xie retorted. I do not believe that someone capable of producing a Qi Yuan Dan is merely an ordinary alchemist. My perception is keen. The energy within this Qi Yuan Dan unmistakably bears your unique essence, indicating that it has not passed through another's hands. Thus, it must be your own creation. You must at least be a high-tier alchemist. This small stall owner possessed quite the discerning eye. Mo Xie pondered to himself, now that I am a Dijia Dan master, I will be able to concoct many spiritual elixirs in the future. If I could have a traveling merchant to assist me in selling these pills, it would be a lucrative venture. However, turning around, Mo Xie patted Lin Tu on the shoulder and mischievously remarked, You wish to forge this connection with me and do business together in the future? Is that correct? Then, shouldn't you demonstrate some sincerity? At this moment, Mo Xie appeared even more cunning than the merchant Lin Tu, feeling awkward, stammered, What do you want to do? Don't you need an alchemical furnace to refine pills? Recently, I accidentally destroyed mine and have been searching for a good one. I happen to have a splendid furnace. But I intended to sell it elsewhere, Lin Tu added. See, I knew you had something valuable. Hurry, let us take a look. Mo Xie exclaimed with excitement. Typically, he was the one deceiving others. It was rare for him to be on the receiving end. Nevertheless, if he could truly befriend a high-ranking Dan master, it would not be a loss. Lin Tu silently lamented, then moved to the back of the stall to retrieve a large, glazed box. Chapter 13. Pandanding Lin Tu first blew the dust off the table, then carefully pushed aside the miscellaneous items before placing the glazed box on the surface. You haven't told me your rank as a Dan master yet. Are you truly at the Xian level? Lin Tu hesitated, reluctant to open the box. Just consider me as a Xian level, Mo Xie responded. Just consider you as one. Well, okay. Although Lin Tu struggled to believe Mo Xie, he could indeed sense Mo Xie's aura from the Qi Yuan Dan. Lin Tu was convinced that the Qi Yuan Dan was undoubtedly crafted by Mo Xie, making him at least a Xian-level Dan master. Establishing a connection with a Xian-level master was a tremendous opportunity. Thus, he unlocked the small latch of the glazed box and opened the sides. A faint glow emanated from within, illuminating Lin Tu's face. Before him appeared a beautiful alchemical furnace. The furnace stood on 3 legs, each supported by a tortoise-like creature. The The legs were inscribed with intricate characters detailing the furnace's origin. The belly of the furnace bore the image of a Taotai beast, its eyes embedded with crystal stones that shimmered and seemed to move, appearing vividly animated. This alchemical furnace was named Pan Dan Ding, and it even bore an inscription from its creator. Look here, it states Dan, which means to refine, hence the name Pan Dan Ding. This is the source of its name. Moreover, the carvings of ancient beasts on it give its base the name Gujuji. This furnace is suitable for Dijiadan masters, and for you as a Xian level master, it should suffice. Lin Tu babbled enthusiastically, nearly spitting as he spoke. Mo Xie reached out to gently caress the surface of the Pan Dan Ding, feeling the stable aura of the furnace as a Dan master. This furnace was indeed a splendid item. A furnace suitable for Dijiadan masters would certainly not be inexpensive. Lin Tu was at a loss. This Lin Tu did not seem as unscrupulous as he appeared. He was rather generous. Just as Mo Xie was feeling moved, he suddenly heard a vendor at a nearby stall shouting, Pan Dan Ding, 1 million ling jing each, buy 2 get 3 free, buy 3 get 7. Goodness. Everyone can have one. Such a bargain. Mo Xie shot Lin Tu a glance. Lin Tu awkwardly pointed to the back of the stall, where several similar furnaces were displayed. Sensing Mo Xie's discontent, he quickly ran up and tugged at Mo Xie's sleeve, saying, since you are a Dan master, don't you know that alchemical furnaces are actually quite affordable? Mo Xie was momentarily stunned but could not let Lin Tu realize that it was his first time as a Dan master. Yes, Mo Xie thought. I am indeed a Dijia Dan master who has never refined pills. The ranks of Dan masters are divided into Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Who would believe that a Dijia Dan master had never refined a single pill? I am aware of this, which is why I am contemplating whether to collaborate with you. Alas, you are quite disappointing, Mo Xie sighed, shaking his head. Lin Tu hastily smiled and said, Brother, don't be like that. I was just joking. There won't be a next time, I promise. Mo Xie merely huffed, collected the Pan Dan Ding, and after a brief agreement with Lin Tu, returned to Bing Tianshan. Tomorrow, he would be testing his demonic energy. Mo Xie was uncertain how much demonic energy he possessed, so taking the Mo Xie Dan would provide him with the utmost reassurance. Upon returning to his dwelling, he closed the door, retrieved the prescription for the Mo Xie Dan, and arranged the medicinal materials along with the Pan Dan Ding on the table. Let us try to get started, shall we? With that, Mo Xie began to sense the innate talent of a Dan master within himself. The talent not only bestowed upon him the knowledge of alchemy, but also the habits of a Dan master. Mo Xie gently raised his hand, and an invisible force lifted a portion of the medicinal materials and tossed them into the Pan Dan Ding. Buzz. As the Pan Dan Ding made contact with Mo Xie's true energy, a faint layer of spiritual flame rapidly enveloped it. This spiritual flame was a transformation of true energy. The flame tore into the medicinal materials, extracting their essence. The essence condensed into a viscous substance, floating in the air. Following the instructions of the prescription, Mo Xie selected another batch of materials and tossed them into the Pan Dan Ding. Buzz. During his first attempt at alchemy, Mo Xie found the experience quite enjoyable. However, he failed on his initial attempt to produce a pill. After 2 trials, he finally succeeded in creating a Mo Xie Dan. Holding the finished product in his hand, Mo Xie could hardly contain his excitement and felt an urge to rush out and proclaim, I have successfully refined a pill. Yet, he restrained himself, whispering softly, Incredible, it really worked. Without hesitation, Mo Xie climbed back onto his bed and sat cross-legged. He popped the Mo Xie Dan into his mouth, chewing it like a delightful treat, expecting it to taste exquisite, only to be met with an overwhelming bitterness that nearly caused him to spit it out. He wanted to exclaim, How bitter! But instead, he noticed a visible mist of true energy emanating from his body, filling the room. Amidst the true energy, he could discern faint traces of black, demonic energy. Goodness, I actually possess demonic energy. Mo Xie commanded his true energy to consume the demonic energy. However, the demonic energy was quite elusive. It darted away as if fleeing from an angry spouse caught in an affair, disappearing in an instant. The expelled demonic energy was without a master, while he himself was the master of true energy. With Mo Xie controlling his true energy, he quickly devoured the demonic energy entirely. In the process, he found himself becoming addicted to it, as he discovered that consuming this demonic energy expelled from his own body could enhance his true energy. Moreover, he surprisingly felt signs of a breakthrough approaching. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from within Mo Xie. All of his true energy simultaneously surged into his body. This is a breakthrough. I have ascended from the 3rd stage of Yuan Dan to the 4th stage. Emosia leaped off the bed, glancing at his arms. Not only had he broken through, but he also noticed some muscle growth. However, during the breakthrough, some impurities were expelled from his body, leaving a layer of grayish-yellow grime on his skin. I should go take a bath. Other than Emosia, all the residents of Bing Tianshan were female disciples. The disciples bathed in natural hot springs. Emosia, wishing not to disturb anyone's tranquility, sought out an empty bathing pool. Shedding his garments, he mimicked a diving motion and leaped into the pool. As he bathed, he hummed a tune. I am a little sunshine rainbow pony. Da-da-da-da-da. Outside the bathing pool, a young girl was approaching slowly. Oh. Ever since acquiring the immortal technique, I can cleanse my body with true energy, so I rarely come to the bathing pool. Today, feeling leisurely, I decided to take a bath, she murmured softly to herself. However, before she reached the pool, she was interrupted by the peculiar melody. Is someone there? Who is it? The young maiden quietly approached, peeking her head out, only to be startled. How could it be Emosia? She quickly withdrew in shock. Chapter 14. Let me ascertain the demonic energy level of this wicked sect's practitioner. Lu Qiyun did not anticipate that she would conceal herself in the grass, spying on her junior disciple bathing. To be honest, she had no intention of doing so. Originally, she merely sought to take a bath, but to her surprise, someone was already present. Moreover, it was the only male disciple of the Ice Heaven Mountain, Emosia. She initially thought to leave and find another place to wash. However, in a moment of carelessness, she inadvertently gazed upon her junior disciple in his entirety. While it was not alarming to have seen him, how could she become so entranced? At first, Lu Qiyun was resistant to the notion. Yet, Emosia's physique was indeed extraordinary. Though her cheeks burned with embarrassment, she remained captivated. The male form, how could it be so outrageous? No, despite my lack of experience, I have heard tales, such a thing cannot be so exaggerated. How could Emosia possess something so exaggerated? Oh dear, what is happening to me? This is bad. I cannot continue to gaze. I fear I may become peculiar. Lu Qiyun took a deep breath, then turned to leave. However, she hesitated for a moment, glancing back for a few more minutes. It was only when Emosia finished bathing and was about to emerge that she hurriedly slipped away. After Lu Qiyun departed, Emosia stood in place, perplexed. Huh? Why have I received 20,000 excitement points? Where did this come from? The following day, on a floating mountain outside the library, disciples of the Taiyin Holy Church surrounded the area. Most of their gazes were fixed upon a martial arts platform atop the floating mountain. However, today there would be no combat. Instead, a test was underway, a test to determine whether Emosia possessed demonic energy. Lu Qiyun had arrived early with Emosia to wait. Li Ergu arrived even earlier than Emosia, and upon seeing him, he mocked. Humph! You wicked sect practitioner. Once the results are revealed, you shall have no place to hide. Ha! But perhaps I won't even need to take action. Once your identity as a wicked sect practitioner is exposed, all my fellow disciples here will hasten to eliminate you. With so many people present today, not even a single action is needed. Merely a spit from each of us would suffice to drown you. Indeed, I believe there is no need to wait for the Grand Elder. You might as well confess. The sooner you die, the sooner you can be reborn. As soon as Li Ergu finished speaking, someone nearby echoed his sentiments. Emosia shook his head, thinking, I am truly deeply sinful. Sister, look at these people, they are all as anxious as monkeys. Emosia whispered to Lu Qiyun. It seemed Lu Qiyun did not hear him, merely casting a furtive glance in his direction, her face reddening. Sister? Emosia was puzzled by her odd behavior today. Ever since they set out together, he sensed something amiss. Today, his sister had not spoken a word and occasionally glanced at him, scrutinizing him up and down, left and right. He could not fathom her intentions. Noticing her indifference, Emosia began to waver. Surely, she does not believe I am part of the wicked sect. Alas, I am starting to worry whether that testing stone is accurate. Although I have eliminated most of my demonic energy, a portion remains. However, that part cannot truly be considered demonic energy, nor is it something I wish to retain. It should be the curse of the demon's sentiment on me, which does not manifest as demonic energy, yet I wonder if it will be detected by the testing stone. Just as Emosia was troubled, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded. Everyone looked up in unison, witnessing the Zi Yao Long soaring gracefully through the clouds. The Zi Yao Long descended upon the platform, its claws tearing into the ground, embedding themselves in the stones. Its limbs were adorned with long, flowing fur, brushing against the earth and swaying with the wind. The Grand Elder gracefully dismounted from the dragon's back, landing beside Li Ergu. Master, greetings, Grand Elder. The disciples bowed deeply, calling out praises that echoed throughout the heavens. The reverberations lingering. The Grand Elder raised a hand gently, signaling for silence, then turned to glance at Li Ergu before shifting his gaze to Emosia. From within his cosmic sleeve, the Grand Elder produced a translucent orb and elegantly approached Emosia. As Emosia observed the Grand Elder drawing near, he mustered his courage to step forward. Although the Grand Elder was not taller than Emosia, the aura he exuded was immensely daunting. The Grand Elder was at the 9th stage of the Spirit Immortal Realm, while Emosia was only at the 4th stage of the Yuan Dan Realm. The oppressive sensation thumped against the back of Emosia's head, yet he stood tall and straight. Place your hand upon the testing stone. It will reveal your level of demonic energy. Let me discern whether you belong to the righteous path or the wicked sect. The Grand Elder cast a disdainful glance at Emosia before extending the testing stone towards him. Emosia glanced back at Lu Qiyun. Her face still bore a blush, and upon catching Emosia's gaze, she quelled her inner tumult, earnestly encouraging him. Go ahead, junior disciple. I believe in you. Lu Qiyun could not afford to doubt him. For Emosia was the designated disciple of the Ice Heaven Holy Maiden. Indeed. Go forth, junior disciple. All the senior sisters present believed in you, not just Lu Qiyun, but also the other 2nd, 3rd, and 4th senior sisters from Ice Heaven Mountain. Emosia felt a flicker of emotion in his heart as he extended his hand and placed it upon the testing stone. As the testing stone sensed Emosia's presence, it emitted a blinding light. Here it comes. I shall see how high this wicked sect practitioner's demonic energy level is. Li Ergu eagerly rushed forward, fixated on the testing stone. The surrounding disciples erupted into chatter. Humph, I knew he was a wicked sect practitioner. Quick, let us see what his demonic energy level is. It has yet to be revealed. Look, it's about to appear. 188,888? So high? Wait, there's a negative sign in front. Does that mean 188,888? What does this mean? Li Ergu could hardly believe his eyes. The Grand Elder, too, was astonished, his mouth agape. The other onlookers were in uproar, some shouting. A negative sign? What does a negative value signify? Someone replied. A positive value indicates that the person belongs to the wicked sect, utterly evil, while a negative value signifies one of the righteous path, exceedingly just. What? Are you implying that? My implication is that this Emosia is a paragon of righteousness, a truly virtuous individual. To think such a righteous person exists in this world, it shames me. How could I have ever doubted Emosia? I am utterly unworthy. Thus, we have all wronged him. Excitement detected, excitement points 200. Excitement detected, excitement points 300. Gradually, Emosia accrued nearly 50,000 excitement points. Yet, he did not feel particularly elated, for in comparison to the previous occasion, the excitement points he gained from the crowd were too meager. Different individuals yield varying amounts of excitement points for Emosia. However, the first encounter with each person yields a high value, which diminishes thereafter. Having experienced this once before, the subsequent collection yielded significantly lower numbers. Last time it was 100,000, this time only 50,000, and a portion of that was from the initial collection. Indeed, the first time holds great significance. Chapter 15. Junior Disciple, you have endured injustice. Grand Elder, please say something. Suddenly, someone shouted. At this outcry, all eyes turned towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. His face was as dark as storm clouds. He hastily stowed away the magic testing stone and pointed at Li Ergu, whispering, You little rascal, how could this person be a member of the demonic sect? Now look, it has shown a negative value. To suspect a disciple with such a high righteousness value in front of me, the Grand Elder. Where do you think that leaves my dignity? Li Ergu took the magic testing stone from the Grand Elder's hand and pressed his face against it. The negative sign was glaringly clear. Li Shixiao, surely the magic testing stone is not faulty? Li Ergu, you have deceived us all, and now you wish to say something? You almost wronged a righteous person. How will you justify that now? Indeed, this handsome man is clearly a person of integrity, and with such a high righteousness value. Could your slander stem from jealousy? The murmurs from the crowd ignited Li Ergu's frustration. He still could not believe his eyes. He threw down the magic testing stone and strode forward, raising his sword to point at Emosia, gritting his teeth. You must have used some vile sorcery to tamper with the magic testing stone. Otherwise, how could it show a negative value, especially one so pronounced? At that moment, Li Ergu appeared before everyone as a deranged villain. Before Emosia could utter a word, Lu Qiyun and her fellow disciples stepped in front of him, all pointing their swords at Li Ergu. Lu Qiyun glared at Li Ergu, scolding, Li Ergu, can you cease your fabrications? How has my junior brother offended you, that you would forsake your principles and speak with such a crooked conscience? You have seen it. Everyone has seen it. The magic energy value was indeed negative. As disciples of Tai Yin Sheng Jiao, we know the magic testing stone cannot fail. If it were faulty, then would I also be a member of the demonic sect if I received a negative value? Are all these fellow disciples also part of the demonic sect? It is clearly you who, in your desperation, have resorted to slander. Yes, yes, echoed the voices of the disciples accompanying Lu Qiyun. Ergo, let it go. Brother Ergo, please. Perhaps you truly misread it this time. Indeed, the magic energy value is clearly negative. If you slander him as a member of the demonic sect, what will others say about us? Several of Li Ergo's fellow disciples quietly urged him. The Grand Elder stood speechless, as he knew he was in the wrong, especially with so many witnesses to the negative value. How could he defend himself? Li Ergo felt a tight knot of grievance in his chest. Clearly, Mo Xie was a member of the demonic sect. Why was no one in Tai Yin Sheng Jiao willing to listen to him? I am not wrong. The one at fault is Mo Xie. The fault lies with all of you. Why does no one believe me? Li Ergo was overwhelmed with anger, and blood vessels appeared in his eyes. He pointed his sword at Mo Xie, shouting, "He is definitely a member of the demonic sect. I saw him in a cave in Hehuan Zone. Why do you not believe me? He is an undercover agent from the demonic sect, here to harm us. Received pain emotion, pain points 2,000. Pain points." Mo Xie glanced at Li Ergo, and an unexpected wave of sympathy washed over him. To be honest, at first, Mo Xie only wished for his magic energy value to be 0. However, he never anticipated that not only would he possess no magic energy, but he would also have a negative value, inexplicably becoming a paragon of righteousness. At that moment, Mo Xie stepped forward, gently pushing aside the elder sisters, standing before Li Ergo, and said slowly, "Li Shixiao, are you not speaking nonsense? My righteousness value is so high. I am clearly here to benefit our Tai Yin Sheng Jiao. Your words seem rather unfair to me." With that, Mo Xie feigned hurt and buried himself in Lu Qiyun's embrace. Upon contact, Lu Qiyun's posture stiffened, her face turning as red as a ripe watermelon. Her eyes blinked rapidly as she stammered, "Oh dear, junior brother you." After several moments of stuttering, she redirected her ire towards Li Ergo. Pointing her sword at him, "Li Ergo, look what you've done. You've made my little junior brother feel so self-conscious." Self-conscious? He is clearly putting on an act. Look, he just smiled. Did you all see that? Did you see it? Li Ergo shouted frantically. Yet, no one responded, nor did anyone witness Mo Xie's smile. To them, he appeared to be losing his mind. Li Ergo's voice echoed in the arena, ultimately fading into desolation. Received pain emotion, pain points 4,000. Li Ergo burst into tears, rushing toward the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, with a face of disdain, pushed him away. The more Li Ergo pondered, the more aggrieved he felt. Frustrated, he swung his sword and chased after Mo Xie, shouting, "You demonic sect scoundrel, deceiving my fellow disciples. Now even my master ignores me. Just wait, I will slay you. I dare you." Lu Qiyun and her companions raised their swords, ready to engage Li Ergo. Suddenly, before Li Ergo's sword could descend, the entire arena fell eerily silent, a palpable pressure descending upon the crowd. Everyone felt their chi weaken, and the air turned frigid. Several cranes that had been perched nearby, startled, unfurled their wings, and took flight. However, before they could escape the arena, they were abruptly encased in ice, crashing to the ground like stones, shattering into countless pieces. The chill intensified, causing the entire floating mountain to tremble ominously. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, retreating 5 steps. Li Ergo realized he could not move. Looking down, he found his feet frozen in ice. He struggled to break free, but to no avail. "Mo Xie, release me." Li Ergo shouted, believing Mo Xie was responsible. Mo Xie spread his hands and replied, "Do you not see my strength? How could I possibly restrain you? Li Shixiao." "What? If it is not you, then who could it be?" Li Ergo suddenly fell silent. A wave of dread surged through him, goosebumps creeping over his body. In Tai Yin Sheng Jiao, aside from Mo Xie, there was only one other person who could wield Tai Yin Hanbing. Moreover, she was the founder of Tai Yin Hanbing and the second of the 3 Saintesses of Tai Yin Sheng Jiao. The Ice Goddess by Su. Chapter 16. The Ice Goddess icicles surrounded the celestial mountain. The cold air emanating from the icicles entwined like transparent threads, binding everyone in place, rendering them immobile. The overwhelming sense of pressure made it impossible for anyone present to lift their heads. Then, the icicles began to release cold energy towards each other, coalescing into a sheet of ice. The ice formed sharp edges, doubling, then quadrupling. Boom. The entire floating mountain was sealed in ice. No one on the arena could escape. Even the clouds that once floated in the mountains were now frozen, as if time had come to a standstill. Frost crept onto everyone's faces, the Grand Elder included. Tap, tap, tap. Within the ice-encased floating mountain, silence reigned as no one dared speak. The only sound was the soft padding of bare feet on the ground. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. A tall woman clad in a gown of snow descended gracefully onto the arena, stepping through the icy mist. Her face was devoid of expression, her white eyes scanning the crowd. No one dared to meet her gaze. Instead, they knelt, one by one, proclaiming her name, Ice Goddess. Ice Goddess. The reverberations of their calls shook the ground beneath them. After a moment, the Ice Goddess suddenly halted. The surroundings fell into an eerie stillness. Bing Tianxing stood upright at the center of the martial arts platform, casting a disdainful glance at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder flinched as though pierced by a blade of ice, an instant chill coursing through his mind. Terrified, he hastily knelt before her, exclaiming, I was unaware of your arrival, Holy Maiden Bing Tian. I failed to prepare a welcoming ceremony. It is my dereliction of duty. With a slight huff, Bing Tianxing then turned her gaze towards Li Ergo, who broke into a cold sweat. However, the perspiration crystallized into ice pellets within seconds, clattering as they fell to the ground. Ice, Bing Tianxing unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure of Bing Tianxing Li Ergo's mental defenses crumbled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. A frigid wind swept past, and in its wake, Li Ergo was transformed into an ice sculpture. Through the icy facade, his expression of terror remained frozen, as if time had been halted. The Grand Elder, witnessing his second disciple encased in ice, dared not even breathe. Bing Tianxing's pristine feet touched the frozen surface of the martial arts platform, a delicate pink hue rising from her ankles. She advanced step by step towards Mo Xie, while Lu Qiyun and the other disciples had already knelt in reverence. Yet, Mo Xie stood there, frozen in place. Quickly kneel, junior brother. Do not provoke Master's ire. Lu Qiyun whispered urgently, tugging at Mo Xie's garments. Before he could react, Bing Tianxing was already at his side. She appraised him with a discerning gaze, and a faint blush graced her cheeks as she flicked her crimson tongue across her lips, causing her lip gloss to shimmer subtly. Senior sister. Before Mo Xie could finish, Bing Tianxing waved her hand. A gust of icy wind ripped through the ground beneath Mo Xie, and an unseen force lifted a section of earth, encasing it in frost. Thus, a platform of ice emerged beneath his feet, elevating him before Bing Tianxing. Without further ado, she soared into the air with Mo Xie in tow. With a mere gesture, she shattered the ice, sealing the mountain, and released all the frost from its summit. Bing Tianxing ascended beyond the mountain, heading towards the vast sky, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. What's happening? I thought Bing Tianxing was about to be angry. So that Mo Xie is truly her disciple. But why have I never heard of this before? Lu Qiyun and her fellow disciples stood up, their expressions filled with confusion as they gazed at Mo Xie being taken away by Bing Tianxing. Why is the master so fond of this junior brother? Isn't she averse to men? Could it be she has never encountered a handsome one before? But that is not the point. The focal point is that we, at Tai Yin Sheng Jiao, must cultivate purity and focus on the Qing Yin Ascension Sutra. What is the master doing now? Once Bing Tianxing and Mo Xie departed, the onlookers, frightened, gradually dispersed. Encountering Bing Tianxing was not a pleasant experience for ordinary disciples, for if she were displeased, she could easily eliminate everyone present without consequence. Even the sect leader, Yuan Mangxing, would not intervene. The Grand Elder sighed as he gazed at the ice-encased Li Ergo and approached him. Observing closely, he reassured, fortunately, the Holy Maiden did not strike lethally. We can simply thaw him out. With that, the Grand Elder gestured, and Xiao Long obediently extended its claws, lifting the ice sculpture of Li Ergo and soaring into the sky with the Grand Elder. High above, amidst thick clouds, the mist brushed against Mo Xie's face. Yet it did not disturb his hairstyle. This was due to his utilization of true energy, which shielded him from the wind's interference. However, even without true energy, he need not worry about his hair being disheveled, as Bing Tianxing led the way, the formidable aura emanating from her naturally kept ordinary winds at bay. Sister, Mo Xie called out softly, yet Bing Tianxing remained silent. Why? Why does this woman seem like two different people, one with clothes and one without? And now she is ignoring me completely? Where is she taking me? Just as Mo Xie's mind swirled with questions, he suddenly noticed Bing Tianxing descending. Emerging from the clouds, he realized she was returning to Bing Tianshan. Upon landing, she guided him directly into the Bing Tian Palace, where she unceremoniously tossed him into the sleeping quarters. Mo Xie mused, "So you traveled all this way to the martial arts platform just to retrieve me for this? Isn't that a bit too direct?" His thoughts raced, but he had little time to contemplate further. Bing Tiansheng Nu leaped onto him with wild abandon, seemingly devoid of reason, tearing at his garments. Their clothes flew from the bed like branches caught in a tempest. Her breath, a tantalizing blend of allure and chill, enveloped him. Her body radiated frost, yet heated rapidly, merging with true energy to become intensely warm. The scorching temperature melted the frost upon her, leaving her glistening and slick, akin to a slippery eel. "Sister, please don't rush." Chapter 17. Descending the mountain with senior sister. "Sister, why is your face so flushed?" "Oh, can I not be anxious? I thought I was on the verge of a breakthrough, but I was just short. Today, no matter what, I must extract some useful energy from you." Bing Tianxing Nu was nearly frantic. Excitement detected. Excitement points, 250. As expected of the Supreme Cauldron. Excitement detected. Excitement points, 500. The excitement points obtained from the same individual decreased with repetition. Mo Xie reflected. I can feel it coming. Excitement detected. Excitement points, 1,000. Before long, Bing Tianxing Nu languidly reclined against Mo Xie. Yet he remained alert, lamenting that he had only earned 10,000 excitement points. Turning to look, he found Bing Tianxing Nu now appeared as weak as a slumbering kitten. If one were truly to assassinate her, this might be the opportunity. However, what if she could still strike me down with a single slap in this state? After all, she is the second strongest in the world. Yet, gazing at the frail Bing Tianxing Nu, a bold thought sprang to Mo Xie's mind. "Hey, Mo Xie, what are you planning?" "Hey, sister, I still have energy." "Oh, sister is already tired." No, this is too. Excitement detected. Excitement points, 2,000. Oh, the excitement points are quite substantial. Shall I try this move again? Slow down. Mo Xie, take it easy. Excitement detected. Excitement points, 5,000. Excitement detected. Mo Xie, I'm really tired. I'm exhausted. The Supreme Cauldron is truly marvelous. How about it? Sister, do you sense any signs of a breakthrough? Yes, it's broken, it's broken. Bing Tianxing Nu could not articulate a complete response. Thus, Mo Xie exited the bed and stepped out. He had earned an additional 30,000 excitement points, leaving him quite satisfied. Just as he emerged from the Bing Tian Palace, he encountered his returning senior sister, Lu Qiyun. Lu Qiyun inquired with concern, "So, did master reprimand you?" "Oh, yes, indeed, I was thoroughly chastised by sister." Mo Xie tidied his clothes and then spoke. Lu Qiyun, unable to comprehend Mo Xie's words, sighed and said, "As long as you are familiar with it, it's fine. My master has a peculiar temperament, so don't take it to heart." "All right, I won't take it to heart. Instead, I will take it elsewhere." Lu Qiyun found Mo Xie's words even more perplexing. Assuming he had been reprimanded, she patted his shoulder and suggested, "How about this? Senior sister will take you down the mountain to play, just to clear your mind. All right? Down the mountain?" "Yes, down the mountain. Can I really leave Tai in Xingjiao? But what if the Saintess finds out?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. We'll keep it a secret and sneak down the mountain. Don't worry, I've done this many times before." It was unexpected that this senior sister was quite mischievous. "All right, when shall we go down the mountain?" "Let us wait a couple of days. Master should go into seclusion again soon, then I'll take you." "Good." As Lu Qiyun had predicted, the Ice Heaven Saintess entered seclusion once more. Mo Xie was delighted to accompany Lu Qiyun down the mountain. The thought of going down the mountain to play filled him with joy. After all, since his arrival in this realm, he had been imprisoned by Hehuan Sect. Following the destruction of Hehuan Sect, he became a captive of the Ice Heaven Saintess, confined to the palace and limited to activities within Tai Yin Shengjiao. Subsequently, as a disciple of the Ice Heaven Saintess, his daily life was still restricted to Tai Yin Shengjiao. Finally being able to descend the mountain, he was so elated that he even changed into a set of platinum-colored robes, appearing more spirited than before. When Lu Qiyun first caught sight of Mo Xie's new attire, she was momentarily captivated. She candidly exclaimed, "My junior brother is truly handsome." With Lu Qiyun leading the way, Mo Xie smoothly exited Tai Yin Shengjiao. The two mounted their flying swords and soared among the clouds. After flying for half an hour, they finally glimpsed a mortal city. Lu Qiyun pointed at the city and said, "After flying for so long, we have finally found a decent city. Let us see if there is anything delicious." "Senior sister, we cultivators have abstained from food. How can you still be so greedy?" Lu Qiyun playfully glared at Mo Xie and replied, "What do you know? Tai Yin Sheng Jiao forbids indulgence, so we must compensate through our appetites or other means. Otherwise, it will hinder our cultivation. As she spoke, a faint blush crept onto Lu Qiyun's cheeks. Before they reached the city, the two descended into a forest, wishing to conceal their identities as immortals to preserve the enjoyment of their journey. Upon entering the city, Lu Qiyun was like a lively neighbor girl, bouncing around, inspecting everything. She picked out several beautiful pieces of jewelry to adorn herself, and then showcased them to Mo Xia, saying, "Little junior brother, do you think I look pretty?" To be fair, she was indeed beautiful. Most cultivators possessed striking appearances, although Lu Qiyun was not among the top beauties in Tai Yin Shengjiao. She was certainly above average. As her robe fluttered, her delicate hands gently inserted a jade hairpin into her hair. Her eyes glimmered softly in the faint sunlight, akin to an unfathomable azure pool. Mo Xia gently responded, "Seeing your sister possesses a beauty that could topple kingdoms. This small jade hairpin hardly compliments you." What began as mere flattery made Lu Qiyun's face flush crimson. "What are you saying? Really, how improper?" Lu Qiyun lowered her head, her face gradually turning rosy. "Senior sister?" Mo Xia, concerned that something was amiss with Lu Qiyun, hurriedly approached her. As Mo Xia drew near, Lu Qiyun's face turned even redder. Flustered, she averted her gaze from him, quickly pushed him away, and stammered, "It's nothing, nothing at all." Being a high-level cultivator, Lu Qiyun soon calmed her turbulent emotions. Once she settled her heart, she mischievously removed the jade hairpin from her head. With a playful hop, she inserted it into Mo Xia's hair, giggling, "Humph. You should wear it, little junior brother." Mo Xia reached out, intending to grab the hairpin, but accidentally grasped Lu Qiyun's small hand instead. This delicate hand felt as soft as water. Lu Qiyun's face blushed deeply, and she hurriedly withdrew her hand, covering her face and retreating to the side, tears of embarrassment streaming down her cheeks. This sudden outburst startled Mo Xia. "Senior sister, did I hurt you?" Chapter 18. "Senior sister, something seems off." No, it's nothing. Just let me compose myself." Lu Qiyun took a long time to regain her composure. However, every time she glanced at Mo Xia's face, her emotions would once again spiral. She blinked her large eyes, staring at Mo Xia, contemplating, "Why am I losing my composure more and more? At this rate, where is the demeanor of a senior sister?" After regaining her calm, Lu Qiyun patted Mo Xia and said, "Shall we go? Senior sister will treat you to some mortal delicacies, like pig trotters." I saw a tavern nearby with a promotional board. Mo Xia did not respond, but blinked rapidly, seemingly lost in thought. Indeed, he had been distracted. Just moments ago, he had heard the system's announcement. Received excitement points 5,000. Where did these 5,000 excitement points come from? Mo Xia was baffled and couldn't fathom it. While he was lost in thought, Lu Qiyun tugged at his arm, urging, "Let us go. Forget it, it's not important. Isn't it great to receive 5,000 excitement points for free? Perhaps the system has a bug?" Mo Xia did not dwell on it. Upon reaching the tavern Lu Qiyun indicated, the aroma of meat greeted them as they entered. The establishment's specialty was indeed pig trotters. After finding a seat, Lu Qiyun called out, "Waiter, bring us 2 pounds of your signature pig trotters, a plate of fennel beans, a plate of stir-fried peanuts, and a bowl of sturgeon soup." Coming right up. Seeing Lu Qiyun being so generous, the waiter happily dashed to the kitchen. Just as the waiter left, 2 burly men at a nearby table cast glances at Lu Qiyun. The 2 men were whispering amongst themselves, and moments later, they approached. These soldiers, accustomed to bullying the weak, would not let a beauty like Lu Qiyun go unchallenged. One of them, without hesitation, stepped onto the bench in front of Lu Qiyun, scrutinizing her figure and face, then remarked, "TSK, how can such a stunning beauty exist in this remote place?" The other man, standing on the opposite side of the bench, leered and said, "Beautiful lady, care to share a drink with this soldier?" Lu Qiyun frowned and sighed. "Alas, you mortals cannot discern the rank of cultivators, nor do you know to be cautious." As she spoke, she prepared to strike. "Ah, my hand." Before Lu Qiyun could make a move, one of the burly men swung his arm wildly, crashing into the nearby table. The other man looked up and was astonished to see that his companion's hand had become frozen. "What is going on?" The burly man hurriedly scanned Lu Qiyun and Mo Xia, frowning and stammering. "You two are cultivators?" No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding air grew colder. "Why has it suddenly turned cold? Hey, are those people fighting? Oh dear, that's the work of immortals. Run, don't get caught in the crossfire. If you're slow, you might not even know how you died." The surrounding diners, frightened by the scene, fled before even placing their orders. Oh dear, what a calamity. The tavern owner was also terrified and dared not move, huddling behind the counter, repeatedly calling out to the fleeing patrons, "You haven't paid yet. Guests, please don't run." But he only shouted, too afraid to step outside, fearing to be caught in the fight. The tavern owner, hiding in the corner, secretly glanced at Hehuan, only to see him gently raise his hand, causing thick frost to form on the ground. The frost beneath the feet of the two barbarian men crept up, immobilizing their legs as if the ground itself had ensnared them. "The tie-in haining of my junior brother indeed possesses the elegance of a master," remarked Lu Qiyun, lightly tapping the table with her knuckles. Suddenly, the ground beneath the two barbarian men sank, as if a ferocious beast had bitten down on their feet, trapping them further. Hehuan gazed at the sunken ground in astonishment and exclaimed, "Sister, this technique appears to be a form of earth manipulation? A mere earth sword cannot inflict harm, but it is rather amusing to play with." As she spoke, Lu Qiyun gently raised her hand, causing a patch of ground to rise and fall in synchrony with her movements. Indeed, a fascinating celestial art. After a while of waiting, with the dishes yet to arrive, Lu Qiyun, growing impatient, adjusted her bangs and stood up. She raised her hand and called out to the waiter, "Hurry up with the dishes. I could starve to death." Just then, the waiter brought forth a plate of peanuts and a dish of fennel beans from the kitchen. Upon closer inspection, he froze in place. "Oh dear. Our table and chairs." He gazed ahead and saw the ground covered in frost, causing him to drop the plate in fright. Yet before it hit the ground, two hands formed from the frost caught it, ensuring not a single peanut or fennel bean spilled. Hehuan commanded the icy hands to deliver the plates to their table, turning back to the waiter with a warning, "Be careful. Enough, junior brother, that is quite sufficient. Using too much celestial magic could escalate the situation. If the Grand Elder finds out, we shall face punishment. How can I sit idly by while they bully my sister?" Hearing Hehuan's concern, Lu Qiyun felt a surge of happiness and smiled. "What a good junior brother you are." She then stood up and shouted to the waiter, "Stop dawdling. Hurry and bring out the pig's trotters from the kitchen." Yes, yes. I will rush to the kitchen now." The waiter scrambled to his feet, slipping several times on the icy ground. By the time the pig's trotters arrived, and Hehuan and Lu Qiyun finished their meal, the two barbarian men trapped on the ground dared not even breathe. Two mere mortals, how could they dare oppose celestial beings? They exchanged glances, fully aware that they had encountered formidable opponents today. Regret filled their hearts, fearing whether these celestial beings might resort to lethal measures. Fortunately, after Lu Qiyun finished her meal, she released the two men. After all, they were but mortals, and as a righteous cultivator, she deemed it unnecessary to stoop to their level. Soon, night fell, and the two settled into the inn. Just as Hehuan prepared to sleep, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Hehuan. Startled, he leapt from his bed, glancing around but finding no one. "Who? I thought it was my sister calling me," he muttered, suspecting it to be a mere illusion. "Hehuan." The voice came again, clearer this time. He realized it was not from anyone nearby, but rather emanating from the Hehuan bell. The voice belonged to the Grand Elder of the Hehuan Sect, Hehuan. "Hehuan, how goes it? Have you uncovered any information regarding the tie-in Xinyu?" Panic washed over him as he recalled his oversight. "Oh no, I completely forgot about that." Chapter 19. My childhood friend is a bit intrepid. Hehuan felt utterly embarrassed, and, after some contemplation, concocted a vague response. "Well, there are some leads, but the tie-in holy sect conceals its treasures too deeply, making them difficult to find." "Ah, that makes sense. After all, it is the foremost sect in the world, and the tie-in Xinyu is their treasured possession. How could it be so easily stolen?" sighed Grand Elder Hehuan. Then, a bright voice replaced the Grand Elder's in Hehuan's ear. "Hehuan, are you well? Have you missed me?" The voice belonged to Yuling, Hehuan's childhood companion and the current leader of the Hehuan Sect. Hehuan's feelings towards her were complex. She had treated him kindly, yet her father had imprisoned him to serve as her exclusive furnace, a fate he had not chosen. Once, he had been prepared as her dedicated furnace by the previous leader of the Hehuan Sect, only to be intercepted by the ice-cold Saintess of the righteous tie-in holy sect. The holy sect truly bears heavy sins. "I am well, what about you? Have you been diligently cultivating?" Hehuan spoke to Yuling in a tone akin to an elder brother addressing his younger sister. Yuling was significantly younger than Hehuan, still a minor. Otherwise, he would not have been confined for so long. "Hee. I am now at the second stage of Yuandan. Isn't that impressive?" Yuling's cheerful voice accompanied the sound of the Hehuan bell. "Impressive indeed, Yuling. However, I heard from Hehuan that you are something your father has left for me. Yet now it has been taken by that shameless woman of the righteous sect." Yuling's voice, tinged with resentment, echoed from the Hehuan bell, accompanied by the sound of teeth grinding together. How do I explain this? I too am a victim in this situation. I know. Do not worry. I will definitely become stronger and one day confront the Taiyin Holy Sect, deal with that shameless woman, and retrieve you. Just as Yuling was about to continue, her voice abruptly cut off. Yuling? Yuling? No matter how Mo called out, he could not hear her voice. Upon reflection, he surmised that the duration of the Hehuan bell had expired. This device was akin to a mobile phone with poor signal reception. Meanwhile, on the other end of the Hehuan bell, I will protect you. After speaking, Yuling waited in vain for a response. Frustrated, she grasped the Hehuan bell tightly and slammed it onto the ground a few times before picking it back up to listen. Just moments ago, she could hear Moc's voice, but now there was only silence. Is this broken? With that thought, Yuling forcefully tossed the Hehuan bell to the ground and raised her foot to stomp on it. The Grand Elder, Mingquan, hurriedly intervened, shielding the Hehuan bell, but ended up stepping right where Yuling had stomped. Mingquan, both amused and exasperated, carefully retrieved the Hehuan bell, lamenting, "Oh dear, my lady, my young sect leader. This is the treasured artifact of our Hehuan sect. Should it be damaged, our efforts to revive the sect will be severely hindered." The second elder, Qinggu, rushed over to check whether the Hehuan bell had been harmed. After thorough inspection, they found it unscathed and sighed in relief. However, in the blink of an eye, they noticed that Yuling had vanished. The young sect leader has disappeared again. We took our eyes off her for just a moment, and she runs off. How can we hope to revive the Hehuan sect if she continues to be so reckless? The two elders lamented, following the trail of her aura until they found her at the foot of a mountain, engaged in a scuffle with a magical beast. Young sect leader, do not act impulsively. That is a level 8 mystical beast. You are only at the second stage of Yuandan. Oh no, do not touch the beast's rear. It will go berserk. The two elders, helplessly amused, rushed to assist her. After the disturbance caused by the Hehuan bell, Mo found it difficult to sleep. Unable to rest, he rose to concoct alchemical potions. Previously, he had not only acquired the formula for Mo Dan from that unscrupulous merchant Lin Tu, but also several other formulas for mystical grade elixirs. With some extra herbs at hand, he successfully crafted numerous mystical grade elixirs, storing them within his Qingquan sleeve. It was already late, and he prepared to sleep, gazing at the starlit sky outside the window before lying on his bed. He closed his eyes and drifted off for a little over 10 minutes when suddenly, he heard the sound of porcelain shattering next door, followed by strange murmurs. Sister? What is going on in there? Although Mo was curious, after careful consideration, he concluded that it was a matter pertaining to someone else's private chamber, and as a man, he should not interfere. With that thought, he closed his eyes and resumed his slumber. Soon, a loud crash echoed from the adjacent room, the sound of porcelain shattering. Alarmed, Mo sprang from his bed and hurriedly made his way to the door. Standing before his senior sister's room, he knocked and inquired, "Senior sister, is everything all right?" From within, a low voice emerged, belonging to Lu Qiyun. Without hesitation, Mo pushed the door open and entered, only to be met with a startling sight. Lu Qiyun was sprawled on the floor, crawling as she reached for water from the table. Originally, there should have been 3 cups, but now only one remained intact. The other 2 lay shattered on the ground. She trembled as she grasped the remaining cup, her lips dry and pale, struggling to steady her grip. In a moment, the cup slipped from her fingers, shattering like the others. Lu Qiyun groaned softly and collapsed onto the floor, her body racked with pain. Her face was adorned with glowing curse markings, which writhed across her skin like elusive insects. "What is happening, senior sister?" Mo asked, moving closer to embrace her. However, the instant he touched Lu Qiyun, she recoiled as if scalded, retreating to a corner and murmuring, "No, do not come near me. Senior sister, it's me, Mo. What is wrong?" Confused, he pursued her, grasping her hand. The moment his fingers brushed against Lu Qiyun, the curse markings swiftly transferred to him. "What is this?" Mo exclaimed, startled by the sudden invasion of the markings. Get away, get away." He swatted at them, attempting to dislodge the curses, but to no avail. Strangely, once the markings latched onto him, a faint glow emanated from his body, consuming the curses. Subsequently, the markings on Lu Qiyun drained into Mo's being, as if a drain had been opened in a pool. Chapter 20. The Rebound of the Qingyan Ascension Technique. Senior sister, please remain calm. Mo's heart raced, pounding so fast he felt it might leap from his chest. Lu Qiyun, dazed, lunged toward him, her lips pressing against his neck. Hiss. Mo's felt his entire body flush with heat. Emotional excitement received, excitement points, 4,000. Lu Qiyun showed no intention of stopping her actions. And as Mo's glow intensified, the curse markings diminished. Soon, they vanished entirely, bringing an end to Lu Qiyun's distress. Lu Qiyun, only now realize my indiscretion, she exclaimed, her face flushed as she scrambled away from him. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, junior brother. I lost composure. Tears welled in her eyes. Emosia shook his head, straightening his disheveled clothing, and remarked, Senior sister, what just happened? You frightened me. Lu Qiyun lowered her gaze, wiping away her tears as she explained, it was merely the rebound of the Qingyan Ascension technique. Why would you experience a rebound from the Qingyan Ascension technique? Emosia asked, perplexed. Lu Qiyun bowed her head further, her voice barely a whisper as she murmured, during the cultivation of the Qingyan Ascension technique. If one becomes emotionally stirred, a rebound may occur, and in severe cases, it could lead to a descent into madness. Emotionally stirred? Does that mean you have someone you like? Yes, no. I do not have anyone I like. I lost composure. Perhaps it was not an emotional stir that caused the rebound. I've heard that being flustered can lead to it, so I must have simply been flustered. Nothing to worry about. How can I not worry? Those strange curse markings on you were absorbing your true energy. Did you not realize you were moments away from being consumed by them? Those markings are manifestations of the Qingyan Ascension technique's rebound. Wait, the markings disappeared? Why? Lu Qiyun looked up, puzzled. She approached Emosia, grasping his hand anxiously. Oh no, did the markings transfer to you? This is terrible. I have put you in danger. Junior brother, I am so sorry. Quickly, remove your clothing. Let me see where the markings have crawled to. As she spoke, she began to unfasten Emosia's garments. Emosia caught her wrist, asserting, Senior sister, I'm fine. How can you be fine? Lu Qiyun exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Look, he said, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms, gazing intently at Lu Qiyun. She could hardly believe her eyes, gingerly running her fingers over his arms several times before confirming he was indeed unharmed. After releasing his hand, Lu Qiyun gasped, How can this be? That is the Qingyan Ascension technique. It is the most powerful technique of our holy sect. How did you withstand its rebound? And yet, you appear completely unscathed. I have never heard of such a thing. Emosia fell into contemplation. Why is this so? Why can I resist the rebound of the Qingyan Ascension technique? Wait. I recall every time on the bed, the Ice Heaven Saintess would mutter about the connection between the Qingyan Ascension technique and the Supreme Cauldron. Let me think back and connect it with what I've read before. He finally understood why the Ice Heaven Saintess sought intimacy with him. Cultivating the Qingyan Ascension technique necessitated maintaining one's maiden status. Otherwise, a rebound would ensue. However, after the Ice Heaven Saintess engaged with him, she did not suffer a rebound. This implied that the Supreme Cauldron could counteract the rebound of the Qingyan Ascension technique. Moreover, following their encounters, the Ice Heaven Saintess would enter seclusion, suggesting that the Supreme Cauldron could enhance the Qingyan Ascension technique. Indeed, after that day, the Ice Heaven Saintess had discovered her own limitations. As Emosia pondered these revelations, Lu Qiyun watched him in silence, the atmosphere growing awkward. Junior brother, please do not speak of today's events, Lu Qiyun requested softly. Rest assured, senior sister. My lips are sealed. As soon as the words left his mouth, an air of awkward intimacy enveloped them. Both were disheveled. And with only the two of them in the room, the tension from earlier made their breaths quicken. The sound of their breathing echoed in the quiet room. Lu Qiyun's face flushed a deep crimson once more. After a moment of hesitation, she murmured, perhaps you could stay a while longer? Emotional excitement received, excitement points, 2,000. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted the moment. What is happening here? Oh dear. My apologies. I did not mean to intrude. The innkeeper, having heard the commotion, arrived just in time. Upon seeing the two disheveled figures in the room, he mistakenly assumed they were a couple engaged in playful antics. Feeling he had intruded, the innkeeper hurriedly exited, politely closing the door behind him. The room fell silent. Emosia had not caught Lu Qiyun's last words, so he waved his hand and said, Since you are all right, I shall return to rest. Lu Qiyun nodded awkwardly, replying, yes, safe travels. Well, you may go back now. The night passed without further incident. Emosia slept soundly, while Lu Qiyun remained awake, troubled by thoughts. In the days that followed, Emosia and Lu Qiyun roamed the city, indulging in various amusements, with Lu Qiyun generously footing the bill. Emosia felt a pang of guilt, pondering that the next time he traded with Lin Tu, he must exchange some mortal currency. Fearing punishment, the two did not linger in the mortal realm for long. However, this journey brought Emosia immense joy. The vibrant essence of human life is most soothing to the heart. Before long, They soared back to their sect on flying swords. Upon sighting the floating mountain of Tai Yin Shengjiao, he felt an inexplicable warmth. Mo pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Shiji, we have arrived. Indeed, this trip has been delightful. The food made by mortals is truly delectable. What is that?" Lu Qiyun squinted her eyes and gazed towards the distant cloud layers. She noticed a hint of purple moving slowly among the clouds. Mo followed her gaze, and indeed, there was an unusual shade of purple amidst the clouds, accompanied by a growing low chant that soon transformed into a familiar dragon's roar. The purple hue then manifested before them. It was the Ziyaolong. Chapter 21. Caught by the Grand Elder, the Ziyaolong opened its massive jaws, with foul dragon saliva hanging from its thorn-like teeth. Its eyes moved languidly, resembling the calm depths of the sea, while its whiskers and mane billowed in the wind like tall crops swaying in a spring gale. The Grand Elder, Qian Chun, carefully stepped onto the dragon's back and leapt onto its head, glaring at Mo Xie and Lu Qiyun, reproaching them. "You two are quite audacious, descending the mountain without permission. Lu Qiyun, do not tell me that the Ice Maiden permitted this. She is currently in seclusion. Grand Elder, we merely descended for some leisure. Did not use any celestial arts to frighten anyone, nor did we disturb the lives of mortals," Lu Qiyun replied disingenuously. The Grand Elder snorted coldly, then shifted his gaze to Mo Xie, speaking ominously. "Is that so? Are you implying that you did not bully two ordinary mortals, and that Mo Xie did not showcase Tai Yin Hanbing in front of them? Humph. Those two were officers of the mortal realm, and the leading general has come to me with grievances." "Grand Elder, they are merely two mortals," Lu Qiyun argued. "Usually, you are not this strict regarding mortal matters. Why are you so aggressive today?" She then noticed the odd glint in the Grand Elder's eyes directed at Mo Xie. It dawned on her that not long ago, due to Mo Xie, his disciple Liergo was turned into an ice statue by the Ice Maiden. As a master, how could he maintain his dignity? Mo Xie could see that the Grand Elder was deliberately seeking trouble. He looked coldly at the Grand Elder and declared, "Grand Elder, this descent was my idea, and I alone used celestial arts to trouble those two mortals. It has nothing to do with Shiji. If there is punishment to be meted out, let it be directed at me." The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes and said, "That is what you claim. Do not wait until I punish you and then spread tales of how I bullied you. I am merely enforcing the sect's rules." Mo Xie shot him a glance, retorting, "Whatever punishment you deem fit, go ahead. If I blink, then I am not your disciple." The Grand Elder flicked his sleeve, his lips curling in mild anger. Yet restrained by his status, he refrained from using foul language. Typically, Liergo acted as the Grand Elder's mouthpiece. Now that he was absent, the Grand Elder had to endure Mo Xie's reproach. "Umph. I am merciful and shall not hold a grudge against a junior. Moreover, since you admit it was solely your doing, this elder, with keen insight, will not penalize the innocent. However, this means your transgressions will be magnified." As he spoke, a faint smile crept across the Grand Elder's face. "Grand Elder," Lu Qiyun attempted to argue, but Mo Xie restrained her. He understood that the Grand Elder's personal visit to confront him was a deliberate attempt to create trouble, unrelated to Lu Qiyun. Shiji had kindly brought him down the mountain for a good time, and he had enjoyed free food and drink. He could not drag her into this mess. Not wanting to involve Lu Qiyun, he placed a hand on her shoulder and whispered, "Shiji, there is no need to dispute with him." Then, Mo Xie raised his head to address the Grand Elder. "What do you wish to punish me with?" The Grand Elder's expression turned icy, a peculiar smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "I shall punish you to serve as a laborer in the Cangshu Gu for a year." Lu Qiyun, unable to contain her frustration, exclaimed, "What? To serve in the Cangshu Gu for a year? Grand Elder, how can you say such a thing? Everyone knows the cruelty of the Cangshu Ge's head administrator. Who can endure working under her? She is infamous for wielding a whip. It is common knowledge. My junior brother has low cultivation. How can he survive such torment?" Humph. The Grand Elder's expression darkened. Suddenly, an invisible pressure descended upon them, making it difficult for Lu Qiyun and Mo Xie to raise their heads. The Grand Elder was releasing his oppressive aura. Mo Xie quickly stepped forward and said, "Grand Elder, I will accept the punishment." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder snorted lightly, retracting his pressure. With hands clasped behind his back, he gestured to Mo Xie, "Follow me." "Little junior brother," Lu Qiyun said, watching Mo Xie. He landed gracefully in front of her, gently patting her shoulder. "Do not worry, Shiji. It is merely a year of labor in the Cangshu Gu. What is there to fear?" Lu Qiyun shook her head and sighed. "You do not understand. The head administrator of the Cangshu Gu is nothing short of a demon." "Haha, Shiji, you jest. We are righteous individuals. How could there be demons among the sect's forces? Mo Xie said, bidding farewell to Lu Qiyun as he soared after the Grand Elder on his flying sword. Lu Qiyun watched his departing figure, gently lowering her head and sighing, "Alas, little junior brother, you are still too young." Above the clouds, Mo Xie followed closely beside the Ziyaolong. The Grand Elder shifted his gaze down to the sword beneath Mo Xie's feet, which shimmered with a faint hue of cold ice. That was the energy of Tai Yanhanbing. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did the Ice Maiden truly teach you Tai Yanhanbing?" "Sort of," Mo Xie replied. "Sort of? What do you mean by that?" "In any case, learning it was an accident." "An accident? What kind of accident could bestow such great fortune?" Tai Yanhanbing is the signature celestial art of the Ice Maiden. "I do not quite understand," Mo Xie said, not wishing to divulge too much to the Grand Elder. However, the Grand Elder had a myriad of questions for him. "Where are you from? Where did the Ice Maiden bring you back from?" The Grand Elder was still paying close attention to the words spoken by Li Ergo. "You would need to ask the Ice Maiden." "Ah, that is unnecessary. No need for that." Mentioning the Ice Maiden made the Grand Elder momentarily speechless. After a long silence, the Grand Elder queried again, "Your demonic energy level is negative, which indicates you are a righteous person. I am quite curious about your past. What great deed did you perform to achieve such a high level of righteousness?" The Grand Elder pressed on relentlessly. Mo Xie did not respond but instead pointed to a celestial mountain ahead, saying, "Grand Elder, that must be the Tsangshu Gu. We have arrived." "Ah, yes, we have arrived." The Grand Elder blinked, then flew down with the dragon. Upon entering the Tsangshu Gu, they were greeted by the red-haired head administrator. She inquired curiously, "How did you two end up together?" The Grand Elder snorted, "Do not speak carelessly, Qin Wanqi. I brought him here for punishment. He violated sect rules by descending the mountain without permission, exposing celestial arts, and bullying mortals. I am sentencing him to serve as your laborer for a year." "Humph. You are short-staffed here, so make good use of him." "So the head administrator's name is Qin Wanqi," Mo Xie silently noted. Chapter 22. Punished to serve as labor for the head administrator? Qin Wanqi squinted her eyes, gazing at Mo Xie behind the Grand Elder. Her lips curled upward as she said, "Indeed, I am quite in need of personnel here. The last laborer who came has decided against cultivating immortality and has chosen to descend the mountain to live a mundane life. However, the one you have brought today appears to be more resilient." The Grand Elder observed Qin Wanqi with satisfaction, and his heart swelled with joy. He was aware that every individual whom Qin Wanqi found agreeable would ultimately be left battered and bruised. Her red serpent whip was no trifling matter. "I am quite curious to see how long this Mo Xie can endure under her supervision," the Grand Elder mused inwardly. "Very well, I shall leave him in your care. Treat him well." With that, the Grand Elder departed with a broad grin. After his departure, Qin Wanqi leisurely approached Mo Xie, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The disciples within the library, witnessing this scene, began to express their concerns for Mo Xie. Some even whispered among themselves, "Did you see that? The Grand Elder just delivered a new laborer to the demonist Qin. The newcomer seems blissfully unaware of her notorious reputation. Indeed, she revels in tormenting others. Her red serpent whip has driven many to despair. Not only that, I have heard of those who were left maimed or even killed by her. Is it truly that terrible? Can it be believed?" Mo Xie's keen hearing caught snippets of their conversation. Qin Wanqi playfully patted Mo Xie's shoulder and said, "Oh, do not heed their idle chatter. I am quite gentle. As long as you obey, we shall get along splendidly. However, should you defy me?" Mo Xie furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of apprehension. After all, the individual before him, though merely a library administrator, was a 6th-tier Ling Xian. What does it mean to be a 6th-tier Ling Xian? The hierarchy of cultivation is divided into Foundation Establishment, Yuan Dan, Ling Xian, and Sheng Xian. Sheng Xian practitioners are a rarity worldwide. For instance, within the Tai Yin Holy Sect, there are only 3 Sheng Xian, each corresponding to the strongest 3 among the 3 Holy Maidens. Below the 3 Holy Maidens, everyone else falls under the category of Ling Xian. Those above the 5th tier of Ling Xian possess the strength to become elders. This means that the library administrator possesses the strength of an elder. But what tier is Mo Xie? He is merely at the 4th tier of Yuan Dan. Do not be afraid. You have plenty of time ahead, as you will be my laborer for a year. Oh, by the way, my name is Qin Wanqi. You may call me Sister Qin. Just so you know, I have permitted you to use that term. The previous laborers had to address me as master." Qin Wanqi circled around Mo Xie, observing him thoroughly. Her piercing red eyes gave Mo Xie the unsettling sensation of being completely exposed. "All right, Sister Qin, What am I to do from now on? Xie inquired. Qin Wanqi smiled at him before pointing toward the ceiling of the library. Above, numerous book boxes floated, each containing a book. These boxes, driven by a mysterious force, were stacked haphazardly, resembling a complex puzzle. Do you see those boxes? You will take this piece of cloth, she said, producing a gray cloth from her sleeve. And every day, you must wipe each of the boxes. Do you understand what every day means? If there are 500 million boxes, and you finish today, you must start over tomorrow. This will be a daily routine. If you fail to complete it on any given day, you can expect to feel the sting of my whip. That is easy. I can control the cloth with my true energy and finish it in no time. Just watch. Xie declared confidently. Qin Wanqi's smile took on a sinister edge as she fixed her gaze on Xie. You must not use true energy. If I catch you slacking off with it, you will also receive my whip. What? Then what is the purpose of this? Xie questioned, bewildered. Oh, there is no purpose, Qin Wanqi replied, narrowing her eyes mischievously as she scrutinized him. Xie suddenly understood. This was her malicious amusement. At last, he comprehended why others referred to her as the demoness Qin. Enough chatter, get to work. I shall check on your progress tonight. If you have not completed your task, expect to be punished. With that, Qin Wanqi strolled away leisurely. Xie gazed at the cloth in his hand and called out to Qin Wanqi. Can I use my sword to reach the boxes? That is permissible. Having received her approval, Xie stepped onto his flying sword and soared toward the floating book boxes. Each box was exquisitely crafted from various materials, some wood, others stone, each differing in weight. Xie monotonously wiped the boxes while observing Qin Wanqi. She had not left the library but sat at a desk, casually reading a book, though her attention remained fixed on Xie. Why does this Xie seem different? Why has he been accepted as a disciple by the Ice Maiden? Does she not refrain from taking male disciples? What secret does Xie possess? Qin Wanqi pondered, determined to uncover the truth. Suddenly, a girl soared toward Xie on her sword. She grabbed the cloth from his hand, intent on helping him. Qin Wanqi closed her book and flew up to seize the girl's hand, saying, What do you think you are doing, Lu Qiyun? Do you wish to take his punishment in his stead? The girl who sought to assist Xie was indeed Lu Qiyun. With her hands on her hips, she boldly addressed Qin Wanqi. The task you assigned is impossible for an ordinary person. If I do not help him, shall I simply watch him fail and suffer your punishment? Qin Wanqi grasped Lu Qiyun's hand, asserting, You are only causing him harm. He is under my care. And at most, he will only be doing menial labor. If he were taken by the Qianhen, he might be sent to the monster forest as food for the beasts. Can you bear that? Lu Qiyun shook off Qin Wanqi's hand and lowered her head, shyly responding, What does it matter? He is my junior brother. It is only right that I protect him. Xie felt a warmth in his heart, touched by his senior sister's kindness. How could I let my senior sister down? I must not be a burden to her. Besides, such trivial tasks are nothing to fear. I can endure. I will push through. Taking back the cloth from Lu Qiyun, he said, Sister, you should return. I am fine. If I cannot manage this minor task, how can I hope to achieve anything significant? Lu Qiyun looked at him with concern, then sighed softly. After watching her leave, Xie resumed his work. With renewed determination, he thought, Humph. As long as I give it my all, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. After wiping 500 boxes, Xie's enthusiasm began to wane. Damn it. It truly seems like there are over 100 million boxes. How could I possibly finish this? After wiping 5,000 boxes, darkness fell. The lights in the library flickered on, but few patrons remained. After wiping 2,000 more boxes, only Xie and Qin Wanqi were left in the library. Xie's hands had grown numb, and he had begun to slack off. All right, you may stop wiping and come down for some tea. Qin Wanqi's voice echoed throughout the library. But I have yet to finish. Xie turned to her. Qin Wanqi lifted her teacup, taking a sip before casually stating, Come down. That task was never meant to be completed, as it is impossible to finish. Therefore, you will inevitably face punishment. After all, why would laboring in the library be considered a punishment? Since that is the case, Sister Qin, I possess a low level of cultivation. So do take care not to strike too hard. Haha, I would not truly harm you. After all, you have not committed any real wrongdoing. Typically, I merely frighten you all. Those who truly deserve punishment are the ones who have committed heinous acts or taken lives. To such individuals, I would show no mercy. Upon hearing Qin Wanqi's words, Xie finally relaxed. He descended on his sword to enjoy some tea. However, after finishing the tea, why did he feel so dizzy? No. Sister Qin, there is something amiss with this tea. By the time Xie realized it, it was already too late. Chapter 23. Pain, Joy and Suffering? Thud. Xia collapsed onto the table. Qin Wanqi gazed at the fallen Xia, a smile gracing her lips. After setting down her teacup, she rose and approached Xia. She lightly brushed the back of her hand across his face. From her sleeve, a crimson serpent slowly emerged, coiling around Xia's body and binding him. The serpent then transformed into a long whip. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the crimson whip lifted Xia into the air. Another wave of her hand closed the door of the library, and with yet another, extinguished the lights within. The library was engulfed in darkness. The surface of the crimson whip glowed faintly, illuminating Qin Wanqi in the shadows. She led Xia to the back courtyard of the library, where there was a small resting room, nearly filled with books. Even the bed was constructed from stacks of them. Qin Wanqi tossed Xia onto the bed, but he inconveniently woke up, though not entirely alert, still feeling weak and unable to muster his true energy. Qin Wanqi remarked in surprise, "Your constitution is quite impressive. You awakened so quickly. What do you intend to do, Sister Qin?" Xia weakly inquired. The crimson whip gradually loosened its grip and was retracted back into her sleeve. Sitting beside the bed, Qin Wanqi looked at Xia and said, "I am merely curious about you and wish to conduct some research." "Research? What do you wish to study?" Xia remained devoid of strength. Holding the crimson whip, Qin Wanqi grinned at Xia and replied, "Of course. I want to study your body. Hee. Perhaps I shall even have to dissect your abdomen if necessary." "What? This is tantamount to murder. This is unacceptable. Oh no. I am currently in a weakened state." Just then, a voice from the system echoed in Xia's ears. "Receiving excitement emotions, excitement points 1000. Excitement points have reached 100,000. You gain a chance to draw a prize. System, grant me an antidote." Detected that the poison currently affecting the host is a high-level Xin class pill, sleepy pill. Cause of poisoning traced back. Qin Wanqi dissolved the sleepy pill into the tea, which the host mistakenly consumed. Antidote pill for sleepy pill is a B-grade item, cannot be fixed, but there is a certain probability of drawing it. Draw. If I don't, my life will be forfeit. Consuming excitement points 100,000. Conducting draw, ding. You have drawn an A-grade weapon, the pain bow. Pain bow causes the struck target to experience pain. Generates pain points. What a twist of fate. What if there's no antidote? I have no choice but to try this pain bow. With that, Xia gritted his teeth and summoned the last of his strength to push Qin Wanqi away. She stumbled back a few steps, nearly losing her balance. Quickly, she steadied herself against a nearby stack of books. Just as she regained her footing, she noticed an unusual bow and arrow appear in Xia's hand. Where did you get that bow and arrow?" Qin Wanqi curiously asked. Whoosh! Before she could react, the arrow shot from Xia's hand, striking her shoulder. Hiss! A peculiar force surged from the wound, radiating throughout Qin Wanqi's body. The sensation of pain felt as though electric currents were hammering her bones, causing her to collapse to the ground, crying out in agony. Xia struggled to move, attempting to rise from the bed, but his legs betrayed him, and he fell to the floor, supporting himself against the stack of books. He looked up and suddenly saw Qin Wanqi's crimson hair floating as if controlled by some force. It resembled the serpentine locks of Medusa or seaweed swaying in the ocean. Her complexion flushed, she removed the arrow from her shoulder and tossed it aside. Then, she parted her lips, her red mouth dripping with saliva. She fixed her gaze on Xia, slowly crawling toward him. Receiving pain emotions, pain points 5000. Receiving excitement emotions, excitement points 3000. What is happening? Why are you both in pain and excited? Xia was bewildered. However, at that moment, Qin Wanqi had crawled to Xia's side, one hand caressing her face while the other gripped his arm. Xia was terrified and hurriedly exclaimed, "Sister Qin, I was wrong. I should not have acted against you." You could see Qin Wanqi pulling Xia's hand toward her neck, a droplet of saliva falling onto the back of his hand, and then, in a trance, she whispered, "Choke me. Quickly. Strangle me." What? Xia doubted his hearing. Why would someone ask him to strangle her? Especially such a beautiful older sister? Are you out of your mind? No, something is very wrong. Xia hesitated to act. As a result, Qin Wanqi pressed his hand firmly against her neck, urging him to squeeze. While doing so, she breathed heavily, tilting her head back, even extending her blood-red tongue. The saliva dripped more profusely, soaking the back of Xia's hand. Meanwhile, the pain and excitement points he received escalated. Receiving pain emotions, pain points 8000. Receiving excitement emotions, excitement points 4000. Sister Qin, please come to your senses. I am truly frightened. Mo Xia was petrified by Qin Wanqi's demeanor and could not move. Just as she was about to take things further, a figure suddenly burst in. It was Lu Qiyun. "Sister, save me," Mo Xia cried out, as if he had seen a savior. "Little junior brother, I'm coming." Lu Qiyun rushed forward, pushing Qin Wanqi aside and scooping Mo Xia into her arms. Lu Qiyun, holding Mo Xia, prepared to flee. Suddenly, a sharp crack resounded. It was Qin Wanqi's crimson whip striking Lu Qiyun's backside, tearing her clothing. Lu Qiyun was no pushover. She lifted her foot high and stomped down forcefully. The ground began to shift, forming a thorny barrier that forced Qin Wanqi back. But Qin Wanqi was unwilling to let them go. The crimson whip lashed out again, wrapping around Lu Qiyun's waist, accentuating her figure. However, in the next moment, a sharp stone blade rose from the ground, severing the crimson whip. Lu Qiyun leaped lightly into the air, drawing a flying sword from her sleeve and soared out of the library. Meanwhile, the severed crimson whip writhed in several segments on the ground. Qin Wanqi initially glanced at the writhing crimson whip before slowly approaching. With a gentle flick of her hand, the whip swiftly rejoined, restoring to its original form. She exited the room, gazing in the direction Lu Qiyun had departed, her eyes reflecting Mo Xia's image. Then, her lips parted slightly, revealing a small, crimson tongue extending between them. Chapter 24, Wily Merchant. "Little shitty, has she ever done anything inappropriate to you?" Lu Qiyun asked seriously while cradling Mo Xia in the air. At that moment, Mo Xia appeared frail, gently raising his hand to shake it, indicating no. "Humph, I knew she harbored ill intentions." Lu Qiyun accelerated her flight. Soon, she brought Mo Xia back to Bing Tianshan. Upon returning to Mo Xia's room, Lu Qiyun gently placed him on the bed, then retrieved a medicine bottle from her sleeve and poured out a pill, offering it to Mo Xia. As Mo Xia slightly parted his lips, Lu Qiyun swiftly placed the pill into his mouth. After he swallowed the pill, Lu Qiyun suddenly felt a bit awkward. Little Shitty's lips are so soft. She wondered why this strange thought crossed her mind at that moment. Before long, she realized her hand was still resting on Mo Xia's lips. She lingered for a moment, then withdrew her hand, declaring with righteousness, "Humph, tomorrow I will plead with the second elder to lift your punishment. So you won't have to serve that perverse Qin Wanqi anymore." After taking Lu Qiyun's pill, Mo Xia's complexion gradually improved. He was even able to speak. Hearing Lu Qiyun mention the second elder, Mo Xia asked, "Who is the second elder?" Lu Qiyun sat by Mo Xia's bedside and calmly explained, "The second elder is not just anyone. She is our masteress disciple, and her power and authority are nearly on par with the first elder. We are merely descending the mountain for a few days, and since we haven't harmed any mortals, it will be easily resolved with the second elder's intervention." "That's wonderful." Mo Xia was overwhelmed with emotion. "I won't have to toil in the library anymore. That woman, Qin Wanqi, is too strange and terrifying. However, she did provide me with quite a few points of pain and excitement. Just rest easy. Lie down and recuperate for the night. Tomorrow, I will seek out the second elder, and news will come soon. You need not worry." Lu Qiyun stood up and gently patted Mo Xia's shoulder. After ensuring Mo Xia's safety, Lu Qiyun reluctantly left his room, softly closing the door behind her. The following morning, when Mo Xia awoke, he did not see Lu Qiyun. Other sisters informed him that Lu Qiyun had gone with the second elder to meet the first elder and Qin Wanqi. With some leisure time on his hands, Mo Xia took to the skies on his sword, heading to the San Xian gathering. Today, there were quite a number of attendees at the gathering. However, Mo Xia was not there to purchase items. Rather, he came to sell. To be precise, he was there to make a deal. Before long, he found Lin Tuesday. While other stalls were bustling with customers, his stall was desolate, devoid of even a single bird. Lin Tu sat with his head down, sighing deeply. Mo Xia slowly approached his stall and lightly tapped on his table. Lin Tu, not noticing it was Mo Xia, thought a customer had arrived and quickly looked up, exclaiming, "Good sir, what would you like to see?" "Oh, it's you. What do you wish to buy today? Be honest, no more haggling." Mo Xia chuckled softly. "Am I that kind of person? Besides, there is nothing here that piques my interest." Sigh. "The supply has indeed dwindled lately," Lin Tu lamented. Mo Xia tapped the table again, drawing Lin Tu's attention, and then produced several porcelain vials from his sleeve, stating, "Last time you mentioned wanting to collaborate, here I am. Inside are some Xiantir elixirs, including low, mid, and high grades." Upon hearing about the Xiantir elixirs, Lin Tu's eyes lit up. He eagerly picked up the small vials and opened them. "Wow, Niu Bai Dan, Feng Wu Dan, Niu Ma Dan. So many Xiantir elixirs. I truly did not misjudge. You are indeed a Xiantir alchemist. Ha ha ha. Now I need not worry about customers at my stall." Just as he said this, Mo Xia waved his sleeve. revealing 5 golden talismans, which he placed before Lin Tu, saying, "Oh, and these as well." Lin Tu paused for a moment, then set down the elixirs to examine the talismans. Each golden talisman had intricate patterns drawn with enigmatic ink, each stroke shimmering with a faint glow. From these glimmers, one could sense tremendous power. Lin Tu, being knowledgeable, quickly recognized the source of the talismans. Could these be the Taiyu talismans from Shundao Mountain? Lin Tu's hands trembled. Mo Xie gently nodded. "You have 5 of them. Where did you acquire these?" Lin Tu cautiously set down the Taiyu talismans and inquired. Mo Xie did not answer but remarked, "If you ask again, I won't sell them to you." No, I won't ask anymore." Lin Tu, fearing Mo Xie might change his mind, quickly pressed down on the talismans. After organizing all the items, Lin Tu proposed, "For all these items, how about I offer you 100,050,000 spirit crystals?" Mo Xie pondered for a moment and replied, "You can keep the 5,000 spirit crystals. Convert that into earthly currency for me. Sometimes I wish to descend the mountain for leisure, and not having earthly currency can be inconvenient." "Very well." Lin Tu was elated to hear this. What cultivator wouldn't want spirit crystals instead of earthly currency? The value of earthly gold and silver pales in comparison to spirit crystals. Mo Xie received 100 million spirit crystals and an additional 5 million silver taels from Lin Tu's day. Lin Tu displayed the items he acquired from Mo Xie at his stall and began to shout out to attract customers. Before long, a few individuals approached his stall. One asked, "Brother, how much for this Nyobai Dan?" 20 million spirit crystals, no haggling. "I'll take one." "Certainly, good sir." "Brother, what about the Nyoma Dan?" "I want 2. 90 million spirit crystals. Buy 2, get 1 free." "I'll take 2. "Certainly, good sir." Mo Xie, not far from the stall, was astonished upon hearing Lin Tu's booming voice. "This fellow is quite the shrewd merchant. He bought so many items from me for 100 million spirit crystals. And now he has sold less than 1/10 of it and has already recouped his costs. This fellow, next time, I must press him for more." Mo Xie turned back to see even more people gathered at Lin Tu's stall than before. At this point, it was difficult to even squeeze in. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey, boss, how much for that Taiyu talisman?" 1 billion spirit crystals. No haggling, limited to 1 per person. "I want 1. "So do I. I was first." "I want 1. "Hurry, or there won't be any left." Mo Xie decided not to linger, fearing Lin Tu might get too carried away. Today was quite profitable for Lin Tu. Next time, I must shake something out of him. Chapter 25, Beasts and Spirit Beasts. After leaving the Sanxian gathering, Mo Xie flew back to Bing Tianshan on his sword. However, before reaching Bing Tianshan, he spotted Lu Qiyun flying toward him on her sword. Little shitty. Upon seeing Mo Xie from a distance, Lu Qiyun accelerated her flight and soon reached him. "Senior sister? Little shitty. I bring you good news." "What good news?" "Hee. Your matter has been resolved." "Are you referring to my laborious task in the library?" "Of course." "Hee. I called the second elder to find the first elder, and then went to see Qin Wanshi. It was resolved swiftly. From now on, you need not toil in the library, suffering under that wicked woman anymore." "Huh. The second elder has such authority to influence the first elder?" "Haha. The second elder's position is lower than the first elder's, but she is quite persuasive. With her eloquence, coupled with the prestige of our master, what can the first elder do?" "Hee. You see, our master once personally killed the former first elder, leaving the current one with lingering shadows in her heart." "Sister Sheng, hush. Though I am uncertain why master permits you to address her as such, it would be prudent for you to refrain from using that title in public. Should people associate you with an inappropriate reputation as master and disciple, it could lead to unfortunate consequences." Mo Xie fell silent. Indeed, if what Lu Qiyun suggested were true, such a reputation would be rightfully attributed to him. "By the way, junior brother, in a few days, we may embark on a training expedition into the monster beast forest. It would be wise for you to prepare in advance." "The monster beast forest?" "Well, I have yet to engage in battle with any monster beasts." "What? Your experience is so lacking? That simply will not do. Venturing into the monster beast forest is perilous. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Sister will guide you in some preliminary preparations." "Preliminary preparations entail sister taking you to spar with a few monster beasts, allowing you to acclimate to combat with them. Otherwise, once we enter the monster beast forest, it could be quite dangerous." "What does this sparring entail?" "Let us go. I shall take you to practice right now." With that, Lu Qiyun led the way, bringing Mo Xie to a secluded celestial mountain. This was a remote peak, with only a few individuals present, some training their spirit beasts. What are spirit beasts? Spirit beasts are monster beasts that have been tamed. Engaging with spirit beasts is both safe and an excellent way to practice combat, which is Lu Qiyun's rationale. Upon Lu Qiyun's arrival, the surrounding disciples bowed respectfully, greeting her with "Sister." Lu Qiyun casually nodded in acknowledgement, responding dismissively to her junior disciples. Her gaze then settled on one disciple's spirit beast. She pointed at him and commanded, "You, bring your spirit beast over to spar with my junior brother." Xia looked bewildered. "So, sister, your method of allowing me to practice is to have me bully someone else's spirit beast? That doesn't seem appropriate. Junior brother, go. Attack it." Lu Qiyun pointed at a spirit beast before them. Xia, sword in hand, cautiously stepped forward. "Junior brother, you are not yet aware of the ranks of spirit beasts, are you? Please enlighten me, sister." Monster beasts and spirit beasts share the same ranking system. Classified from high to low as Tiandi Xian Huang, each tier further subdivided into 10 levels, corresponding to the cultivation levels of practitioners. The green tiger before you is at the 6th level of the Xian tier, corresponding to the 6th level of the Yuan Dan stage. Currently, you are at the 4th level of Yuan Dan, which means this green tiger is theoretically stronger than you. However, rest assured, if you struggle, sister will assist you. Understood, sister. With that, Xia soared forward on his sword. The owner of the green tiger quietly urged Xia, "Take it easy, buddy." Xia nodded. The 6th level Xian tier green tiger lunged forward. It was a massive creature, its fur a vibrant green and well-groomed, trailing elegantly behind it. As it lifted its head, the green light on its body coalesced around its head, and it opened its enormous mouth, unleashing a slender wave of light. Boom! The light wave surged toward Xia. Xia, riding his flying sword, tilted and maneuvered, elegantly evading the light wave. The air around him suddenly turned frigid, and shards of ice emerged around him. He pointed forward. Whoosh! An ice shard shot forth. The green tiger dodged to the side to avoid the shard. Another ice shard followed. And this time the green tiger bit down on it, shattering it with a powerful snap. Immediately after, the green tiger leaped into the air towards Xia. Xia raised his sword slightly, its tip enveloped in frost. "Go!" he shouted. The sword tip released a gleam of cold light. Whoosh! The cold light struck the green tiger's abdomen, sending it crashing to the ground. Xia then returned to Lu Qiyun's side, standing atop his flying sword. Lu Qiyun, pleased, patted Xia's shoulder and smiled. "As expected of my junior brother, you are formidable. You easily inflicted an injury upon a spirit beast of a higher rank." Meanwhile, the owner of the green tiger lay weeping atop his beast. "Oh, Xiao Bai, buyer, wake up. Can you hear your master?" Lu Qiyun approached awkwardly, then cautiously inquired. "Junior brother, is your spirit beast all right?" "Not at all, sister. This is quite unfair." Xia rummaged through his Qinquan sleeve, seemingly searching for something. I recall having a few healing elixirs left. Where did I put them?" "Oh, found it." Xia produced a small porcelain vial and offered it, saying, "Here is a high-grade Xiantier healing elixir. It should suffice for your green tiger." The disciple, upon receiving the elixir, exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my! This is indeed a high-grade Xiantier elixir. How could I accept such generosity?" "Junior brother, how do you possess such an elixir?" Lu Qiyun inquired. "Oh, I often take the time to refine elixirs for emergencies," Xia replied with a hint of pride. "Wait a moment, you are an alchemist, junior brother?" "Yes," Xia replied bashfully, scratching his head. "Ah, junior brother, I am truly enamored with you. You are an alchemist. You must concoct some beauty elixirs for me in the future. Are there such elixirs?" Xia asked awkwardly. "Of course. I shall show you the formulas another day." Lu Qiyun and Xia laughed and chatted as they returned to the Ice Sky Mountain. Chapter 26. The Hehuan Sect and the Xindao Mountain soon. The day arrived for the expedition into the monster beast forest. All disciples participating in the training gathered atop a celestial mountain. The Grand Elder descended from the sky riding a Xiao dragon, leading everyone out of the Taiyin sacred sect. The disciples of the Ice Sky Mountain soared alongside one another. Xia, walking beside Lu Qiyun, quietly asked, upon descending the mountain, "Will we have to compete with the scattered cultivators?" Lu Qiyun slowed her flight, bringing her sword closer to Xia as she whispered, "You are quite astute. However, this time it is not a typical training expedition. This is a quest to uncover a spiritual treasure, so not only will we compete with the scattered cultivators, but also with other major sections. The competition will be fierce." "A spiritual treasure? What is that?" "I do not know. It could be a weapon or some opportunity, but acquiring it would undoubtedly elevate our strength." Lu Qiyun replied softly. After several hours of flight, an extraordinary golden light appeared before them. This golden light enveloped an expansive area. within which shadows of either cultivators or monster beasts could be seen clashing. The high-altitude golden light transformed into a gust of wind that swept through. Whoosh! The wind tousled everyone's garments, causing their flight to slow dramatically. The Xiao dragon let out a mighty roar, resisting the oncoming golden light. The golden light cascaded through the dragon's mane, making it sway like a tumultuous wave. Roar! The roar of the Xiao dragon echoed through the skies. The Grand Elder extended his hand, gently calming the Xiao dragon, then confidently called out to the crowd, "We have arrived at our destination. This is Hehuan Mountain. But there is a suppression in the air, so everyone must descend first and enter through the entrance." Understood. Yes, Grand Elder. The crowd gradually lowered their flight until they landed at the entrance of the area. Before the entrance, a number of scattered immortals and other sect members had gathered. Hehuan, filled with curiosity, glanced over. He spotted several plump, bald monks, each with barely a hint of facial hair, clutching chicken legs and duck meat, lounging on stones, chatting and laughing heartily. Hehuan quietly asked Lu Qiyun, "Who are those peculiar monks?" Lu Qiyun cast a glance and then shook her head, expressing her disdain. "Those individuals are the evil monks of the Hehuan Sect, notorious for their malevolent deeds. They indulge in gluttony, drinking, and violence. Yet they oddly practice their cultivation through such vices. It is best that you do not provoke them. Their tactics are quite troublesome, even at the same level. I cannot guarantee I could defeat them." Hehuan Sect? Hehuan quietly registered this in his mind. Among the 4 major sects currently, there are 2 righteous and 2 demonic factions. The 2 demonic sects are the Hehuan Sect and the Hehuan Sect. However, the Hehuan Sect has already been annihilated by the Taiyin Holy Church, leaving only the Hehuan Sect as the sole remaining demonic power, regardless of the Hehuan Sect's existence. The Hehuan Sect undeniably stands as the foremost demonic sect. After pondering for a moment, Hehuan turned his gaze to another group. This was a cluster of tall, white-haired old Taoists, each exuding an ethereal aura, with a whisk gently draped over their elbows. "Which sect do these Taoists belong to?" Hehuan inquired again. Lu Qiyun's expression softened slightly as she replied, "These individuals are the old Taoists from Shindao Mountain. Their sect has a long history, but their methods of cultivation are rather tedious and lengthy, which discourages new practitioners from joining. Nevertheless, they are a well-respected righteous sect. I recall you previously used the Taiyu talisman, did you not? That is indeed from their Shindao Mountain. How could you not know?" "I truly had no idea," Hehuan admitted, shaking his head. "Enough. Silence." Suddenly, the voice of the Grand Elder resonated. All eyes turned toward him. "This place is known as Hehuan Mountain, guarded by an ancient magical beast, so I cannot enter to assist you. A trace of spiritual treasure has just been detected here, as long as we do not enter. The ancient beast will not emerge to disrupt us. You shall rely on your own abilities once inside, and do not harm one another. However, if you encounter demonic practitioners, feel free to slay them. If rogue cultivators impede you, show no mercy. The Taiyin Holy Church will support you." The Taiyin Holy Church truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost sect under heaven, for even amidst the presence of other sects, the Grand Elder displayed no regard for them, radiating an air of pride and superiority. Many disciples of the Taiyin Holy Church looked down upon rogue cultivators and smaller sections. "All right, form your teams and enter." With a command from the Grand Elder, a multitude of disciples surged forth. Hehuan and Lu Qiyun were no exceptions. Once all disciples had entered, the evil monks of the Hehuan Sect grinned at the Grand Elder and his companions. Among them were several female elders, each possessing breathtaking beauty. One of the evil monks stood up with a grin, then shamelessly removed his trousers, exposing himself while lewdly exclaiming, "Ladies, come feast upon the treasures of this monk." The female elders remained unfazed, seemingly accustomed to the antics of these wicked monks, and they gazed solemnly at the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. The Second Elder waved her hand lightly, sending a white energy blade flying. The evil monk opened his mouth wide, releasing a foul stench as 2 flies emerged, revealing 1 or 2 fat maggots wriggling between his teeth. The evil monk swallowed the energy blade with relish, grinning, "Not enough flavor. Bring those lovely ladies to me. That would be exquisite." Fuming, the Second Elder prepared to retaliate, but the Grand Elder gestured for her to stop. He gently stroked the mane of the Xiao dragon and pointed at the group of evil monks, whispering to the dragon, "Dinner time." The Xiao dragon's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In an instant, it lunged forward. With a thunderous crash, the dragon tackled one of the evil monks, its sharp claws piercing into the monk's shoulder. Suddenly, the evil monk transformed into a shadow, slithering up the dragon's claw. Once more, he assumed his human form, clinging to the Xiao dragon's leg and attempting to bite down. Clang! The bite lodged against the dragon's scales. The Xiao dragon forcefully tossed the monk aside, who, infuriated, stomped his feet and summoned his companions, swarming toward the dragon like ants. This is bad. The Grand Elder quickly soared forward on his sword to assist. The other elders followed suit, and a fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 27. The Hehuan Sect, using the flesh as a weapon outside Julin Mountain. The elders of the Taiyin Holy Church clashed with those of the Hehuan Sect. Inside the mountain, disciples from various sects began to engage in combat. Several female disciples from the Ice Sky Mountain were accompanying Mo Xie as they landed atop a peak. Lu Qiyun employed her skills to create a map using her true energy. Then she retrieved a tattered cloth from her spatial sleeve, tossed it forward, and used her true energy to imprint the map onto the fabric, resulting in a brand new map. Lu Qiyun held the map and addressed her junior disciples. To the north from here lies a marsh, the area with the most significant spiritual treasure energy fluctuations. We should head there first. All right. Mo Xie and the other senior sisters responded in unison. Afterward, the group took to their swords and soared into the sky. Once Lu Qiyun and her group departed, several figures suddenly emerged from a nearby mountain. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be familiar faces. Li Ergu. However, this time, Li Ergu was not the leader. That role belonged to another. All disciples of the Grand Elder had arrived. Li Ergu, the Grand Elder's second disciple, followed behind the eldest disciple. Brother, it's him. Li Ergu's face turned pale. He had only just recovered from being frozen by the Ice Sky Saintess and had rushed to join the trial. The eldest disciple, Li Ermao, who was Li Ergu's elder brother, was furious about his brother's grievances. He glared in the direction Mo Xie had departed, snorting, just a mere fourth-tier Yuan Dan. Brother, be cautious. This fellow can wield the Taiyin Cold Ice. The Taiyin Cold Ice? Humph, he is merely a fourth-tier Yuan Dan. What use is that? Li Ermao curled his lip, and with that, he mounted his flying sword and pursued. Li Ermao and his companions deliberately kept their distance. Given the multitude of cultivators entering Julin Mountain, Lu Qiyun and her group were oblivious to their presence, while Lu Qiyun and her companions soared on their swords. A massive light cannon suddenly shot up from the ground toward the sky. Watch out! Lu Qiyun shouted. Everyone reacted swiftly and evaded the cannon. However, the next moment, a colossal blade of energy hurtled toward them from afar. As Mo Xie raised his sword to defend, the group looked up to find a horde of rogue cultivators. These rogues were truly reckless to dare impede the disciples of the Taiyin Holy Church. Heh, I heard you are the disciples of the Taiyin Holy Church. And look at you all, women, each one more beautiful than the last. One rogue cultivator stood on a flying magical treasure, grinning as he fixed his gaze on Lu Qiyun. Lu Qiyun remained unfazed, gently raising her sword, and replied, such arrogance. A mere rogue dares to obstruct me? Humph, I am indeed here to stop you. The rogue's flying treasure morphed into a swirling black mist. He stepped onto the mist and instantly appeared before Lu Qiyun. A hint of fear flickered across Lu Qiyun's face as she exclaimed, you are not a rogue. You are from the Hehuan Sect. Only just realizing it. Too late. The disciple of the Hehuan Sect suddenly swung his arm, transforming it into a massive mountain of flesh that lunged toward Lu Qiyun. With a flick of her hand, the earth beneath her surged upward, forming a towering barrier before her. Boom. The mountain of flesh crashed against the barrier, but could not breach it. Boom. The mountain struck the barrier once more, this time creating a crack. Sister, we are here to help you. Mo Xie and the other senior sisters spoke thus as they soared through the air on their swords to offer assistance. However, before they could reach Lu Qiyun to lend their support, they were intercepted by other wandering cultivators. You need not concern yourselves with me. Prioritize your own safety. Lu Qiyun shouted back at her junior disciples. She then turned her gaze to the disciple of the Hehuan Sect before her and remarked, Humph, I never anticipated that you would bribe these wandering cultivators. The disciple of the Hehuan Sect tilted his head back and laughed boisterously. As he laughed, his mouth suddenly split open, revealing a piece of rotting flesh. Bribe? Why would I need to? With me here, after I enjoy your company, I shall hand you over to them for their amusement. Who wouldn't want to join in? Humph. These wandering cultivators are not afraid of the pursuit of the Taiyin Holy Sect? My pure and virtuous sister. Have you ever heard the saying, to die beneath the peony is to be a ghost of elegance? You. Humph. The disciple of the Hehuan Sect's expression darkened. Suddenly, he swung out his other hand. Both hands transformed into mountains of flesh, bearing down upon Lu Qiyun. Lu Qiyun extended her hand forward and then clenched it. The earthen wall before her erupted violently. The explosion's shockwave shattered the flesh mountains. Blood rained down from the sky. The flesh mountains had been formed from the hands of the disciple of the Hehuan Sect, and now, as they were obliterated, he writhed in agony. "Ah, you vile woman! Ah, my hand!" The disciple of the Hehuan Sect howled in anguish. Lu Qiyun raised her hand once more. With this simple gesture, the earth surged upward, transforming into a colossal clay sphere. This sphere spun ceaselessly, radiating an unusual light. Lu Qiyun's beautiful lips moved slightly as she murmured, "Fall." Upon the completion of her command, the clay sphere in the sky hardened, resembling a massive hammer, descending upon the disciple of the Hehuan Sect. With a resounding thud, the disciple was flattened into a mass of flesh. However, witnessing this scene, Lu Qiyun could not muster a smile. She understood that this was not the limit of the disciple of the Hehuan Sect. Indeed, the mass of flesh began to writhe. Upon closer inspection, bizarre insects of varying sizes and shapes could be seen moving slowly within the flesh. "Humph, not dead yet," Lu Qiyun shouted in anger, then drew her sword. In an instant, a blade of sword energy shot forth from her hand, cleaving the mass of flesh in two. "Hiss, you vile servant of the holy sect." The severed mass of flesh emitted a sharp, hoarse scream, unmistakably the voice of the disciple of the Hehuan Sect. He was indeed still alive. Tai-Yin sword technique, 3rd level. Chase the moon. Suddenly, the entire sky darkened, and a massive bright moon appeared behind Lu Qiyun. "Perish, demonic cultist." Lu Qiyun's brows twitched slightly. A tremendous sword energy surged forth from her hand, slicing toward the mass of flesh. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed. The darkness in the sky was encroached upon by grotesque, grayish-yellow pus. The moon behind Lu Qiyun gradually lost its luster. Astonishingly, a second disciple of the Hehuan Sect emerged in the sky. This disciple, exposing his belly, leisurely floated atop a mass of black mist, gazing at Lu Qiyun, saying, "You dare harm my junior brother? Humph, I shall take your life." A gigantic hand, clenched into a fist, descended from above Lu Qiyun. Caught off guard, Lu Qiyun hurriedly raised her sword. However, the fist quickly descended upon her head. With a resounding crash, the darkness of the sky shattered, and the moon behind Lu Qiyun vanished. Just as the fist was about to strike Lu Qiyun, Mo swiftly repelled the onlookers and soared forward on a wave of Tai-Yin cold ice, positioning himself before Lu Qiyun. "Sister, I have arrived." Chapter 28. Sister's Bath. With a resounding crack, a massive wall of ice stood before Lu Qiyun. The heavy fist struck down. Thud. The punch landed heavily against the ice wall, which remained utterly unfazed. Tai-Yin cold ice. Could it be the Ice Maiden? The disciple of the Hehuan Sect, who had just thrown the heavy punch, stumbled back a few steps, nearly fleeing. Yet, upon seeing that the wielder of the Tai-Yin cold ice was a man, he lowered his guard. It turns out to be just a stinky brat of the 4th stage of Yuan Dan. Using ice techniques, I momentarily mistook you for the Ice Maiden. The disciple of the Hehuan Sect sighed in relief. Mo supported Lu Qiyun, quietly asking, "Sister, are you all right?" Lu Qiyun, feeling grateful, replied, "I never imagined my junior brother's combat experience would grow so rich. You can come to my rescue now." "Of course. How could I allow anyone to bully my sister?" Mo declared proudly. Seeing that Lu Qiyun was ignoring him, the disciple of the Hehuan Sect, irate, lifted his arm and shouted, "Damn it, do you treat me as air?" His arm transformed into countless chains made of bone. The sky became filled with these bone chains, hurtling toward Lu Qiyun and Mo. Lu Qiyun casually adjusted her hair and then snapped her fingers. At the sound of her snap, the earth surged once more. This time, the earth morphed into a colossal blade. The blade cleaved through the bone chains, severing them effortlessly. Lu Qiyun neutralized the disciple's attack, yet he appeared unfazed. His expression remained unchanged. He lifted his hand, gently pointing at the severed chains. In the next moment, all the bone chains transformed into bone spikes. The sky was filled with these spikes, raining down upon Lu Qiyun and Mo like a deadly shower. Mo soared into the air on a wave of cold ice. Clang, clang. He raised his sword, slicing through one bone spike after another. Then, extending his hand forward, he conjured ice spikes that flew back toward the disciple of the Hehuan Sect with equal ferocity. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, on a distant hill, Li Ermao leisurely observed the scene. He lay on a branch of a giant tree, tilting his head as he watched the battlefield. Beside him lay his brother, Li Ergo. Li Ergo grinned, pointing at the fight, saying, "Brother, who do you think will win?" He gently tousled his hair before chuckling. Hee. "No matter who wins, in the end, they will both suffer, and we can reap the benefits. But brother, we are of the same sect. If we do not help, will Master not blame us?" "Blame? What nonsense. I would simply say I am unable to protect myself. What could I do to assist them? Hee, brother. You are quite clever. Hee, little brother. I have many admirable qualities for you to learn. Suddenly, a mountain of ice plummeted from the sky, tearing the disciple of the Hehuan Sect apart in a shower of blood. Immediately following, Lu Qiyun summoned a wall of mud to merge with the ice mountain. The two forces collided. The disciple's screams echoed through the mountains. The disciple of the Hehuan Sect was finally slain by the combined efforts of Lu Qiyun and Hehuan. At that moment, Lu Qiyun's other junior sisters had also dealt with the wandering cultivators. Did you see that, junior brother? This is the cruelty of the path of cultivation. Lu Qiyun remarked solemnly as she looked at the fallen bodies of the wandering cultivators. She then turned to her other junior sisters. Relieved to see that no one was seriously injured, they found a place to rest briefly after taking medicinal pills before setting off again. Their destination was a marshland, but they still had to traverse a towering mountain range. The mountain range possesses an overwhelming suppressive force. Consequently, to conserve their precious energy, all individuals were compelled to lower their flying swords and proceed on foot. Perhaps due to their prolonged reliance on sword flight, they had grown unaccustomed to walking. After an hour of trekking, Lu Qiyun found herself breathless and drenched in sweat, her garments thoroughly soaked. Exhausted and filthy, Lu Qiyun commanded her younger disciples to accompany her to a nearby stream. Upon reaching the stream, she gently patted Hehuan on the shoulder and whispered, "Sisters need to bathe and refresh themselves. Keep watch for me and ensure no one intrudes." "Understood," Hehuan replied. Leaping onto a large rock and turning back with a grin, "Sister, enjoy your wash." Lu Qiyun's cheeks flushed slightly as she admonished, "You mustn't peek." Hehuan hesitated before mischievously retorting, "I cannot guarantee that." Lu Qiyun playfully scolded, "You rascal." With a subtle blush, she made her way back to the stream. As she walked, she skillfully manipulated the muddy ground, using her earth manipulation technique to erect a towering wall that encased the stream, ensuring that even if Hehuan wished to peek, he would be unable to do so. Alas, why must it be this way? Hehuan lamented, feeling quite disappointed. After Lu Qiyun departed, he settled onto the large rock, entering a meditative state while remaining vigilant to any disturbances around him, fearing that someone or a ferocious beast might disrupt the sisters' bathing. Before long, laughter and chatter erupted from the direction of the stream. "Ah, senior sister. You truly live up to your title, it's splendid." "Wow, fifth junior sister, it's so slippery here." "Ah, don't touch." "Hee, just a little touch. We're all girls, what's the harm? It won't cost us anything." "Ah." The sound of splashing echoed. They seemed to be having a delightful time. Hehuan sighed, wondering why he was excluded. Is this discrimination against me for being male? How unfair. It appears that senior sister still regards me as an outsider. With a soft chuckle, Hehuan leaped down from the rock, but as he descended, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere surrounding him. His expression turned serious as he drew his sword, remaining alert to everything around him. Suddenly, branches overhead rustled. Thud! A 3-meter-tall monkey leaped down from the branches. Hehuan swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding being crushed. He escaped to another large rock. Looking up, he saw that the monkey's skin was as tough as steel, one half embedded with strange crystals, its massive hands a mix of crystal and flesh. This was no ordinary monkey. It was a magical beast. The giant monkey pounded its fists on the ground and turned, charging towards the stream. "This is bad. That's where the sisters are bathing." Chapter 29. Is there a snake in the water? Hehuan could not allow it to pass. "You beast. Come back," he shouted in fury, swiftly advancing. With a flick of his hand, a wall of ice surged from the ground, blocking the giant monkey's path. Thud! The monkey struck the ice wall with a punch, but was unable to shatter it. In a fit of rage, it thrust its hands into the earth and roared, astonishingly lifting the ice wall. "What the heck?" Hehuan exclaimed in shock. But there was no time for astonishment, as the monkey hurled the ice wall back at him. Buzz! The ice wall whistled through the air. Gritting his teeth, Hehuan extended his hand and exerted his formidable mental power to control the ice wall. It hovered in midair, ready for his command. Hehuan propelled the ice wall forward, charging toward the giant monkey. "Take this," he shouted, slamming the ice wall against the monkey's face. Crash! The wall shattered, sending the monkey flying. After regaining its footing, the enraged beast grasped a large stone from the ground and hurled it at Hehuan. Thud! Hehuan formed a massive ice boulder before him with a flick of his fingers. He forcefully propelled the ice stone, which was crafted from Tai Yin Hanbing, far superior to ordinary rock. The ice boulder smashed through a regular stone and struck the giant monkey squarely in the face. Immediately, Mo Xie soared down on his flying sword, landing on the monkey's face, raising his long sword, and thrusting down with force. The giant monkey let out a mournful cry, shrieking in pain. Received fear emotion, fear points, 10,000. Received pain emotion, pain points, 10,000. The monkey's wails grew louder. Suddenly, Lu Qiyun's voice resonated from the direction of the stream. Junior brother? Are you alright? Mo Xie shouted back toward the stream. I'm fine. That's good. With a flourish, Mo Xie conjured a colossal ice spear and pierced it through the giant monkey's chest. After slaying the beast, he soared to the treetops, observing the direction of the stream. The entire stream had been encased by Lu Qiyun's earth manipulation technique, with not a hint of springtime beauty escaping. What a pity. With a moment to spare, Mo Xie summoned the system to check his current data. Summoning the system. Redirecting to system homepage. San Yushin system. Bound host. Mo Xie. Host realm. Yuan Dan 4th stage. Excitement points. 7,000. Fear points. 40,000. Pain points. 22. 100 lottery showcase B-level item. Taiyu Talisman X3. Temporary defense boost. Belonging to Shundao Mountain A-level talent. Earth grade pill master. Belonging to generic A-level weapon. Pain bow. Inflicts pain on the target and generates pain points. Belonging to Hehuan Sect S-level talent. Mimicry. Acquire lover skills. Belonging to generic Tai Yin Hanbing. Belonging to Tai Yin Holy Sect. Recently, accumulating points has become increasingly challenging. I have nearly acquired all the disciples from Tai Yin Holy Sect. This journey to Julin Mountain may present opportunities to gather points from formidable individuals. I wonder if I will succeed. Mo Xie mused. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, tousling Mo Xie's hair. He gazed skyward, feeling an oppressive force layered above. First, the mountain itself exerted pressure, limiting how high he could fly. Then, higher up, there was a faint golden stream of energy. The impact of this force was such that even the Grand Elder of Tai Yin Holy Sect regarded it with caution. According to the Grand Elder, an ancient beast resides within Julin Mountain, its strength unknown. Suddenly, Mo Xie heard a voice from the direction of the stream. Sister? He sensed an unusual energy fluctuation and quickly descended on his ice. However, the stream was currently surrounded by earth manipulation, preventing his entry. Mo Xie began to pound on the muddy wall, calling out, Sister? Sister, are you alright? A snake. It's gone over to your side. Ah. It swam back to your side. This is bad. That is not a snake. It's the ghost touch of the Hehuan. Sister, don't be afraid. It's just a Hehuan. I'll handle it. Sister. Sisters, retreat quickly. This is not an ordinary Hehuan. It has already reached the 6th level of Earth stage. Sister, I'm here to assist you. Mo Xie could hear the commotion inside, but he could not enter. Sister, are you encountering difficulties? Do you need help? He shouted loudly. Sister, it seems something has gone wrong. Mo Xie disregarded all else, swinging his sword to strike at the muddy wall. The wall was quite viscous. With one swing, his sword sank in but did not break through. What to do? Mo Xie planted his sword in the ground, then clenched his fists, channeling the Tai Yin Hanbing within him. Suddenly, frost began to spread across the ground beneath his feet. The power of frost coalesced upon his fist. With a mighty blow, he struck. The sound echoed as Ma Xie finally shattered the earthen wall. As the debris fell away, a series of pale shadows emerged before him. They were his bare-skinned senior sisters, hastily fleeing from the creek. Shitty. Several sisters, startled by Ma Xie's sudden entrance, instinctively covered their chests. Sister, what's wrong? Ma Xie strode forward with purpose. One sister rushed to him, her hands pressing against her bosom, causing it to appear somewhat flattened. As she approached, she suddenly realized she had only covered the top and not the bottom. In her haste, she quickly moved one hand downwards to cover herself, inadvertently exposing another part. The roundness swayed unabashedly before Ma Xie. The sister, blushing with embarrassment, quickly crouched down. After doing so, she pointed ahead and exclaimed, Shitty, hurry to help. Dajie is battling a level 6 earth tier Hehuan monster. With that, Ma Xie leaped onto the icy surface and soared forward. The nearby sisters, upon seeing Ma Xie's intrusion, hurriedly donned their garments. However, there was no time for Liu Qiyun, who was engaged in combat. As Ma Xie approached the creek, a massive vine shot up from the water, striking towards him. Damn! Ma Xie quickly raised his hand, conjuring a large platform of frost. The vine descended with such force that it tore the Taiyin frost in two. Startled, Ma Xie swiftly evaded on his flying sword. This Hehuan was a level 6 earth tier beast, equivalent to a human at the 6th stage of Lingxian. while Ma Xie himself was only at the 4th stage of Yuandan. Retreat first. The vine swung down again. Crack, crack. Ma Xie skillfully dodged the strikes while riding his sword. Though he could not harm the vine, fortunately, it could not harm him either. Soon, he spotted Liu Qiyun. At that moment, she was also evading the vine's attacks while hovering in the air, fully exposed to Ma Xie's gaze. Chapter 30. Earth Tier Level 6 Monster. Hetung, although Liu Qiyun was bare, her modesty was the least of her concerns at that moment, as the attacks from the Heting showed no signs of abating. From the creek, more massive vines continuously emerged, most of them of vibrant green, adorned with small lotus flowers or large lotus leaves at their joints. Suddenly, dozens of vines lashed out simultaneously towards Liu Qiyun. The sheer number overwhelmed her defenses. One of the vines struck her flying sword, causing her to plummet from the sky. Liu Qiyun glanced at her sword, reciting a mantra in her heart. The sword, responding to her call, began to return to her. However, the Hetung was relentless. As two vines simultaneously lashed out at her sword. Clang! The sword was knocked down once more. Another vine swiftly ensnared the sword. No matter how Liu Qiyun summoned it, the sword could no longer respond to her. As she fell, Sister Ma Xie, gliding on the frost, soared into the air. He extended his arms and caught Liu Qiyun. His strong hands gripped her delicate thighs, providing her with a support to lean against. At that moment, Liu Qiyun's beautiful bosom swayed before Ma Xie, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Quickly, let me down, she chided playfully, pushing him away. Then, with a wave of her hand, a soft light enveloped her body. As the glow faded, she was adorned with a garment, obscuring her perfect form just as it seemed most inappropriate. Ma Xie internally lamented this turn of events. He then gently set Liu Qiyun down. She spread her arms and called, "Sword, come." A sword flew from the hand of a nearby sister, landing in her grasp. Tai-Yin sword technique, 4th form. Chasing stars. With the sword now in her hand, her true energy erupted. As she lifted the sword, a surge of power propelled her upwards. The sky transformed, first revealing a giant moon that gradually shrank, giving way to numerous celestial orbs. These phenomena were centered around Liu Qiyun, as if a flock of birds were converging towards her, bestowing her strength. Suddenly, Liu Qiyun raised her sword, her figure vanishing from Ma Xie's sight. Huh, sister? Ma Xie gasped in surprise as Liu Qiyun disappeared, but soon he heard a roar. Looking up, he was astonished to see her cleave a massive vine in two. The Hetang's roar echoed from the creek. Buzz! Ma Xie felt the sword in his hand resonate. Looking down, he saw his sword responding to the resonance of Liu Qiyun's technique. He had heard that the Tai-Yin sword technique had 5 forms, and his sister had already mastered the 4th. The sword intent she unleashed even caused a resonance. Truly remarkable. Buzz! The sword in Ma Xie's hand vibrated again. He looked at Liu Qiyun, who at that moment seemed to merge with her sword shadow. The massive vine was systematically severed, falling piece by piece into the creek, generating towering waves. Ma Xie thought Liu Qiyun would soon conclude the battle. However, suddenly, a dark, block-like object sprang forth from the creek. This was the true form of the Hetung. The creature resembled a large lotus root enveloped in mud. Ma Xie spotted its 2 flattened eyes hidden beneath a large lotus leaf. Crack! A vine lashed out and struck Liu Qiyun, sending her flying. Sister! Ma Xie and the other sisters exclaimed in unison. Though Liu Qiyun was flung away, fortunately, other sisters were there to catch her. Meanwhile, the Heting attempted to pursue her, raising its thickest vine whip to strike. Crack! A massive ice wall emerged to block the vine. Ma Xie had arrived. The Hetung was evidently displeased by Ma Xie's presence, as its original target had been Liu Qiyun. And now it was being confronted by a mere 4th stage Yuandan cultivator. Even as a monster, it could not tolerate such humiliation. A mere 4th stage Yuandan. How could it be a match for a level 6 Earth tier beast? The whip lashed down, shattering the ice wall. The immense force even knocked Ma Xie to the ground. A flying sword shot from his Cosmo sleeve, landing at his feet. With this sword, Ma Xie soared back into the air. Riding his sword, he charged towards the Hetung's true form, which was a massive lotus root. Ma Xie conjured a huge ice spear and hurled it with great force. Easy. The ice spear pierced the Hetung's root body, causing it to howl in agony. Received emotional pain points, 20,000. At that moment, Liu Qiyun lay on the ground, protected by other sisters. The Hetung, not only seeking to harm Ma Xie, also lashed out at those on the ground. Hey, Dajia! Look! One sister exclaimed. Liu Qiyun lifted her head, and, upon witnessing Ma Xie inflict damage upon the Hetung single-handedly, gasped in astonishment. How is Shitty so formidable? The other sisters laughed in agreement. Indeed, Shidi's cultivation is only at the 4th stage of Yuandan, yet he can contend with a level 6 Earth-tier monster? It's a fair fight. To comprehend the 6th-tier Earth-level magical beast is to equate it to a 6th-tier Ling Xian among humans. Truly, our little junior possesses boundless potential. Furthermore, he has mastered his master's Taiyan Hanbing. Just as the senior sisters below were extolling Mo Xia, he was unexpectedly knocked away by Hetung. Mo Xia was sent flying, crashing into a massive tree, shattering it. Damn this brute! Mo Xia exclaimed, only to suddenly witness countless vine whips descending from above. It appeared that Hetung sought to strike Mo Xia down in one fell swoop. In a state of urgency, Mo Xia hastily drew his pain bow. Yet before he could pull the string, a wall of mud materialized before him, blocking all the vine whips. Subsequently, he discerned a figure standing atop the mud wall. The figure was somewhat indistinct, prompting Mo Xia to rise and peer closely. To his surprise, it was Lu Qiyun. Her lips bore a pale hue, yet her expression was resolute. Hetung opened its massive maw, and its vine whips danced menacingly in the air. It furiously shifted its entire body, charging towards Lu Qiyun. With outstretched arms, Lu Qiyun pointed to the ground. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble reverberated from the earth beneath. Mo Xia looked down to see the mud and sand swirling towards Lu Qiyun, enveloping the sky. Hetung's main body violently collided with Lu Qiyun. Lu Qiyun extended her right hand, causing the mud and sand to coalesce into a black-yellow membrane that repelled Hetung. Immediately after, the surrounding mud and sand rushed forward, ensnaring Hetung. All the earth seemed to heed her call. Gritting her teeth, she clasped her hands together, and the mud and sand erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The terrifying force of the blast uprooted nearby trees, while the mud and sand cascaded down like hail. Hetung's main body was shattered into several black lumps, crashing to the ground. Then, a faint light descended, cradling Lu Qiyun. Chapter 31. The obedient giant dragon Mo Xia quickly stowed away his pain bow and soared through the air on his sword, catching Lu Qiyun in his embrace. As they descended to the ground, he gently waved his sleeve, revealing several small porcelain vials before him. He had not sold all the medicinal pills he had refined to Lin Tu. He retained some for healing purposes. Mo Xia poured out a few pills, parted her pale lips, and placed the pills within her mouth. The pills rapidly transformed into a soft glow, penetrating her body. With this gentle luminescence, her injuries visibly began to mend. However, her wounds were severe, and since Mo Xia only possessed Xiantir pills, Lu Qiyun could not recover instantaneously. What shall we do if the senior sister does not awaken? One of the senior sisters inquired. Mo Xia looked up at the other sisters and said, the senior sister merely needs to rest for a while. We will remain here until she awakens before proceeding to that marsh. All right, agreed. The others chimed in, momentarily indecisive. Yet they complied with Mo Xia's words. They recognized that this junior brother, though not highly cultivated, possessed considerable strength. Furthermore, he might well have connections. Why? Because he had mastered Taiyan Hanbing. Only someone with ties to the Ice Heaven Saintess could be taught such a skill. It would be wise to heed his counsel. Mo Xia and his companions settled down to rest, while the group tailing them grew anxious. Leading the charge were Li Ermao and Li Ergo, who exchanged glances. Li Ergo quietly asked, brother, should we make our move now? Li Ermao scratched his head, pondering. Let me think. Brother, remain calm while I use my clever mind. Lu Qiyun is the top disciple under the elders. She is a 5th-tier Ling Xian, and even in her current wounded state, she would be difficult to handle. However what, brother? Have you devised a clever plan? Your brother is indeed clever. Did you not hear? Mo Xia said she only needs a moment's rest, so her injuries must not be grave. Shortly, they will seek the spiritual treasure. The treasure will undoubtedly have high-level magical beasts guarding it. After this battle, they will be further weakened when they confront the guardians of the spiritual treasure, making them vulnerable when we strike. Oh my brother, you truly are a genius. My dear brother, you are indeed a clever little rascal. I will await the chance to deal with Mo Xia. As for me, I shall prepare to claim the spiritual treasure. An hour passed, and Lu Qiyun finally awakened. Groggily, she sat up from the ground, supporting herself with her hands, yet her body swayed precariously as though she might topple over. Mo Xia, concerned for her well-being, stepped forward, crouched down, and steadied her frail shoulders, asking, senior sister, how do you feel? As Lu Qiyun awoke, she inadvertently bumped into Mo Xia's chest. The scent emanating from him was distinctly different from that of a woman. Upon lifting her gaze to see Mo Xia, she was startled back to her senses. Hastily extricating herself from his embrace, Lu Qiyun awkwardly adjusted her clothing and gently tidied her hair. Clearing her throat, she inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" "Not more than 5 hours," Hehuan replied. Lu Qiyun took a deep breath, calming her mind. She cleared her throat again, rising to her feet. She beckoned her fellow sisters to gather around, saying, "Ahem, we must continue our journey. Otherwise, we risk losing the spiritual treasure to others. And that would be a significant loss." "Of course, senior sister." "No problem, senior sister." Lu Qiyun led her group of disciples over the mountain ridge. Finally setting eyes on the marshland, she produced a map, pointed to a location, and declared to the group, "Look, that is our destination. There emanates a continuous aura of spiritual treasures. I deduce that there is a high likelihood the treasure resides there. Even if it does not, we may uncover some clues along the way. But senior sister, do you not see a giant dragon coiled there?" "What?" Lu Qiyun looked up and noticed. For the first time, a vast plain stretching between them and the marsh. A jade-white giant dragon lay upon this plain. Its scales shimmered, alternating between green and white, resembling a floral python. The iridescence of its scales was more striking than that of a python. Its mane was sparse and short, with 2 horns that were not long, and even bore thick stones and small trees atop them. Its colossal body rose and fell with each breath, stirring up gusts of sand and dust. Occasionally, a small bird would alight atop its head, nestling within the length of its mane before taking flight again. "Senior sister, this dragon appears to be an Earth-level 5th-tier magical beast. Your injuries are not yet fully healed. Can we pass?" "I am fine, though I may not be able to utilize the earth manipulation technique for now. Follow me and trust in my abilities. We can get through," Lu Qiyun said, determination gracing her features. She tucked the map into her sleeve and then, stepping onto her flying sword, ascended into the sky. Having crossed the mountains, they were now able to fly short distances. Lu Qiyun and her companions soared above, drawing closer to the giant dragon. Lu Qiyun raised her sword, gazing intently at the dragon, ever wary that it might charge at them. However, when they passed directly above the dragon's head, they discovered that it not only had no intention of fighting, but also seemed quite irked, turning its head away and curling up beneath its belly. Lu Qiyun found herself at a loss for words, feeling quite embarrassed. Hehuan chuckled, "Haha, senior sister, this magical beast seems quite docile. I am tempted to capture it and take it back as a spirit beast." At that moment, another senior sister responded, "Junior brother, taming a magical beast into a spirit beast is not such an easy task. Do not be fooled by its current demeanor. If you attempt to tame it, you may not even know how you met your demise. Is that true? Throughout history, how many beast tamers have perished at the jaws of magical beasts?" Lu Qiyun cautiously glanced back at the colossal dragon, confirming their safety before continuing. Beast tamers typically use beast eggs or lower-tier magical beasts for training. To tame a high-level magical beast is exceedingly arduous. They are proud beings and would never willingly submit. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qiyun and her companions finally flew safely over the plain where the dragon lay coiled. Before them stretched a black swamp, while behind them lay the plain with the resting dragon. Chapter 32. The swamp giant. Lu Qiyun and Hehuan arrived at the edge of the swamp. The mist emanating from the swamp prevented them from flying over it on their swords, compelling them to descend. Standing at the boundary where the swamp met solid ground, Lu Qiyun extended her sword, gently probing the swamp. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sword released steam and emitted strange sounds as it sank into the swamp. Lu Qiyun frowned and warned, "Be cautious. This swamp is toxic. Envelop yourselves in true energy and chop down the surrounding trees to use as stepping stones." "Understood." The senior sisters quickly set to work, felling trees. Hehuan flicked his wrist, and a massive block of ice descended from the heavens, landing atop the swamp. The cold air pushed the surrounding mist aside. Hehuan leaped onto the ice and called out to Lu Qiyun and the others, "Senior sister, hurry up." Lu Qiyun's eyes brightened, and she led her junior sisters onto the colossal ice block. "I didn't know junior brother had such a trick," one senior sister exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, Lu Qiyun noticed smoke rising at the junction where the ice met the swamp. Looking down, she saw the ice block being consumed by the swamp. Alarmed, she shouted, "Not good. The swamp is devouring the ice." The senior sisters hastily chopped down more trees, using their true energy to grasp the branches and throw them into the swamp. Subsequently, they jumped from the ice block onto the branches. The ice melted away. Before they could fully regain their composure, they discovered that the swamp was consuming the branches beneath their feet. With gritted teeth, Hehuan summoned another massive ice block. The group jumped from the branches onto the ice once more. However, this time, a female disciple failed to jump in time. Lu Qiyun saw her junior sister about to sink into the swamp and swiftly leaped forward. She stood atop a thick platform of condensed true energy, grasped her junior sister's hand, and pulled her onto the platform. "Are you all right, junior sister?" Lu Qiyun asked softly, just as they were not yet completely safe. The true energy platform beneath them was swallowed by the swamp. Lu Qiyun screamed in terror, "What is going on with this swamp?" Immediately, she formed a swirling layer of vibrant true energy beneath her feet. The true energy spun and pushed the swamp aside, allowing her to float in the air. However, she soon discovered a new problem. "Oh no, we are still sinking." As she spoke, they were already sinking deeper. Lu Qiyun quickly drew more true energy from within herself, wrapping it around both her and her junior sister. This way, the swamp could not engulf them. Suddenly, strange sounds erupted from the swamp. Regrettably, just as her true energy formed, the swamp grew increasingly bizarre. A layer of ghostly blue light emanated from the swamp, converging on Lu Qiyun and eroding the true energy shield enveloping her. After the swamp glimmered, its pull became even more powerful. The strange noises grew louder. With a loud crack, Lu Qiyun's true energy shattered, and the swamp swiftly engulfed them. "Senior sister," Mo Xie leaped forward anxiously. With a flick of his wrist, he encased a small section of the swamp in ice. Stepping onto the ice, Mo Xie rushed forward. "Senior sister, hold on," he shouted, retracting the ice behind him before pushing forward again. With each movement, Mo Xie approached Lu Qiyun closer and closer. Lu Qiyun, holding her junior sister, was gradually pulled into the swamp. The swamp devoured her junior sister and began to creep up Lu Qiyun's neck. The swamp acted like a nimble black hand, squeezing Lu Qiyun with great force. Weak and desperate, she spotted Mo Xie rushing toward her. Gritting her teeth, she called out, "Mo Xie." Mo Xie arrived. He reached out and grasped Lu Qiyun's hand. With great effort, he pulled Lu Qiyun from the swamp. The goo clinging to her body eroded her clothing entirely. Her pristine skin was torn by the swamp, revealing patches of red. The junior sister she had held was now nothing but a skeleton. Mo Xie extended his arms and embraced Lu Qiyun's waist, extracting her from the swamp. The goo that clung to her transformed into numerous small black insects that crawled onto Mo Xie's hands. Yet, in the next moment, a faint glow appeared on Mo Xie's skin. This light emerged and consumed the swamp insects entirely. Suddenly, the ice beneath Mo Xie's feet shattered. The swamp stirred violently. Mo Xie hurriedly flicked his sleeve into the air, summoning another massive block of ice. He held Lu Qiyun and jumped onto the ice. The swamp followed closely behind, coalescing into a gigantic swamp monster. The swamp monster extended a colossal hand to strike Mo Xie. Mo Xie unfurled his sleeve, releasing a Taiyu talisman. A golden plate appeared before him. The golden plate multiplied and stacked upon itself, forming an immense golden shield. The golden barrier blocked the swamp monster's giant hand. Yet the powerful impact sent Mo Xie flying. "Junior brother," a voice sounded from behind. It was the senior sisters who had successfully crossed the swamp. They employed their techniques to restrain the swamp giant for Mo Xie. As Mo Xie skated across the swamp on the ice block, he held Lu Qiyun in his arms. The swamp giant surged and attempted to knock Mo Xie away. Utilizing this force, Mo Xie soared into the air. He then employed Taiyan ice to create a massive ice slide. Lying on the slide, he and Lu Qiyun slid down together. Soon, they successfully traversed beyond the swamp's reach. The swamp giant, realizing Mo Xie was escaping, opened its mouth and spewed forth a thick torrent of swamp liquid. "Block it." Just as Mo Xie landed, he quickly summoned ice to shield against the swamp liquid. Lu Qiyun, cradled in Mo Xie's embrace, regained her senses. She tossed a pill into her mouth, restoring much of her true energy. Looking down, she suddenly realized her clothing was gone, and she was still in Mo Xie's arms. A flush of crimson spread across Lu Qiyun's face. Excitement detected, excitement points 1000. Upon hearing the system announcement, Mo Xie instinctively glanced down. This glance left Lu Qiyun feeling exposed. Flustered, she quickly leaped from Mo Xie's embrace. Lu Qiyun waved her hand, using true energy to wash away the swamp residue from her body. She then borrowed a garment from a nearby junior sister. Dressed once more, Lu Qiyun brandished her sword and charged to the front. This magical beast is very likely at level 7 of the Earth tier. That is a being comparable to a 7th tier Ling Xian. "You all retreat. Let me handle this." With that, Lu Qiyun raised her sword, channeling her true energy into the blade. With a haughty demeanor, Lu Qiyun declared, "I merely stumbled into your domain moments ago, almost falling prey to you. Now that I have exited your territory, you pose no threat." With that, she gracefully wielded her sword, invoking the Taiyan sword technique, 3rd level, chasing the moon. Chapter 33. Spirit Treasure. Suddenly, the sky around them deepened, and a colossal moon emerged behind Lu Qiyun. Her figure ascended, fingers weaving intricate gestures as she pointed forward. From within the great moon, a massive sword burst forth, slicing through the air with a resonant hum. The colossal sword struck the swamp giant, producing a dull thud. Truly worthy of a senior sister. Destroy it. This monster has just slain one of our junior sisters. We cannot let it escape. Only Mosia squinted his eyes in concern, for he noticed the swamp giant beginning to stir. Indeed, Lu Qiyun's strike had failed to inflict any harm. The swamp giant conjured a massive hand from its belly, seizing the colossal sword and shattering it effortlessly. The remnants of the sword dissolved into ethereal mist. The giant hand then swung towards Lu Qiyun. Enraged, she shouted, "Beast! Do not act recklessly." The great moon behind her began to shift as she grasped it firmly and hurled it forward. The sound of thunder resonated as the moon scraped against the air, igniting flames that illuminated the surroundings. With a resounding crash, the moon pressed down upon the swamp giant, eliciting a ghastly wail from it. "Senior sister, well done. We shall assist." The other senior sisters joined the fray, Mosia included, unleashing countless spells upon the swamp giant. Its cries of agony intensified, echoing like a tormented spirit. From its rotund body, slender swamp hands emerged, ensnaring the great moon like a net of darkness. Suddenly, a cacophony was heard as the moon emitted strange sounds. In the next moment, the swamp giant's small hands tore the moon apart. "Senior sister, something is amiss," Mosia warned. As the swamp giant turned its gaze towards Lu Qiyun, transforming its body into a massive hammer aimed directly at her. With a thud, the enormous hammer halted midair. As a colossal shard of ice materialized before Lu Qiyun, courtesy of Mosia, Lu Qiyun swiftly retreated. The ice was crushed by the swamp giant's hammer, splintering into shards. The hammer came crashing down with a heavy thud. Fortunately, those below had already fled, sparing them from harm. Fuming, the swamp giant glared at Mosia, roaring loudly before lunging at him. "Junior brother, run!" Lu Qiyun shouted. Mosia leaped onto the ice, but in the next instant, a massive swamp hand descended upon him. He hastily summoned ice for defense. The swamp hand obliterated the ice in an instant. Mosia flicked his sleeve, hurling a large shard of ice at the swamp giant, then leaped onto it. The swamp giant's hand loomed closer, casting a shadow over him. "Junior brother," the senior sisters cried out in concern. Suddenly, a beam of light shone forth as a small arrow struck the swamp giant. "Pain detected. Pain points 20,000. It cried out in agony. The swamp giant, disregarding Mosia, lunged towards the ground. Mosia landed on the ground, turning his back to the swamp giant as its massive form thrashed behind him. With a bow in hand, he swiftly turned and drew the string. Release. The arrow sped forth, piercing the swamp giant once more, eliciting another cry of pain. "Pain detected. Pain points 20,000. Pain points have reached 100,000. Mosia mused softly. "This pain bow is quite effective. How is this possible?" Lu Qiyun exclaimed in disbelief, while Mosia continued to unleash attacks with Taiyan ice against the swamp giant. "Junior brother, I shall lend you my strength." Lu Qiyun rushed forward to assist. In less than half an hour, the swamp giant lay still, finally vanquished. "Phew, we have avenged our junior sister." The group fell silent, mourning their fallen comrade. "Look, senior sister, there is light," someone suddenly exclaimed. All eyes turned towards the radiant glow emanating from the swamp giant's body. Lu Qiyun furrowed her brow and cautiously approached. As she drew nearer, her expression brightened, and she exclaimed, "Ha, junior brother and junior sisters. We are truly fortunate. This is a spirit treasure. It lies within the belly of the swamp giant. How splendid. We are indeed lucky. Let us open it up and see what treasure awaits." With excitement, Lu Qiyun raised her sword to pierce the swamp giant's flesh. Suddenly, a sharp blade flew from afar, deflecting her sword. "Huh, I believe we are the fortunate ones. I merely sought an opportunity to subdue Mosia's arrogance, yet serendipitously discovered this spirit treasure. What an unexpected fortune." Turning towards the speakers, Lu Qiyun recognized them with a frown. "Li Ermao, Li Ergu, what are you two up to?" Li Ergu, grinning, stepped forward and said, "Humph, what do you think?" "Lu sister, naturally, we are here to claim our share of the spirit treasure. Trust me, it is too powerful for you to handle." Li Ergu exchanged glances with Li Ermao, continuing, "Right, brother?" Li Ermao, grinning widely, mirrored his brother's expression. "Huh, my brother speaks the truth. You cannot manage it. Allow me to take charge. I am more than capable." Mosia stepped forward, standing beside Lu Qiyun. He addressed Li Ergu. I must say, you two brothers. Can you not aspire to be more? Must you always resort to underhanded tactics? With your pathetic demeanor, how dare you claim to be righteous? Li Ergu? I am beginning to suspect that you are the true spy of the demonic sect. Say that again. Li Ergu, incensed, drew his sword and charged forward. However, having just recovered from his injuries, he stumbled and fell flat on his face, causing a wave of laughter from their fellow disciples. Lucian laughed heartily. Hands on her hips, huh? Li Ergu, you are truly pitiful. The female disciples on Lucian's side were in stitches. Li Ermao hurried to help Li Ergu up, whispering, Are you all right, brother? I'm fine. Li Ergu's face flushed with embarrassment. Do not worry, brother shall regain your honor. Chapter 34. A surge of combat spirit with that. Li Ermao stepped forward, pointing his sword at Lu Qiyun, and grinning, declared, Lu's sister, hand over the spirit treasure, and we can part ways peacefully. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Lu Qiyun frowned slightly. After enduring battle, she bore injuries and her spiritual energy was depleting. She had no choice but to assert her status to intimidate her opponents. Raising her sword, she proclaimed, Surely you are aware that I am at the 5th stage of Lingxian, while you are merely at the 2nd stage. What gives you the audacity to challenge me? Li Ermao's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, Since senior sister is unwilling to relent, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherhood. With the 4th level of Taiyin sword technique, he invoked chasing stars. Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled, and the stars danced chaotically. Li Ermao transformed into a streak of flowing light, materializing before Lu Qiyun. The sword in his hand swelled to an enormous size, and he swung it down towards Lu Qiyun's back. Lu Qiyun swiftly raised her sword in defense, but before she could even position it, she was sent sprawling. Li Ermao's sword radiated a fierce aura as he arrogantly gazed at Lu Qiyun, proclaiming, Oh, senior sister. I dare say you can scarcely muster even the 2nd level of Taiyin sword technique now, can you? Positioned at an angle on the ground, Lu Qiyun fixed a fierce glare upon Li Ermao, retorting, Did you know of my condition beforehand? Not only am I aware of your situation, but I also know the circumstances of all of you. You have battled 2 Earth-rank magical beasts in succession, and one of your comrades has fallen. How could you possibly stand a chance against us now? Li Ermao chuckled. Diverting his gaze, he soared towards the corpse of the swamp giant, while exclaiming, Oh dear. Senior sister Lu, it seems you are no longer capable. Once I obtain the spiritual treasure and my strength surges, I may very well ascend to the 5th level of Lingxian, and at that point, I shall not fear you. With a sinister grin, Li Ermao descended beside the carcass of the swamp giant, eyeing the faint glow emanating from it, and reached out his hand. A gust of frigid wind swept by, and suddenly, the entire swamp turned exceptionally cold. The hand Li Ermao had extended was abruptly frozen mid-air. You. Li Ermao swiftly recognized the culprit behind this mischief and glared furiously at Emosia, who was stringing a bow and aiming directly at him. With a whoosh, an arrow shot forth from Emosia's bow, striking Li Ermao. Hiss. The pain from the arrow caused Li Ermao to writhe on the ground, howling in agony. Receiving emotional distress, pain points, 10,000. Whoosh. Another arrow flew towards him, but this time, Li Ermao managed to deflect it. Although the second arrow did not inflict any harm, the pain from the first arrow lingered. Li Ermao's expression contorted in agony, his veins bulging from the intensity of pain. So painful. How could he, Li Ermao, endure such humiliation? This is all self-inflicted, he declared as he mounted his sword, pursuing Emosia. Emosia, encased in ice, attempted to flee. Yet, Li Ermao, being at the 2nd level of Lingxian, far surpassed Emosia, who was only at the 4th level of Yuandan. How could he possibly escape Li Ermao's pursuit? Taiyin sword technique, 2nd level. Rushing river. Li Ermao raised his sword. Suddenly, the sound of crashing waves filled the air as a colossal sword formed from the ocean surged from the ground towards Emosia. Emosia hastily leapt off the ice, landing upon the flying sword. Buzz. A gleam of sword light darted towards him. Emosia evaded, but upon turning, he was met with a frightful sight. The entire sky was filled with countless flying swords, all aimed directly at him. A chill gripped Emosia's heart. He swiftly erected a towering wall of ice for defense. Li Ermao pointed his sword at Emosia. The myriad of flying swords in the sky resonated in unison. The cacophony of sword cries shook the heavens, causing the ground to tremble. From below, Lu Qiyun, observing the battle, hurriedly summoned her flying sword to assist. However, Li Erdeo obstructed her, pointing his sword at Lu Qiyun, saying with a playful smile, Where do you think you're going, senior sister Lu? Li Erdeo, you had best step aside. Once I recover, I will ensure you regret this. Neither you nor your brother will escape. Lu Qiyun retorted, her lips pale and her hand trembling. Yet she still pointed her sword defiantly at Liurdeo. Liurdeo scoffed. Oh, senior sister, you are thinking too small. Once my brother obtains the spiritual treasure, his strength will soar, and you will no longer be his match. Who knows who will be left standing? You. Lu Qiyun coughed angrily, but her body suddenly betrayed her, and she began to cough violently. Senior sister. Lu Qiyun's other junior sisters rushed over on their swords to provide support, all directing their swords at Liurdeo. With a grin, Liurdeo soon found himself flanked by a group of companions who also soared in on flying swords. The two sides faced off, swords drawn. With gritted teeth, Lu Qiyun commanded, subdue them. Liurdeo shouted in response, take them down. Both factions took to the air, engaging in battle. Lu Qiyun was assisted by her junior sisters, returning to the ground to rest. As she settled on the ground, she lifted her gaze once more towards the conflict between Mo Xie and Li Ermao. At that moment, the sky was filled with flying swords, striking like bullets against the icy barrier Mo Xie had conjured. Cracks began to appear in the ice shield. Li Ermao declared triumphantly, Mo Xie, you have reached your limit. Haven to you? Gritting his teeth, Mo Xie roared defiantly, this is not my limit. With a ferocious cry, Mo Xie soared into the air, charging into the storm of flying swords surrounding him. Lu Qiyun, watching from below, was taken aback by Mo Xie's reckless bravery and stood up, shouting, oh no. Why is the junior so impulsive? Who charges at an attack like that? You need to defend yourself. Other disciples shared her concerns for Mo Xie. Yet, he remained undeterred. His fighting spirit ignited. With his hands encased in ice and standing atop a frozen surface, he leapt forward, shattering dozens of flying swords with a single punch. Then, gliding effortlessly through the air atop the ice, he moved like a fish swimming upstream. Whoosh! A beam of icy light sliced through, breaking the encirclement of flying swords. Li Ermao's brow furrowed. Humph! Seeking death. With a furious shout, Li Ermao raised his sword, launching an attack at Mo Xie. The countless flying swords surrounded Li Ermao like loyal soldiers, advancing towards Mo Xie. In the high skies, Li Ermao faced the surging river of swords. The one resisting the onslaught was Mo Xie, shielded by the Taiyan ice. The Taiyan ice resembled a massive jellyfish of frost. Mo Xie charged towards Li Ermao. Even if Li Ermao was at the second level of Lingxian, what of it? Even if Mo Xie was merely at the fourth level of Yuandan, what of it? Having been granted a second chance at life, he would embrace it with flair. In this moment of fervent battle, he embraced the colorful chaos. Kill. Chapter 35, Taiyan Sword Technique. 5th level, tearing the heavens. Clang. The ice surged upward, shattering the multitude of flying swords. The overwhelming might of the ice climbed over every sword, even crawling up Li Ermao's face. Li Ermao's eyes widened in disbelief. A mere 4th level of Yuandan. How could this be possible? No way. There was absolutely no possibility. As he remained in shock, he suddenly heard more delicate sounds. Clang, clang, crackle. The ice shattered all the flying swords. The debris of swords flew chaotically in the air, and Li Ermao found himself frozen mid-flight. Humph, there are countless impossible things. With that, Mo Xie raised his sword, concentrating the cold energy. Go. A wave of icy energy surged forth, crashing into Li Ermao. Li Ermao's vital energy was dispersed, and he was sent hurtling away by the icy blast. Boom. Li Ermao crashed to the ground, and all eyes turned towards him. Liurdeo, witnessing his brother's downfall, gasped. How can this be? My brother is at the second level of Lingxian. You cannot possibly transcend like this. A tremor ran through Liurdeo's heart. He thought, if this Mo Xie continues to grow, then what will become of us? If he can injure a second-level Lingxian at the 4th level of Yuandan, in time, 1T he surpassed Lu Qiyun, he may even rival the Holy Maiden. This cannot be allowed. We have provoked him. Can he allow us to live? At this moment, a thought resonated within Li Ermao's mind. He rose from the ground and coldly fixed his gaze upon Mo Xie, whispering to himself, I cannot allow Mo Xie to grow stronger. He must be extinguished in his cradle. He must die today. With that, Li Ermao lifted his sword and made a sweeping motion. Suddenly, dozens of flying swords appeared beside him, their tips all directed towards Mo Xie. As Mo Xie, who was pursuing on a path of ice, spotted the swords, he quickly conjured an ice wall for defense. The flying swords shattered the ice wall, and as it vanished, the swords dissipated into shimmering light. Amidst the smoky aftermath, a glimmer shot up from the ground. Mo Xie, alert, raised his sword to block. It was Li Ermao. With a clash, Li Ermao swung his sword towards Mo Xie's neck, yet Mo Xie parried the strike. Their blades collided, sparking flames. The two engaged in close combat, their blades clashing, igniting bursts of fire. Li Shixiang, why the haste? Mo Xie laughed nonchalantly. Li Ermao's face twisted with frustration. Suddenly, he lifted his sword and exclaimed, "Do not be so pleased. Let us see how you fare against an appetizer. Tai Yin sword technique, first level. Climb the mountain." The sword in Li Ermao's hand transformed into a colossal blade. He gripped it tightly and swung it down upon Mo Xie's head, declaring, "Let us see how you handle this." Mo Xie summoned ice to erect a towering wall before him. The giant sword shattered the ice wall, sending Mo Xie flying. Yet he did not crash to the ground. Instead, he stepped upon his sword and ascended once more. Witnessing Mo Xie's effortless maneuvers incited Li Ermao's anger. "You think you're so formidable? Take this sword energy," he bellowed, unleashing a massive wave of sword energy. Mo Xie smirked, flicking his wrist. His sleeve glinted with cold light, and an ice blade emerged, pursuing the gigantic sword energy. The ice blade sliced through the sword energy, barreling towards Li Ermao, shredding the giant sword in his grasp and forcing him back. In a fit of rage, Li Ermao leaped onto a flying sword, chasing after Mo Xie. As he pursued, Mo Xie fled, drawing out his pain bow to shoot at Li Ermao. Shoo! Mo Xie turned back and released another arrow. Pain emotion received, pain points, 2,000. "Ah, you little rascal. Do not let me catch you." Mo Xie did not need to look back. The sound of Li Ermao's voice confirmed the arrows had struck their mark. Now, having been hit by 2 arrows, Li Ermao felt the pain affecting his speed. He was falling behind Mo Xie, who continued to shoot arrows while evading. Startled by the 2 previous hits, Li Ermao was left with no choice but to frantically dodge the incoming arrows. While dodging, Li Ermao advanced closer to Mo Xie. "Damn it, I'm going all out. Let us try the 5th level of Tai Yin sword technique, you brat." Frustrated by Mo Xie's evasive tactics, Li Ermao suddenly halted his flight. A strange phenomenon unfolded in the sky, tearing the very fabric of the heavens. Tai Yin sword technique, 5th level. Tear the heavens. After an anguished roar, Li Ermao transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Huh, what is happening? Mo Xie wondered, but the sisters below were well aware. Lu Qiyun raised her sword towards the sky, scolding, "Li Ermao, cease at once. Do not use this move against your fellow disciples." Li Erdao was alarmed to see his brother resorting to the highest level of Tai Yin sword technique, the 5th level, to combat a mere 4th stage Yuandan. "Brother, there is no need for this. That move will consume your power," Li Erdao cried urgently. Just as he finished speaking, the sky tore even more severely, revealing the power of the void. From the rifts in the void, enormous and bizarre divine swords began to emerge. Boom! Outside of Julin Mountain, the Grand Elder of the Tai Yin Sacred Sect was battling the evil monks of the Flesh Buddha sect. He dispatched an evil monk of the 1st stage Ling Xian with a single strike, casually tossing the body to Xiao Long, who devoured it. The Grand Elder then looked up and caught sight of the celestial phenomenon unfolding within Julin Mountain, the rift in the void and the colossal divine swords. "Who is that? Who is using Tear the Heavens?" the Grand Elder exclaimed in astonishment. Other elders raised their heads, frowning and whispering. "Could it be that our disciples are in peril? Should we assist them?" The Grand Elder flicked his sleeve and gazed at the golden currents in the sky. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed. "It is better we do not intervene. Should we enter, we risk inciting the wrath of ancient behemoths, which would harm our disciples." "What, Grand Elder?" "This is clearly the effect of Tai Yin sword technique, 5th level, Tear the Heavens. This technique not only harms others, but also the user. Those who can wield this technique are typically elite disciples. If that person is truly injured, it would be a significant loss for our Tai Yin sacred sect. They may be facing evil cultivators, but this is a matter for the youth to resolve themselves. If they cannot overcome it, it is their fate." As he spoke, the Grand Elder cast a disdainful glance at the evil monks of the Flesh Buddha sect before him. Little did he know that the one executing this technique was his very own disciple, Li Ermao. Moreover, Li Ermao was employing it not against demonic cultivators or beasts, but against his own fellow disciples. Chapter 36. Qi Yin Zhu. Inside Julin Mountain, countless divine swords hurtled forth from the rifts in the void, targeting Mo Xie. In a flash, Mo Xie produced the last 2 Tai Yu talismans from his Qinkuan sleeve and cast them before him. Ding! The 2 Tai Yu swords rapidly formed into golden plates, with one yielding 2, and 2 yielding 4. Gradually, an expansive golden plate materialized to shield Mo Xie. Noticing the talismans absorbing energy from him, Mo Xie realized this energy did not derive from his cultivation, but from the Taishang furnace. The Taiyu talisman was siphoning energy from the Taishang furnace. The colossal golden plate continued to absorb energy from Mo Xie, growing larger and larger, until it became visible to all within and outside Julin Mountain. Inside Julin Mountain, young disciples of the Shun Dao Mountain observed the golden plate, exclaiming, "Whose Taiyu talisman is this? Yet its aura differs greatly from our sect's." The golden plate expanded further. Outside Julin Mountain, the elder disciples of Shun Dao Mountain stood idly, watching the clash between the Tai Yin sacred sect and the Flesh Buddhist sect, which had flattened the entire landscape. However, the elder disciples remained unmoved, resembling stone statues, impervious to the chaos around them. Yet when the immense Taiyu talisman phenomenon erupted within Julin Mountain, the expressions of several elder disciples shifted. "Shixiang, look, what is that? It is our sect's Taiyu talisman, yet it is not cast by our disciples. The technique used for the Taiyu talisman is somewhat different. Who is it? Who can wield the Taiyu talisman to such an extent?" Within Julin Mountain, the divine swords in the sky finally descended. Bang! The divine sword collided with the golden plate defense created by the Taiyu talisman, producing a clear sound. Immediately after, countless divine swords rained down, bombarding the golden plate. The Taiyu talisman valiantly resisted the onslaught of divine swords. Initially, the defense was remarkably effective. But as Li Ermao became increasingly frenzied, the power of the divine sword grew increasingly formidable, and gradually, the Taiyu Fujin band began to shatter. However, at the same time, Mo Xie noticed that Li Ermao's relentless assault had transformed into a state of despair. Li Ermao's body could no longer withstand the swordsmanship's might and was weakening. With a soft snort, Mo Xie propelled the Taiyu Fujin band forward, deflecting all the divine swords before crashing into Li Ermao. A resounding thud echoed as Mo Xie sent Li Ermao flying. The celestial phenomena triggered by Li Ermao also vanished in tandem. Subsequently, Mo Xie glided over the ice, pursuing Li Ermao, and seized his neck midair. Li Ermao, feeble and powerless, gazed at Mo Xie in terror, thinking, "How could a mere fourth-tier Yuan Dan possibly withstand my strongest attack? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming." Fear detected. Fear points. 40,000. Mo Xie chuckled softly and declared, "At this moment, your dream has come to an end." With that, he hurled Li Ermao downwards. Li Ergo hastily soared in on his sword to rescue Li Ermao. Mo Xie glided down onto the ground. At this moment, the disciples who had accompanied Li Ermao were too frightened to utter a word. Mo Xie continuously received the waves of fear emanating from them. Fear detected. Fear points. 1,000. Total fear points. 20,000. Your fear points have exceeded 100,000. Mo Xie contemplated retaining a tenfold reward. With this thought, he set the matter aside for the time being and strolled towards Lu Qiyun. Lu Qiyun hurriedly approached, anxiously scanning Mo Xie from head to toe, inquiring, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Mo Xie gently patted Lu Qiyun's shoulder, reassuring her, "Rest assured, senior sister. Such a worthless opponent does not possess the qualification to harm me." Yet, Lu Qiyun persisted, But, you are merely at the fourth tier of Yuan Dan, while he is at the second tier of Ling Xian. He even employed the most potent sword technique of our sect. Are you truly unscathed?" She remained unconvinced, alternately grasping Mo Xie's hand, examining his arms for injuries, and then inspecting his back for any signs of ambush. However, as she found nothing, her anxiety grew. Could it be an internal injury? Her worry escalated, and she even leaned her head against Mo Xie's chest, weeping. "I was genuinely worried about you just now." Mo Xie grasped Lu Qiyun's delicate hand, lowered his head to rest against her forehead, and spoke in a voice only they could hear, "Senior sister, I am truly fine." His words penetrated not just Lu Qiyun's ears, but also reached her heart. At that moment, Mo Xie's nose brushed against Lu Qiyun's brow, causing her heartbeat to race like a frantic rabbit, echoing in her chest. Mo Xie's lips were tantalizingly close. Lu Qiyun felt an overwhelming urge to rise on her toes and kiss him. Yet, remembering that their fellow disciples were watching, she hurriedly escaped from Mo Xie's embrace. Mo Xie, oblivious to Lu Qiyun's thoughts, had never harbored such impulses towards her. Excitement detected. Excitement points. 6,000. Oh, more excitement points? Where did they come from? Mo Xie sensed the excitement radiating from Lu Qiyun, but remained perplexed about its source. Lu Qiyun approached Li Ermao and Li Ergo, pointing her sword at them, and proclaimed, You attempted to murder a fellow sect member. Once we return to the Holy Sect, I will certainly report this to the Ice Heaven Saintess. Not even the Grand Elder will be able to protect you. Liergo, upon hearing Lu Qiyun's words, fell into despair, weeping loudly as he clutched Liermao. Brother, why is our fate so cruel? Despite Liergo's pitiable state, Lu Qiyun felt no sympathy. She coldly advanced, reaching the corpse of the swamp giant. She reached into the creature's body, searching the murky depths for a glimmering object. Before long, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she murmured, "Found it." Lu Qiyun withdrew her hand, revealing a dark, sinister orb, quietly resting in her slender palm. This spiritual treasure appeared rather eerie. She displayed it to the onlookers. Wow, why does this spiritual treasure look so disgusting? Is this really it, senior sister? The younger disciples questioned, causing Lu Qiyun to waver in her certainty. She gently shook the black orb in her hand, scrutinizing it for a moment before asserting, "This is indeed a spiritual treasure." Lu Qiyun gazed at Emosia and then presented the black orb to him, saying, "This spiritual treasure is for you. If it weren't for you, we would never have obtained it. Is that appropriate? With so many senior sisters watching, it's quite embarrassing for me to accept. You must take it. If it weren't for you, we would have been devoured by the swamp long ago. How could we still stand here conversing? So please accept it. You deserve it." "Yes, yes," the other senior sisters chimed in. Emosia found it difficult to refuse. "In that case, I shall graciously accept." He extended his hand and grasped the black orb. In an instant, the orb burrowed into Emosia's body, acquired a precious item, classified as A-grade item, Qi-Inju. Chapter 37. The Twin Qi-Inju. Qi-Inju. What is its purpose? The system offered no reply. Just as he was about to speak, he was left hanging in suspense. "Ah, it's gone. Oh dear, senior sister. Did you see that?" The orb just entered Emosia's body. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qiyun furrowed her brow. She grasped Emosia's hand, inspecting it from every angle, desperately trying to locate the vanished orb. Yet, after a thorough search, it was nowhere to be found. The orb had genuinely disappeared. How strange. It was just here moments ago. Well, I suppose I will consult the Grand Elder when we return to understand what happened. With that, Lu Qiyun led her fellow disciples and Emosia to soar into the sky on their swords, leaving Liergo alone, quietly embracing Liermao. At this moment, Liermao was reeling from the backlash of the sword technique, his body reddened and swollen, nearing the brink of explosion. Liergo urgently called out to his companions, "Come, help me support my brother. I need to bring him back." "Yes, second brother." With Liermao injured, Liergo assumed the role of protector. He gathered his companions, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a beam of light shot from the distance, illuminating his face. Turning around, Liergo discovered that the body of the swamp giant still radiated light. There was something within it. Liergo's expression turned serious as he cautiously approached. Indeed, he spotted the glow. He reached into the swamp giant's body, rummaging for a considerable time before finally withdrawing his hand. He opened his palm to reveal a Qi-Inju resting there. So, the Qi-Inju comes in pairs. One had been taken by Emosia, while the other was now in Liergo's possession. Liergo sensed the immense energy contained within this Qi-Inju. He chuckled softly, a smirk gracing his lips. He then concealed the Qi-Inju in his sleeve. Gazing in the direction Lu Qiyun and Emosia had departed, he murmured, "Lu Qiyun, Emosia, just wait. I shall have my revenge." Achu. As Emosia soared on his sword, he suddenly felt an itch in his nose and sneezed. Lu Qiyun laughed. "Junior brother, even though we are all cultivators, we mustn't allow ourselves to be afflicted by the cold wind. That would be quite embarrassing." "Haha. Senior sister, worry not. I am a Dan master myself. Surely, a healer can treat themselves." The surrounding senior sisters erupted in laughter. Lu Qiyun, Emosia, and the others flew out of the giant scale mountain, just in time to encounter the Grand Elder. At this moment, the Grand Elder bore visible wounds upon his countenance. Raising his gaze, it became apparent that not only the Grand Elder bore injuries, the other elders also displayed their own bruises. Even Xiao Long appeared somewhat weary. Looking to the other side, several corpses of the Hehuan Sect elders lay scattered upon the ground. The practitioners of Hehuan Sect regarded their bodies as tools for cultivation, displaying an utter lack of humanity in their sorcery. The corpses on the ground included massive heads and grotesque lumps of flesh, with pus and a foul stench permeating the surroundings. Even the venerable priests from Shundao Mountain could not help but cover their noses, their faces contorted in disgust. Upon seeing Emosia emerge, the Grand Elder and the others inquired, "Did you acquire the spiritual treasure?" Lu Qiyun gently patted Mo's back while responding to the Grand Elder. We did obtain it, but strangely, it has entered Mo's body. What precisely does the spiritual treasure resemble? Did you get a clear look? The Grand Elder questioned. Mo's gestured with his hands, stating, "It is a small black orb that emits light. What could that be?" "Never mind. I shall examine it further upon our return," the Grand Elder replied, visibly pleased. Suddenly, Mo's heard an eerie sound. At that moment, everyone else heard it as well, though its source remained unseen. A wisp of black smoke slowly moved across the ground, swiftly climbing onto Mo's. Eventually, it transformed into a malevolent monk with his chest exposed. Mo's abruptly felt a chill around his neck. Looking down, he discovered a string of black prayer beads tightly binding his abdomen, gripped firmly by the malevolent monk. At any moment, the monk could take Mo's life. Mo's attempted to resist, but found himself unable to move. He soon realized that this monk was a formidable being of the 9th stage of Lingxian. This malevolent monk's power rivaled that of the Grand Elder of Hehuan Sacred Sect. "Fatty, how dare you be so audacious?" The Grand Elder pointed his sword at the monk. "Release my junior apprentice." In a moment of panic, Lu Qiyun immediately raised her sword to attack, aiming to rescue Mo's. Suddenly, a gust of black wind surged toward Lu Qiyun, laden with a powerful stench of blood. Lu Qiyun found herself unable to penetrate the black wind, let alone save Mo's. "Sister, retreat," Mo's shouted, knowing Lu Qiyun would not be a match for the monk. However, to his surprise, she slightly furrowed her brow and tossed her sword into the air. Instantly, the heavens shifted in color, and celestial bodies became chaotic. A rift in the void appeared high above, accompanied by a resonant hum. The immense force generated by this phenomenon finally dispelled the black wind. Yet, Mo's was taken aback. For Lu Qiyun's maneuver resembled the earlier move employed by Li Ermao. This was the 5th level of Taiyin sword technique, known as Tear the Heavens. After Li Ermao executed this technique, he had yet to awaken. Mo's did not wish for Lu Qiyun to meet the same fate. Therefore, he bore the pain in his neck and shouted, "Senior sister, no." On the other side, the 2nd Elder of Hehuan Sacred Sect was also flustered. Hastily, the 2nd Elder raised her hand and called out, "Lu Qiyun, do not act rashly." The 2nd Elder had once been a disciple of the Ice Heaven Saintess, making Lu Qiyun akin to her junior sister. As fellow disciples, how could she allow Lu Qiyun to take such risks? Saying this, the 2nd Elder flew toward Lu Qiyun on her sword. Seeing the 2nd Elder forcefully extend her hands toward the sky, a powerful white shockwave suddenly surged forth, repelling the celestial disturbance. Subsequently, the Grand Elder hurriedly arrived to restrain Lu Qiyun. Although Lu Qiyun was halted, she suddenly noticed the monk's new movements. "Grand Elder, 2nd Elder, look, that monk is about to escape," Lu Qiyun cried out. The Grand Elder swiftly turned to Xiao Long and shouted, "Stop him." Responding to the call, Xiao Long soared into the sky. He raised his massive claw and struck toward the monk. The monk turned back, spewing a foul, purulent liquid that scorched Xiao Long, causing him to plummet from the sky. At the moment Xiao Long fell, several other elders arrived just in time. The monk laughed maniacally. "Haha, I relish your futile attempts to kill me while being utterly powerless. This is simply delightful. Ha ha ha." Mo's continued to struggle, but the more he fought, the tighter the beads constricted around his neck. The beads compressed his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe, let alone speak or circulate his true energy to escape. It was then that Mo's noticed that these beads were also an enigmatic object. Chapter 38. Chaos in the Giant Scales Mountain with a resounding clap. The monk extended a free hand which rapidly grew in size, becoming exceedingly enormous. The giant hand descended, sending dust and debris flying from the ground. This strike, akin to swatting a fly, forced the approaching elders to retreat. Following their withdrawal, the Grand Elder and the 2nd Elder arrived just in time. The 2nd Elder furiously raised her sword and pointed forward. Suddenly, her sword split into 2, then transformed into 4, resulting in countless flying swords shooting forth. The flying swords severed the monk's giant hand, causing pieces to fall in disarray. The monk, feeling the pain, burst into laughter. His mouth opened at an unnatural angle, revealing his grotesquely exposed cheekbones shrouded in putrid flesh. The stench emanating from his mouth nearly overwhelmed Mo's. The monk bellowed with laughter at the Grand Elder of Hehuan Sacred Sect, Qian Shun. "How fortunate your disciple is to have caught the attention of that entity. Heh. But now it belongs to me." The Grand Elder Qian Shun pointed forward, and Xiao Long suddenly dove from the high skies behind him, crashing toward the monk. The monk leapt forward, his thick legs extending skyward. These colossal limbs stood like pillars before the crowd. Xiao Long opened his massive jaws and lunged forward. With one bite, he severed the monk's legs. Blood sprayed into the air, forming a torrential river of crimson that surged forth without end. Ouch! That hurts. You beast. Oh, the agony. My heavens, my suffering is unbearable. Ahaha, it hurts. It hurts. It truly hurts. The monk cried out in anguish, yet he did not perish. After losing his legs, his remaining limbs began to grow anew. However, they did not revert to their original form. Instead, they morphed into elongated bones. The monk's leg bones, resembling towering supports, propped up his corpulent body, and he began to leap away like a giant chicken, moving with great speed. Suddenly, the monk vanished behind a barrier. Xiao Long rushed forward, only to be obstructed by that very barrier. Upon the arrival of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, neither the monk nor Mo could be seen. The two elders fell into silence while gazing at the barrier. The Second Elder muttered softly, "What shall we do now? He has escaped into Giant Scales Mountain." The Grand Elder paused for a moment before responding languidly. "If a cultivator of the 6th stage of Lingxian or above enters Giant Scales Mountain, it will draw the attention of that ancient beast, leading to an inevitable battle. We may have to abandon Mo and return with the other disciples." The Grand Elder harbored ulterior motives. He had never been fond of Mo. It was only due to his position as Grand Elder that he felt compelled to rescue him. However, now that Mo had been captured by the monk and taken into Giant Scales Mountain, it would inevitably attract the ancient beast's attention. Should the ancient beast become enraged, the resulting conflict would claim many lives. In other words, rescuing Mo would necessitate sacrificing the other disciples, potentially resulting in dire consequences. Thus, casting aside Mo became a logical course of action, freeing the Grand Elder from fears of being reproached by the Ice Heaven Saintess. The Grand Elder secretly rejoiced and then waved his hand, feigning sorrow as he said, "There is no other choice. We must allow him to fend for himself. Second Elder, go check if the other disciples have emerged. If they are all accounted for, we must leave Giant Scales Mountain immediately." However, the Second Elder hesitated. "What now? As more disciples perish, how will you explain this to the other holy maidens?" "We cannot forsake the many for the sake of one," the Grand Elder advised. After a moment of contemplation, the Second Elder sighed and conceded, "Alas, there is no alternative. Let him rely on his own capabilities." When the Grand Elder and the Second Elder reunited with the other disciples, Lu Qiun vociferously reproached the Grand Elder, "Why did you not rescue him?" "Why?" The Grand Elder, unperturbed, flicked his sleeve and coldly retorted, "I have done my utmost. It is his misfortune. Who can be blamed? Moreover, remember your station, as well as mine. Do not forget who you are, Lu Qiun." Having already sustained injuries, Lu Qiun's complexion paled further at his words. Overcome by anger, she collapsed to the ground. Several junior sisters rushed to support her. The Second Elder sighed and gazed toward the towering Giant Scales Mountain, lamenting, "Alas, how shall we account for this to the Ice Heaven Holy Maiden?" Unlike the Grand Elder, the Second Elder was also a disciple of the Ice Heaven Holy Maiden, making Mo her junior. Being present and losing her junior brother only deepened her embarrassment. However, should she attempt to save Mo and consequently cause grave harm to the other disciples of Tai Yin Shengjiao, it would be a grave sin in itself. Truly, she found herself in a dilemma. The Second Elder sighed repeatedly, when suddenly she noticed dozens of figures emerging from the entrance of Giant Scales Mountain. Focusing her gaze, she exclaimed, "Grand Elder, it's Li Ergu and the others. The other disciples are all emerging." The Grand Elder swiftly beckoned the newly arrived disciples of Tai Yin Shengjiao, commanding, "Immediately, gather here. A great chaos is about to erupt at Giant Scales Mountain. We must depart swiftly." Once all personnel were assembled, they learned of Mo's capture. Reactions varied. Some were elated while others were despondent. "Chaos? What chaos? Hasn't Mo been captured?" The Grand Elder explained. "The one who captured him may instigate great turmoil at Giant Scales Mountain." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's warning, no one dared to linger. They hastily fled. All disciples of Tai Yin Shengjiao took to the skies on their swords, following the elders away from Giant Scales Mountain. Li Ergu, standing on his flying sword, glanced back at Giant Scales Mountain and muttered softly, "What a pity, Mo has been captured by the demonic sect. I hope he does not perish too swiftly. It would be truly unsatisfactory if I cannot slay him with my own hands." As he spoke, Li Ergu gently opened his hand, revealing a small, dark orb that swayed slowly in his palm. With a soft snort, he closed his hand and quickened his sword's pace to catch up with the others. With everyone from Tai Yin Shengjiao having departed, the scattered immortals, frightened, hastily retreated. The aged Taoists of Shun Dao Mountain lingered for a brief moment, waiting for their disciple's safe exit before also vacating the premises. They understood that the ancient beast within Giant Scales Mountain was about to reveal itself. At this moment, only two outsiders remained within Giant Scales Mountain, Mo Xie and the sinister monk. The monk, using a rosary, bound Mo Xie's neck and dragged him along the ground. As he pulled, he chuckled. Hee, you lad, are quite fortunate to have caught the attention of the Inchi Pearl. Coughing heavily, Mo Xie, bound by the rosary, could only manage to cough loudly in response. The monk laughed heartily, sticking out his tongue, revealing swollen, inflamed nodules on it. However, in the next moment, these bizarre nodules vanished. The bodies of the disciples from the Flesh Buddha sect were indeed peculiar. Chapter 39. The Hardy Bell. The practitioners of the Flesh Buddha sect no longer possessed a fixed form. When not employing techniques, they appeared normal, but once engaged in combat, their bodies would undergo transformations. Especially for a practitioner of the Flesh Buddha sect, like this monk, with formidable strength. With a flick, the monk tossed Mo Xie forward and then stowed away the rosary. As soon as Mo Xie regained his freedom, he gasped for air, taking a deep breath. A chilling light enveloped him. He extended his hand forcefully forward, causing the surrounding ice to coalesce into an ice wall. The ice wall hurtled toward the monk. The monk smirked, opening his mouth wider and wider. His teeth elongated and sharpened, resembling those of a wild beast. With a crunch, he bit down on the ice wall, devouring it with delight. Mo Xie's brows furrowed as he drew his bow painfully. The monk's expression shifted as he murmured to himself, gritting his teeth. Mo Xie drew the bowstring taut and released. An arrow shot forth like a meteor, aimed at the monk. Strangely, the monk showed no intention of evading. He brazenly accepted the arrow. It struck him squarely in the abdomen. The monk cried out in agony, yet peculiarly, Mo Xie did not hear the system's announcement. What is happening? Is the system experiencing a glitch? Just as he pondered this, he witnessed the monk laughing. Rolling on the ground, the monk alternated between laughter and tears, exclaiming, "Oh my, this truly hurts. You intend to take my life, don't you? Ah, heavens, ah ha, it hurts, huh?" The monk lay on the ground, one hand gripping the pained bow and the arrow, pulling it out, and then stabbing it back in, deriving pleasure from the act while laughing and crying. Meanwhile, small black dots began to emerge from his skin. Upon closer inspection, Mo Xie broke into a cold sweat. These were not mere black dots. They were fat flies the size of his pinky finger, crawling out from within his flesh. As the flies emerged, they flew towards Mo Xie. He quickly stowed the bow and reached down, grabbing strands of fine ice nets. With a gentle push, he sent the ice nets forth. Each node in the net absorbed the cold energy. Soon, the nodes vanished, crystallizing into slender ice needles that accurately shot forth, striking down the black flies. Then, a large hand suddenly appeared. To Mo Xie's astonishment, it sprouted from the monk's back, as if another being was concealed within him. Cold sweat beaded on Mo Xie's forehead. He pulled both hands back and summoned ice thorns, which erupted from the ground, spreading a chilling aura. The ice thorns pierced the outstretched hand of the monk. As they penetrated, the hand abruptly snapped. To Mo Xie's surprise, the severed hand became even more ferocious. It swiftly unfurled, its fingers shooting forth crimson nails like sharp arrows. Mo Xie hastily conjured an ice wall before him. Clang, clang, clang. 5 nails struck down, shattering the ice wall to pieces. Mo Xie had no choice but to raise his sword to defend himself. However, as the blade met the nails, he was forcefully propelled away by a powerful shockwave. Mo Xie crashed into an ancient tree, which snapped in two. The monk, laughing and crying, sat up from the ground. Crouching there, he struck his own face with a resounding slap. Upon doing so, his entire form transformed into a swirling mass of black mist. As his body turned to black mist, the arrow from the pained bow fell to the ground. The black mist surged towards Mo Xie, once again morphing into the shape of the monk. Grasping Mo Xie's neck and lifting him up, Mo Xie beheld the monk's features, which grotesquely morphed before his eyes. The sinister monk's eyebrows resembled a pool of ink spilled into a sea of thick oil, transforming into graceful curves. His restless eyes and mouth danced with an unsettling energy. One could observe his pupils darting about like agile little fish across his visage. Inadvertently, those eyes found their way to the vicinity of his mouth, and to one's astonishment, a voice emanated from the pupils themselves. "Ah, little one, your tricks are quite numerous. It is hard to fathom that you are merely at the 4th stage of Yuan Dan." Mo Xie, maintaining his composure, fixed his gaze upon the sinister monk and retorted, "Humph, you, a 9th stage Lingxian? Bully me, a mere 4th stage Yuan Dan. Do you not feel any shame? The sinister monk chuckled. My sect is not like your Tai Yin sacred teachings. Do not think that I would hesitate to harm a defenseless infant if need be. Suddenly, Mo Xie grimaced, gritting his teeth in pain as he lowered his head. The sinister monk's hand inexplicably delved into his own abdomen. Let me see if I can find the Qi Yin pearl, he said, rummaging through Mo Xie's insides, yet discovering nothing but a foul liquid. Mo Xie's complexion turned pale, his breaths becoming shallow. A bizarre chime echoed through the air. The sinister monk suddenly shrieked, "Ah, my hand!" Upon a closer look, Mo Xie's body began to stitch itself together rapidly, while the sinister monk's hand was consumed by that strange sound. The monk, shaking his hand, pushed Mo Xie away, causing him to stagger back in pain. What is this? What is that sound? Where is it coming from? No, the source of this sound is not of the righteous energy. This is the Hehuan bell. The sinister monk, now filled with genuine terror, stared at Mo Xie and shouted, "You are not a disciple of the righteous path. You are one of the Hehuan Sect. No, that cannot be. All of the Hehuan Sect has perished. Moreover, the Hehuan bell is the treasure of the Hehuan Sect. How could it be linked to you?" Received fear emotion, fear points 1,000. Received pain emotion, pain points 1,000. Mo Xie gritted his teeth and drew his sword, planting it firmly into the ground for support as he stood up. A voice resonated from within Mo Xie's being. The Hehuan bell seems to be responding? Young lady, give me the chance to speak with Mo Xie. Mo Xie, Mo Xie. Respond, hurry and speak. The voice belonged to the Grand Elder of the Hehuan Sect, Ming Quan. At that moment, Mo Xie lacked the strength to utter a word. Yet, the sinister monk furrowed his brow and cautiously inquired, "Are you Ming Quan?" From Mo Xie's body, Ming Quan's voice resonated. "You are Fei Qing Tao Tai." Why is a disciple of the Ro Fo sect responding? Indeed, this young man is a disciple of your Hehuan sect. The sinister monk rose, walking as he spoke. Fei Qing Tao Tai, are you by Mo Xie's side? Is this young man named Mo Xie? Fei Qing Tao Tai, how did you end up with Mo Xie? He is my captive now. Fei Qing Tao Tai, do not act foolishly. Let him go, or bring him to me. I will reward you. No reward would compel me to release the Qi Yin pearl. The Qi Yin pearl? Are you willing to turn against us for a mere Qi Yin pearl? We are all pitiful souls who suffer at the hands of righteous individuals. Should we not unite to confront the Tai Yin sacred teachings and Shun Dao Mountain? Not at all, Our Ro Fo sect pursues freedom, indulging in desires. That is the essence of the Ro Fo sect. Really? So you do not wish to consume the Taishang Luding? Taishang Luding. Do you possess information regarding the Taishang Luding? We have the Taishang Luding in our possession. If you bring Mo Xie to me, I shall grant you the Taishang Luding. Moreover, you need only ensure that Mo Xie remains alive and deliver him to me intact. How you acquire the Qi Yin pearl is none of my concern. The sinister monk hesitated. After a brief pause, he questioned, "You cannot trust the Hehuan sect. If they do not have the Taishang Luding, then where else could it be? Think about it." The monk was unaware that Mo Xie himself was the Taishang Luding. Thus Ming Quan's words struck fear into him. This deal seemed wholly advantageous to the monk, potentially yielding both the Qi Yin pearl and the Taishang Luding, while also forging a connection with the remnants of the Hehuan sect, creating future pawns. What is not to gain? The sinister monk grinned broadly. Very well. I shall engage in this transaction with you. Oh dear, the Hehuan bell is about to cut off again. The voice of Ming Quan echoed anxiously from within Mo Xie's body. Even more anxious was Yuling. Mo Xie? Mo Xie, did you hear me? How have you been lately? I am well, Mo Xie managed to reply, his strength waning. Why do you sound so weak? Is that fat fool bullying you? Just wait. I will avenge you. Oh dear, young sect master, please take it easy. Suddenly, the communication was severed. After the connection was lost, Mo Xie collapsed. The sinister monk rushed forward to support him. Gently patting Mo Xie's back, he said, "Oh dear, you must not come to harm." Then, the monk extended an arm, and the flesh of his arm split open, revealing the sinewy muscle beneath a thick layer of fat, stained with blood. He deftly parted the muscle as if clearing a small patch of underbrush, retrieving a blood-soaked porcelain vial from within. Upon opening the vial, he poured a spirit pill into Mo Xie's mouth. As the pill entered, it swiftly dissolved into medicinal energy, penetrating Mo Xie's internal organs. Coughing, Mo Xie finally regained his senses, and a hint of color returned to his face. Upon awakening, he lifted his gaze to behold a plump visage. None of the features were unmarred. He felt himself swaying and, upon looking down, realized he was lying atop the monk's vast belly, which had transformed into a massive waterbed. Alarmed, Hehuan quickly leaped off the monk's belly. Drawing his sword, he confronted the monk, who tightened his belly back to its normal size, and said, "Little one, cease your attacks. If you continue, I may very well devour you." At this moment, Hehuan was also low on energy, understanding that should a real fight ensue, he would meet a dire fate. "Do not cause unnecessary trouble. I still need to bring you to meet Ming Quan of the Hehuan Sect." As the monk spoke, he repositioned his eyes back into their original places. Reluctantly, Hehuan sheathed his sword. The monk finally restored his facial features and pointed ahead, saying, "Let us exit the Julin Mountain." Hehuan nodded and followed him. The sinister monk glided through the black mist into the sky, with Hehuan soaring close behind on his flying sword. "Your name is Hehuan, is it not? You are indeed a disciple of the Hehuan Sect. How did you end up within the Tai Yin sacred teachings?" The monk casually inquired. "I have no comment." Hehuan was unwilling to divulge his circumstances. "Curse it. If you do not speak, I shall kill you." "How unreasonable." Hehuan relented. "Yes, I am a disciple of the Hehuan Sect. As well as a disciple of the Tai Yin sacred teachings, I walk both paths. Is that not permitted? Haha, truly worthy of the Hehuan Sect. You revel in chaos. Although my time at the Hehuan Sect was brief, I must assert that not everyone there indulges in chaos. Many are lifelong dual cultivation partners. Haha, I am rather curious. Who is your dual cultivation partner? Yulingam? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Wait a moment. Is that not the name of the young sect master of the Hehuan Sect? You are indeed something special. There is no helping it. I am handsome. Hiss. Little child, handsomeness cannot sustain one's appetite. Hehuan chuckled softly, gazing skyward, secretly lamenting. In the era I have traversed into, being handsome truly can fill one's stomach. The two of them soared for nearly half an hour, yet they still could not escape the confines of Julin Mountain. Siesung scratched his head, expressing his confusion. How peculiar. How can we have flown for so long and still not exit? I recall it didn't take this long to enter. Hehuan furrowed his brow slightly, for he had discerned before Siesung that the surrounding environment had subtly shifted. The golden currents in the high heavens were slowly descending. They were obscured by the trees below, preventing them from perceiving that the ground too was enveloped in golden energy. Suddenly, the two streams of golden energy erupted, projecting tendrils of golden energy that sprouted rapidly like the branches of trees. The golden branches lunged towards Siesung. Siesung hastily turned around, opening his mouth to bite, treating the golden branches as if they were confections to chew. Thunderous roars resonated through the sky. The golden currents approached ever closer. The two streams of energy coalesced into towering golden walls. The edges of these walls were imperceptible to the naked eye, suggesting that no matter where one may flee, there would be no escape from the onslaught of the golden walls. Abruptly, both walls descended upon Siesung and Hehuan simultaneously. Crack. Buzz. The golden walls flattened Siesung into a thick patty of flesh. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Hehuan remained unscathed. Chapter 41. Celestial Stage Level 5 Magical Beast. Jing Jing Taishan Beast. Time rewound slightly, just before the walls were about to descend. A faint glow enveloped Hehuan's body, shielding him and allowing him to evade the crushing force of the golden walls. Meanwhile, the flattened Siesung began to quiver, his laughter and cries echoing through the heavens. What sort of technique is this? It hurts so much. It's killing me. Siesung's bizarre cries resembled wails of despair. Suddenly, a louder voice resounded throughout Julin Mountain, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure descending from above. The filth of the meat Buddhist sect. I truly find each one more detestable than the last. As the voice reverberated, the ground began to tremble. Simultaneously, the surrounding golden currents shifted erratically, resembling subjects bowing in reverence to their sovereign. A massive magical beast emerged from the golden currents. This creature defied comprehension by Hehuan's standards. Its body resembled a colossal mountain, bearing a crystalline shell upon its back. Upon closer inspection, this shell appeared to be composed of immense gemstones of various hues. It possessed 8 short legs, reminiscent of a millipede, yet far from the grotesque appearance of such creatures. Instead, it bore a beauty akin to a sculpture, crafted from a fusion of colorful crystals. However, Hehuan knew this was no mere statue, for no statue could move or speak. It lacked a neck, its broad head embedded within its torso, devoid of discernible facial features. Yet its body exuded a continuous flow of golden energy, through which its voice resonated. And you, young man, how rare it is to encounter someone like you. Alas, it is regrettable that we are reproductively isolated. What a pity. At this moment, the flattened Siesung was gradually regaining his former shape, Yet due to the severity of his injuries, he had not fully restored. His head drooped like a deflated balloon, resting limply on his shoulder. His belly appeared round and flat, and his legs morphed into a grotesque form, resembling an exaggerated version of bowed legs. Xie Sung groaned softly. "Oh dear, Xie, you have finally broadened your horizons. This one is a celestial stage level 5 Jin Jing Taishan beast. Today, it seems we shall meet our demise together. You are indeed fortunate. Fortunate to have your misfortune." Xie retorted defiantly. How could he possibly resign to fate? He summoned Tai Yanhanbing and transformed it into an ice sword, ready to engage in a desperate struggle. Boom! A tremendous wave of golden energy rippled forth from the Jin Jing Taishan beast. The golden wave instantly shattered Xie's ice sword. As the golden wave passed Xie, it merely destroyed the sword in his hand, but when it reached Xie Sung, it obliterated his entire body. Xie Sung was torn into countless pieces of flesh. His cries echoed once more. Accompanied by Xie Sung's cries, a faint black mist suddenly erupted from his body, engulfing him entirely before vanishing. Xie Sung had vanished. A splendid escape technique. Where did this fellow learn such a move? The Jin Jing Taishan beast exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing Xie Sung's disappearance. Xie Sung was nowhere to be seen. Turning back, the Jin Jing Taishan beast bellowed again. What? That little rascal is gone too? The techniques of the Meat Buddha sect grow ever more peculiar. The Jin Jing Taishan beast unleashed a torrent of golden energy from its body, the waves sweeping outward like a tumultuous sea, hundreds of miles beyond Julin Mountain. Upon a mountaintop, Xie Sung grasped Xie's clothing and cast him to the ground. Suddenly, Xie Sung knelt upon the earth. With a plop, he expelled his own heart. The heart thudded upon the ground, quivering like a slime. In a frantic rush, he retrieved his heart, opened his mouth, and inserted his hand within. Following the path down his throat, he ruptured his stomach and returned the heart to its rightful place. Then, he collapsed onto the ground. Gasping, "I nearly lost my life." Xie scrutinized Xie Sung closely, observing his arduous condition. Quietly, he raised his sword, hastening forward with the intention to slay Xie Sung and flee. Xie Sung merely lifted his gaze, casting a brief glance at Xie. Then, Xie Sung stomped his foot upon the ground, causing it to penetrate the earth. His foot grew within the ground, ultimately manifesting beneath Xie. A massive, rotund foot sent Xie soaring into the air. Xie swiftly summoned an ice platform, standing upon it to ascend. He pointed forward, and thousands of ice spikes materialized beside him, launching towards Xie Sung. Suddenly, Xie Sung's entire form transformed into a mass of flesh, and he melted into the earth like water. The ground rumbled ominously. Before long, Xie Sung morphed into a plump, gigantic meatball, with his head resembling a small tumor atop the large mass. The enormous meatball hurtled towards Xie, shattering the ice encasing him. Xie plummeted to the ground. Boom! Xie collided with a stone mountain, creating a deep indentation. Thud! He fell from the indentation, landing atop an ancient tree, his body hanging from the branches, bending them low. Subsequently, Xie Sung returned to his original form, gliding upon the black mist near the branches. With a grin, he said to Xie, "Little child, did you truly believe you were formidable?" As he spoke, Xie Sung suddenly noticed a bow and arrow in Xie's hand. Whoosh! The arrow was released. Xie Sung immediately plummeted from the black mist. Hiss! Again with that bow and arrow. "You little rascal, you truly have many tricks. Ouch! It hurts. It's killing me." He fell to the ground, rolling and howling. Humph! Xie snorted coldly, then took flight upon his sword to flee. Just as he moved, a long, slender hand emerged from behind Xie Sung, grasping the flying sword beneath Xie's feet and pulling with great force. The flying sword was torn away, and Xie fell to the ground. Soon after, a round mass shot out from the back of the evil monk. Xie immediately summoned the Tai Yanhanbing to defend himself, and after several dozen exchanges, he still could not escape the clutches of the evil monk. Instead, both of them were exhausted. At this moment, the evil monk was so worn out that he had melted into a puddle of flesh, moving sluggishly on the ground. His mouth began to move across the flesh. "You, little brat, are truly remarkable. Merely at the 4th stage of Yuan Dan. Yet you have managed to push me to this extent. I am a 9th stage Ling Xian. You cannot be allowed to live. If you remain, you will undoubtedly become a future calamity. Once I send you to the Ming Quan, I must watch you perish before I can leave with peace of mind." Xie, equally fatigued, could no longer summon the Tai Yanhanbing. His true energy had been completely depleted. Chapter 42. Do not underestimate the young and poor. Xie plunged his sword into the ground, using it to support his weary body. Leaning against a tree, he gasped heavily and declared, "Come at me if you dare. As long as you have the strength, I will accompany you to the end. Let us see who lives and who dies." The evil monk suddenly laughed. "Heh, I suddenly do not wish to see you die. I truly like your spirit. Not only the Hehuan Sect and the Tai Yin sacred teaching. Even I am tempted to take you into the Meat Buddhist sect." "Humph, the mere Meat Buddhist sect? I am still a disciple of the Ice Heaven Saintess, who is at the 5th stage of the sacred immortal realm. You, at the 9th stage of Ling Xian, are not even qualified to be my master." Strangely, that Tai Yin Hanbing of yours must have been taught by her, right? How could the Ice Heaven Saintess accept male disciples? That is none of your concern. You little brat, do not underestimate me. I am a grand elder of the Meat Buddhist sect, known as Fei Qing Tao Tai, and our sect's cultivation speed is the fastest among all schools. Join us. Become one of us. What do you say? Absolutely not. Your cultivation method is utterly disgusting. I disdain it. Besides, you cannot even defeat me now, yet you wish to take me under your wing? Dream on. Fei Qing Tao Tai was greatly infuriated by Xie's words. If I had not been injured by the golden crystal divine beast earlier, you would have long been begging for mercy on the ground. Talking nonsense is useless. Just admit you are powerless against me now. You. Fei Qing Tao Tai was enraged. His eyes spinning wildly in the flesh puddle, akin to 2 ping-pong balls swept into a drain. I have a way to regain some power. First, let me consume the Qi Yin Zhu on your body. With that, Fei Qing Tao Tai opened his mouth wide from within the flesh, generating a powerful suction. The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees were drawn towards him, as if caught in a reverse current. The suction grew more intense, lifting the stones into the air. What on earth is this? Xie had no time to react before he was pulled down to the ground. The suction was attempting to draw him into Fei Qing Tao Tai's body. Xie pressed his sword firmly into the earth, anchoring himself to resist being swept away. The suction could not budge him, but it did strip away a layer of faint grayish light from Xie's form. The grayish light was drawn into Fei Qing Tao Tai's mouth. Satisfied, Fei Qing Tao Tai's eyes spun even faster within the flesh. After a long while, the suction faded, allowing Xie to lie still on the ground. At this point, Fei Qing Tao Tai had regained a semblance of his human form. Smacking his lips, he remarked, "The Qi Yin Zhu is truly a marvelous item. After consuming its energy, my injuries have healed considerably. What a pity that this thing has entered your body, and I cannot extract it." "Humph, in plain terms, you're just eating my excrement," Xie retorted. Fei Qing Tao Tai laughed instead of getting angry. The way of the Meat Buddhist sect is all about indulgence. There are indeed disciples who cultivate by consuming excrement. It is nothing to scoff at. Fei Qing Tao Tai looked up and noticed Xie covering his mouth in laughter. Angered, he pointed at Xie. "No laughing." Xie wiped the smile from his face. "Apologies, I just suddenly thought of something amusing." Fei Qing Tao Tai's eyelids twitched slightly as he approached and lifted Xie, saying, "Do not play with your words. Come, I will take you to find the Ming Quan." With that, Fei Qing Tao Tai soared away with Xie, traversing the dark mist. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Tai Yin sacred teaching returned to the sect and gathered in the main hall to discuss their experiences during this cultivation journey. Their discussions were filled with trivialities and lengthy speeches, yet Xie's name was scarcely mentioned, much to Lu Qiyun's annoyance. Lu Qiyun stormed into the hall and shouted, "Grand Elder, are you deliberately neglecting to rescue my junior brother because he had a conflict with your disciple?" The Grand Elder Qianhen's expression darkened, resembling a sky ready to rain in June. Xiaolong knelt behind the Grand Elder. While the Grand Elder remained still, Xiaolong suddenly extended a claw and seized Lu Qiyun. Xiaolong opened his enormous mouth and roared. After a resounding dragon roar, the sound echoed endlessly. Lu Qiyun, already injured and having just regained consciousness, was struck by the dragon's roar and found herself unable to lift her head. Weakly, she collapsed onto Xiaolong's claw. Yet she continued to glare fiercely at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's expression darkened further. At that moment, the second elder barged in front of the Grand Elder and said, "Grand Elder, please do not be angry. Lu Qiyun is simply concerned for her junior brother and acted impulsively. Please do not hold it against her. She is gravely injured, and if she suffers further harm, she may truly lose her life. What if the Ice Heaven Saintess emerges from her seclusion and finds that both her senior and junior disciples are gone? How sorrowful that would be." The second elder invoked the name of the Ice Heaven Saintess, which was always an effective tactic. The Grand Elder's expression finally softened. Xiao Long reigned in his anger and released Lu Qiyun. Her fellow disciples rushed over to support her. The second elder finally sighed in relief. After the assembly in the hall concluded, the disciples dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. Li Ergu was no exception. His brother, Li Ermao, remained unconscious due to taking a stand for him. As for the culprit, Mo Xia, his fate remained unknown. Beyond the true instigator, there was one more person Li Ergu held a grudge against, Lu Qiyun. If it were not for her, Mo Xia would not have been able to establish himself so swiftly within the Tai Yin sacred teaching, nor would he have repeatedly suppressed him. This made Li Ergu feel quite displeased. If it were not for Lu Qiyun, I would have countless ways to eliminate Mo Xia. Moreover, this wretched woman, relying on her status as the Ice Heaven Saintess' senior disciple, bullies someone as weak as me. I cannot let her off easily. Humph. The wheel of fortune turns. I have now acquired the Ling Bao. I too can grow stronger. My current weakness does not signify everlasting weakness. Humph. Do not underestimate the young and poor. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Ergu took out the Qi Yin Zhu from his Qinquan sleeve. This Ling Bao seemed to be a cultivation treasure. Let me first consume a spirit pill to assist in my cultivation, and then I shall try to draw its power. Li Ergu muttered to himself as he tossed a spirit pill into his mouth. Upon consuming the pill, a faint glow enveloped his body. Here it comes, Li Ergu murmured softly. He formed a seal with his hands, extracting true energy from within him, and drawing the faint glow from his body's surface. He combined the true energy with the glow to form an energy orb. Subsequently, he stood on one foot, floating into the air, entering a state of cultivation. With a flourish of his hand, the Qi Yin Zhu soared into the air. He then controlled the energy orb to envelop the Qi Yin Zhu, gradually siphoning energy from it. The Qi Yin Zhu emitted gray-black energy. Each release of energy resonated with a buzzing sound. Li Ergu continuously absorbed the energy of the Qi Yin Zhu, gradually elevating his cultivation. After several dozen days, a beam of light burst forth from Li Ergu's chamber, soaring into the heavens. By the heavens, I have finally broken through. Now, I have ascended to the first stage of Lingxian. He chuckled as he slowly descended from the air. Soon, others from the Tai Yin Sheng Jiao took notice of this radiant beam. One by one, they gathered at his door to offer their congratulations. Ah, the light we witnessed earlier was indeed from our esteemed senior brother, Li Ergu. Senior brother Li has successfully breached the bottleneck of the Yuandan 10th stage and ascended to Lingxian. How splendid. We now have another Lingxian senior brother, which enhances our influence. Chapter 43. The Woman in Green. This is a city of mortals. Fei Qing Tao Tao brought Mo Xia here, claiming it was for rest. However, Mo Xia knew that the elder had ulterior motives. Fei Qing Tao Tua had come here to feast on humans. During the time spent with Fei Qing Tao Tao, Mo Xia grew increasingly acquainted with the Ro Fo men, especially since Fei Qing Tao Tua was a high elder of the sect. Observing his cultivation during this captivity, Mo Xia gleaned some insights. The Ro Fo men practiced the cultivation of the physical body while also employing it as a means of attack. They were vastly different from ordinary monks and Buddhists, not only disregarding the taboos against wine, meat, and women, but indulging in them without restraint, justifying their actions as following one's desires. After Fei Qing Tao Ta abandoned Mo Xia at the inn, he set out to hunt for humans. Left alone in the inn, Mo Xia was not even bound, for Fei Qing Tao Tua knew he could not escape his grasp. The moment Mo Xia entertained thoughts of fleeing, he would certainly be recaptured within a mile. After Fei Qing Tao Tuo's departure, Mo Xia did nothing but quietly sit on the bed in the inn. System. Are there any magical artifacts that can assist me in escaping this predicament? A-class item, Shun Xing Fu, which can aid the host in escaping. This is a forced teleportation talisman, though its destination is not fixed. To save my life, obtaining the Shun Xing Fu is essential. To acquire it, I must stabilize my trajectory. A tenfold draw is required for stabilization. Hiss, how many points do I have now? With that thought, Mo Xia summoned the system. Redirecting to system homepage, San Yushin system, bound host, Mo Xia, host realm, Yuandan 4th stage, excitement points, 14,000, terror points, 101,000, pain points, 113,000. Lottery display A-class items. Qi Yin Zhu, a powerful cultivation artifact belonging to the ancient Kill Demon Sect A-class talent, Earth Tier, Dan Master. Belonging to the general category A-class weapon, Pain Bow, inflicts pain upon the target, generating pain points. Belonging to the Ro Fo Min S-class talent, Mimicry, acquires lover skills. Belonging to the general category Tai Yin Hanbing, belonging to Tai Yin Sheng Jiao at present. Emosia only possesses enough terror and pain points for a single draw each. He is still 9 draws short. This is not a significant issue. He finds himself in a new city, where each person is a fresh source of points. Huh. Fei Qing Tao Ta, you have underestimated me. Once I escape, you will be unable to pursue me. With a gentle smile, Emosia reached for the door. Slap. Just as his hand touched the door, an unseen force propelled him backward. Damn, I was careless. This fellow has placed restrictions? Emosia was taken aback. In that case, I must unleash my ultimate skill. Help! Help! Is anyone there? Emosia's cries echoed with desperation, but outside the room, no one could hear him. The restrictions left by Fei Qing Tao Tua also muffled sound, rendering his cries inaudible to ordinary mortals. Help! Help! In the same inn, a woman in green entered, sword in hand. Her cool visage bore emerald brows and eyes as clear as a tranquil pond. With her long hair tied back, she exuded an air of competence. In her grip was a celestial sword, intricately engraved and adorned with rare gemstones. She stood tall, her slender waist accentuated as she boldly presented her figure. Her attire, tightly fitted, emphasized her curves, revealing a deep valley. This woman in green was taller than most, and her garment seemed to be made of more than mere fabric. Faintly shimmering with spiritual light, the onlookers recognized her as a practitioner and dared not cause trouble. Behind the woman in green followed several disciples of lesser demeanor. Master, are we to rest in such a place? Indeed, Master, this is a realm of mortals, filthy and foul. How can you rest here? It is beneath your dignity. The woman in green turned back, admonishing, I have often taught you not to act superior or look down upon others. Why do you not heed my words? Master, mortals live but a mere 100 years. How can they compare to us practitioners? The woman in green shook her head, sighing. She remained silent. Approaching the counter to rent a room for rest, she ascended the stairs with grace. After the woman in green departed, the ordinary folk dared to whisper amongst themselves. Look at that woman, how beautiful. Her skin is as tender as if crafted from water. It even glows. Hush, that is a celestial being. If we offend her, a mere flick of her hand could spell our doom. What if we perish? Did you see her figure? Wow, that is stunning. If I could experience such a woman, I would not mind meeting my end at her hands. Such words are disrespectful. Don't speak of me. Are you not tempted as well? I am indeed tempted. Finally, the woman in green ascended the stairs. However, as she passed through the corridor, she suddenly heard a strange cry. Help! Help! Is anyone there? It seemed someone was calling for help. Master, it sounds like someone is in distress. Upon hearing this, the disciples urged the woman in green to look around. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon the door of a room. Strange, why does it seem as though no one else can hear? One disciple whispered again. The woman in green remained silent for a moment before stepping forward. She extended her delicate hand and pointed ahead. A beam of faint light shot forth from her fingertip, colliding with the door. Yet, an unseen force immediately repelled her emitted light. What is going on? A disciple inquired. The woman in green's expression grew serious as she replied. This door bears restrictions, and the one who cast them possesses formidable strength, at least equal to mine at the 8th stage of Lingxian. Then perhaps we should leave it be, Master? A disciple suggested quietly. The woman in green turned to the disciple, declaring, this restriction bears the traces of demonic sects, and the person within is calling for help. Perhaps they are a righteous individual captured by the demonic sect. As fellow practitioners, we cannot turn a blind eye. Despite the disciple's concerns, the woman in green raised her sword and pointed it forward. Clang! The sword tip emitted a green luminescence, piercing into the door. However, the restriction did not shatter immediately. Almost there, the woman in green furrowed her brow and channeled her true energy into the sword once more. Suddenly, a voice emanated from within the room. Excellent. Excellent. Someone is here to help. The true energy surged along the sword's body, striking against the barrier on the door. Each impact resonated with a distinct thud. The mortals observed from a distance, too intimidated to approach. In the room, Emosia was also employing his abilities. He relentlessly utilized Tai Yen Han Bing to assail the barrier, which finally exhibited signs of damage, revealing cracks upon its surface. With elation, Emosia called out to the kind-hearted souls outside. Dear sister, apply a bit more force, and I shall emerge. The woman clad in azure, her expression grave, bit her lip and released all her true energy. Emosia, feeling the shift outside, reciprocated by unleashing his own energy. Working in tandem, a resounding crack echoed as the barrier shattered. This unexpected rupture took both individuals by surprise. The azure-clad woman, unable to control her strength, stumbled inward. Emosia swiftly reached out, encircling her waist. As she gazed up at his face, she found him somewhat handsome. Unbeknownst to both Mo Xie and the azure-clad woman, a faint luminescence began to emanate from Mo Xie, stemming from the energy of the Taishang Lu Ding. This energy gradually permeated the woman's skin, entering her body and vanishing. She felt a sudden warmth enveloping her, oblivious to the source of this sensation. Yet, she quickly expelled the lingering energy, akin to how a robust immune system drives away intruding viruses without courtesy. Unfortunately, the energy from the Taishang Lu Ding was not easily dismissed, leaving traces within her. The Taishang Lu Ding possessed a gentle force, one that would not forcibly impose itself unless intentionally wielded by Mo Xie, instead quietly influencing those nearby. A blush flickered across the azure-clad woman's cheeks, but she swiftly composed herself, attributing her embarrassment solely to Mo Xie's looks, unaware of the other implications. My apologies. Mo Xie hastily apologized. The azure-clad woman nodded lightly and attempted to dismiss the encounter, preferring to keep her accomplishments discreet. However, before she could depart, Mo Xie caught up to her, expressing his gratitude. Thank you immensely for your assistance today. May I inquire your name? I wish to repay you in the future. The azure-clad woman shook her head, raising a hand to halt him. There is no need. We, as righteous individuals, seek to do good without seeking recognition. If thanks are due, direct them to justice. Just as she was about to leave, a strange buzzing sound echoed from the sky. Mo Xie furrowed his brow, shouting, "Be cautious." The azure-clad woman recognized the eerie hum. Turning to alert her disciples, someone is coming. But as she turned, her gaze met a gaping maw, which devoured half of the inn in one swift motion, consuming not only ordinary folk, but also many of her disciples. Chaos erupted as the patrons fled in all directions. Cries of despair filling the air. Help! Celestial beings are fighting. Run for your lives. Those who lag behind will lose their lives. Oh no, my leg. Amidst the turmoil, a corpulent monster hovered above, standing upon a cloud of black mist. Upon recognizing it, Mo Xie exclaimed, "It's Fei Qing Tao Tai. How could he return so swiftly?" Devilish sect. The azure-clad woman bellowed, drawing her sword and slicing forward. A beam of azure light shot from her hand, striking Fei Qing Tao Tai directly. Alas, how unfortunate. This woman is actually at the 8th level of Lingxian. Fei Qing Tao Tai lamented, dramatically flailing his sleeves and weeping, his cries resonating loudly. Suddenly, he whipped his sleeve forward, and tears transformed into countless projectiles that launched toward Mo Xie and the azure-clad woman. Watch out. Mo Xie charged forward, conjuring an ice wall that successfully blocked the barrage. Help me, sect master, cried a young man, garbed similarly to the azure-clad woman, kneeling with a twisted expression. Upon inspection, she noted that half of his body had already been consumed by Fei Qing Tao Tai. Were it not for the true energy sustaining him, he would have perished. The azure-clad woman swiftly retrieved a spiritual elixir from her sleeve and tossed it to the young man. After consuming it, his expression softened and the ferocity faded. Thank you, sect master. He began to express his gratitude, but suddenly, he tilted his head back and spewed forth blood. Upon looking up, the azure-clad woman discovered a slender arm had pierced through the young man's neck, ending his life in an instant. This arm belonged to Fei Qing Tao Tai. A deadly attack. Lowering her gaze, the azure-clad woman realized that all her disciples had been slain by him, igniting her fury. Devilish sect. Today, I shall take your life. Enraged, she mounted her flying sword and pursued him. With a thunderous crash, she pointed her finger forward, unleashing a wave of azure energy that penetrated Fei Qing Tao Tai's abdomen, creating a gaping hole. He howled in agony, his cries echoing throughout the city. The battle between cultivators soon affected surrounding structures, forcing mortals to flee in terror, each too fearful to remain. Those who fell behind risked injury from the shockwaves, many succumbing to the chaos. Fei Qing Tao Tai began to retaliate. Suddenly, a massive fist descended from above, striking the azure-clad woman and sending her flying. Mo Xie soared into the fray, crafting a colossal ice spear and launching it forward. The ice spear struck Fei Qing Tao Tai, but instead of causing harm, it rendered his body unusually pliable, as though he were submerged in a lake. The ice spear merely dissolved within him. Fei Qing Tao Tai opened his enormous mouth, attempting to swallow Mo Xie. A streak of emerald sword energy flew in from afar, severing his maw in two, leaving his jaw suspended in midair as venomous insects poured forth. The azure-clad woman swiftly unleashed her own sword energy, annihilating the vile creatures, then soared forward, delivering a decisive strike to Fei Qing Tao Tai's head. With a whimper, he disintegrated into a plume of black smoke, attempting to flee. Where do you think you're going? The azure-clad woman, seeking vengeance for her fallen disciples, refused to let him escape. She pursued him on her sword, while Mo followed on a platform of ice. Trailing behind, after half an hour of pursuit, they finally came to a halt. Fei Qing Tao Tai had landed atop a mountain peak. The azure-clad woman confronted him, sword pointed firmly, declaring, "Today, you shall pay the price." Gritting his teeth and panting heavily, Fei Qing Tao Tai retorted, "Were it not for my injuries, you would never stand a chance against me. Enough talk, prepare to meet your end." The azure-clad woman glided through the air on her sword. Her proud bosom swayed in midair. The tip of the sword trembled, and a streak of azure blade shot forth. Fei Qing Tao Tai raised a hand, and a wall of flesh materialized before him, effectively blocking the azure blade. Suddenly, countless azure blades surged forth, yet they still could not breach this fleshy barrier. Standing atop the wall of flesh, Fei Qing Tao Tai whispered with a sinister chuckle, "Behold my affection spell." With a flourish of his sleeve, a crimson light shot out, drifting slowly towards the woman in azure. The light traced along her shoulder and burrowed into her body. The azure-clad woman frowned slightly and replied with a smile, "Affection spell? Humph, you underestimate me. I cultivate a heart of tranquility. How could I be disturbed by such a spell? The affection spell is not solely effective for matters of love. It can weaken your very body." Fei Qing Tao Tai grinned broadly, declaring, "Right now, you cannot harm me." He then transformed his body into a cloud of black mist, soaring away. His voice echoed, "Humph. Just wait. Once I regain my strength, I will settle the score with you." As Fei Qing Tao Tai vanished into the black mist, the azure-clad woman grew anxious. She leaped onto her sword, forming seals with her hands. Suddenly, she hovered in the air, and a complex azure magic circle emerged behind her. She pointed her sword forward, and the magic circle transformed into light, coalescing along her body and concentrating upon the blade. A beam of azure light shot forth, crashing through the wall of flesh. Yet, upon breaching it, she found no trace of Fei Qing Tao Tai. "Oh no, he has escaped." A sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead, for she recognized that he was a disciple of the Hehuan Sect, and not a weak one at that. Despite being injured, he matched her strength, indicating he was likely at the 9th stage of Ling Xian, undoubtedly an elder of the Hehuan Sect. At that moment, Mo arrived belatedly. Not seeing Fei Qing Tao Tai, he inquired, "Did he escape?" The azure-clad woman shot him a glare, her composure faltering due to the death of her disciple. "Who are you? Why were you ensnared by the Hehuan Sect?" Mo exhaled softly. "I am a member of the Tai Yin sacred sect. Captured by the Hehuan Sect, which seems rather ordinary, does it not? What did they want from you?" "Well, they probably coveted my handsome appearance and intended to sell me to the Hehuan Sect." Mo fabricated a story, unwilling to reveal the truth. "Hehuan Sect? Did they not perish?" "Who knows?" Mo shrugged, choosing not to elaborate. Suddenly, the azure-clad woman coughed. Mo, concerned, approached her, asking, "Are you injured?" "None of your business," she retorted, pushing him away. "If it weren't for you, my disciple would not have died. If it weren't for you, I would not be injured." Mo fell silent, acknowledging the truth of her words. He bore the burden of responsibility. Now, though he had temporarily gained his freedom, he was wounded by Fei Qing Tao Tai and had yet to fully recover. Both were injured and had to find a place to rest. They did not return to the city but landed atop a lofty mountain, surrounded by dense foliage. As Mo descended onto the ground, he suddenly saw a figure tumble from the trees. Looking up, he realized it was the azure-clad woman, who had lost her ability to control her sword and fell directly from the air. He hastily reached out to catch her, only to have her land squarely on his head, leaving him dazed. The azure-clad woman lay on him, struggling to lift her eyelids. Mo quickly extricated himself from beneath her and helped her up, asking, "Are you all right?" Only then did she regain her senses, opening her eyes to see Mo. His unique constitution, the Taishang Lu Ding, constantly affected her. Unbeknownst to her, her breathing quickened, yet she still maintained control. A faint green glow enveloped her, and gradually her complexion began to recover. Taking a deep breath, she soon felt a wave of weakness wash over her, nearly causing her to collapse. "Humph. This mere affection spell, with some rest, I shall expel it from my body," she murmured to herself, then sat down to enter a meditative state. Seeing her in meditation, Mo refrained from disturbing her, yet he too was injured and not fully recovered. If he left her side, he risked being captured by Fei Qing Tao Tai. Thus, he stubbornly remained by her side. He sat nearby and summoned the system to check his points. Earlier, his performance in the city had undoubtedly stirred various emotions among the mortals, likely yielding some points. The total points should have fluctuated. Indeed, Upon summoning the system, he discovered a notable increase. Transitioning to system homepage, San Yushin system, hostbound, Emocia, host realm, Yuandan 4th stage, excitement points, 14,000, terror points, 200,000, agony points, 200,000, lottery display, A-class item, Qi a powerful cultivation artifact, belonging to the ancient Kill Demon Sect, A-class talent, Earth Grade Dan Master. Belonging to General A-class weapon, Agony Bow, inflicts pain on the target, generating agony points. Belonging to the Rho Fo Sect S-class talent, Imitative Form, acquires lover skills. Belonging to General Tai Yen Han Bing. Belonging to Tai Yen Sacred Sect Well, 100,000 points grants a draw. Currently, the terror and agony points suffice for 2 draws. However, the excitement points are still far from adequate. It's unfortunate that only a single 10 consecutive draws can stabilize the trajectory. Otherwise, Emocia would have surely aimed for a spirit pill or formula to restore his strength. For now, it seems prudent to conserve points, as he is no lucky star. Curse that lucky star. However, Emocia understood the effects of the Qi Yinju. It was a formidable cultivation artifact. Given this, he resolved to utilize it for his training. Yet, it had already merged with his body. How could he extract it? Emocia pondered. Then, he sat down and entered a meditative state, employing his true Qi to stimulate every acupoint in his body. Finally, he discerned a clue. Chapter 46. The Beast of the Night. It turned out that the Qi Yinju was no longer merely a pearl. It had fused with his body, becoming one with him. However, it could not be absorbed autonomously. Yet, Emocia devised a method. He extracted his true Qi, transforming it into a slender spirit worm that entwined around his body, subsequently extracting the energy from the Qi Yinju. Emocia's body emitted a faint gray-black mist. Finally, it was emerging. With a mental command, he enveloped this mist with his true Qi, drawing in the energy as if an infant were suckling at its mother's breast. The true Qi within Emocia's body grew increasingly abundant. As night fell, danger loomed in the wild. The moon hung high, and the forest was engulfed in impenetrable darkness. Both Emocia and the azure-clad woman sat in meditation, one surrounded by a gray-black glow, the other by a greenish hue. 2 forms of light transformed their bodies into sources of illumination. In the darkness, golden orbs suddenly flickered to life. Upon closer inspection, these were not mere orbs of light, but rather the eyes of countless magical beasts, glowing in the night. Dozens of these creatures gradually emerged around Emocia and the woman in green, yet they dared not approach. Emocia, being merely at the 4th stage of Yuandan, did not instill fear in them. Thus, the beasts boldly advanced. However, a sudden burst of radiance emanating from the woman in green unleashed a wave of force. The magical beasts, startled, turned and fled, for they were aware that this woman possessed the formidable strength of the 8th stage of Ling Xian. Such power placed her among the elite in the current world. The beasts were even more sensitive to pressure than humans. They bowed their heads towards the woman in green, whimpering as they retreated, finding refuge behind the trees, carefully observing Emocia. In their hearts lingered a flicker of hope, akin to a wildcat lurking in the shadows, coveting the food of a feral dog. Suddenly, a golden light radiated from Emocia's body, soaring into the heavens. He opened his eyes wide and exclaimed with laughter, "Ha! I have broken through. I have finally ascended to the 5th stage of Yuandan." Standing tall, he stretched his neck, feeling the surge of newfound strength coursing through him, an urge to engage in combat igniting within. Fueled by this vigor, Emocia set his sights on the nearby magical beasts, a subtle smile curving his lips. Without drawing his sword, he strode forward, raising his fist. Ice began to swirl around him, coalescing upon his fist. With a powerful ice punch, he struck down upon one of the beasts. The creature whimpered in agony as others appeared from the darkness. Most of these beasts were of the Xian tier, ranging from levels 5 to 6, corresponding to human Yuandan levels 5 and 6. The beasts believed that Emocia was not much different from themselves. Emboldened by their innate ferocity, they showed no fear. A massive mouth lunged from the darkness towards Emocia's neck, its gleaming teeth glinting in the night. In that instant, Emocia's ice fist transformed into a sharp ice spike. With a decisive thrust, he pierced through the beast's gaping maw. Then, with a sudden leap, he utilized the force generated by the ice to rend the creature apart. Blood sprayed forth, splattering across Emocia's face. He wiped it away, only to have another beast emerge from the shadows, charging at him. Emocia seized the creature by its back and hurled it away. In the darkness, One could see a magical beast impaled upon a standing tree trunk, letting out pitiful cries as it succumbed to death. Moments later, as Mo emerged from the darkness, he was drenched in the blood of the beasts, resembling a rabbit pulled from a pool of bloody mud. The woman in green had already ceased her meditation. Her lips pressed tightly together, brows furrowed in astonishment at Mo's brutal display against the beasts. She looked at him and said, as a righteous individual, "How can you harbor such a murderous intent?" Mo, wiping the blood from his face, replied, "These magical beasts all sought to devour me. If I do not slay them, shall I simply wait for them to kill me instead?" The woman in green lowered her head, contemplating for a moment before shaking it gently. "While that may be true, there is no need to slaughter them so mercilessly." For a moment, "I thought you were one of the demonic sections." A faint smile appeared on Mo's face as he retorted, "I have been tested with a magic stone, and the result was negative 188,888. I remain skeptical," the woman in green said, her brow furrowed. Subsequently, she sighed, recalling the events of the day, each more unfortunate than the last. First, she had rescued Mo, incurring the wrath of the Hehuan Sect. Then, her disciples had been slaughtered, allowing the Hehuan Sect to escape. Heartbroken, she sighed again, covering her head with her hands, filled with self-reproach. "Alas, I should not have meddled in your affairs. If it were not for you, my disciples would not have perished." Mo was at a loss for how to comfort her. He could not suggest that she use herself as bait to lure the formidable Qingtian Taodai for revenge. There was no need. Let her think as she pleased. In any case, he was safe for the time being. Once he regained his strength, he would return to the Tai Yin Shengjiao. Speaking of which, could he not simply avoid returning to the Tai Yin Shengjiao? After all, he was a captive. Once he regained his strength, he could just flee. He would be free, wherever he wished to go. A sly grin crept across Mo's face. At that moment, with the stench of beast blood clinging to him, he shook the blood from his sleeves and said to the woman in green, "Enough of this. I shall take a bath first." Not far away, there was a small creek. Mo tossed his clothes aside and leaped into the water with a splash. The cool water refreshed his mind as he washed away the grime and blood. However, the lingering stench remained. Who was Mo? He was a Dan master. Washing away such foul odors required but a simple spirit pill. He retrieved a low-level pill recipe and deftly concocted a spirit pill. Though its grade was low, it possessed properties akin to a body wash, perhaps even stronger. Mo tossed the spirit pill into the water, and it dissolved into a soft glow, transforming the water SU. The foul odor dissipated along with it. When Mo emerged from his bath, the woman in green had already kindled a fire. Intriguingly, the flames she conjured were green. After bathing, Mo returned to the forest, gathering several beast legs and returning to the fire pit. He skewered the fresh meat with twigs and held it over the flames. In no time, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Once the meat was cooked, Mo offered a portion to the woman in green, but she declined, shaking her head. "I am fasting and will not eat such foul things." Thus, Mo had to eat alone. As he bit into a piece of meat, he asked, "By the way, I still do not know your name." "Humph. You need not know," the woman in green replied, her tone lacking its previous gentleness, holding Mo accountable for her disciples' deaths. Mo tore a succulent piece of meat from the bone before speaking. "We are both righteous individuals. I am a disciple of the Ice Heaven Saintess of Tai Yin Shengjiao. Surely, you have witnessed my Tai Yin cold ice? We are of the same ilk. So why the coldness? Perhaps in the future, Tai Yin Shengjiao could lend you a hand." The woman in green fell silent, sighing as she gazed at the sky, softly saying, "Alas, I am Qing Yun, the sect master of Qing Lanzong. Unlike your grand sects, we are but a small faction. Among us, I am the only one at the Lingxian level. Were it not for my high cultivation, our sect would have long ceased to exist. Unlike you, we lack powerful sect treasures or mysterious celestial techniques. We are merely common loose cultivators. Why am I even discussing this with you?" The lady in azure lowered her head, gazing into the flames, silent and contemplative. "Then why did you save me?" Mo mused deeply. Qing Yun, with unwavering resolve, declared, "As cultivators, we are bound to uphold justice. We cannot stand idly by when lives are at stake. This is the principle upon which our sect was founded." A sigh escaped Mo's lips. It was indeed a stroke of fortune to have a sect leader who was a mere spirit immortal. Her willingness to stand up for him was unexpected. He could not discern whether her actions stemmed from a profound sense of justice or sheer foolishness. Mo understood that Qing Yun had engaged in conflict with the Hehuan Sect because of him, which filled his heart with guilt. Thus, he gazed earnestly at Qing Yun and stated, Very well. Should you face retaliation from the Hehuan Sect in the future, I pledge to assist you. Suddenly, a rather mischievous smile graced Qing Yun's lips as she replied, You? Perhaps you should reconsider. You are merely at the 4th stage of Yuan Dan. What could you possibly do? I may not know what I can achieve, he retorted, but as you said, we cultivators strive to perform righteous deeds. Though I may only be at the 4th stage of Yuan Dan, I still possess fighting strength, do I not? If you help me, I shall naturally return the favor. The principles of humanity are that simple, Hehuan declared firmly, putting down the meat in his hand. For a fleeting moment, Qing Yun was touched by the earnestness of this young cultivator. However, her steadfast heart would not yield to any man, and so the flicker of emotion was swiftly suppressed. Little did she realize that this very spark would lead to her utter defeat. This flicker of emotion triggered the love incantation within her, coupled with Hehuan's unique physique as a furnace vessel. In her mind arose thoughts of romantic entanglements, catching Qing Yun off guard. She blinked rapidly, shaking her head to dispel the unwelcome notions. Taking a deep breath, she hastily retreated from the fire. Hey, where are you going? Hehuan called after her. I'm going to sleep in the tree, Qing Yun replied, biting her lips slightly before gracefully leaping away, her skirt swaying to reveal her fair thighs. Once she reached the tree, she vanished from sight. Hehuan was perplexed by her actions, but as long as she remained nearby, he felt a sense of security. After all, he was unaware of the whereabouts of Fei Qing Tao Tai. If Qing Yun were to leave, what would happen if Fei Qing Tao Tai came to capture him? With the knowledge that Qing Yun had not strayed far, Hehuan felt reassured. As the night deepened, Hehuan satisfied his hunger and succumbed to slumber. Perhaps due to the discomfort of sleeping outdoors, he awoke in the middle of the night, roused by the wind. After relieving himself, he returned to find the lady in azure approaching from a distance. Truth be told, it was somewhat unnerving to see a long-haired woman slowly walking towards him in the dark at such an hour. Qing Yun, is something the matter? She remained silent. Yet Hehuan noticed her steps faltering, as if she were hesitating. Do you need something? He inquired again. Still, she did not respond, and soon she hurried away. Hehuan, bewildered, sighed and settled back down to rest. The night wore on, and after 2 hours, he felt a chill creeping over him. Frowning, he slowly opened his eyes. The night was thick with darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight. In that glow, Hehuan beheld a soft figure pressed against him. Looking down, he was astonished to see it was Qing Yun. How had this once proud sect leader suddenly found her way into his embrace? Moonlight cascaded over Qing Yun's face, her jade-like eyes shimmering with tears, fixated intently on Hehuan. Those beautiful eyes resembled a pristine spring, captivating enough to hold one's gaze. Her lips parted slightly, revealing a delicate tongue that trembled as she murmured, Hehuan, I cannot control myself. Uncertain of her plight, Hehuan sat up to support her and asked, What is happening to you? Suddenly, a low moan escaped Qing Yun's throat as her slender arms encircled his waist. Holding him tightly, her lips quivered uncontrollably as she confessed, I want you. As she spoke, her hand ventured beneath Hehuan's garment, but withdrew almost immediately as she slapped herself, chastising, Qing Yun, do not engage in such acts. You disgrace yourself and tarnish the reputation of this young man. Having just reprimanded herself, she clung to Hehuan once more, pressing her chest against him and fervently twisting her waist. Please, I beg of you, knock me unconscious, she cried, writhing while tears streamed down her cheeks. Though bewildered by the circumstances, Hehuan never sought to impose his will upon her. Thus, he extended his hand, delivering a swift chop towards Qing Yun's neck. However, the attempt resulted in pain radiating through his hand. I forgot, you are an 8th-stage spirit immortal. How could a mere 4th-stage Yuan Dan cultivator render you unconscious? Ouch! You need to apply more force. Qing Yun instructed Hehuan on how to knock her out while her hands roamed over his body. Suddenly, Hehuan furrowed his brow. Shuddering slightly, Qing Yun's face flushed as she exclaimed, What a frightening sensation. Do not move. Hehuan grasped Qing Yun's arm, pulling her restless hands away. Her eyes glistened with deep emotion, her cheeks flushed, and she gasped heavily. She oscillated between confusion and clarity. Abruptly, she urged, Hehuan, quickly bind me. Leaning against him, she writhed, begging to be restrained. You are an 8th-stage spirit immortal. I cannot even knock you out, let alone bind you. Please, stop moving. Hehuan lowered his gaze, noticing her hands were still restless. Hearing his plea, Qing Yun regained her composure and hurriedly exclaimed, I possess binding ropes. You can use them to tie me up. Desperately, Qing Yun waved her sleeve, summoning a rope. At that moment, Her clothing lay disheveled, her top slipping down to her waist. Emosia picked up the rope with one hand while with the other, he adjusted her clothing, ensuring modesty. Then, with a firm grip, he seized her hands, pulling them behind her back and binding them securely with the rope, wrapping it around her several times to ensure she was tightly restrained. I am burning up. My body is about to explode. Qing Yun gazed at Emosia with longing in her eyes, her soft voice akin to a dandelion drifting into his ears, igniting a desire within him. If you continue like this, I truly might take advantage of you. Emosia gritted his teeth and tossed her aside. On the ground, Qing Yun writhed, murmuring, Emosia, please do not violate my body. If I lose my virtue, I shall bring ruin upon us both. Emosia's brow furrowed as he sighed deeply. You tell me to take you, yet then plead for me not to disgrace you. What am I to do? I have fallen victim to the love incantation, the sorcery of the evil monks from the Hehuan Sect. I beg for your understanding. Qing Yun writhed on the ground, her garments slipping further down. How can I assist you? Emosia inquired. I know you are a Dan master. Can you concoct an earth-rank spirit pill? Qing Yun asked. I am indeed an earth-rank Dan master, and can certainly create one. Ah, that is splendid. I shall give you a pill formula. Please craft me a spirit pill. As she spoke, Qing Yun subtly shook her sleeve, producing a formula along with some medicinal materials. Emosia examined the formula, only to furrow his brow in surprise. A slumbering pill of intermediate earth rank. Shouldn't this be the antidote for the love incantation? The enchanting incantation has no antidote, and even if there were one, I lack the necessary herbs. Just help me concoct a sleep elixir. As long as I fall asleep, I will not act recklessly. I cannot hold back any longer. When Emosia turned to look, he found Qing Yun in disarray, her once graceful appearance now tarnished. In a hurry, Emosia grasped the formula and unfurled his Qian Kuan sleeves to retrieve the Dan furnace. With a flick of his hand, true energy transformed into ethereal flames. Igniting the furnace, the flames roared within, sending ripples through the air. Emosia raised his hand and tossed 2 herbs into the furnace. Suddenly, the ethereal flames erupted. Lifting the herbs into the air, Emosia reached into the flames, pinching a piece of fire as if pulling a cotton candy, and brought it down. Once the flame was removed, the herbs descended from the air and fell into the furnace. The flames washed over the herbs, transforming them into a potion. The liquid swirled slowly within the furnace, the potency creating ripples that shook the vessel gently. Emosia's expression remained unchanged as he added more herbs into the furnace. As soon as the herbs made contact with the ethereal flames, the furnace began to whirl violently. Emosia pointed forward, sending a burst of true energy into the furnace. He manipulated the flames, which morphed into slender whips of fire. These fire whips, less than half a meter long, entwined around the herbs, reshaping them into a dark green viscous substance that danced energetically within the furnace. Excellent. It seems crafting an earth-grade elixir is not so difficult after all. Emosia was drenched in sweat, the ethereal flames causing heat to radiate from him. Suddenly, something soft pressed against his back. Turning his head, he realized it was Qing Yun, who pressed herself against him, writhing. Emosia shook his head and said, Hang in there. The elixir will be ready soon. Qing Yun murmured, Hom. Her defenses were crumbling, and strange thoughts began to swirl in her mind. It was unbearable. Perhaps she should indulge in that act with him? No. I cannot lose my purity. Just a little longer. He will soon finish the elixir. Qing Yun's inner struggle intensified. Yet her body continued to writhe against Emosia. She grew bolder, while Emosia had to simultaneously control the flames and the elixir, attempting to restrain Qing Yun's audacious actions. His nerves were taut, like a solitary pillar amidst a raging tide. If the pressure became too great, he risked succumbing to the waves and fully engaging with Qing Yun. However, such an outcome would leave her in despair upon awakening. Emosia did not wish to take advantage of her vulnerability. Besides, he was not lacking in women. Yet, Qing Yun became increasingly audacious. The elixir is almost ready. Stop moving around. Frustrated, Emosia grabbed Qing Yun's clothing and tossed her away. As she landed, she immediately lunged forward again, climbing onto Emosia's back. She leaned her head close to his face and whispered in his ear, Hurry. Emosia turned to see that Qing Yun had completely lost her rationality. It's almost done. Gritting his teeth, Emosia released all his true energy. The flames surged to a height of 2 meters. Emosia reached into the flames, which suddenly burned against him. Retreat. His true energy erupted, forcing the flames back before they could engulf him. The ethereal flames vanished without a trace, leaving only wisps of blue smoke. In his hand, Emosia held 4 exquisite elixirs. Qing Yun was playfully licking his face with her tiny tongue. Mo Xie felt a mix of excitement and itchiness. He struggled to contain his emotions and reached behind him to pull Qing Yun closer. He held the elixir before her mouth and commanded, "Open up and swallow." Qing Yun slightly parted her lips, but refused to consume it. After much coaxing, she finally agreed to take the elixir. Once ingested, her eyes gradually lost their spark, her eyelids covering her beautiful orbs. Mo Xie finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Qing Yun lay on him like a puddle of soft mud, her springtime beauty fully revealed. Chapter 49. Yuan Ling Dan. Finally, peace descended. Mo Xie supported Qing Yun's shoulders and sighed softly. As her garment slipped from her shoulder, her upper body was completely exposed before him. Sweat glistened on her skin, reflecting a soft glow under the moonlight, akin to fine porcelain. Mo Xie hurriedly adjusted her clothing to avoid igniting the fire within himself. Since Qing Yun had fainted, he could not leave her side and had to keep her close. That night was restless. The next day's sunlight was too harsh. Mo Xie awoke early, but Qing Yun remained unconscious. Was the sleep elixir truly so effective? Why had she not awakened yet? Could she be dead? Mo Xie mused anxiously. He utilized the spare time to enter a meditative state, replenishing his true energy. Before long, Qing Yun finally roused. Mo Xie exited his meditative state. "You finally woke up. I thought you might be dead." He chuckled. Qing Yun felt embarrassed recalling the events of the previous night and lowered her head, murmuring, After a moment, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Mo Xie and asked, "Do you have any more sleep elixirs? 3 left. Can you give them to me? I can trade something else. I can offer you a high-grade Yuan Ling Dan in exchange." Yuan Ling Dan? Yes, you are at the Yuan Dan level now, right? This Yuan Ling Dan can help you advance further. If all goes well, it might even elevate you a small rank. With that, Qing Yun's cheeks remained flushed as she produced a small porcelain vial and handed it to Mo Xie. The sleep elixir was of no use to Mo Xie, but the Yuan Ling Dan was a rare treasure. Mo Xie, not foolish, immediately agreed to the trade. 3 mid-grade sleep elixirs for 1 high-grade Yuan Ling Dan. A profitable exchange. Mo Xie poured out the Yuan Ling Dan and asked excitedly, "Are there any precautions for taking it? You could try taking it upside down. Perhaps that will enhance the effects." Qing Yun chuckled softly. "Really?" Mo Xie failed to detect the playful tone in her voice. "Of course not, silly." Qing Yun laughed, resting her chin on her hands, amused. After consuming the Yuan Ling Dan, Mo Xie entered a meditative state while Qing Yun recuperated beside him. At the same time, the Hehuan Sacred Sect was bustling with disciples gathered atop a celestial mountain to practice. Several female cultivators flew in on their swords and landed gracefully. As they alighted, they were met by a few overly groomed male cultivators. The men exchanged glances, surveying the female cultivators before beckoning them over with smiles. "Hey, the beauties from Ice Sky Mountain, look over here, we've got handsome guys." The female cultivators ignored them, which only spurred the male cultivators on further. Suddenly, a sword chi shot forth, aimed at the female cultivators. They scattered immediately. The lead female cultivator raised her sword, pointing it at the men while scolding, "Ergo, don't push your luck. If you keep acting so arrogant, I'll call for the senior sister. She'll beat you to a pulp, and you'll end up like your brother." Lying in bed, the leader of the male cultivators was indeed Ergo, but he was no longer the same as before. Once merely at the 10th level of Yuan Dan, he had now ascended to the 1st level of Ling Xian. With a grim expression, Ergo angrily soared on his sword. He struck towards a female cultivator, who hurriedly raised her sword to defend. Yet, Ergo was stronger. With one swing, he sent the female cultivator flying off the celestial mountain. The immortal mountain floats in the heavens. Being cast away from the immortal mountain is akin to plummeting from a precipice. The female cultivator, injured and unable to summon her sword, finds herself in grave peril. Suddenly, a beam of white light streaks from afar. The second elder arrives on his sword to lend assistance. He rescues the female cultivator and returns her safely to the immortal mountain. After ensuring her well-being, the second elder points an accusing finger at Ergo, exclaiming, "Ergo, you have gone too far." Ergo remains silent, gazing into the distance. At that moment, a dragon's roar echoes from the sky. The Ziyao dragon descends, heralding the arrival of the Grand Elder. "What is this? Second Elder? Are you attempting to harm my disciple?" Under the imposing presence of the Grand Elder, the second elder dares not utter another word, merely huffing in disdain before leading the disciples of the Ice Heaven Palace away. Ergo watches the Ice Heaven Palace disciples flee in disarray before him, envisioning that among them are Mo Xie and Lu Qiyun. He imagines that upon encountering him, they too would flee in terror. This thought fills him with exhilaration. Yet, it remains nothing more than a fantasy. He murmurs softly, Emosia, Luchiyun. You two had better not perish too soon. Umph, how delightful it would be to slay Emosia and Luchiyun with my own hands. Unbeknownst to him, the influence of the Qi Inju has gradually darkened his heart. Meanwhile, Emosia has finally absorbed the entirety of the Yuan Ling Dan. However, the energy it provided is insufficient for him to advance to a higher level. What a pity, I have not managed to level up, Emosia sighs quietly. What a pity indeed. Just before this, you had only just reached the 5th stage of Yuan Dan. How could you expect to ascend to the next level so swiftly? Nonetheless, you are now at the pinnacle of the 5th stage of Yuan Dan. You are progressing much faster than most. Be content. Qing Yun chides lightly with a hint of irritation. Suddenly, Qing Yun furrows her brow and retrieves an ancient token from her Qinkuan sleeve. The token glows with a crimson light. It is the emblem of her sect, and its crimson hue signifies a disturbance within her sect. Qing Yun hastily rises, exclaiming, "This is bad. My sect is in trouble." Anxious, she mounts her sword and prepares to depart. Mo Xie glances up just in time to see her soar into the sky, only to witness her fall from the air moments later. This woman, has she not fully recovered? He muses, before taking to the skies on his sword to catch her. As Mo Xie embraces her, Qing Yun's face flushes slightly, and she quickly pushes him away, regaining her composure on her sword. From her Qinkuan sleeve, she produces another Yuan Ling Dan, asking, "Do you wish for another Yuan Ling Dan?" Upon seeing the pill, Mo Xie's eyes seem to sparkle with anticipation. He eagerly nods, "Yes, of course I want it. If you return me to the Hehuan Sect, I shall provide you with 2 Yuan Ling Dan in return. This one shall serve as an advance payment. What say you?" Qing Yun extends the Yuan Ling Dan, awaiting Mo Xie's response. At present, Mo Xie has no desire to return to the Tai Yin Holy Church, nor does he wish to be captured by Fei Qing Tiao Tiao for the Hehuan Sect. The brief taste of freedom fills him with joy. Mo Xie understands that only strength can grant him freedom. The effects of the Yuan Ling Dan are remarkable. After consuming just one, he has advanced from the initial stage of the 5th level of Yuan Dan to its peak. If he were to consume 2, he would surely break through the bottleneck of the 5th level and ascend to the 6th. Furthermore, the transaction proposed by Qing Yun is indeed difficult to refuse. All he must do is escort her back to the Hehuan Sect to receive 2 Yuan Ling Dan. It is akin to snatching a wolf from the empty hands. Mo Xie accepts the Yuan Ling Dan from Qing Yun, stowing it in his Qinkuan sleeve, declaring, "This deal is worthwhile. I accept. However, in your current state, are you certain you wish to return?" At this moment, Qing Yun appears somewhat disoriented, prompting Mo Xie to worry about her condition. Weak and fatigued, Qing Yun places a hand on Mo Xie's shoulder, stating, "The effects of the passion curse are nearing their end. I shall regain my original strength before we return to the Hehuan Sect." "Very well, if you are determined, then let us set forth." Mo Xie concedes, for he is not one to dissuade her further. A shimmer of ice emanates from the flying sword beneath Mo Xie's feet. The sword accelerates abruptly, like a comet streaking in reverse, vanishing into the vast expanse above. The fierce wind buffets against their robes, billowing their sleeves. Qing Yun steadies herself against Mo Xie's shoulder. Standing behind him, the events of the previous night linger in her mind, and as she gazes at Mo Xie, warmth ignites within her heart. Damn it! It must be the passion curse. I have developed feelings for him. She chastises herself. Wait, that cannot be. The passion curse only affects those with feelings. Could it be that I harbor affection for Mo Xie? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It is merely my physical attraction to him. It is my body that desires him, not my heart. I am a cultivator, the sect master. After centuries of cultivation, I should not develop feelings for a man, especially not for such a young boy. Absolutely not. Qing Yun internally berates herself for her lapses in composure, yet her grip on Mo Xie's shoulder tightens. The journey to the Hehuan Sect requires considerable time. While they could have traveled continuously, Qing Yun's deteriorating health necessitates that Mo Xie descend to the ground for her to rest. As they near their destination, Qing Yun's face flushes like a heated metal plate. In haste, she retrieves a sleep pill from her Qinkuan sleeve. After consuming the sleep pill, she tells Mo Xie, "This is the last sleep pill I possess. When I awaken, the passion curse will dissipate, and I shall be able to return to the Hehuan Sect. Remain by my side until I awaken, and I shall grant you the final Yuan Ling Dan, allowing you to leave." With that, Qing Yun peacefully drifts into slumber. In her wakefulness, she embodies a formidable sect master, evoking awe and respect. Yet, in sleep, she resembles a porcelain doll, adorable and beautiful, prompting one to reach out and pinch her cheeks. As Xia contemplates this, he cannot help but do just that, gently squeezing her cheek, which yields and softens under his touch. She breathes softly, her lips slightly parted, lost in deep slumber. The esteemed sect master of Qinglan dares to let her guard down in the presence of a man? Xia begins to question whether Qingyun truly is a sect master. Of course, he refrains from overstepping boundaries. After withdrawing his hand, he drapes a long robe over her shoulders and stands vigil beside her. Suddenly, a howl pierces the air from a distance. Xia looks up to see not a wolf, but two young maidens approaching. Each wields a sword, their bodies radiating spiritual light, indicating they too are cultivators. Their attire closely resembles that of Qingyun. Before Xia can inquire about their identities, they charge forward. Stand aside. Xia, still skeptical of their motives, harbors no excessive goodwill towards them. He summons the Tai Yin cold ice, causing the ground around them to glisten with frost. The two maidens, undeterred, advance, one of them swinging her long sword to unleash a greenish-blue sword energy. The energy carves a scar into the ground as it swiftly lunges towards Xia. Xia clenches his fist, delivering a powerful strike. The surrounding ice swiftly envelopes his fist, and with a mighty blow, a wave of chilling air surges forward. The sound of shattering fills the air as Xia obliterates the sword energy with a single punch. Such terrifying power. Yet the two maidens do not falter. Each employs their own abilities. Two young maidens incessantly unleashed countless streams of azure sword energy, resembling a torrential downpour as they hurled their attacks towards Xia. In response, Xia conjured a formidable wall of ice before him. The azure sword energy struck the icy barrier, leaving behind deep gashes, yet it proved futile in shattering the wall. Xia, light on his feet, suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind one of the maidens, raising his sword and thrusting it forward with determination. The maiden quickly attempted to defend herself, but was nonetheless injured by the sword energy. The other maiden rushed forward to assist, yet was repelled by Xia's chilling aura. After a brief exchange, both maidens found themselves defeated at Xia's feet. One of them, propping herself up with her hands on the ground, shouted in anger, "Who are you, you thieving scoundrel? Why do you seek to capture our sect master?" The other maiden echoed her sentiments. "Sister, there is no need to reason with him. Even if we must die today, we will not allow him to insult our master." Xia remained silent for a moment, before sheathing his sword and calmly inquiring, "Are you both from Qinglan Zone? And if so, what does it matter to you?" One of the maidens replied, "If you are indeed from Qinglan Zone, I shall spare your life. If not, I will end yours." Xia's expression darkened, and the sword in his hand shimmered ominously. The maiden, taken aback by Xia's menacing demeanor, blinked rapidly and exclaimed, "I am from Qinglan Zone." Realizing he was aware of her affiliation, she questioned, "If you know I am from Qinglan Zone, why would you spare my life? Are you not one of the demonic sect? If I were from the demonic sect, your sect master would be in dire straits, not peacefully sleeping." Xia retorted with a scornful glance. "You truly are not from the demonic sect. Then hand over your master to us." After one of the maidens stood up, she addressed Xia. Xia, with a cold smile, drew a line in the ground with his sword, then pointed it at them, stating, "I may trust you, but I do not believe you. To take Qingyun, you must wait until she awakens." "You!" Both maidens exclaimed in unison, glaring at Xia. They then charged across the line, seeking to engage him once more. Xia merely pointed forward, releasing a shard of ice that struck one maiden down. He then raised his sword to parry the attack from the other maiden. Ultimately, he seized one maiden by the collar and flung her out of the line while kicking the other, sending her crashing into a tree. The two maidens, unable to overcome Xia, were left both furious and frustrated. Xia sat on one side of the line, while the two maidens sat on the opposite side, no longer daring to cross. They could only gaze blankly at Qingyun. As night descended, Xia fell asleep. The two maidens quietly crossed the line, avoiding Xia, and approached Qingyun. However, before they could reach her, a large hand suddenly seized them. In a fit of rage, Xia confiscated their swords, tore their garments, and tossed them aside, warning, "If you dare to act out again, I shall humiliate both of you, and right before your eyes, I will tarnish your masteress' honor. Do you understand?" Defeated and unable to fight back, the two maidens had no choice but to relent. Yes, we shall behave. We will not cause any more trouble." They shivered in the night breeze, feeling cold and frightened. Chapter 51. Remnants of Hehuan Sect. The following morning, the chirping of unknown birds filled the air. As the wind swept through, the birds took flight, startled by the commotion. Leaves fluttered down, landing atop Mosie's head. He reached up to brush them away, then opened his eyes. His gaze fell upon the two maidens from the previous night, huddled together for warmth and slumber, entwined like two pale serpents. Their supple legs were intimately pressed together, their soft forms compressing against one another, becoming flatter and rounder. Hyo! One maiden sneezed, awakening them both. Upon realizing Mosie's gaze upon them, they hurriedly covered their modesty with their hands and scurried behind a nearby tree. One maiden peeked out from behind the tree and asked, "What are you staring at?" "I knew I was right. You must be a member of the demonic sect." "If I were truly from the demonic sect, you would have been pregnant by now, hardly able to sleep peacefully through the night." Mosie stretched lazily and stood up. He intended to wash his face, but as he took a few steps, the two maidens hurriedly emerged from behind the tree, attempting to approach Qingyun. Mosie abruptly turned and glared at them, causing them to retreat in fear before they even crossed the line. After washing his face, Mosie heard Qingyun's soft murmur. The sound drew the two maidens out again, eager to see her condition. As Mosie approached to assist Qingyun, the maidens were once again intimidated and withdrew. Qingyun slowly opened her eyes, still in a daze, and upon seeing Mosie's face, she gently reached out a small hand, brushing it along his neck and tenderly caressing his face. "Are you well?" Mosie asked nonchalantly. Qingyun paused for a moment, then murmured softly, "Ah, this isn't a dream." She quickly withdrew her hand, escaping Mosie's embrace, and stood up, exclaiming, "Cough! How wonderful! It is already the second morning. I can return to Qinglan Zone." "Sect Master." The two maidens peeking from behind the tree called out to Qingyun. Upon turning to see them, she exclaimed their names, "Hua Bei, Jie Dai? How did you two end up here?" The maidens rushed forward to embrace Qingyun, lamenting, "Oh, Sect Master, that vile man bullied us." They pointed accusingly at Mosie. Qingyun glanced down at the two maidens, now exposed, and then turned her gaze towards Mosie, saying, "You, how could you do such a thing to my disciples?" "If I were to do such things, your two disciples would not have slept peacefully through the night," Mosie replied, his demeanor unyielding. "I merely confiscated their weapons and stripped them of their clothing to prevent them from causing trouble, allowing me to enjoy a restful night. To be frank, your two disciples are as bothersome as flies." Qingyun, looking down, asked the maidens, "Did he truly not violate you?" They responded, "Not really, he just hit us. He must be a bad person, undoubtedly a member of the demonic sect." With a sigh, Qingyun retrieved clothing from her storage sleeve and draped it over them. She then approached Mosie to apologize. "I knew you would not do such a thing. I am sorry. My two disciples can be a bit mischievous. Please do not take it to heart." Mosie had no intention of holding a grudge against the two maidens. Moreover, having completed his objective, it was time to collect his reward. He extended his hand towards Qingyun, saying, "Shall we settle this?" "What?" Qingyun was taken aback. "What? Do you intend to renege on your word?" Mosie looked up at her. Suddenly, Qingyun realized, "Oh, I almost forgot. You must be referring to the Yuanling pill." "Yes. I still owe you one. Here, take it." She retrieved a pill from her sleeve and tossed it to Mosie. He caught it gracefully with one hand and, with a slight chuckle, remarked, "Thank you. With this, we are even." Mosie glanced around, pondering, having ventured this far. The gluttonous meat Buddha of the Mo sect should no longer pursue me, should they? Parting ways with Qingyun, he soared into the sky on his sword, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. Watching Mosie depart without a hint of sentiment, Qingyun felt a pang of discomfort. Does this fellow harbor no feelings for me at all? Would it cost him so much to utter a few kind words, perhaps urging me to be cautious or expressing concern for my well-being? Yet, at that moment, all that remained was the sword energy left in his wake. Two female disciples glanced upwards and inquired, "Master, who is that man?" "Ah," Qingyun sighed as she gazed at the traces left by Mosie, reflecting and reminiscing. Before continuing, "He is a peculiar individual." Though the love spell that had enveloped her had dissipated, a rosy hue still adorned her cheeks. She understood that Mosie had indelibly etched himself into her heart. However, she also recognized the impossibility of any relationship between them. As the leader of Hehuan Sect, her status precluded any romantic entanglements. Such affairs would render her vulnerable, a fatal weakness indeed. "Perhaps I shall regard this as a beautiful dream." Qingyun murmured softly to the direction in which Mosie had departed. The two female disciples, unable to hear her clearly, dared not inquire further. Regaining her composure, Qingyun patted the shoulders of her disciples and asked, "By the way, what has transpired within the sect?" Upon mentioning this, the two disciples erupted into tears. They knelt upon the ground, exclaiming, "3 evil practitioners from a demonic sect have invaded our sect, mercilessly slaughtering our brethren as if they were demons. Under the elders' guidance, those who fell in battle have perished, and we were instructed to flee and inform you, Master. You must not return to the sect. Qing Yun's expression shifted to one of deep gloom, quickly overshadowed by a surge of fury. Her oppressive aura erupted, sending beasts within a 100-mile radius fleeing in terror. Gritting her teeth, she unsheathed her sword, her lips quivering, her gaze fierce enough to devour flesh. She fixed her gaze upon the two disciples and demanded, "Slaughter? Who are these brazen individuals?" The disciples trembled in fear, their bodies quaking as they knelt, their rounded posteriors raised skyward. They stammered, "Master. It is the remnants of Hehuan Sect." Hehuan Sect? Humph. The sect leader is dead, and it is said that the elders are no more. I refuse to believe they could rise again. Return with me. I shall eradicate them in vengeance for our fallen comrades. An overwhelming fury surged upon Qing Yun's exquisite visage. Please, Master. The elders sent us to dissuade you from returning. If you do, our Hehuan Sect shall surely perish. The two disciples clutched her arm imploringly. In a swift motion, Qing Yun flung them to the ground. With a gentle flick of her sleeve, a sword soared into the air. Qing Yun leapt onto the sword, turning to the two disciples and inquired, "What will you do? Do you wish to flee or accompany me back to confront these demonic practitioners?" "Master, we shall follow you. We would rather die than be cowards." The disciples tossed the sword into the air, their combined energy causing it to hover. They ascended upon the sword, resolutely following Qing Yun, each prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. "Well said." Qing Yun praised as she patted their shoulders, then formed a hand gesture, causing the three of them to disappear into the horizon. After parting ways with Qing Yun, Mo Xie directed his flight toward the Hehuan Sect. He could neither accompany her back to her sect nor return to Tai Yinshengjiao. Where to next? Mo Xie remained uncertain. Yet, he understood that he must grow stronger swiftly. Otherwise, if he encountered the gluttonous meat Buddha or the Ice Heaven Saintess, he would be captured once more. Having yet to consume the 2 Yuan Ling Dan obtained from Qing Yun, he sought a cave to take the elixirs and enhance his cultivation. A flash of icy light streaked across the sky, landing before a small cave entrance. Mo Xie dismounted from his sword and approached the cave's edge. The flying sword traced an arc and vanished into his sleeve. Just as he reached the cave entrance, a shadow lunged towards him. Mo Xie hastily raised his hand, swiftly conjuring a defensive barrier of ice. The shadow crashed into him like an out-of-control truck in the night. His barrier stood firm, halting the looming threat. Upon closer inspection, Mo Xie realized the shadow was a massive black bear. With a flick of his fingers, countless ice spikes erupted from his hand, piercing the bear and instantly obliterating its form. The enormous creature collapsed before him. Stepping over the bear's carcass, Mo Xie entered the cave. After eliminating the bear, he settled into meditation, retrieving the 2 Yuan Ling Dan from his sleeve. Previously, consuming just 1 Yuan Ling Dan had propelled him from the initial stage to the peak of the 5th rank. If he consumed these 2, it would surely elevate him to the 6th rank, he mused. Channeling his energy, he swallowed the 2 elixirs. Upon ingestion, his energy erupted, sending powerful waves crashing against the cave walls. Mo Xie trembled as his veins bulged, beads of sweat cascading down his body. His energy clashed against the cave walls, shattering them. A fissure opened, allowing light to spill into the cave. A vortex of energy formed around him, spiraling rapidly and tearing apart the surrounding walls. Fragments of rock were drawn into the whirlpool, creating a cacophony of noise. Yet, this chaos did not disturb Mo Xie, for he had entered his inner realm, oblivious to the sounds outside. The process of cultivation was a tedious affair, time slipping away gradually. Days and nights alternated. Inside the cave, Mo Xie remained motionless, resembling a statue. His energy steadily increased until a brilliant golden light erupted from within him, piercing through the cave and tearing it open. The entire mountain seemed on the verge of shattering. Debris cascaded around him, yet a protective shield formed from his energy warded off the falling stones. He opened his eyes to behold the golden radiance surrounding him, then exited his meditative state. Rising, he took a few steps forward, extending his hands to assess the changes. A smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "These Yuan Ling Dan are truly remarkable. After absorbing 2, I have now reached the peak of the 6th rank." Stretching his neck and exhaling deeply, he remarked, "Yet, I feel a certain restraint in my strength, perhaps due to the lingering effects of the elixirs. I should slay a few magical beasts to test my newfound power." With a light-hearted smile, he strode forward. Meanwhile, beneath his feet, the black bear's carcass had begun to decay, with maggots wriggling over the putrid remains. Mo Xie felt a wave of revulsion and casually released a stream of true energy, which coalesced into flames, igniting the decayed corpse. He then stepped through the flames and approached the cave entrance. The entrance now appeared disheveled, littered with a chaotic heap of rubble, a consequence of the celestial phenomena triggered during his recent training. His rapid cultivation had generated a powerful force of ascension. With a soft hum, Mo Xie soared into the air on his sword, landing atop a mountain peak. Just as he prepared to seek out a magical beast for practice, he unexpectedly encountered humans first. Standing atop his sword, he gazed down at the forest below, where figures moved about, though their identities remained obscured to him. Mo Xie propelled his sword forward, entering the woodland. His feet touched the muddy ground, yet his boots remained unsullied. He lifted his gaze and discerned shadows flitting among the trees, several figures darting through the foliage at high speed, seemingly in flight, but their appearances were indistinguishable. After advancing a few steps, he finally recognized their faces. Among them was Qing Yun, accompanied by her two female disciples, Hua Bei and Jie Dai. At that moment, Qing Yun was being carried by her disciples, fleeing in haste. How peculiar. Hadn't they returned to Qing Lanzong? What were they doing here? A multitude of questions surged in Mo Xie's mind, but there was no time to ponder. He quickly ascended on his sword, rushing toward them. Hey, senior sister. Don't run. You two are already gravely injured and cannot escape far. You might as well hand over the sect master to us. Yes, senior sisters. If you surrender the sect master, you can join Hehuan Sect just like us. I might even plead with Elder Ming Quan to make you my dual cultivation partners. You haven't lost your virginity yet, have you? If you assist me in mastering the Hehuan Sect's secret arts, I can ensure you have an exquisite experience. In the forest, Hua Bei and Jie Dai, with Jie Dai carrying Qing Yun, dashed through the trees, pursued by two male cultivators clad in black. Despite wearing the same attire as the female disciples, the expressions on the men's faces were markedly different. Their eyes resembled those of severe insomniacs. Drooping lids stained with bloodshot hues, and the corners of their eyes marred by yellowish discharge. Faint wisps of black smoke danced around their eye sockets, interspersed with glimmers of light, sparks flickering within. Soaring high on their swords, the male cultivators pursued the two female disciples. Stop, senior sisters. You have nowhere left to retreat. Becoming our dual cultivation partners is your best option. One of the men bellowed. Humph, do you think we would submit? Take a moment to consider what you are. You want us to be your partners? Go eat dirt. Jie Dai, leading the charge, defended Qing Yun, while Hua Bei wielded her sword, ever vigilant against their pursuers. The male cultivators, enraged by the women's words, gritted their teeth, their expressions turning menacing. They suddenly raised their swords, pointing ahead. Two streams of black energy shot forth from their blades, hurtling toward Hua Bei and Jie Dai. Hua Bei ignited her true energy, unleashing a powerful shockwave that felled the surrounding trees. A faint azure barrier emerged before her, and as she thrust her sword into it, the barrier surged forward with great momentum. With a thunderous crash, the azure barrier collided with the two male cultivators. They shouted in alarm as black smoke enveloped them, coalescing to resist the advancing blue shield. Upon contact, the beautiful azure barrier began to fracture, ultimately torn apart by the black mist. With the barrier shattered, the speed of the male cultivators' swords increased. Senior sister, this is your own doing. When I capture you, I will have my way with you. But don't blame me for being rough. Humph, you traitors of Qing Lanzong, you will never touch me, even if I must perish. I will not leave my corpse for your defilement. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Senior sister, the foremost male cultivator suddenly vanished, transforming into a swirling vortex of darkness. Hua Bei's eyes widened, her lips quivering as fear gripped her heart. Despite her trepidation, she charged forward. The black whirlwind approached too swiftly, and Hua Bei had no choice but to raise her sword in defense. The swirling darkness eroded her blade. In a moment of desperation, she channeled all her true energy into her sword, which erupted in vibrant azure spirit energy. The collision of azure and black generated a shockwave that sent Hua Bei reeling. The male cultivator grinned wickedly, bounding toward her like a ravenous wolf. Without a word, he tore her garments into tatters. I can't wait. Senior sister, let us ascend to Wushan together. I will make you forget everything in ecstasy. Ha ha. As he spoke, the male cultivator sheathed his sword and reached for Hua Bei's chest with his rough hands. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled, but she lacked the strength to resist him. Contemplating a self-destructive act to evade humiliation, she was startled to see the male cultivator suddenly collapse before her, lifeless. Hua Bei blinked in disbelief, realizing that the man who sought to harm her now lay dead, his head resembling a fallen fruit. Yet, she was embraced by another man. Looking up, she recognized a familiar face. "Ah, you're that man." Emosia held Hua Bei, standing upon an ethereal ice platform, and chuckled, "I am Emosia. Please refrain from calling me that man, as it sounds rather odd." Hua Bei, flustered and unmindful of her state of undress, urgently tugged at Emosia's sleeve, pointing ahead and shouting, "Be careful, there's another one." Upon hearing her warning, Emosia glanced up, only to find himself engulfed in a shroud of black mist. The final male cultivator had vanished within the darkness. A voice echoed from the shadows, "Hee, you wish to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. But there is a price to pay. That price is your head." As the voice faded, the black mist surged with increasing velocity. Trees that lay fallen on the ground transformed into pools of black sludge upon contact with the mist, which feasted upon the ground, converting the muck into dark energy. Suddenly, a black hand emerged from the depths of the mist. The fingers splayed wide, sharp nails resembling deadly blades poised to strike at Emosia. With one hand, he held Hua Bei protectively, while his palm inadvertently grasped a most inappropriate area, eliciting her bashful response. Emosia turned his back to the male cultivator, and in an instant, an ice wall descended from above, vertically embedding itself into the ground, obstructing the encroaching black mist. Emosia and Hua Bei soared away. As she clung to Emosia, Hua Bei bit her lip, her cheeks flushed deeper. She gazed up at him, but Emosia was preoccupied with strategizing against the male cultivator, oblivious to her presence. Hua Bei, desperate, tugged at his hand, imploring, "Why?" At this moment, a massive hand was firmly gripping his chest, compressing that delicate object to the brink of bursting. The pain was excruciating. Did this fellow not understand the value of tenderness? Why exert such force? "Hey, your hand is in the wrong place," Hua Bei shouted. Yet, at that moment, Emosia was oblivious to her cries. The black mist had shattered the ice wall and was pursuing them relentlessly. Turning back, he saw the relentless black mist and the male cultivator hot on their heels. Glancing down, he noticed Hua Bei, whom he was holding tightly. Ahead lay Jedi, carrying Qing Yun on her back. The sound of Hua Bei's protests seemed to have no impact on Emosia's thoughts, as he was preoccupied with devising an escape plan. The male cultivator behind him possessed considerable strength. Emosia turned to the male cultivator and quietly instructed Hua Bei, "Hold on tight. I will loosen my grip. If you fall, I won't waste my efforts to save you." "Huh, I don't need you to completely let go. Just don't grab what you shouldn't." Before Hua Bei could finish her sentence, Emosia's hand unexpectedly relaxed. He hadn't heard her words. The moment he loosened his grip, Hua Bei was startled and, disregarding her modesty, wrapped her arms and legs around his waist like a water snake. Chapter 54. Rebuilding the Hehuan Sect. The reason for Emosia's release was to wield the Bow of Pain. At that moment, he held the Bow of Pain in one hand and drew an arrow with the other, fully drawing it back to release. A glimmer shot forth from his hand, piercing the black mist and disappearing without a trace. After a brief moment of silence following the arrow's flight, Hua Bei quietly remarked, "That arrow doesn't seem very effective." "Shoo, let the arrow fly for a while," Emosia replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, the surrounding black mist began to contract, ultimately forming a dark point that revealed a silhouette, the male cultivator who had unleashed the black mist. "What is this? It hurts. It feels like my organs are being torn out." The arrow of light had struck the male cultivator in the chest, and the luminous energy continuously seeped into his body, causing him to plummet to the ground. The black mist had transformed the trees into black sludge, and now, as the male cultivator fell, he landed squarely in the muck. The pain overrode any concern for the filth, leading him to roll around in the black mire. Moments later, he emerged resembling a creature that had just crawled out of oil. At this point, the male cultivator had lost the ability to continue fighting. Emosia gently retracted the Bow of Pain and gazed at the male cultivator writhing in agony within the black sludge, shaking his head slightly. "It seems your tolerance for pain is rather low. However, you've provided me with quite a bounty. Received 50,000 pain points. To be honest, acquiring 50,000 pain points from someone of such low cultivation was remarkably fortunate." Nonetheless, Emosia was not one to quibble over such matters. Without hesitation, he pinched his fingers together and pointed forward. The air around him suddenly turned frigid, coalescing into sharp ice spikes that shot downwards. However, the ice spikes did not claim the male cultivator's life, but rather encircled him, preventing any escape. Despite his desperate attempts to move, the ice spikes trapped him, amplifying his discomfort. Received 30,000 pain points. "Oh, so many?" Hee. It seems that meticulously tormenting one person yields better results than hastily tormenting a multitude. Mo grinned wickedly and released his energy. The ice spikes responded, unleashing an intense chill that caused the male cultivator to tremble. Received 20,000 pain points. More? Mo inquired, intensifying the cold energy. The female disciple wrapped around his waist glanced up, feeling a twinge of fear. This person appeared more terrifying than the demonic sect-s cultivators. Although she found him frightening, she had no choice but to cling tightly to him. If she loosened her grip, she would plummet to the ground. Current target has become numb, unable to receive more emotions. Received 1,000 fear points. Numb and unable to receive emotions? But where did those fear points come from? Mo pondered, filled with questions but dismissing them as system bugs, considering the system had generously granted him plenty of points. Unbeknownst to him, the meager fear points originated from the female disciple in his grasp. Mo did not perceive himself as particularly fearsome. He regarded himself as quite amiable. Noticing that the male cultivator was no longer a threat, he gently raised his hand, controlling the ice spikes to pierce through and in the male cultivator's life. The slain cultivator erupted in a gushing fountain of blood, which mingled with the black sludge below, creating a striking visual contrast of red and black. Mo retracted the bow of pain and, stepping onto the icy platform, descended onto the ground devoid of black sludge, where another female disciple, Jedi, stood with Qingyun on her back. As Mo landed, Huabei suddenly leaped from him, hurriedly donning a set of clothes. Jedi and Huabei reunited, placing Qingyun gently on the ground. Mo approached, observing Qingyun in a state of unconsciousness. Her complexion worse than before, pale, marked with bruises, and her once beautiful face now smeared with dirt, her eyes tightly shut. He felt a pang of regret at not being able to see her exquisite gaze, especially since she had once saved him. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, with torn clothing revealing glimpses of her form, he took off a long robe and draped it over her. Turning to Jedi and Huabei, he inquired, "What happened to Qingyun?" Both Jedi and Huabei were in tears, lamenting. The sect faced a grave disaster, and the sect leader, unafraid of death, rushed back to confront the demonic sect's cultivators. However, outnumbered, she sustained severe injuries and fell unconscious. The demonic cultivators sought to annihilate us completely, yet thankfully, a few elders and brothers within the sect fought valiantly to buy us time, allowing us to rescue the sect leader. How many demonic cultivators were there? Mo asked cautiously. Only one from the Rufo sect was present, a certain Fei Qingtiao. Aside from him, there were 3 remnants of the Hehuan Sect, 2 former elders, and 1 young master. They slaughtered most of our comrades and lured others to join them. The 2 pursuing us earlier were disciples of the traitorous Hehuan Sect. Now, the Hehuan Sect has taken control of the Hehuan Sect, claiming they aim to rebuild the Hehuan Sect. As they spoke, Jedi and Huabei's eyes blazed with fierce determination, as if they longed to devour their enemies. No wonder Fei Qingtiao didn't come after me. He must have gone to the Hehuan Sect. Moreover, he was accompanied by those 3 from the Hehuan Sect, Elder Mingquan, Elder Qinggu, and young Master Yoling. Initially, Mo had been a member of the Hehuan Sect, though his current status was somewhat complex. At that moment, he suddenly realized a crucial point. Wait, if that's the case, aren't there only 4 of them? 4 individuals managed to annihilate your entire Hehuan Sect? Jedi furrowed her brow, expressing her grievances. Among the 4 of them, 3 are at the 9th level of Lingxian. Our sect leader is only at the 8th level of Lingxian. Such matters can only be resolved with the intervention of the Saintess of Taiyin Holy Teachings or the Master of Shindao Mountain. I've heard that the previous destruction of Hehuan Sect was executed by the Saintess of Ice Heaven from Taiyin Holy Teachings. If she were to take action, she should be able to eliminate these remnants of Hehuan Sect. Huabei remarked confidently. She certainly would. After all, these remnants of Hehuan Sect are incredibly audacious. We are of the righteous path. How dare they be so bold? Once the support from Taiyin Holy Teachings arrives, we can return to our sect. Indeed, indeed. The 2 young girls exchanged hopeful words, placing their trust in Taiyin Holy Teachings. Almost simultaneously, a sudden commotion erupted within Taiyin Holy Teachings. Chapter 55. The first act of the Ice Heaven Saintess upon emerging from seclusion. Is it to capture Mo? Taiyin Holy Teachings. Ice Heaven Mountain, Ice Heaven Palace. A beam of platinum light suddenly burst forth from Ice Heaven Palace, instantly shattering its confines. The disciples within Ice Heaven Palace fled in panic. The Grand Elder and others hurriedly arrived, utilizing their abilities to minimize the impact of this surge of energy. The entire Taiyin holy teachings was taken aback. A multitude of disciples soared through the air on their swords. This brilliant light emanated from Ice Heaven Palace. It must be the Ice Heaven Saintess. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the Ice Heaven Saintess has fallen into madness? Are you foolish? Madness would not manifest in this manner. Clearly, the Ice Heaven Saintess is on the verge of a breakthrough. What? A breakthrough? She was already at the 5th level of Shangxian, was she not? A breakthrough would elevate her to the 6th level of Shangxian. I recall our sect leader is at the 7th level of Shangxian. If the Ice Heaven Saintess ascends to the 6th level, she would be but a step away from the sect leader. How terrifying. Boom. The surrounding celestial mountains began to tremble violently. Frost began to accumulate upon the clouds above, which appeared to be suspended in the air as if frozen in place. Ice Heaven Mountain was enveloped in an aura of cold. The frigid energy rising from Ice Heaven Palace surged toward the heavens, causing the disciples of Taiyin holy teachings flying on their swords amidst the clouds to hastily evade. Following this, ice spikes formed from the cold continued to shoot forth from Ice Heaven Mountain. The onlookers scattered in all directions. Fortunately, the Grand Elder Qianshun was present. With a wave of his hand, the purple dragon beneath him opened its massive jaws and roared toward the sky. Roar! The sound echoed as the purple dragon soared through the air, devouring the ice spikes and swatting others away with its claws, protecting the disciples. Although the Grand Elder harbored no fondness for Emosia, he remained dutiful in his role, ensuring the safety of the disciples. Suddenly, an even more terrifying chill surged from Ice Heaven Palace. This icy aura grasped the purple dragon like a giant hand, as if seizing a mere worm. The purple dragon twisted in an attempt to escape, but to no avail. The chill in the air intensified, and snow began to fall heavily. Despite most present being cultivators, they could not help but shiver in the face of such cold. Is the Ice Heaven Saintess emerging from seclusion? I'm freezing. My true energy cannot withstand this chill. This is no ordinary cold. It is the frost from Taiyin, the Ice Heaven Saintess's power. How can ordinary true energy resist it? This is truly terrifying. The elders, unlike the others, did not tremble. They squinted toward Ice Heaven Palace. Suddenly, a silvery cold light shot forth from within, forming a massive ice staircase that extended skyward. Seemingly boundless, the Ice Heaven Saintess gently placed her pristine feet upon the staircase. Tiny ice particles hung between her lashes, and beneath them, a pair of snow-white eyes sparkled. Her true energy coalesced into a vast ice platform, lifting the entire Ice Heaven Mountain into the air. The mountain ascended, finally hovering beneath a larger celestial mountain, Yuanmong Mountain, the residence of the sect leader, the Yuanmong Saintess. At this moment, Ice Heaven Mountain drew ever closer to Yuanmong Mountain, signifying that the Ice Heaven Saintess was about to catch up with the Yuanmong Saintess. The Ice Heaven Saintess ascended the ice staircase, passing above the heads of the crowd. The female disciples of Ice Heaven Mountain soared on their swords, surrounding her. The Ice Heaven Saintess opened her delicate lips, exhaling a breath of icy mist, and her melodious voice resonated. Where is Emosia? The Grand Elder felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he rode the purple dragon to face the Ice Heaven Saintess. Kneeling upon the dragon's back, he spoke. Please allow me to explain. It was during an expedition to Giant Scale Mountain. The Grand Elder recounted the events surrounding Emosia's capture, feigning great regret. Ultimately, Emosia was captured by Fei Qing Tiao, which stirred the ancient beasts within Giant Scale Mountain. We had no choice but to retreat with the disciples, leaving the commendable Emosia to vanish within Giant Scale Mountain. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the Ice Heaven Saintess's expression darkened. She cast a glance at the Grand Elder and then beckoned a female disciple who flew to her side. This disciple pointed at the Grand Elder and said, Master, do not listen to him. He is reluctant to save our junior brother due to a past feud with Li Ergu. The Grand Elder quickly bowed his head before the Ice Heaven Saintess, exclaiming, This is a grave misunderstanding, my lady. Under such circumstances, we could not engage the ancient beasts within Giant Scale Mountain. That would only endanger more disciples. My actions were for the greater good of Taiyin holy teachings. Please see clearly. The Ice Heaven Saintess lightly furrowed her brow, aware that the Grand Elder's actions were indeed correct. However, she also understood the history between Emosia and Li Ergu. The Grand Elder was protective of his own. He undoubtedly played a part in Emosia's capture and harbored ulterior motives. With a mere glare, the Ice Heaven Saintess saw through the Grand Elder's intentions. She snorted coldly and raised her hand. The purple dragon beneath the Grand Elder began to twist violently. The purple dragon, enraged, opened its massive jaws and roared. The scales upon its body began to shed. As the scales fell away, blood began to drip from the dragon, staining the air with crimson droplets. The blood mingled with the spiritual energy, turning it a deep red. The crimson aura tinged the clouds, which also took on a rosy hue. The dragon's roars continued, its pain causing it to thrash uncontrollably. It could no longer support anyone on its back, forcing the Grand Elder to leap off and hover in the air on his sword. The Ice Heaven Saintess fixed her cold gaze upon the Grand Elder, stating, "Your little schemes cannot escape my notice. However, having just ascended to the 6th level of Shangxian, I am in high spirits and do not wish to sully my hands. But your pet shall not be so fortunate." With that, the Ice Heaven Saintess retracted the ice staircase, transforming it into a throne of ice. She reclined upon the throne and lazily ascended to greater heights. "Master, where are you going?" The female disciples of Ice Heaven Mountain called out to the Ice Heaven Saintess. "I am going to retrieve Emosia." The voice of the Ice Heaven Saintess echoed from afar. "Master, let us accompany you to find our junior brother." "No need, I can manage alone." The Ice Heaven Saintess's figure vanished from sight in the sky, yet her voice still resonated throughout Taiyin holy teachings. The female disciples of Ice Heaven Mountain lowered their heads and then flew back toward Ice Heaven Mountain. They arrived at a small room within Ice Heaven Mountain. In this modest chamber, a graceful woman lay upon the bed. It was none other than Lu Qiyun, who had sustained grave injuries in the last encounter at Jilu Mountain. Lu Qiyun slowly opened her eyes and inquired of her junior sisters, "Has Master emerged from seclusion?" "Master has just come out and immediately sought out our junior brother." "Our junior brother? Is it possible that he still lives?" "Who knows?" Chapter 56. Before death, I wish to a gentle breeze caressed a lush forest, reminiscent of a beast grooming its fur. Occasionally, one or two magical beasts would traverse the woodlands, and if they chanced upon each other with ill intent, they would pounce and attack, resulting in carnage. However, most magical creatures were remarkably astute. They refrained from engaging with beings far stronger than themselves, fully aware of whom they could provoke and whom they could not. Within this forest, there existed a certain area that the magical beasts dared not approach. Beside a small river and an ancient dilapidated temple, no beast ventured near. This was due to the occasional emanation of a verdant aura from within the temple. Yet, there were always some particularly audacious beasts. One such creature, oblivious to danger, stood upon a rock, attempting to leap across the river and glimpse what lay within the temple. In the next moment, a tumultuous wave of green energy surged forth from the temple, uprooting the grass below and sending the river's water soaring. The beast atop the stone collided with the wave, instantly being flayed and reduced to a wisp of white smoke that dissipated into the air. Henceforth, no magical creature dared approach again. Inside the temple, there stood a statue of a bodhisattva, missing half its body. The ground in front of the statue was uneven and chaotic, yet amidst this rugged terrain lay a small area of stability. Upon this balanced ground rested a fresh animal hide, covered with several layers of garments. Upon this fabric lay a soft figure clad in green. The esteemed leader of Hehuan Sect, Qingyun. Qingyun possessed a lithe, elongated form, her exquisite feet resembling finely carved jade, extending beyond the confines of her covering and gracefully resting upon the ground. To her side knelt two young maidens, disciples of Hehuan Sect, Hua Bei and Jie Dai. Together they supported Qingyun's back, enabling her to sit upright. As Qingyun awoke and slowly opened her eyes, Hua Bei exclaimed, "Wow, splendid. Sect Master, you have finally awakened." Turning her gaze, Qingyun saw Hua Bei to her left and Jie Dai to her right. Soon after, she noticed another figure. Beside her lay an extinguished campfire, and across it sat Emosia, who was meditating in quietude. Perhaps alerted by Hua Bei's voice, Emosia opened his eyes. Upon seeing Qingyun awake, he stood, crossed the fire, and approached her. Still dazed from her slumber, Qingyun murmured, "Emosia, you are here? Where exactly are we? Why am I here?" Emosia half squatted, placing a hand on Qingyun's forehead, and replied, "You have sustained severe injuries. It was your two female disciples who rescued you. I merely lent a hand. As for where we are, it is a place far removed from your Hehuan Sect, a habitat for low-level magical beasts." Emosia, being an earth-level alchemist with some knowledge of healing, felt her condition and sighed, "Alas, your injuries are quite grave." Though Qingyun's forehead felt warm, she understood it was not due to illness, but rather a sense of embarrassment. Such feelings were unbefitting for one of her stature. As the leader of a sect, she ought to embody strength and resolve. With a subtle expression, Qingyun suddenly recalled the events leading to her unconsciousness, startlingly rising to her feet. Hua Bei and Jie Dai hurriedly followed suit, expressing concern, "Sect Master, your injuries are not yet healed." Biting her lip, Qingyun's pale visage became flushed with intense anger. Drawing a sword from her sleeve, she declared resolutely, "The members of Hehuan Sect are still valiantly resisting the demonic sect's vile forces. How can I lie here and slumber? My injuries pale in comparison to the deaths of my fellow disciples. As the leader of the sect, if our sect faces calamity, I shall stand with them until the end." "Sect Master." Hua Bei suddenly lunged forward, tightly clasping Qingyun's arm and kneeling before her, exclaiming, "Aside from the three of us, there are no others left alive. Those traitors who joined Hehuan Sect are still pursuing us. Please, Sect Master, do not act impulsively. Let us wait for the formidable forces of Taiyin Sacred Teachings or Xindao Mountain to eliminate the remnants of Hehuan Sect before we return to rebuild Hehuan Sect." "Indeed, Sect Master. As long as the mountains endure, we need not fear the absence of firewood," Jedi added, embracing Qingyun's other arm. "What? No one else has survived?" Qingyun was struck with shock, feeling as if icy tendrils had enveloped her body. Suddenly, her strength waned, and she collapsed once more. Mo Xie swiftly stepped forward to support her. Qingyun pushed away the hands of her disciples, collapsing into Mo Xie's embrace, weeping bitterly. "Oh, Mo Xie, I have lost everything." Qingyun wept uncontrollably, her small hands tugging at Mo Xie's garment, causing it to sag. Mo Xie let out a gentle sigh and tenderly caressed her back. Despite the thin fabric separating them, he could feel her trembling form. In that moment, she seemed to have shed the demeanor of a sect leader, resembling a frightened little bird instead. Hua Bei and Jedi observed Mo Xie holding their sect master, their hearts heavy with discontent. They longed to replace him, to cradle their beloved master in their own arms. Yet, their master seemed so dependent on Mo Xie. "Humph." Hua Bei and Jedi sighed in disapproval, taking their seats by the fire. With her heart feeling like ash, Qingyun perceived the futility of her struggle. After a lengthy bout of weeping, her sorrow deepened. She turned her gaze towards Hua Bei and Jedi, and an unspoken resolution formed within her. "Both of you, go outside and keep watch. I have matters to discuss with Mo Xie. Await my call before you re-enter," she instructed with a hint of a tremor in her voice. Despite her emotional strain, her tone carried a commanding authority that startled Hua Bei and Jedi into compliance. However, they were puzzled as to why they were being sent away. "Sect Master, what is it that cannot be said in our presence? Is it not Mo Xie who is the outsider among us?" Hua Bei questioned, her tone laced with discontent. Qingyun glared fiercely at Hua Bei, declaring, "Have you ceased to heed my words?" After being reprimanded, Hua Bei and Jedi hung their heads, murmuring discontentedly as they exited the dilapidated temple. Once they departed, Mo Xie, puzzled, asked, "What was that all about? Why did you react so harshly towards them?" Qingyun gently pressed her lips together before responding, "I do not wish for them to witness my moment of vulnerability." "What vulnerability?" Mo Xie inquired, perplexed. In that instant, Qingyun remained nestled against Mo Xie's embrace, her ear resting against his chest. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat was calm, suggesting that his feelings for her were not as fervent as hers for him. This realization brought a pang of disappointment to her heart. Her eyes lost their luster, and her thoughts turned solely to completing the tasks at hand that needed closure. She fixed her gaze on the two female disciples exiting the temple and quietly remarked to Mo Xie, "Since I cannot return to Qinglan Zone, I must face death alongside my fellow disciples. However, before I meet my end, there is something I wish to experience." Chapter 57, Mountains and Serpents, Men and Women. Qingyun's words faltered abruptly. Mo Xie inquired, "What do you wish for?" With a sigh of despair, Qingyun let her hands fall, her gaze vacant. "My true energy is nearly depleted, and my cultivation has significantly regressed. Even if I were to return to the sect, vengeance would be beyond my reach. As the leader of a sect, failing to protect it and my disciples, what face do I have to continue as their leader? What reason is there to go on living? Perhaps Taiyin Shengjiao or Shun Daoshan will come to our aid, or perhaps they will not. I have lost the capability to remain as the sect leader. I am ashamed before everyone, especially before those two disciples who attempted to rescue me. I shall take my own life, but I cannot die before their eyes. Why must you think this way?" Mo Xie found himself at a loss for words to comfort Qingyun. After all, it was her own choice, and he respected her right to die. Yet suddenly, a blush appeared on Qingyun's face, and her eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. "What is it?" Mo Xie asked, puzzled. "I wish to experience the intimate connection between a man and a woman before I die, and I hope you can assist me." Qingyun's voice was barely above a whisper. Her cheeks flushed as she clutched Mo Xie's sleeve, shyly concealing her face. "Did I mishear you, or did you misspeak?" Mo Xie struggled to comprehend, wondering how such an opportunity could exist. However, in the next moment, Qing Yun reached out and grasped his arm, lifting her gaze. Her emerald eyes shimmered like crystal-clear waters, glistening with tears. Mo Xie was at a loss as to the source of these tears, but only Qing Yun understood. They stemmed from her overwhelming nervousness. She was acutely aware of the boldness of her request, yet in the face of death, one often yearns for experiences never before encountered. That night, her unfinished business with Mo Xie frequently resurfaced in her mind, even haunting her dreams during her unconscious moments. If dying was for the sake of the sect, then this request stemmed from her own emotions, her feelings as Qing Yun, not as the leader of Qing Lanzong. Mo Xie's mind raced, struggling to grasp why Qing Yun desired such a thing. Yet, upon witnessing the longing in her eyes, a fire ignited within him. In a human's gaze, there was no flame, and at that moment, Mo Xie had yet to wield true energy to ignite a fire, but curiously, Qing Yun seemed to perceive a spark within him. She too felt the flame igniting within her. The two flames intertwined. In an instant, they transformed into two tongues. Entwining passionately, the flames suddenly blazed fiercely, consuming their garments, revealing two bare forms, one a rugged yellow mountain, the other a sinuous white jade serpent. The serpent coiled around the mountain, while the mountain loomed over the jade serpent. The serpent opened its mouth, extending its pink tongue, quivering with ardor. The air was thick with true energy, spiritual essence, and a myriad of mystical energies, subtly influencing the two. Within the dilapidated temple, the sound of cracking echoed rapidly. Accompanying the sounds was a faint mist of light. Even Mo Xie himself was unaware that this luminous mist emanated from his own Taishang furnace. The mist thickened, gradually enveloping the entire dilapidated temple. Within this ethereal haze, streaks of crimson appeared, intertwining with the mist. The mist wrapped around the temple, rendering it extraordinary amidst the ordinary forest. Hua Bei and Jie Dai stood vigil outside the temple, perplexed by the unfolding scene within. Jie Dai stammered, "What? What is happening?" Hua Bei craned her neck, squinting at the temple. She attempted to discern the happenings inside, but the mist obscured everything. Shaking her head, she lamented, "I cannot see clearly. What on earth is occurring? That mist does not appear malevolent. I can still hear the sect leader's voice, seemingly saying, 'Be gentle.' What does that mean?" Worried, Jie Dai unsheathed her sword and stepped forward, but Hua Bei quickly pulled her back. "Do not approach. Did you not hear the sect leader? She said we must wait for her to call us." Hua Bei asserted, shaking her head. "Do you wish to defy the sect leader's wishes?" Yet Jie Dai hesitated. "Let us wait." Hua Bei sighed and settled onto a nearby hillside. Hua Bei convinced Jie Dai to sit beside her, and the two of them directed their attention towards the dilapidated temple. As the mist swayed, the light it emitted reflected in their eyes. What are the sect leader and Mo Xie doing? Who knows? On the other side, Qing Lanzong lay in ruins. The main hall, Qing Landian, was strewn with the lifeless bodies of many disciples. Within the hall, several traitorous disciples donned in blood-stained robes busily transported the corpses. On the high platform of the hall, a 15-year-old girl sat upon a throne. Her long, dark hair was adorned with various ornaments, and her youthful face bore traces of blood. Unfazed, she casually retrieved an ancient bell from her person and gently shook it. As the sound echoed, the disciples transporting corpses suddenly collapsed, writhing on the ground. The female disciples twisted their bodies, tearing at their garments, while the male disciples lunged forward like feral dogs. In no time, they resembled two wild dogs consumed by passion, howling amidst the pile of corpses in Qing Landian. From their bodies, strands of crimson light emerged, soaring through the air before ultimately entering the ancient bell. The girl on the throne sighed, "Alas, I still have not seen Mo Xie." After uttering these words, the girl abruptly stood, stepping onto her throne. She pointed at a portly monk before her and scolded, "It's all your fault. I told you to bring Mo Xie, but you let him slip away." The rotund monk was none other than the malevolent monk from Ro Fo Min, Fei Qing Tao Tai. Grinning, though his voice was dark, he replied, "So what if I no longer have the Taishang furnace? But you, little girl, should treat me with some respect. Even though you are the minor sect leader of Hehuan Sect, it would be easy for me to crush you. Impudent Fei Qing Tao Tai. If you dare to speak disrespectfully to our minor sect leader again, I will ensure you do not leave this hall." A tall and handsome man with a grim expression glared at Fei Qing Tao Tai, shouting. This man was the Grand Elder of Hehuan Sect, Ming Quan. Chapter 58. Qinggu. The girl on the throne was none other than Yu Ling, the minor sect leader of Hehuan Sect. Present also was Qinggu, the second elder of Hehuan Sect. Dressed provocatively in a form-fitting black robe, Qinggu revealed her shapely thighs. She gracefully approached Ming Quan. her delicate fingers gently pressing on his shoulder. Ming Quan gradually retracted the anger he felt towards Fei Qing Tao Tai, turning to face Qing Gu. She extended her crimson tongue, drawing near. Their lips met, and only after a moment did they part, both exhaling dark energy. Subsequently, the two individuals simultaneously cast indifferent glances towards Fei Qing Tao Tai, and in unison declared, "If you wish to bully the little Zhongzhu, you must first overcome us. However, I fear you currently lack the capability." Although it was evident that two voices were speaking, they intertwined harmoniously, resembling a single entity. Fei Qing Tao Tai gazed at the duo, and his rotund belly suddenly began to contract, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Yet, he quickly quelled such reactions. After retreating a few steps, he lifted his head to address them, saying, "I am aware of the formidable prowess of your Hehuan Sect's dual cultivation techniques. But do not underestimate the methods of our Rufo sect. Should a confrontation ensue, who knows, I might just devour one of you." Ming Quan and Qing Gu stood shoulder to shoulder, confronting Fei Qing Tao Tai. Suddenly, a chime resonated. It was the Hehuan bell in Yuling's hands that had stirred. Ming Quan and Qing Gu looked up. Ming Quan, retracting his confrontational demeanor, sighed gently and turned to Yuling, earnestly advising, "Little Zhongzhu, you must not play with the Hehuan bell incessantly. It may be damaged." Qing Gu also let out a soft sigh. Yuling, frowning, raised the Hehuan bell before Ming Quan and Qing Gu, exclaiming, "But I haven't even touched it." "Haven't touched it? Then why does it ring?" Ming Quan countered as he raised his gaze. The Hehuan bell chimed once more. However, Ming Quan distinctly observed that the bell was moving on its own. It was indeed not shaken by Yuling. It had sensed something. "Little Zhongzhu, allow me to examine the Hehuan bell." Ming Quan rushed forward, seizing the bell from Yuling's grasp. Holding the Hehuan bell without manipulating it, he confirmed that it was indeed ringing autonomously. Ming Quan's brows unfurled slightly, and he smiled while lifting the Hehuan bell, exclaiming, "It is Emosia. It is indeed Emosia." Just as Ming Quan intended to elaborate that it was the energy fluctuations from the Taishang furnace, he suddenly recalled Fei Qing Tao Tai's presence and refrained from continuing. Instead, he hastily redirected, saying, "Little Zhongzhu, it must be Emosia. I shall guide you to him." Upon hearing Emosia's name, Yuling's face lit up with joy. She leaped from her throne, exclaiming, "Really? Is it truly Emosia? That is splendid. I will directly convey my thoughts to him. I wish to hear his voice." Ming Quan shook his head, saying, "Little Zhongzhu, this time you will not hear him speak. We cannot communicate with him through the Hehuan bell just yet. But we can ascertain his current location." Yuling blinked her large eyes and inquired, "So, that means I can not only hear Emosia, but also see him?" "Indeed, Little Zhongzhu. Moreover, once we find him, I will immediately arrange for your dual cultivation matters. This time, we shall not concern ourselves with age." Ming Quan declared joyfully, "Wonderful. I can also partake in dual cultivation. Oh, everyone has their dual cultivation partner nearby, yet my Emosia is nowhere to be seen. How dull it is. When Emosia returns, I can commence my dual cultivation as well. I too shall have a companion." Yuling exclaimed gleefully, jumping down from the high platform of Qinglan Palace. Qing Gu hurriedly approached to grasp Yuling's small hand. Thus, Ming Quan, Qing Gu, and Yuling traversed through the numerous bodies within Qinglan Palace, making their way to the entrance. Fei Qing Tao Tai hastily followed, shouting, "Hey, don't leave me behind. Emosia possesses the Qi-Yin pearl that I require. I too wish to capture him." Suddenly, Ming Quan's expression darkened as he fixed an intense gaze upon Fei Qing Tao Tai. A wave of dark energy emanated from Ming Quan, coalescing in his hands into a formidable black hammer. With the black hammer in hand, Ming Quan's countenance transformed, resembling that of a wild beast. He lunged forward, raising the hammer to strike Fei Qing Tao Tai's head with great force. Fei Qing Tao Tai quickly transformed into a puddle of flesh, burrowing into the ground. The hammer descended, and a black energy blade tore a vast chasm into the earth. A puddle of flesh emerged from the fissure, once again taking on human form. The reconstituted Fei Qing Tao Tai widened his eyes, glaring at Ming Quan, and indignantly exclaimed, "What are you doing? You seek Emosia. While I desire the Qi-Yin pearl on him, these aspirations are not mutually exclusive. Moreover, I am no longer inquiring about the Taishang furnace. Yet you refuse to grant me even the Qi-Yin pearl?" Fei Qing Tao Tai remained oblivious to the fact that Emosia was, in truth, the Taishang furnace. Ming Quan's refusal to allow Fei Qing Tao Tai to accompany them was to conceal Emosia's identity, preventing others from coveting Emosia's unique physique and subsequently attempting to snatch him away from his little Zhongzhu. "Humph, get lost," Ming Quan roared. showing no mercy towards Fei Qing Tao Tai. This outburst, however, did not intimidate Fei Qing Tao Tai. Rather, it startled the other disciples within Qinglan Palace, causing them to abruptly halt their lascivious activities. After emerging from the Great Scales Mountain, Fei Qing Tao Tai had sustained injuries. Although he, like Ming Quan, was at the 9th level of Ling Xian, he was no longer a match for Ming Quan at this moment. Should Ming Quan and Qing Gu join forces, they could potentially slay Fei Qing Tao Tai. Aware of his precarious situation, Fei Qing Tao Tai, though filled with rage, could not act on it at that moment, and could only grit his teeth and mutter under his breath. As Ming Quan departed with Qing Gu and Yu Ling, Fei Qing Tao Tai raised his voice, cursing loudly, "Humph! Ming Quan, just you wait. Once my injuries have healed, I will make you pay. Hee. Qing Gu is your dual cultivation partner, correct? Just wait until I dishonor her. Let us see how you react. Hee. The mere thought of you being furious brings me great joy." Fei Qing Tao Tai's laughter grew increasingly boisterous, echoing through Qinglan Palace like a hoarse old eagle. His laughter was not solitary, for at that moment, other indecent sounds were also permeating the atmosphere within Qinglan Palace, a melange of flesh and fluid, chaos and infatuation. With a grin, Fei Qing Tao Tai suddenly rushed forward, parting a pair of entangled lovers, taking the place of one to indulge in pleasure. Chapter 59. Why did these two individuals suddenly become stronger? In the high skies, amidst the swirling clouds, 3 black shadows swept through the air. These 3 figures were Yu Ling, Ming Quan, and Qing Gu, each riding upon a plume of black mist, soaring at remarkable speeds. "Where is Emosia?" Yu Ling inquired. Ming Quan gently shook the Hehuan bell, and a crimson aura emerged from within. He pinched the red essence between his fingers and brought his face closer to the bell. Inhaling deeply, after absorbing the red essence into his being, he closed his eyes, and a map materialized before him. A deep crimson dot illuminated the map, surrounded by swirling dense auras. That location was where Emosia resided. Ming Quan regained his focus, lifted his head, and opened his eyes, softly stating, "Little Zhongzhu, rest assured. I have discerned Emosia's whereabouts." "Splendid. Hurry, let us accelerate. I wish to see him. I wish to see him now," Yu Ling exclaimed in delight, causing the black mist beneath her to thicken, propelling her figure like an arrow into the sky. "Little Zhongzhu, wait for us," Ming Quan shouted ahead, then turned to await Qing Gu's arrival. Once Qing Gu joined him, the two embraced and swiftly pursued Yu Ling. "Emosia. Emosia," Yu Ling called out as she flew, while Ming Quan trailed behind, shouting Yu Ling's name. Due to her comparatively lower cultivation, Yu Ling was soon overtaken by Ming Quan. Upon catching up, Ming Quan remarked, "Little Zhongzhu, do not run so fast. You have yet to hear what I have to say." "What is it?" Yu Ling, having flown rapidly, was now perspiring slightly. She wiped her forehead as she spoke. Ming Xuan exhaled lightly before speaking. "Moxie is still quite far from us. He won't arrive so soon. Young Sect Master, do not fly too quickly, lest you fall." Yu Ling pouted, gave a soft hum, and then slowly reduced her flying speed. 3 dark figures continued to soar across the horizon. Meanwhile, outside the dilapidated temple, Huabei and Jedi were still waiting. The temple was enveloped in a veil of luminous mist, which showed no signs of dissipating. Huabei, growing anxious, stood up and remarked, "Hasn't it been several hours already?" The sect master mentioned discussing matters with Moxie. "But what could possibly take so long? Perhaps we should go take a look?" Jedi quietly advised, "You are right. What if something were to happen to the sect master? That would be disastrous." This time, Huabei was swayed by Jedi's words. The two prepared to approach the mist. However, they had barely taken 10 steps when they sensed the spiritual energy in the air become restless. The ground began to tremble faintly. Looking ahead, they noticed that the mist surrounding the dilapidated temple was finally starting to vanish. As the mist receded, Huabei and Jedi's expressions relaxed slightly. Yet, before they could glimpse the interior of the temple, a colossal beam of light surged forth from within. The beam shot up to the heavens, dispersing the clouds. Its immense power whipped up a fierce wind. In an instant, the surrounding trees were reduced to dust. "There is danger," Huabei and Jedi exclaimed in unison. They swiftly summoned their true energy, condensing it into a verdant barrier. The fierce wind stirred up dust from the ground, yet it was repelled by the green barrier. The barrier shielded Huabei and Jedi. The powerful wind obliterated everything around the temple, turning the ground into a muddy mess, as if it were being stirred repeatedly by a giant shovel. Once everything quieted down, Huabei and Jedi looked up to find themselves enveloped in thick dust and sand. The impact from earlier had been so intense that even the sand had yet to settle. "What has happened? Where's the sect master? Is she safe?" Huabei questioned anxiously. Jedi raised her sword and swept it forward. A massive wave of green sword energy burst forth from her blade, sweeping away some of the surrounding dust and sand. Following suit, Huabei also unleashed her sword energy. Under the might of their combined energies, the dust and sand gradually retreated. As the obscuring particles cleared, they beheld the dilapidated temple standing seemingly unscathed. How could such a fragile structure remain intact amidst such terrifying power? Before Huabei and Jedi could fully comprehend the unfolding events, they saw two figures slowly emerge from the temple. The first to step out was Moxie. His attire had changed from before, and his aura felt significantly more robust. He had attained the 7th level of Yuandan. Realizing his advancement, Huabei and Jedi gasped. What is happening with Moxie? How did he suddenly ascend to Yuandan's 7th level? Just hours ago, he was at the pinnacle of 6th level. How could he have leveled up so swiftly? Perplexed, Huabei and Jedi quickened their pace. Suddenly, they spotted another figure emerging from the temple. It was Qingyun. Upon seeing her, Huabei excitedly exclaimed, "Sect Master, are you all right?" Just as she called out, Huabei noticed a drastic change in the aura surrounding Qingyun compared to a few hours prior. The pressure emanating from her had intensified considerably. What could have transpired? At that moment, Qingyun did not conceal her newfound strength, allowing Huabei and Jedi to instantly recognize her transformation. Jedi, unable to comprehend, took a step back and murmured, "How is this possible? The sect master seems to have reached the 10th level of Lingxian." Hearing this, Huabei squinted and, after a moment, her face displayed shock. She placed her hand on Jedi's shoulder, her mouth agape in disbelief. After a long pause, she finally stammered, It truly is the 10th level of Lingxian. The sect master has ascended to the 10th level. How can this be? Just hours ago, she was at the 8th level, and her strength appeared to be declining. How did she suddenly rise to the 10th level? Am I dreaming? Or are you dreaming, Jedi? Speak." Jedi did not immediately respond to Huabei. She merely gazed at Qingyun across the temple. Suddenly, she saw Qingyun wave at her. A smile blossomed on Jedi's face. She patted Huabei on the shoulder, exclaiming with excitement, "Huabei, this is not a dream. It is real. I see the sect master waving at us. Let us hurry. She surely has much to say." Huabei's face broke into a smile as well, and the two rushed forward side by side. Chapter 60. When we meet again. You can do as you wish. Upon reaching the front of the dilapidated temple, Huabei and Jedi beheld Qingyun. She appeared even more beautiful and ethereal than she had just hours earlier. "You too, come quickly." Qingyun beckoned. Overjoyed, Huabei and Jedi leaped into her embrace. Qingyun held them tenderly, stroking their hair like a caring mother, softly saying, "It is so wonderful to see you both again." Huabei and Jedi were puzzled by her words. Yet Moxie, standing nearby, understood the meaning. Qingyun had once contemplated ending her life due to her inability to seek vengeance. But after their encounter, and under the influence of the Taishang Luding, her strength had surged to the 10th level of Lingxian. Now that she possessed the power to seek revenge, her desire to die had vanished, hence her heartfelt expression of joy at seeing them again. Not only had Qingyun's strength improved, but Moxie had also undergone a transformation. He had originally been at the pinnacle of the 6th level of Yuandan. But after their intimate encounter, he had ascended directly to the 7th level. This had never happened before. Previously, his liaison with the Bingtian Xingnu had merely granted him excitement points. However, today was remarkably different. Not only had he advanced to the 7th level of Yuandan, but he had also received an additional 500,000 excitement points. What did this signify? It meant 5 single draws. He had never acquired so many excitement points from his experience with the Bingtian Xingnu. Furthermore, he had triggered the S-level talent, Fizenxing, gaining a new ability, Qinglan Yuanqi. While he pondered this, Moxie summoned the system interface. Redirecting to system homepage, San Yushin system, bound host Moxie, host realm, Yuandan 7th level, excitement points, 514. 000, terror points, 201, 000, pain points, 300, 000 lottery display, 11 items. Qi Yinju X1, a powerful cultivation treasure. Belonging to the Yuangu Sha Momin, A-level talent. Dijidanshur, belonging to general A-level weapon, Tongku Gong, inflicts pain on the target and generates pain points. Belonging to the Refoman S-level talent, Fizenxing, acquires lover skills, belonging to general Tian Hanbing, belonging to Tian Sheng Jiao Qinglan Yuanqi. Belonging to Qinglan Zone. Moxie had just grasped his current information when he was suddenly interrupted by the voices of Huabei and Jedi. "Wu, Sect Master. After witnessing the phenomena here, we feared something had happened to you. What were you and Moxie doing for the past few hours? How did you suddenly ascend to the 10th level of Lingxian? This is truly astonishing." Qingyun turned her head awkwardly to glance at Moxie, who also averted his gaze. How should one articulate such matters? Qingyun pondered for a moment, then gently tousled the heads of her two female disciples, hesitatingly saying, "Well, let me think. Just now, I was in the midst of cultivating, and then, Xia, what should he be doing? Oh right, he was safeguarding me. Yes, that's it." After speaking, Qingyun pointed towards Xia with a finger. Xia blinked rapidly, then quickly nodded in agreement, responding, "Ah, yes, that's precisely what transpired. There was nothing else." Hua Bei and Jie Dai furrowed their brows, as they were not naive and could discern that Qingyun and Xia were concealing something. However, they were not entirely astute either, unable to glean any clues from the minutiae. Therefore, despite their myriad of doubts, they ceased to pursue the matter after receiving Qingyun's response. After all, it had become meaningless. What remained clear to them was that their esteemed sect leader had ascended to the 10th stage of Lingxian. Esteemed sect leader, what cultivation technique are you employing? May we learn it? They inquired eagerly. Qingyun frowned again, casting another glance at Xia, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Unbeknownst to Qingyun, Xia possessed the physique of the Taishang looting, which she merely interpreted as a radiant brilliance before death. After all, few in the current world were aware of the existence of the Taishang looting. Given that Qingyun herself was unaware of the circumstances, she could not enlighten her two female disciples. It would be absurd to tell them, "I merely engaged in intimacy with Xia and suddenly ascended to the 10th stage of Lingxian." Thus, Qingyun feigned profundity, stating, "This occurrence is a matter of serendipitous opportunity, not a specific technique. You two need not rush, simply follow me, and in due time, I shall teach you both the path to rapid cultivation." "Wonderful. Thank you, esteemed sect leader." After placating her two disciples, Qingyun raised her sword and gazed coldly towards the direction of Hehuan Sect, declaring, "Now, we must strike back." "But sect leader, are you truly capable after your recent ascension?" Huabei expressed her concern. "What nonsense. Our esteemed sect leader is now at the 10th stage of Lingxian. She will surely eradicate the remnants of Hehuan Sect and reclaim Hehuan Sect. The revival of our sect is imminent," Jie Dai earnestly added, following closely behind Qingyun. "Then let us accompany the esteemed sect leader back to Hehuan Sect. Let those Hehuan Sect remnants and the traitors of our sect pay for the lives of their fallen comrades." Indeed. With that, Qingyun prepared to depart. Yet, she hesitated, reluctant to leave Xia behind. Before taking her leave, she sidestepped her two disciples and approached Xia. At that moment, Xia was clutching his chest, occasionally feeling a pang of physical discomfort. Upon Qingyun's arrival, Xia concealed his expression. At this moment, Qingyun resembled a neighborly girl as she placed her hands behind her back, slowly walking towards Xia. She turned around, lifted her gaze to meet his, lightly biting her lower lip, her face once again flushed with crimson. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and after a brief pause, she softly spoke. "Thank you so much for today. Without you, I fear I would have taken my own life." Xia gazed at her, smiling gently as he replied, "What do you mean by thanking me? We should be thanking each other. After all, we both benefited from this." "Stop saying such embarrassing things," Qingyun retorted, her head lowered, her blush deepening. At that moment, standing before Xia, she bore little resemblance to a sect leader. Rather, she appeared as a bashful girl next door, unable to lift her head before her crush. Just look at her delicate face. It seemed as if it might bleed from the intensity of her embarrassment. Xia reached out, caressing her cheek, then gently lifted her chin with his fingers. Qingyun's exquisite face instantly radiated allure, her pink lips glistening with a soft sheen, evoking an irresistible desire to kiss them. Qingyun's breaths quickened, and her aura grew weighty. After a moment of hesitation, she finally raised her hand, grasping Xia's arm, and softly said, "Not like this for now. My disciples are still present. Next time, when we meet again, you can do as you wish." Chapter 61. Raising the Skirt and Denying Recognition. 3 beams of greenish light ascended from the ground to the heavens. It was Qingyun and her 2 female disciples soaring through the air on their swords. Qingyun, eager for vengeance against her sect, exhibited an attitude of raising her skirt and denying recognition. However, at this moment, Xia was more than eager for their swift departure. As he felt something amiss within his body, Xia raised his head, watching the 3 depart. He sighed lightly, then suddenly crouched down to the ground. "What is causing this sudden discomfort? It feels as if some force is tugging at my body. Could it be a side effect of ascending too rapidly?" Xia entered a meditative state, closing his eyes in contemplation. Spiritual energy began to rise gently around him, lifting him into the air. A red mist emerged from within him, forming into whip-like tendrils that lashed at his body. Hehuan, absorbed in meditation, initially dismissed the red mist, believing it to be merely a manifestation of his true energy. However, he soon found it impossible to ignore, for the red tendril suddenly coiled around his neck. Hehuan, eyes still shut, sensed the foreign presence. Startled, he hastily opened his eyes, only to find a massive red whip entwined around his throat. Instinctively, Hehuan attempted to cry out, yet his throat was constricted by the tendril, allowing only muffled sounds to escape. His expression hardened as he sprang to his feet, seizing the red whip and forcefully attempting to pull it away. The whip writhed like a stubborn serpent. Buzz. Hehuan employed his alchemical skills to transform the true energy within him into spiritual flames. The flames enveloped his body, causing the red whip to writhe as if scorched by a living being, yet it did not loosen its grip. Instead, it tightened further. Beast. Hehuan cursed vehemently. As the density of his spiritual flames intensified, their temperature rising sharply. Sizzle. The red whip, singed by the flames, writhed violently before ultimately falling away from Hehuan's neck like a withered branch. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, crouching on the ground. His hands pressed against the earth as he gasped for air. How peculiar! What was that strange red whip? Why does it evoke such a familiar sensation? Suddenly, memories of a similar energy surged forth from the depths of his mind. Hehuan recalled that during his time at the Hehuan Sacred Sect, after first rising from the bed of the Ice Maiden, he had encountered the same red energy. This energy originated from Hehuan Sect. It was the effect of the Hehuan bell. Breathing deeply, Hehuan finally stood up. Hehuan. I see Hehuan. Just as he prepared to leave, a silvery voice rang out from the heavens. He looked up to see 3 swirling clouds of black mist in the sky, from which 3 familiar figures emerged. Hehuan froze, for these 3 were all members of Hehuan Sect: the Grand Elder Mingquan, the Second Elder Chingu, and a petite girl, the young sect leader Yuling. Yuling's identity was quite complex. Not only was she the young sect leader of Hehuan Sect, but she was also Hehuan's childhood sweetheart and dual cultivation partner. When Hehuan was at Hehuan Sect, he had been designated as Yuling's dual cultivation companion. After the destruction of the Hehuan Zone, Moxie was seized by the Bingtian Xingnu, who took him as her personal captive. Not only did she capture him, but she also extracted his Taishang Chuyin, enabling her to make significant progress in her cultivation. Moxie sought to escape, but Yuling soon appeared by his side. Yuling descended from a swirling mass of black mist and leapt towards Moxie, who hurriedly extended his arms to embrace her. Like a playful kitten, she nestled against him, exclaiming with delight, "How wonderful it is to finally see you, Moxie. Hurry. Let us engage in dual cultivation." Moxie, bewildered, glanced down at the young girl, perplexed by her bold propositions. Before he could respond, 2 more wisps of black mist descended and landed beside him. Mingquan rested his head on Moxie's shoulder, grinning as he asked, "Moxie, have you managed to steal the sacred treasure of the Tanxingjiao?" Both Yuling and Mingquan were impatient, one seeking intimate connection, the other yearning for treasure. Unable to divide his attention, Yuling grew agitated. "Hey, Mingquan, what are you doing? I want to cultivate with Moxie, don't take up my time." Faced with Yuling's urgency, Mingquan felt a headache coming on. He pulled Moxie aside and instructed Chingu to hold Yuling for the time being. Finally, he addressed Yuling, "Little sect master, please hold on. I just need to ask a few questions." Yuling, held by Chingu, flailed her arms and legs, writhing like an agitated shrimp. After struggling for a while, she began to cry. "Wah, I'm the only one from Hehuan Zone who hasn't experienced dual cultivation. Now that Moxie is here, he won't let me. You are being too unreasonable. Wah wah." She then looked skyward, wailing, "Father, mother, they are bullying me." Listening to Yuling's distress, Mingquan's headache intensified. He sighed heavily, thoroughly flustered by her mischief and immaturity. "Oh dear, little sect master, my little ancestor. Please don't make such a ruckus. It will be over soon. I just need to borrow Moxie for a moment." Yuling pouted, feeling aggrieved, but ultimately relented. Mingquan shook his head and nudged Moxie aside, asking, "Moxie, tell me honestly, did you manage to steal the Tanxinyu?" Moxie felt embarrassed. Truth be told, he hadn't given it much thought, having resigned himself to the difficulty of the task. With a nonchalant demeanor, he replied, "You know my strength is too lacking, so I couldn't manage it." "You." Mingquan glared at Moxie in anger before picking up the Hehuanling. As Mingquan shook the bell, red waves enveloped Moxie once more. However, these red waves did not form into whips. Instead, they crashed violently within Moxie's being. "Ah, what are you doing?" Moxie felt a surge of heat. a red energy roiling within his flesh, threatening to burst forth. If that occurred, he would surely perish. This was the Yaoqingzhou. Before Moxie had traversed to this realm, this body had already been ensnared by the Hehuan Zone with the Yaoqingzhou. Why? Because Moxie was the Taishang looting, an exceptionally rare furnace in 1,000,000 years. Thus, the Hehuan Zone could not possibly leave him without some restrictions. As blood-red cracks began to appear on his face, Moxie gritted his teeth, furiously glaring at Mingqiuan, cursing. Are you out of your mind? I'm just a Yuandan cultivator, and you expect me to steal the Tian Xinyu? Only the leader of the Tian Xingjiao knows where it is, and do you know what realm they are in? Holy Immortal Level 7. You want me to go head-to-head with her? Moxie understood that Mingqiuan would not take his life, as he was still Yuling's dual cultivation partner. Thus, he resorted to verbal sparring, adopting an expression of helplessness, as if to say, I truly cannot accomplish this. Chapter 62. A monster snake formed from human flesh indeed. Moxie's cunning ploy succeeded. He cried out in anguish, his cries reaching Yuling. She vehemently accused Mingqiuan, exclaiming, Mingqiuan, how dare you bully Moxie? He is my dual cultivation partner. If anything happens to him, you shall pay. Mingqiuan's expression soured considerably, akin to one who had consumed something foul. He put away the Hehuan Ling and sighed deeply. The red light enveloping Moxie gradually faded, and the pain subsided, though remnants lingered. Supporting himself on the ground, Moxie gasped for breath, a smirk creeping onto his lips. He recognized that while Yuling's cultivation was modest, she was still the sect leader. Mingqiuan had no choice but to heed her. In this dynamic, Moxie realized that as long as he maintained this relationship, he would remain unharmed. However, even though Mingqiuan ceased to utilize the Hehuan Ling to torment Moxie, his inquiries were far from over. With a cold gaze, he regarded Moxie, stating, I can understand that your lack of strength means you didn't steal the Tian Xinyu. But surely you must have some information regarding it? After careful consideration, Moxie earnestly replied, no. He insisted with an air of defiance. Mingqiuan, in a fit of frustration, nearly wished to strike Moxie with the Hehuan Ling for his audacity. How could he be so brazen without having gathered any information? Have you finished your questions? Quickly return Moxie to me. Yuling leapt from Qingguo's embrace and ran towards Mingqiuan. Mingqiuan tossed Moxie aside, as if discarding a mere toy. Dual cultivation, dual cultivation. I want to dual cultivate. Yuling exclaimed joyfully, extending her hands towards Moxie. Moxie closed his eyes, resigned, and opened his arms and legs. Suddenly, he felt a sensation of falling. The ground beneath him became as soft as a quagmire. Just moments ago, he lay on solid earth, and in the next instant, he found himself sinking into a mire. Not just any mire, but one formed of flesh. How could this be? Before Moxie could process this, he was enveloped by the flesh and submerged into the ground. The surrounding hard stones and soil were isolated from him by the flesh. If the flesh surrounding Moxie was likened to a giant balloon, then at this moment, a mysterious force was pulling this balloon into the depths of the sea. Darkness enveloped Moxie, and when light finally returned, he found himself upon a larger mass of flesh. Lifting his head, he gasped, how could it be you? It turned out this flesh was the enormous belly of the Feiqing Taoye. What was this creature doing here? What had transpired? Suddenly, Yuling's voice echoed from afar, and Moxie realized he had been captured by the Feiqing Taoye's secret technique. You gluttonous fool, what are you planning? Yuling hurriedly chased after, scolding as she ran. Following Yuling were Mingqiuan and Xinggu, both equally astonished by the unexpected appearance of the Feiqing Taoye and its capture of Moxie. This was akin to a plump lamb escaping from one's grasp, only to end up on another's dinner table. The Feiqing Taoye retracted its belly, returning to its original size, and placed Moxie on the ground, smiling broadly at the three from Hehuan Zone. So this Moxie is the Taishang looting. You all have hidden him quite well. Mingqiuan, who sought to conceal Moxie's identity as the Taishang looting, realized that it had been discovered by the Feiqing Taoye. With the truth exposed, Mingqiuan understood a confrontation was inevitable. He cautiously observed the Feiqing Taoye and inquired, when did you start following us? Me? I've always been here. I knew you lot were up to something, but I never expected to gain a Taishang looting for free. The Feiqing Taoye's gaze roamed over Moxie, excitement causing drool to escape its lips. Moxie felt a chilling cold. He had the distinct impression that the gluttonous Feiqing Tao Tai was regarding him with an unsettling gaze. Unlike others who encountered him, the Taishang Lu Ding, driven by desires, Feiqing Tao Tai was consumed by gluttony. It was akin to a ravenous wolf, deprived of meat for years, subsisting on grass until one fateful day it stumbled upon a delectable piece of lamb. Feiqing Tao Tai was the wolf, and Xie was the lamb. Xie realized that, in the eyes of Fei Qing Tao Tai, he was merely a morsel. How absurd. Xie had thought Fei Qing Tao Tai was here to rescue him, but in truth, he sought to devour him. In a flurry, Xie summoned Taiyin Hanbing, conjuring an icy platform to escape. Just as he prepared to flee, Fei Qing Tao Tai noticed his movement. With a swift motion, Fei Qing Tao Tai plunged his hand into the earth, as if reaching into a rice jar. The ground began to writhe, and a grotesque serpent formed from human flesh slithered forth. This abomination was devoid of eyes and sharp teeth, its head resembling a grotesquely plump finger. As Xie ascended on the icy platform, the grotesque finger serpent emerged from the ground and lunged at him. The platform, supporting his rapid ascent, shattered upon impact, sending Xie plummeting. With the serpent about to collide with him, he hastily drew a sword from his chinkoan sleeve and, using it as a stepping stone, evaded the serpent's strike. Fei Qing Tao Tai, frustrated that he could not harm Xie, bellowed, "You little brat, you can really run." Xie soared through the air on his sword while the grotesque serpent pursued him. Suddenly, a black mist surged from the ground, colliding with the serpent and causing it to collapse. The assailant was Ming Quan. Ming Quan, standing atop a cloud of black mist, protected Xie and declared, "Fei Qing Tao Tai, cease your antics. You alone are unworthy to contend with us." A swirling black mist enveloped Xie, and in his grasp was a sinister black hammer, emanating a heavy aura of malevolence, thickening the air around him. Fei Qing Tao Tai grinned maniacally, his tongue swaying like a pendulum, betraying his inhumanity. In stark contrast, the disciples of Hehuan Sect appeared dignified, including Xie and the 3 remnants of Hehuan Sect present. Most cultivators possessed striking appearances, and these 4 were truly exceptional, being the most gifted and elite members of Hehuan Sect. A deep-seated animosity simmered between Fei Qing Tao Tai and Ming Quan, each wishing for the other's demise. Just as they prepared to clash, an intense cold enveloped the atmosphere, freezing the clouds above into crystalline forms. It seemed a mightier presence was about to descend. Both Fei Qing Tao Tai and Ming Quan furrowed their brows, a shared dread blossoming within them. Who could this be? Chapter 63, The Terrifying Righteous Ones. Everyone felt the chilling presence. Achio, except for Xie. The other 4 simultaneously sneezed. Fei Qing Tao Tai gazed skyward at the frozen clouds, then turned to Ming Quan, hastily transforming into a puddle of flesh, exclaiming, "It seems today is ill-suited for outings. I shall take my leave. This madwoman is yours to deal with." As Fei Qing Tao Tai attempted to burrow into the earth, he found it frozen solid. Unable to break through, he leapt from the ground, only to have a black hammer swing towards his head. It was Ming Quan. Damn it, Fei Qing Tao Tai thought, realizing the peril. He then transformed his body into a meat pie, resembling a grotesque slab of minced pork. The black hammer, shrouded in dark energy, struck the meat pie, which absorbed the blow as if it were a swamp. From within the meat pie, Fei Qing Tao Tai's voice emerged, "Hee. Ming Quan, you underestimate the techniques of our meat Buddhist sect." However, before he could revel in his triumph, the dark energy from the hammer created a swirling vortex that reshaped his pie-like form into a tornado of flesh. Ming Quan then swung the black hammer down with great force. Upon impact, it unleashed a terrifying wave of dark energy, engulfing Fei Qing Tao Tai's flesh tornado. The dark energy consumed Fei Qing Tao Tai, reverting him to his original form. He let out a grunt of pain as he collapsed to the ground. Yet his pride remained unyielded. "Humph, had I not been injured, you alone could never have harmed me." Ming Quan scoffed, ready to finish Fei Qing Tao Tai. "Ming Quan." Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out from behind. Ming Quan recognized it as Yuling's voice. He quickly abandoned his attack on Fei Qing Tao Tai and turned to see the sky filled with icy spikes. Yuling and Qinggu were seizing Xie, preparing to flee. However, they soon found themselves struck down by the icy spikes, leaving only Xie in the air. Ming Quan looked up and saw a luminous point of ice descending from the highest heavens, drawing closer until it hovered beside Xie. Indeed, it was the Ice Heaven Saintess. Seated upon a throne of ice, the Ice Heaven Saintess observed the chaos below with a leisurely demeanor, casting her gaze upon Yuling, Qinggu, Ming Quan, and Fei Qing Tao Tai. Xie, ensnared by a translucent icy energy, floated before her throne. The 4 malevolent cultivators glared at the Saintess in the sky, their hearts brimming with ire. Yuling, being young and naive, did not comprehend the terror of the Ice Heaven Saintess. All she knew was that this woman had stolen her dual cultivation partner. With hands on her hips and chest thrust out, she pointed at the Ice Heaven Saintess, indignantly shouting, "You vile woman, why did you take him, Osia? He is my man, my furnace." The Ice Heaven Saintess's gaze turned icy. "Little sect leader, be cautious." Ming Quan sensed the impending danger and swiftly soared towards Yu Ling. Indeed, the Ice Heaven Saintess was enraged. The surrounding cold rapidly coalesced into a gigantic ice pillar that barreled toward Yu Ling. Boom! As the ice pillar flew through the air, it generated friction, creating heat that melted its surface into a crystalline sheen, resembling a colossal crystal column. Crash! The crystal column struck the ground, yet a surge of black energy intercepted it. It was Ming Quan. He stood before Yu Ling, emitting a cloud of dark energy that enveloped the entire forest, yet against the icy pillar, it was but a minor force. Gritting his teeth, Ming Quan resisted the onslaught of the dark energy. This was the only means to withstand the terrifying ice column. The righteous ones are fearsome indeed. Run, little sect leader. Ming Quan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to turn and shout at Yu Ling. Startled, Yu Ling stood frozen in place, unable to move. Seeing her predicament, Ming Quan shouted to Qinggu, "Take her away." Qinggu hastily flew over on the black mist and embraced Yu Ling, carrying her to safety. Once they had escaped, Ming Quan finally felt at ease. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the Ice Heaven Saintess in the sky, proclaiming, "Righteous disciples, Ice Heaven Saintess, what is there to fear? We, the malevolent cultivators, shall eradicate you without hesitation." Mo Xia was utterly bewildered, pondering, "Brother, have you mistakenly recited the wrong lines? That term belongs to the righteous faction. You know?" Before long, the dark aura enveloping Ming Quan thickened, ultimately obscuring the entire sky and consuming the area beneath the icy veil. Countless shadowy hands emerged from the inky mist, each clutching a black mace. The multitude of dark hands and maces bore down upon the Ice Maiden. With a serene demeanor, the Ice Maiden lowered her gaze, seemingly indifferent to Ming Quan's presence. She gently raised a hand, transforming the icy throne beneath her into a hollow ice sphere. Floating within this sphere, she lifted her gaze. Her eyes, as white as snow, resembled those of a blind person, yet, upon closer inspection, they resembled a viscous, enigmatic concoction of frozen lotus seed porridge, intricate and mysterious. With a resonant sound, a massive snowflake blossomed beneath the ice sphere. The Ice Maiden elegantly extended her hand and flicked her fingers. In an instant, countless tiny ice needles shot forth from the snowflake beneath the ice sphere. As these ice needles struck the dark hands and maces, they annihilated them with ease, swiftly tearing them into black shards. These black fragments transformed into dark mist, merging seamlessly with the surrounding shadows. The Ice Maiden released her ice sphere, extending her long legs, her delicate feet gliding gracefully through the air. With each step she took, a snowflake materialized beneath her feet, gently lifting her as she descended. As she walked downward, she spread her arms wide and pushed outward. This simple gesture dispelled the surrounding dark mist, revealing clarity in the aftermath. The icy chill once again crept across the ground and onto the faces of those present. The cold surged beneath Ming Quan's feet. In a moment of desperation, he attempted to flee, but the ice advanced even faster, ensnaring him to the ground. The Ice Maiden approached Ming Quan with measured steps, raising her hand to press down upon him as the ice crawled up his body. Ming Quan frantically summoned the dark energy within him, striving to resist, yet the surrounding cold suffocated him, causing the previously summoned dark energy to dissipate in an instant. With his mouth agape, Ming Quan glared at the Ice Maiden in fury, exclaiming, "Righteous scum, you shall not have a good death." With a furious roar, he squeezed his true energy, and the surrounding dark mist consumed it. At that moment, an unusual spiritual light ascended from Ming Quan. As this light emerged, Mocia's system suddenly chimed, alerting him to the law wave alert, not yet formed, will dissipate soon, disengaging alert. Under the influence of this spiritual light, the dark mist erupted violently. The Ice Maiden, unhurried, conjured an ice wall for defense. To her astonishment, Ming Quan's strike proved extraordinary. The terrifying explosion of dark mist shattered her ice wall, forcing her to retreat 2 steps. When she opened her eyes again, she discovered that Ming Quan had vanished. Not only had Ming Quan disappeared, but the remaining 2 remnants of the Hehuan Sect were also nowhere to be found. Along with the Grand Elder of the Meat Buddha Sect, Fei Qing Tao Tai. Wait, Mo Xia was also missing. She could not comprehend the nature of that spiritual light, only believing that if she had not recently annihilated the Hehuan Sect and sustained some minor injuries, they would not have escaped. Thus, she gently curled her lips, seething. Today, I must eradicate you all to quell the hatred in my heart. Meanwhile, a swirling mass of dark mist soared through the skies. Atop this mist stood a beautiful woman, holding a man and a woman in her arms. The woman was Qinggu, the seductress of the Hehuan Sect, and the individuals she cradled were Mo Xie and Yu Ling. Just moments ago, Qinggu had seized the opportunity amid the chaos to abduct Mo Xie, whisking him and Yu Ling away from the battlefield. Although she had successfully captured Mo Xie, her heart was not rejoicing. For a peculiar entity pursued her relentlessly, a mass of flesh-colored mud. The mud soared through the air at high speed, and soon, it began to speak. Oh, why are you flying so fast? Aren't you exhausted? Why not just hand Mo Xie over to me, and I shall let you go? Breathless, Qinggu scoffed and retorted loudly. Humph, I did not engage in battle, so how could I be exhausted? You are injured. How could you possibly contend with me? If you pursue me further, I could stop and slay you before making my escape. The flesh of Fei Qing Taotai chuckled. Hee. Do you really think I am blind? I witnessed you snatch Mo Xie from the Ice Maiden's side. Being that close, surely the energy from the Ice Maiden injured you. Right? Now you are gravely wounded. I bet you cannot defeat me. Otherwise, you would not be fleeing. Qinggu inwardly cursed. This guy has sharp eyes. However, she was unwilling to reveal her injuries, so she continued. I utilized a unique secret technique. The Ice Maiden could not harm me. I am fleeing only to avoid her pursuit. If you chase me further, I shall stop and kill you, and then I can escape. Fei Qing Taotai frowned slightly. The truth of Qinggu's words was ambiguous, leaving uncertainty in the air. Who could tell if she truly possessed a secret technique to abscond unscathed from the Ice Maiden? If she did possess such a technique and was currently at full strength, how could he, in his severely weakened state, possibly contend with her? Being killed was not out of the realm of possibility. Yet, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Fei Qing Taotai steeled himself, transforming his flesh into a projectile and launching himself toward Qinggu. Damn it! Qinggu cursed as the dark mist coalesced before her. Yet, before the mist could fully form, the flesh projectile struck her. As she lost her grip, Yu Ling and Mo Xie were propelled from her grasp. Fei Qing Taotai rejoiced, laughing uproariously. You are indeed injured. He quickly reverted to his original form, stepping onto a mass of dark mist, soaring after Mo Xie. Mo Xie, however, was not one to be easily captured. With his feet upon the icy surface, he soared away at great speed. Hey, this kid is trying to escape again. Oh dear, I have to chase this one and then that one. It's exhausting. Fei Qing Taotai sighed heavily. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Xie accelerated, flying even faster. Seeing Mo Xie speed away, Fei Qing Taotai also summoned his true energy to enhance his speed. The dark mist beneath him thickened, propelling him forward at an increasing velocity. You cannot flee. Surrender, and let me devour you, little one. Fei Qing Taotai laughed maniacally. You were just saying you wanted to take me as your disciple, and now you wish to devour me. How absurd. Mo Xie retorted as he flew, attempting to distract Fei Qing Taotai. I was unaware of your true identity. Oh, how I regret not realizing earlier that you were the Taishang looting. If I had known, I would have eaten you long ago. But it is not too late now. Consuming you would be a tremendous boon. You are not only the Taishang looting, but you also possess the Qi Yinzhu. Eating you would not only restore my injuries, but could elevate my power to the 10th level of Ling Xian, perhaps even to Sheng Xian. The mere thought of potentially ascending to Sheng Xian sent Fei Qing Taotai into a frenzied state, his expression reflecting a maniacal desire. He resembled a deranged patient driven to madness by insatiable hunger. Damn it, being captured by the Hehuan Sect means losing my virtue. But if this wicked monk captures me, it would truly mean death. Moreover, it is a tragic demise of being devoured. Mo Xie has yet to savor his life to the fullest. He is certainly not inclined to meet his end. Initially, Mo Xie intended to seize the pain bow, but upon realizing its ineffectiveness against the malevolent monks of the Rufo sect, he refrained from doing so. Suddenly, the surrounding ice began to coalesce in his hands, forming a hand cannon. Mo Xie raised the hand cannon and aimed it at Fei Qing Taotai. With a thunderous roar, the cannon's muzzle shimmered with a cold light, contracting and coalescing into a formidable ice artillery. The ice cannon hurtled toward Fei Qing Taotai. This unexpected maneuver took Fei Qing Taotai by surprise, causing his flight speed to slow considerably. In a panic, he raised his hand, transforming it into a colossal fist. The giant fist was thrust forward, colliding with the ice cannon, resulting in a deafening explosion. Yet, even as the cannon shattered, it erupted into a flurry of snowflakes, obscuring Fei Qing Taotai's vision. Had Mo Xie vanished? Where had he fled to? Fei Qing Tao Tai scrutinized the area for a considerable time before finally spotting Emosia's figure. However, by this point, Emosia had already soared far away. You scoundrel! You, a mere Yuandan cultivator, dare to toy with me. How infuriating! Fei Qing Tao Tai's visage contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth. Despite the layers of fat upon his head, the veins beneath his skin pulsated visibly, resembling supple willow twigs dancing across his flesh in a most eerie manner. Enraged, Fei Qing Tao Tai transformed his corporeal form into a flesh-colored spear, launching it towards Emosia. Emosia discerned the tremendous power behind this strike and had no intention of confronting it head-on. Thus, he converted all the true energy within him into the essence of ice, enabling the icy platform beneath him to propel him forward at greater speed. As he sped away, he spotted two figures and quickly shouted to them, "That fatso intends to kill me." The two individuals before Emosia were indeed Qinggu and Yuling. It turned out that Emosia had been flying towards them with the intention of enlisting their aid. Why would they assist him? This was due to Emosia's esteemed identity as a supreme furnace cauldron, a pinnacle elixir that could greatly enhance one's capabilities. If utilized by Yuling, her strength would experience a significant boost, further aiding the resurgence of their Hehuan Sect. As anticipated, Qinggu and Yuling, enveloped in black mist, soared forth to lend their support. Qinggu transformed her body into a veil of black mist, and Emosia beheld the sky around him swallowed by the dark vapor. When the flesh-colored spear, birthed from Fei Qing Tao Tai, pierced through the black mist, it was devoured by it. The black mist enveloped the spear, resembling countless tiny insects that feasted upon the very energy of the weapon. Fei Qing Tao Tai's anguished howls resonated from within the black mist. "Ah, it hurts." The energy emanating from the spear gradually dissipated, and Fei Qing Tao Tai reverted to his original form. The black mist consumed the garments of Fei Qing Tao Tai, revealing a series of feminine figures within the mist, their upper bodies human and their lower half shrouded in darkness. These were none other than the black mist specters. Countless black mist specters ensnared Fei Qing Tao Tai. He began to moan again. "Ouch, it hurts yet feels delightful. The techniques of your Hehuan Sect are truly captivating." However, as he spoke, the black mist specters siphoned the yang energy from Fei Qing Tao Tai, causing his complexion to grow increasingly pallid. Chapter 65. Could it be that Hehuan Ling was truly seized by the Rufo Sect? Gradually, Fei Qing Tao Tai realized that his body was becoming weaker, to the point where he could scarcely summon his true energy. "This is bad. I cannot remain ensnared in this ecstasy." Suddenly, clarity returned to Fei Qing Tao Tai. He hastily reached out, grasping one of the black mist specters by the neck, and opened his enormous maw to consume her. The specter whimpered, her voice chillingly eerie. After swallowing the specter, a hint of vitality returned to Fei Qing Tao Tai's visage. He continued to devour the specters while emerging from the black mist. Yet, upon his emergence, he found himself unable to locate Emosia. Where had he gone? Fei Qing Tao Tai pondered aloud. No matter how he searched, Emosia was nowhere to be found. Moreover, Yuling had also vanished. At that moment, Qinggu emerged from her misty form, reverting to her human shape. Once transformed, she stood unclothed, her figure full and curvaceous. With a gentle wave of her hand, her attire reappeared in the blink of an eye. Surely that little creature has taken Emosia away. Is it not so? Fei Qing Tao Tai turned his gaze towards Qinggu with a furious glare. The little creature he referred to was, of course, Yuling. Just as Fei Qing Tao Tai emerged from the black mist, still without his clothing, he found himself in the high skies before such an unrefined individual. Fei Qing Tao Tai glared at Qinggu, and the two were poised to clash. Clenching his fists, his hands stirred like a pool of flesh-colored mud. Fei Qing Tao Tai was on the verge of striking when he suddenly sensed a chill behind him. Initially believing it to be the Ice Maiden, he turned only to collide with a black hammer. In an instant, the hammer reduced Fei Qing Tao Tai to a pile of flesh. The newcomer was Ming Quan. Having pulverized Fei Qing Tao Tai, Ming Quan opened his mouth and expelled a cloud of black mist. The mist enveloped Fei Qing Tao Tai, rendering him immobile. "What is this? What have you done?" Fei Qing Tao Tai bellowed in frustration. After sealing Fei Qing Tao Tai, Ming Quan hastily returned to Qinggu's side, who joyfully leaped into his embrace. The two shared a passionate kiss. Ming Quan then exclaimed, "Cough. We must hurry and leave. Otherwise, the Ice Maiden will arrive." As he spoke, he coughed lightly. The two of them rode upon the black mist, soaring towards the horizon. Suddenly, snowflakes began to fall from the heavens. Each flake descended like a blade, slicing through the air. The snowflakes pierced the massive stones upon the ground, cleaving them as effortlessly as if they were tofu. The trees below, touched by the snowflakes, transformed dramatically, ordinary trees morphing into majestic ice trees, standing resolutely like valiant warriors. The snowflakes surged toward Ming Quan and Qing Gu. The two of them, utterly outmatched, were directly cut by the descending snow. As they sustained their injuries, they raised their gazes, glaring at the sky. In the heavens, a point of icy light descended. It was the Ice Maiden. This righteous maiden, feared by all malevolent cultivators, had arrived. Attempting to flee? Such a notion is utterly impossible. Today, all three of you shall perish here. The Ice Maiden's expression remained devoid of emotion, yet her words carried a chilling severity. Ming Quan and Qing Gu supported one another. Tears welled in Qing Gu's eyes, and she began to weep. For she knew that today, she and her beloved were unlikely to escape death. Ming Quan reached out, caressing Qing Gu's face, and tenderly spoke, "Do not cry. Do not let others see your vulnerability, for that will only bring them joy. Rest assured, I will protect you. Long ago, before we became dual cultivation partners, I vowed to safeguard you with my life. This is no mere lie. When the time comes for me to act, you must flee, understand?" Qing Gu did not respond. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she reached out to caress Ming Quan's face, leaning in to kiss him deeply. With teary eyes, she smiled softly. "I understand. I am afraid, but I will not flee, nor can I. I wish to face this together with you. We will die together and meet again in the afterlife, where we shall live freely once more." As she spoke, Qing Gu transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, enveloping the sky, from which emerged yet more specters. Ming Qiuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he exclaimed, "Very well. If it is to be so, let us engage in a fierce battle. It would not be in vain to traverse this mortal realm." Dark energy emanated from Ming Quan, and he moved through the shadows as if they were solid ground. Grasping the black mace in his hand, he leaped towards the Ice Maiden with great strides. The Ice Maiden, her expression utterly indifferent, retorted, "To dare flirt in my presence. You must be ignorant of the meaning of death." With a gentle flutter of her long eyelashes, she closed her eyes. Subsequently, she waved her hands, and the chill in the air coalesced into a swirling white mist. Standing atop this icy fog, she leisurely snapped her fingers. With a resounding crack, Ming Quan and Qing Gu were instantly encased in ice. They found themselves utterly incapable of resistance. How could this be? In the distance, Fei Qing Tao Tai, trapped within the black mist, gazed incredulously at the battlefield where Ming Quan stood, silently lamenting. Little did he know that both Ming Quan and Qing Gu were gravely injured. Not only were they unable to retaliate, but merely surviving the icy prison was already a monumental feat. Humph. How can one speak of opposition when you are not even worthy of a single strike? You two are unfit to be my adversaries, the Ice Maiden declared coldly. She then glided forward atop the icy mist, approaching Ming Quan and Qing Gu, who remained ensnared. Although their limbs were immobilized, they managed to utilize the black mist to seek a sliver of respite within their frozen confinement. The Ice Maiden extended her hand, and a force emerged from the ice, searching for something on Ming Quan and Qing Gu. Yet, moments later, she could only extract a few medicinal pills, spiritual crystals, and other inconsequential items. Clearly, these were not what the Ice Maiden sought. Ming Quan, perceiving her intentions, chuckled. "Might you be searching for the Hehuan Ling, esteemed maiden?" Upon noticing Ming Qiuan's smug demeanor, the Ice Maiden realized he was up to something. Her anger surged as she lifted her gaze, transforming the ice within the black mist into icy spikes that pierced Ming Qiuan's body. Ugh. Ming Qiuan's cries of agony echoed from within the ice, but through the icy barrier, only muffled sounds could be heard. "Where's the Hehuan Ling?" The pain did not silence Ming Quan. Instead, he laughed amidst his suffering. I am indeed fortunate to provoke such fury from the Ice Maiden, but you might as well abandon the thought of finding the Hehuan Ling. I shall never divulge its whereabouts." Furrowing her brow, the Ice Maiden scanned her surroundings and noted the absence of two individuals, Mo Xie and Yu Ling. "I presume your little sect master has taken it. Once I claim her life, I shall retrieve the Hehuan Ling from her. I suspect Mo Xie is with her now," she coldly concluded. Ming Qiuan's expression remained unchanged, yet he recognized the correctness of her assumption. However, he would never allow the Ice Maiden to believe she was right. Thus, he deliberately diverted her focus, smiling. "That little sect master is utterly useless. How could I possibly entrust the Hehuan Ling to her? I have already given it to the Ro Fo Min. Otherwise, why do you think the Grand Elder of Ro Fo Min assisted us in seizing Qinglan Zone?" Upon hearing this, not only Qing Gu and the Ice Maiden, But even Fei Qing Tao Tai, ensnared in the black mist, were left in shock. From within the black mist, Fei Qing Tao Tai shouted, "It wasn't me. I didn't take the Hehuan Ling. I swear I didn't." His desperate attempts at denial only deepened the Ice Maiden's suspicion. Could it be that the Hehuan Ling was truly taken by Ro Min? Chapter 66. The hypocritical evil cultist. As these thoughts crossed her mind, the Ice Maiden soared towards Fei Qing Tao Tai. At that moment, he remained trapped by Mingxuan's dark energy, unable to revert to his human form, struggling to catch his breath. Despite his dire state, he refused to succumb to defeat. Seeing the Ice Maiden suddenly approach him, he loudly protested, "You are the Ice Maiden, the second most powerful of the Tai Yin sacred sect. Those two from the Hehuan Sect were clearly deceiving you. They aim to stall you while their little sect master escapes. How can you fall for their ruse?" The Ice Maiden scoffed, "That useless sect master will not escape my grasp." After a cold retort, she extended her hand, unleashing a gust of icy air that penetrated the black mist, searching for Fei Qing Tao Tai's possessions. However, nothing could be found on him either. At this point, the Ice Maiden confirmed her suspicion. The Hehuan Ling had been taken by Yu Ling. Yet, her expression darkened with displeasure. The three evil cultists had managed to outmaneuver her. She had vowed to eliminate these three and would not allow them to leave. Raising her hand, she grasped forward. The black mist enveloped Fei Qing Tao Tai. With a single motion, a massive hand of coldness emerged, pulling the entirety of the black mist and the ensnared Fei Qing Tao Tai before her. The Ice Maiden tore through the black mist, revealing a plump, naked evil monk. Suddenly overcome by a sense of modesty, Fei Qing Tao Tai hastily covered himself. As the surrounding coldness intensified, the Ice Maiden's icy aura began to transform. The frost morphed into ethereal ice flowers, soaring like arrows towards Fei Qing Tao Tai. In a panic, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the ice flowers whole, his form shifting into a meatball. This meatball spun wildly, fleeing the scene. Feigning defeat against the Ice Maiden, Fei Qing Tao Tai attempted to escape. "Humph! No evil cultist shall evade my grasp." The Ice Maiden raised her chin, her icy aura coalescing into massive ice spikes. Countless ice spikes filled the sky, hurtling towards Fei Qing Tao Tai. "Ah! Help! Save me!" he cried out desperately as he fled, though none knew to whom he was appealing for aid. The ice spikes unleashed by the Ice Maiden could not be compared to Mocs. Should he be struck, even survival would be a stretch. Fei Qing Tao Tai understood this well. Hence, he drew upon nearly all his energy to propel himself into flight. Yet the ice spikes pursued relentlessly. As they descended upon him, Fei Qing Tao Tai was nearly brought to tears. Suddenly, he noticed the ground far off beginning to tremble. A smile spread across his face. He soon beheld the earth engulfed by a pool of bloody flesh, swallowing everything in its vicinity. The flora and fauna were all consumed. The area covered by this grotesque mass surpassed anything Fei Qing Tao Tai could achieve. Delighted, he dove into the flesh pool, joyfully proclaiming, "Master, you've finally arrived." He disappeared into the massive mass of flesh, which then began to whirl into a colossal vortex. The ice spikes struck the flesh vortex, but it was as ineffective as a needle sinking into soft dough. The ice spikes were entirely devoured, leaving the mass unscathed. A flicker of caution crossed the Ice Maiden's face. Frowning, she hovered above the icy mist, gazing at the terrifying mass of flesh, and coldly remarked, "A mere Grand Elder has drawn forth the leader of the Ro Men to save you? You evil cultists, who claim to disregard those beneath you, are as hypocritical as the righteous sects we oppose." Living God, the Ice Maiden's words were deliberately crafted to incite dissatisfaction within the terrifying mass. Upon her utterance, another voice resonated from the grotesque mass. The voice emanating from the grotesque mass of flesh was unlike that of the gluttonous creature, Fei Qing Tao Tai. It belonged to the living deity, Huashing, who was the very embodiment of this terrifying mass. However, the voice of Huashing did not resemble that of a human. It resonated with a deep, abyssal whisper that was both mournful and filled with wrath, making it difficult for an ordinary person to discern its emotions. Yet, the Ice Maiden could sense the discontent within. She perceived the creature's displeasure at being equated with the righteous sect. Suddenly, the surface of the dreadful flesh began to bubble, and one of the crimson bubbles was forcefully ejected. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a plump, malevolent monk, Fei Qing Tao Tai himself. "Alas, Master, why have you cast me out?" he bellowed, trapped within the sanguine orb. After being expelled, the terrifying mass of flesh began to thrash violently. As it convulsed, portions of the surrounding earth also stirred, creating smaller whirlpools of soil at the periphery of the colossal flesh vortex. The blood bubbles within spun like crimson spheres, and then one abruptly burst, releasing a spray of sanguine mist. From this mist, a grotesque meat projectile shot forth, hurtling toward the Ice Maiden. Upon closer inspection, the projectile was a human figure, seemingly alive yet grotesquely decayed, with skin marred and infested, as if vibrant flowers blossomed from within his flesh. A trace of repulsion crossed the Ice Maiden's face as she gently flicked her sleeve. Instantly, the surrounding chill coalesced before her, swiftly forming a towering wall of ice, adorned with intricate patterns that shimmered with ethereal light. When the grotesque figure collided with the ice wall, a sharp sound echoed. Yet the wall remained unscathed while the figure was obliterated, its viscera splattering against the icy surface. Strangely, the foul substance that doused the wall caused the luminous patterns to gradually fade. The Ice Maiden furrowed her brow, recognizing that if this continued, the wall would not hold. Just then, she witnessed a barrage of humanoid meat projectiles launching from the horrific mass of flesh. Each projectile soared toward the ice wall like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Yuling and Moxie were desperately fleeing through the air. One stood upon a swirling mass of black mist, while the other balanced on a platform of frigid ice. Having traveled a considerable distance, their energies were nearly depleted. Yuling, taking charge, pointed toward a dense thicket ahead and said to Moxie, "Let us take refuge there until we regain our strength. What do you say?" Although Yuling was capable of making decisions independently, she innocently sought Moxie's approval. Moxie cast a sidelong glance at Yuling, but his gaze was not drawn to her youthful beauty. Instead, it was fixated on the Hehuan Ling dangling from her waist. A fervent thought ignited within him. If he could seize the Hehuan Ling, the people of the Hehuan Sect would no longer be able to threaten him with their emotional spells. Moreover, he could evade returning to the Taiyin Holy Church, thus attaining his freedom. Observing that the current owner of the Hehuan Ling was merely a young girl of the second tier of Yuan Dan, while he himself had achieved the seventh tier, he felt confident in his ability to snatch it from her grasp. This was the perfect opportunity. Yet, despite her usual innocence toward him, Yuling harbored a naive affection for Moxie, which instilled in him a sense of guilt and hesitation. He followed her into the thicket. Upon landing, they found themselves on a patch of vibrant green grass, imbued with a hint of spiritual energy, enough to make the blades shimmer beautifully. As soon as they touched the ground, Yuling bounded over and embraced Moxie's arm, exclaiming, "Now, no one can stop us. Why not cultivate together here, Moxie?" She gazed up at him with her water-like eyes. Moxie frowned slightly and replied, "You are still quite young. Perhaps we should wait until you come of age." Pouting, Yuling pressed her small frame against him. Moxie, taken aback, quickly felt the overwhelming softness of her form. He hastily pushed her away, declaring no. Unexpectedly, Yuling lunged at him, wrapping herself around him, her eyes shimmering with affection. She gently tugged at her clothing, exposing her upper body to him, whispering, "I have grown up. Just look." As Moxie's hand brushed her delicate face, a faint blush adorned her cheeks, and she gazed at him with anticipation. Meanwhile, Moxie's hand reached for the Hehuan Ling at her waist, not to explore her tender form, but to seize the precious artifact. As soon as he touched the Hehuan Ling, it emitted a resonant chime, startling Yuling. She abruptly withdrew her expression and forcefully pushed Moxie away, leaping back. "Moxie, you cannot have this. Mingquan and Xingu said that if my Hehuan Ling is lost, you will no longer be by my side. I do not wish to lose you." Moxie sighed softly. He was well aware of the feelings this childhood friend harbored for him. However, if he did not take her Hehuan Ling, he would always be subject to threats from others, even risking his life. Romantic sentiments were but fleeting illusions. Moxie did not wish to live in uncertainty, nor did he want his fate to rest in the hands of others. He would glide through life like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, never glancing back at any fleeting flower. He would not become a servant of the Hehuan Sect. The Hehuan Ling was his for the taking. Narrowing his eyes, Moxie extended his hand toward Yuling and said, "Yuling, give me the Hehuan Ling." Yuling frowned and replied, "Moxie, you must listen. I truly cannot give it to you. I am not your pet, and I will not let others have leverage over me." With an animalistic roar, Moxie's frustration erupted. He had never raised his voice to Yuling before. Not even in his past life, nor after his arrival in this realm, had he ever shouted at her. Yuling looked up at him, tears welling in her eyes, gazing at the stranger before her, cold and distant. Her heart felt as though it were ensnared by a fraying rope, leaving her distressed and confused. She did not recognize this sensation as heartache. It was a feeling that had only surfaced when she lost her parents. Now, faced with a similar pang of sorrow, she shook her head, her eyes dimmed. "No, Moxie, please do not yell at me. You frighten me. Moxie, you are my cultivation partner. We are childhood friends. I like you, and you like me. Please, do not treat me this way. As she spoke, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Hearing her sobs, Moxie's heart ached slightly, but this feeling quickly vanished. His resolve remained steadfast. He would claim the Hehuan Ling. Regardless of how well Yuling treats herself, it is of no consequence. For by her side are the formidable Mingxuan and Xinggu, and as long as they remain, they will undoubtedly torment her with the Hehuan Ling. This is a matter of life and death. One cannot afford to be soft-hearted in such a situation. With these thoughts, Moxie charged forward, stepping onto the icy surface. Just as his hand was about to grasp the Hehuan Ling, he suddenly observed Yuling solidifying her stance, fiercely delivering a powerful punch towards him. Moxie, do not do this. Despite her petite stature, Yuling's punch surprisingly forced Moxie to retreat. After all, she was still at the second level of Yuan Dan. Moxie himself was considered quite gifted, capable of battling many stronger foes, yet Yuling's punch had still pushed him back. Truly astonishing. No wonder Mingxuan and Xinggu are so loyal to her. With her talent, should she wield the Taishang looting, her progress would undoubtedly accelerate, perhaps even surpassing Moxie or the Ice Empress. However, she has yet to achieve that. For now, she remains merely at the second level of Yuan Dan. No matter how formidable a second-level Yuan Dan may be, it pales in comparison to Moxie. Once more, Moxie rushed forward, vigorously swinging his arm. Subsequently, a terrifying chill coalesced into an icy blade, striking heavily towards Yuling. The determination in Yuling's eyes grew resolute as she widened her sparkling eyes and unleashed a devastating punch. This punch produced an explosive force. Her vital energy morphed into a searing spiritual light, shooting forth from her fist, creating a terrifying shockwave aimed directly at Moxie. The icy blade cleaved through the air, while Yuling unleashed the shockwave. Though the shockwave was fierce, Moxie's icy blade proved superior. The icy blade sliced through the shockwave as if it were mere jelly, cleaving it in two. The severed shockwave instantly dissipated into fine particles of light mist, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 68. Acquiring the SSS rank item, Hehuan Ling. After shattering Yuling's attack, Moxie reached to grasp her waist, attempting to snatch the Hehuan Ling hanging from her side. Just as he believed he was about to succeed, the Hehuan Ling chimed. Moxie felt a sharp pain pierce his heart. The agony disrupted the flow of his vital energy, which had been steady. He was standing on the icy platform, but due to the obstruction in his vital energy, the platform suddenly vanished, causing Moxie to tumble to the ground. He lifted his head to gaze at Yuling, who was now approaching him slowly, delicately lifting the Hehuan Ling with her slender fingers. She gently swayed it, and the bell chimed once more. Moxie's body was engulfed in a crimson glow, and his skin stretched tightly, as if the muscles beneath were about to burst forth. This was a prelude to catastrophic bodily explosion. Should Yuling exert further control and shake the Hehuan Ling violently, Moxie would be reduced to a pool of blood. Under the influence of the demonic curse, Moxie writhed on the ground, crying out, "Ah, it hurts. Please stop ringing the bell. Stop." Yuling furrowed her brow. She felt sympathy for Moxie, yet could not let him go. Seeing him on the ground, utterly defenseless, ignited a thrill within her. Yuling grinned and approached him, gracefully placing her delicate legs atop Moxie's abdomen. Her face flushed with a rosy hue. Biting her lower lip, she gently sat upon Moxie's stomach, causing her face to redden further. Her eyes shimmered with moisture, and she coyly pressed her hands against Moxie's chest, teasingly tracing his muscles with a finger. Alas, before she could fully indulge, Moxie forcefully pushed her onto the ground, causing the Hehuan Ling to tumble from her grasp. In a panic, she scrambled to retrieve it. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, and an arrow struck her arm. Her delicate limb was pierced by the slender arrow. Subsequently, Yuling began to roll on the ground in agony. "Ah, Moxie, what have you done?" As she looked up, she saw Moxie rising from the ground, bow in hand. The arrow she had just received was shot from Moxie's pain bow, received 1,000 pain points. Yuling's body was now smeared with mud, and after rolling on the ground, she appeared utterly disheveled. Once a pristine young girl, she now resembled a specter. However, Moxie had no time to spare for her. He stowed the pain bow and walked slowly to her side. The Hehuan Ling lay beside her, yet she was so consumed by pain that she lacked the awareness to reach for it. With a soft sigh, Moxie bent down to retrieve the Hehuan Ling. "You have obtained the SSS rank item, Hehuan Ling." An SSS rank item? How could the Hehuan Ling possess such a high rank? Moxie was astonished, intending to summon the system page to examine the Hehuan Ling's effects, but time was of the essence. He was unaware of when Mingxuan and Xinggu would arrive. If they came, he would be no match for them, and the Hehuan Ling would ultimately return to their hands. Thus, Moxie tossed the Hehuan Ling into his Qingquan sleeve and summoned the Tianhanbing. The Tianhanbing formed an icy pedestal beneath his feet. Standing upon it, he glanced back at Yuling. He extended his right hand, his vital energy shimmering faintly. Then, the arrow embedded in Yuling's arm flew back into his grasp. Although the arrow returned, the pain she endured did not immediately dissipate. The torment rendered her unable to summon her vital energy, and she gazed up at Moxie, helplessly crying out, "Moxie, please do not leave me. Return the Hehuan Ling to me. It was left to me by my father." Moxie felt a twinge of compassion. Yet he could never relinquish the Hehuan Ling merely on account of her pleading words. He unfurled his Qianquan sleeve, flicking it forward. A small porcelain vial flew out, landing beside Yuling. Pointing at the vial, he instructed, "Inside is a recovery elixir. After I leave, you may take it to heal your wounds. I cannot return the Hehuan Ling to you, and do not seek me out again." With that, Moxie resolutely turned away, as he felt the icy glow beneath him. It propelled him upward into the sky. Yuling watched Moxie flying away, extending her delicate hand to retrieve the porcelain vial. Gazing at it, she recalled Moxie's callousness. Feeling a pang of sorrow, she lowered her brows, softly weeping. Before long, her sobs grew louder. Tears flowed from her eyes like springs. Her face smeared with mud from the pain of the arrow, yet the tears carved pale streaks across her visage. "Moxie, do not leave. Do not treat me this way. I like you. You are my cultivation partner. Do not abandon me. Please, do not drift further away." As she cried, her voice echoed into the sky. The melancholic sound lingered, and she longed for her sincerity to rekindle Moxie's affection. Yet the desolate surroundings echoed her solitary voice, not a single beast appearing in response. In her solitude, her cries grew ever louder, resonating throughout the forest. However, at this moment, Emosia had already ascended into the clouds. Unable to hear the mournful cries of Yuling. Yet, he was inundated with an incessant stream of pain points. Received emotional pain, pain points 1,000. Total pain points acquired, 100,000. Source: Yuling, single target. Hence, how could he remain oblivious to the profound sorrow that resided within Yuling's heart? Nevertheless, it was evident that he and Yuling were fated never to be together. At this moment, Emosia was summoning the system interface, soaring through the air while receiving information from Hehuan Ling. Redirecting to system homepage, San Yushin system, bound host, Emosia, host realm, Yuan Dan 7th stage, excitement points, 514,000, fear points, 201,000, pain points, 400000 lottery display, A-class item, Qi Pearl 1. A potent cultivation treasure, belonging to the ancient demon slaughter sect, A-class talent. Earth-grade alchemist, belonging to universal A-class weapon, pain bow, inflicts pain on the target. Generating pain points, belonging to the flesh Buddha sect S-class talent, mimetic form, acquires lover skills, belonging to universal Tai Yin ice. Belonging to the Tai Yin holy sect Qing Lan vitality, belonging to the Qing Lan sect SSS class item, Hehuan Ling, aids in cultivation and the demonic affection spell. Hehuan spell, belonging to the Hehuan Sect chapter 69. War brings different fates to men and women. What is the function of Hehuan Ling in cultivating the demonic affection spell and Hehuan spell? Does the system not intend to elucidate this for me? Extracting keywords, explanation. Based on the current host's experiential journey and system advancement, the acquisition of vocabulary explanations is permitted. Searching for vocabulary explanation, Hehuan Ling possesses an exceptionally strong cultivation enhancement effect. When combined with the dual cultivation secret method of the Hehuan Sect, its efficacy is further amplified. Its primary function is akin to that of Qi Pearl, but its effectiveness far surpasses that of Qi Pearl. However, both Hehuan Ling and Qi Pearl cultivate the true energy of the demon sect, which is prone to accumulate demonic energy. Moreover, Hehuan Ling can cast the demonic affection spell upon disciples of the Hehuan Sect who have practiced the dual cultivation secret method. Those afflicted by the demonic affection spell can be controlled at will by the user until they are overwhelmed and perish. The current host is under the influence of the demonic affection spell. The user cannot control individuals who are one major realm higher. For instance, a Yuan Dan 7th stage cannot control a Lingxian 8th stage through the demonic affection spell. The final function is to utilize the Hehuan spell on those weaker than oneself. The Hehuan spell incites primal desires within the human body, compelling them to engage in primal coupling like beasts. Please note, the weaker the individual, the more susceptible they are to the Hehuan spell. Even those with exceedingly low cultivation levels may succumb merely by touching Hehuan Ling. Wait a moment. What does it mean that based on the current host's experiential journey and your advancement, the acquisition of vocabulary explanations is permitted? Does this imply that I can now inquire about content that was previously inaccessible? Mosia swiftly grasped the system's words and continued to inquire. If that is the case, please elaborate on the matter of Tai Shang Lu Ding. I am somewhat unclear about my constitution, and even the library of the Tai Yin Holy Sect lacks relevant records. Based on the current host's experiential journey and system advancement, a portion of the current vocabulary explanation may be acquired. Tai Shang Lu Ding is not of the demon sect constitution. It harbors immense righteous power, which can be cultivated in conjunction with the majority of righteous arts, and can also dispel evil, providing substantial assistance in cultivation. Furthermore, it may offer aid during critical moments, though this assistance can vary depending on personal constitution and circumstances. Lastly, if Tai Shang Lu Ding engages in relations with an impure woman, the effects on constitution will diminish. Hey, are you implying that discussing impure women is somewhat disrespectful? Be cautious, or you might get beaten up. If the host is a female form, the effects remain the same. Moreover, the host may disregard the effects of Tai Shang Lu Ding and act recklessly, though the path of cultivation will be significantly delayed. Additionally, impure here refers solely to those who have engaged with others, excluding those who have only been with the host. Is there more? Based on the current host's experiential journey and system advancement, permission to acquire further information has not been granted. Alright, unbeknownst to him, Mosia had been soaring through the skies for several days. As a mere Yuan Dan cultivator, unlike a Ling Xian cultivator who could fast and live without sustenance. He sighed deeply. He pondered, if I do not ascend to Ling Xian, what difference is there between me and a mortal? No matter how many celestial techniques one possesses, in the end, it all amounts to nothing but a handful of earth. Who among the world does not envy immortality? However, for Mosia, the distance to immortality was still vast. He must first grow stronger and establish his footing. While contemplating how to become stronger, Mosia suddenly heard the cacophony of cries. He looked down through the dense clouds and beheld a battlefield below. Yet, this was not a battleground of cultivators. Had it been so, the heavens above would not remain tranquil. Instead, it was a battlefield of mortals. Two throngs of people clashed violently, resembling swarms of ants, heaping into small hills. A chaotic mass, ebbing and flowing. Observing the crowd, a smile crept upon Mosia's lips as he mused. This is a veritable source of living pain points. Mosia descended upon the icy pedestal. In mortal warfare, there was no true energy or spiritual energy. Only blades clashed, arrows flew recklessly, and flesh battled against flesh. This was an utterly ordinary city. The attackers surged into the city, indulging in rampant slaughter. Once the defensive walls crumbled, the populace lost their dignity. Soldiers, upon sighting a man, would slay him without hesitation, and upon seeing a woman, they would commit outrage in the streets. Some, in their bloodlust, spared even the children. At this moment, a dozen soldiers surrounded a narrow alley. From within, the wails of a woman echoed, accompanied by the deranged laughter and taunts of men. Hey, can you free manage? If not, let the five of us take a turn. Wait, it's not full yet. We'll take our turn once it is. Humph. I don't care. I'm going in now. Damn, I can't wait any longer. In that narrow alley, only one unfortunate woman remained, akin to a battered cart, facing the brutal bandits. Initially, her cries could still be heard, but ultimately, only hoarse wails remained. The war brought starkly different fates to men and women. The soldiers reveled in their depravity until an arrow suddenly pierced through the lower half of one soldier's body. With a sickening snap, the arrow impaled the soldier's hip bone. The soldier trembled in agony, collapsing to the ground, half his body limply draped across the woman's back. This drew the attention of several soldiers. Who did that? Trouble. There are remnants. Someone is shooting from the shadows. Find them and kill them. The soldiers turned around. Yet after a prolonged search, they could see no one. Whoosh. Another arrow suddenly flew forth, piercing through a soldier's skull. The arrow shattered the soldier's head, causing a geyser of blood to erupt, splattering onto the ground. At this moment, one soldier shouted, "No! The arrows are coming from above. Someone is hiding on the rooftop." When the soldiers looked up, they indeed found someone concealed upon the roof. This individual had a handsome visage, donned in a clean long robe, bearing no semblance to a warrior from the battlefield. Rather, he resembled a scholar. Yet how could a scholar wield a bow? Furthermore, the murderous intent in this scholar's eyes was more terrifying than that of the generals. Though fear gripped their hearts, these soldiers were not mere children at play. They lived on the edge of blades, and even when confronted with a tiger on the battlefield, they would muster their courage to charge forth. Only one soldier's furious shout pierced the air, "Slay that scoundrel who strikes from the shadows." Soon, Others echoed his sentiments, emboldened by one another's bravado. Kill him. Humph. Do you think you can be a hero and save the damsel? There must be a price to pay. Kill him. I shall rip out his intestines and drape them around this woman's neck. Let us see if he dares to play the hero again. Spare him a breath. I intend to strangle him while I toy with his very essence. Chapter 70. The Suffering of Others. My Points. Hehuan clutched a mortal bow and arrow, which he had just retrieved from the ground. He refrained from unleashing his celestial powers in front of mortals, for this was a military camp. Mortal armies often maintained ties with cultivators, and information within the ranks spread faster than in ordinary cities. The last time Hehuan had ventured down the mountain with his senior sister, they had bullied 2 soldiers and were subsequently reported to the Grand Elder. Concerned, Hehuan resolved to rely solely on the physical prowess of a cultivator, wielding mortal weapons to vanquish these mortals. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air, piercing a soldier's chest. The arrow entered at an angle, emerging from his back. The struck soldier collapsed helplessly, paving the way for more soldiers who trampled over his fallen form, charging towards Hehuan. Some acted as human shields, while others clambered atop their comrades to reach the rooftops. At last, one soldier ascended to stand before Hehuan. Hey, little one, watch as I cleave you in two. The soldier brandished a bloodied long knife, advancing upon Hehuan with fervor and a grimace of hatred. Hehuan, unfazed, seized an arrow and plunged it into the soldier's forehead. Blood splattered across Hehuan's face, and simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Received emotional pain. Pain points, 3,000. The soldier crumpled before Hehuan. Soon, several more soldiers crawled up, one after another lunging at Hehuan. Hehuan picked up the fallen soldier's long knife, his gaze fixed on the approaching foes. With a swift motion, he swung the knife at one of the soldiers, who, lacking Hehuan's strength, was easily forced back. Hehuan surged forward, delivering a fatal blow. With each rise and fall of the blade, heads and severed limbs flew forth. Even without the enhancement of true energy, Hehuan wielded his cultivator's physique like a deity of death, rendering these mortal soldiers utterly defenseless. The soldiers, witnessing the relentless fall of their comrades and the blood that adorned Hehuan's face, began to tremble. A severed, bloodied ear fell upon Hehuan's hair, and as he slightly lowered his head, it dropped to the tiles below. Fear spread among the soldiers like wildfire. Just as courage can propagate within a crowd, so too can fear, and it spreads even swifter. Moments ago, they had bravely surged forward to confront Hehuan, but now they dared not even glance in his direction. They shouted in terror, "This man is a demon. Too terrifying. He kills indiscriminately. I do not wish to battle him. My brother was just slain by him. I must avenge my brother. Run, run. This man is a monster." The soldiers scattered in disarray, yet Hehuan would not allow their escape. After all, these individuals represented living embodiments of pain points. Hehuan grinned, reveling in the carnage. He stomped forcefully on the tiles, shattering a beam above. The structure collapsed, and before the soldiers could descend, the ground beneath them gave way, sending them plummeting down like debris from the roof. The thundering crash resounded as soldiers fell amidst the rubble. The ones who hit the ground first suffered the most, landing painfully before being crushed by those who followed. Ouch! That hurts. Hey, you crushed me. You killed Lier. Watch where you swing that knife. You've stabbed my thigh. Damn it. Can't you see? Amidst the chaos, a soldier's roar broke through. The remaining soldiers looked up in alarm. They saw Hehuan standing at the doorway, ready to slay anyone attempting to flee. It was akin to shooting fish in a barrel. Terrified, the soldiers dropped to their knees, pleading for mercy. "Hero, spare us. Please grant us a chance for survival. I have an elderly parent and young children to care for, and 2 friends' little ones to look after. I am yet to wed." Hehuan's gaze turned cold. He flicked the blood from his blade onto the ground before ruthlessly advancing. He grasped a tall soldier, driving his knife into the man's chest. Finally, he tossed the body before the remaining soldiers and spoke. "Now you seek mercy? Yet when you tormented that woman outside, where was your compassion? Friends, if you take lives and disgrace others, you must be prepared to have your own heads on the line. Now, let me see whom I shall slay first." Hehuan's smile resembled that of a bloodthirsty fiend, sending chills down the spines of all soldiers present. They had survived on the battlefield by taking lives and witnessing horrors. Yet at this moment, they beheld an unprecedented terror in Hehuan's eyes. That terror loomed like a river of blood, ready to engulf them whole. One soldier whispered, "This man is terrifying. Could he be a cultivator? Impossible. Cultivators possess true energy. If he were to wield it, we would have perished long ago. How could we approach him one by one?" Mosie's expression darkened. He stepped over the fallen bodies, charging toward the group that had begun to speculate about his identity. He could not allow them to continue their conjecture. With a swift arc of his blade, several heads rolled to the ground at his feet. As Mosie moved away from the doorway to eliminate the soldiers, the entrance stood unguarded. The other soldiers, witnessing this, rejoiced as though they had spotted a glimmer of hope. They rushed forward, eyes wide at the light streaming in from outside. Smiles broke across their faces as they shouted, "An opportunity! Run! Run! An exit! Let us escape this cursed place! Stay far from this demon!" The soldiers cried aloud as they fled the building. Mosie shook his head lightly, chuckling, "Not a single one of you shall escape." With that, he dashed forward, seizing the slowest soldier and plunging his knife through the man's body. He then hurled the corpse forward, toppling 2 or 3 more soldiers. Next, Mosie picked up a common bow and arrow. He raised the bow and released an arrow. With a swift whoosh, the arrow struck down a soldier. More arrows followed, and the soldiers fell like dominoes, one after another, before Mosie. The system's voice echoed in his ears, announcing, "Received emotional pain, pain points, 30,000. Chapter 71, The Humble Woman. One by one, the soldiers fell before Mosie. In the end, only 2 limping figures remained, desperately fleeing. Their injured legs bore the marks of Mosie's earlier assault, with arrows still embedded in their flesh. They fled desperately, the blood streaming from their legs leaving a winding trail upon the ground. Mosie, wielding a dagger, stepped over the corpses and pursued them step by step. The 2 ahead turned back, and upon seeing Mosie, they were so frightened that they cried out, "Spare us, young hero." Mosie uttered not a word, charging forward and stabbing one of them to death. The other, terrified, dashed into a nearby alley. This alley was the very one where soldiers had earlier committed atrocities against women. Now, however, it was transformed into a river of blood, with the bodies of soldiers piled high. The last survivor was chased by Mosie to this very place. With an injury to his foot and the numerous corpses on the ground, each step required him to lift his foot and leap over them. "Ah, it hurts," he groaned, his brow furrowed in agony. "Help! Someone please!" he shouted desperately, attempting to navigate the sea of bodies. Yet, in this area, all the soldiers had been slaughtered by Mosie, and no one would come to his aid. As he continued, he caught sight of a pale figure beside the pile of corpses. It was the woman they had previously assaulted. Her clothing lay in tatters, strewn across the ground. She lay on her side in a pool of blood, her long black hair tangled in the crimson fluid, resembling an ink stain in a sea of blood. Her once delicate face was marred, her mouth agape, eyes bloodshot and devoid of life. A long, shallow gash marred her pale abdomen, blood trickling from it. One of her legs was bent, the other extended, her thigh reddened and marked with handprints. She lay motionless, like a corpse. However, as the soldier being pursued by Mosie passed by her, she suddenly stretched her neck and bit into his calf. "Ah, what the hell? How is she still alive? Damn woman, die!" The soldier, in pain, fell to his knees, then angrily grasped her throat and flung her aside, as one would cast away a venomous white serpent. One of his legs had been pierced by an arrow, and now, with the injury to his remaining leg from the woman's bite, he could no longer flee. As he saw Mosie approaching with his dagger raised, the soldier knelt down, hastily pulling a luminous crystal from his sleeve and extending it towards Mosie, forcing a smile as he pleaded, "Brother, young hero, this is a spirit crystal commonly used by cultivators, said to be exchangeable for goods. I offer it to you. Will you spare my life?" Unlike mortals, cultivators used spirit crystals as currency. Spirit crystals were immensely enticing to both mortals and cultivators alike. Had Mosie been but a mortal, he might have spared this soldier for such a crystal. However, as a cultivator, Mosie possessed numerous spirit crystals, and such a trivial offering would not sway him. The prospect of pain points was far more alluring. Just as the soldier finished speaking, a torrential downpour suddenly descended from the heavens. The rain poured down, drenching both Mosie and the soldier in an instant. Mosie pivoted the blade towards the soldier. Raindrops clung to the blade, its gleam reflecting upon the soldier's face. In a flash, the blade cut through the veil of rain. The soldier's head fell to the ground like a heavy ball, blood spraying forth and mingling with the rainwater on the ground, creating a rhythm distinct from the sound of the rain. Mosie stood amidst the downpour, the rain washing away the blood from his long knife. He flicked the blade gently to shake off the excess blood before walking away slowly. The soldier's corpse collapsed into the rainwater, splashing as it hit. Received pain emotions. Pain points 3,000. Total pain points gained 200,000. Source: Mortal soldier, multiple targets. Current total pain points 600,000. Indeed, this is quite a sum. With a bit more accumulation, I could secure a tenfold reward. Mo Xie discarded the dagger and bowed to the ground, murmuring softly. The rain washed away the blood on Mo Xie, who pushed aside his disheveled hair from his forehead, having obtained a considerable amount of pain points. Mo Xie felt quite satisfied and was preparing to leave when he suddenly heard a voice. He looked down to see the woman who had been assaulted earlier, leaning against the wall, desperately raising a few fingers towards him, pleading for help. Yet her voice was hoarse, her body weakened from torment, and she could only muster a few words. Please, save me. I am willing to repay you. I will be your servant. Mo Xie cast her a glance, but did not pause for her. Instead, he coldly walked past her. However, just a few steps later, he suddenly had a thought and turned back. Seeing Mo Xie return, the woman mustered all her strength to cry out, Please, save me. Mo Xie crouched down, looking at her and asking, Are you from here? Do you have a place to stay? If you can offer me a place to rest, I might consider saving you. Having already left Taiyin Xingjiao, Mo Xie wished to avoid any attention from Hehuan Sect, so his best course of action was to blend in with the common folk. The lower the status of a person, the more complex their identity, making it less likely for others to take notice, thus allowing Mo Xie to conceal his identity as a cultivator. Therefore, if he saved this woman, perhaps he could use her identity to hide himself and secure a peaceful life for cultivation. Upon hearing the opportunity, the woman's face seemed to light up. She excitedly sat up and exclaimed with all her strength, Yes, I have. My home is outside the city. I have a place for you to stay. Please, save me. Mo Xie smiled gently, then stood up and walked to the side. Seeing Mo Xie moving away, the woman thought he had changed his mind and became frantic, calling out. Yet her voice was hoarse, and she could only manage a few words. Don't go. But in the next moment, she saw Mo Xie bend down to pick up a soldier's discarded clothing nearby and slowly return to cover himself with it. Only then did she understand. Mo Xie was doing this for her sake, for her dignity. The simplest form of human dignity often lies in being clothed. At that moment, a hint of tenderness appeared on her beautiful face. She adjusted the clothing and then raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked gratefully at Mo Xie and softly said, Thank you. Chapter 72. The act of killing the rain poured down heavily as Mo Xie exchanged glances with the woman. What is your name? He inquired, extending his hand toward her. The woman slightly lowered her head, cleared her throat, and replied clearly, My name is Wang Yanyu, a simple peasant woman. After saying this, she reached out her hand towards Mo Xie. He grasped her hand and helped her to her feet, then asked, How did you end up in the city? By now, Wang Yanyu had regained some strength, and her speech became more fluid. Before the war began, I came to the city to buy rice, but then the war erupted suddenly, and I was trapped here for days. The soldiers could not withstand the onslaught of the Taiji kingdom and were overwhelmed. Those beasts from Taiji. As Wang Yanyu spoke, she began to weep. Her body bore countless scars, with no part left unscathed. Although Mo Xie felt sympathy for her plight, he was more intrigued by her mention of the Taiji kingdom. He thought to himself, perhaps he could glean some information about the current state of the mortal realm from this woman. Thus, he asked, I have wandered here from a distant land. Could you tell me what the Taiji kingdom is and where this place is? Wang Yanyu curiously lifted her head to scrutinize Mo Xie, pondering what distant land could be so ignorant of the existence of Taiji Gua. Despite her musings, she earnestly replied to Mo Xie's earlier inquiry. I am merely a peasant woman with little knowledge of other nations. I know my homeland is Yulong, and the soldiers who invaded us belong to Taiji Gua. Alas, we are neighboring countries frequently embroiled in conflict, and when these soldiers clash, us farmers inevitably bear the brunt of their battles. Mo Xie sighed softly and subsequently led Wang Yanyu out of the narrow alleyway. Upon emerging, they spotted numerous soldiers rushing towards them from a distance. The war had not yet ceased. Hey, who are you? You are not from Taiji Gua. Anyone not from Taiji Gua shall be killed. Captain, that woman is quite attractive. Ha, everyone charge. Kill him and seize the woman. The one who brings me his head shall have her. The soldiers seemed oblivious to the mountain of corpses piled in the alley. Perhaps they noticed, but were indifferent. After all, in the heat of battle, a few heaps of bodies were hardly surprising. Mo Xie's expression remained unperturbed, and he wielded no weapon. As two soldiers charged forth, he swiftly reached out, his speed surpassing theirs, and grasped their necks, forcefully throwing them aside. Soon, 3 more soldiers advanced, but Mo Xie effortlessly disarmed them and commenced a frenzied slaughter. In mere moments, the ground lay strewn with the dead and dying, his actions as simple as slaying chickens. The mere mortals stood no chance of retaliation. only contributing to the accumulation of pain and terror points for Emosia. The soldiers finally recognized Emosia's extraordinary prowess, each one retreating in fear rather than confronting him. This man is formidable. He possesses the strength to withstand 100. Quick, someone report to the general. The soldiers fled, unable to match Emosia's pursuit. No survivor remained in his wake. Every soldier who crossed paths with him lay lifeless. Wang Yinyu trailed behind Emosia, her gaze transfixed on the horrifying scene of his violence, too frightened to draw near him. Unbeknownst to her, Emosia had led her to the city gate. Hey, who is that person? Why is he covered in blood? Where is everyone? In such heavy rain, how can we see? There. He approaches the city gate. Just one man, accompanied by a woman. He must be a remnant from the city. Perhaps he's a significant figure. If we could claim his head, we might gain wealth and rank. Wait. There shouldn't be such a figure in the city. Regardless, I'll go first. Once I have the head, don't you dare snatch it from me. As the soldiers took notice of Emosia, several charged forward to intercept him, their numbers swelling. It was crucial to note that at this moment, they had just breached the city gate, leading to an overwhelming presence of soldiers. Hundreds, if not thousands, surged toward him like a tidal wave. Their roars mingled with the torrential rain, creating a cacophony of authority and terror. The sheer number of soldiers was so vast that a single spittle from each could drown a man, let alone the sharp weapons they wielded. No matter how powerful a mortal general or warrior, they could not withstand such a multitude. At this moment, Wang Yinyu, following Emosia, found herself paralyzed in fear and knelt upon the ground. Her rain-soaked hair hung disheveled upon her slender shoulders, resembling seaweed. Gazing at the throngs of advancing soldiers, she beheld their faces, twisted and demonic. Trembling uncontrollably, she cried out helplessly like a child. What should I do? It seems I cannot escape this place. I cannot return home. Wang Yinyu wept with a heart-wrenching sorrow. Yet, Emosia appeared unfazed, casually adjusting his hairstyle. The rain had disheveled his locks, but obscured vision could hinder his ability to kill. As a dozen soldiers charged forward, Emosia quickly seized a spear from one of them. With a powerful thrust, he snatched it from the soldier's grasp and began to wield it with lethal precision. One strike brought down multiple soldiers in an instant. Witnessing Emosia's strength, the soldiers behind him quaked in fear, yet he offered them no respite for contemplation or retreat. With the spear in hand, he surged forward, delivering another deadly blow that crushed 3 skulls. The shattered remnants splattered, and the scalp flew onto the spear tip. Emosia continued his relentless assault, piercing another soldier's chest, the previously hung scalp following suit. He withdrew the spear and swept it horizontally, cleaving through the abdomens of several more soldiers, leaving a gruesome scene of disembowelment. Despite the torrential rain washing over the battlefield, the stench of blood remained pungent. Who was this young man? How could he not be hindered by thousands? Some soldiers began to contemplate flight, but Emosia was relentless. He began to perceive these soldiers as mere game monsters to accumulate points. However, Wang Yinyu saw the grim truth. The corpses surrounding Emosia had piled high like a small mountain, none of them intact. Their deaths were grotesque and harrowing. Wang Yinyu gazed at the mound of bodies, her stomach churning as she suddenly fell to the ground, retching violently. After an indeterminate period, Emosia finally ceased his assault. This was a massacre so one-sided that even the torrential rain could not conceal it. Initially, the air was filled with the soldiers' anguished cries, mingled with the sound of rain, creating a chaotic symphony. But now, at this moment, that disarray had been replaced by the monotonous rhythm of the downpour. The soldiers had fallen eerily silent. The city gate now housed only 2 living souls, Emosia and Wang Yinyu. Not a single soldier survived his onslaught. The bodies lay in heaps before him, some towering higher than the nearby buildings. Having killed so many, Emosia showed no signs of fatigue, casually discarding the spear. It flew into the pile of corpses, skewering itself at an angle. He extended his hands, gathering the rainwater into a shallow pool of blood. Emosia splashed the blood water onto his face, for the crimson staining his visage surpassed that in his palms. After rinsing his face, he combed his hair roughly with his fingers before turning to regard Wang Yinyu. Wang Yinyu, a mere mortal, a peasant woman, had lived a sheltered life due to her good husband, rarely engaging in farm work. Her skin as delicate as that of a wealthy lady. Yet, she now endured unimaginable torment, witnessing a rare and terrifying spectacle of violence. Kneeling among the corpses, her eyes widened as she surveyed the grisly scene. It seemed to her that the bodies were stirring, not dead, but attempting to claw their way out from the mound. Reaching for her, the tempestuous winds and torrential rains lashed against her frail form, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, her teeth chattering audibly. Xia approached Wang Yinyu with deliberate steps. In a state of fear, she extended both hands to the ground, attempting to crawl away. The garment that Xia had originally draped over her slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground amidst her struggles. Her body was drenched by the relentless rain. As this pure, snow-white figure crawled slowly through the storm. As she moved, she cried out, "Do not kill me. I beg you. Please do not kill me." She was utterly terrified of Xia. In her eyes, he was now the one who would take her life. Xia furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. He strode forward, seizing Wang Yinyu's delicate arm and lifting her up, declaring, "I saved you. How dare you be ungrateful?" Wang Yinyu found herself drawn closer to Xia, her pristine body fully exposed before him. When their gazes met, her trembling intensified. Her pale lips quivered, her pupils dilated, and she stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought. I'm sorry. I'm afraid of you." "No, that is not right. I'm not afraid of you. I'm grateful to you. Please, I beg you. Do not kill me. Whatever you desire, I will give it to you." Upon witnessing her distress, Xia's anger subsided considerably. He sighed, understanding that Wang Yinyu was merely a frightened, ordinary person, unfamiliar with such horrific violence. He picked up her fallen garment and, disregarding her fear, wrapped her in it and lifted her as if cradling a neatly folded blanket. Exiting the city gates, he found the cobblestone ground giving way to muddy terrain outside. As he crossed a bridge along the city's edge, he stepped into a mire, leaving the city behind. However, shortly after, he reached an intersection. Unsure of which path to take, Xia lightly smacked Wang Yinyu's rear through the fabric and pointed ahead, inquiring, "Where's your home? Point it out to me, and I shall take you back." Still reeling from terror, Wang Yinyu flinched at his touch, her body trembling anew. She extended a delicate hand, indicating a narrow muddy path to the left, saying, "This way, my village is down this path." Following her direction, Xia proceeded along the muddy trail. After a few steps, he encountered several corpses lying in the puddles formed by the unceasing rain. The blood had diluted in the mire, and the bodies appeared pale and swollen. Xia examined the scene coldly, striding forward, stepping over the corpses to cross the puddle. Continuing onward, he noticed Wang Yinyu had ceased trembling, prompting him to ask after giving her another light pat, "Can you walk on your own now?" In the deluge, voices needed to be raised to be heard, so Wang Yinyu strained her voice, responding loudly, "Yes, I can." As Xia set her down, she stumbled upon stepping onto the slick ground, her weakened body losing balance. In an instant, she fell into the puddle, her legs spreading apart, creating a line in the mud, and her clothing sank into the mire. "Ouch, my legs!" Wang Yinyu exclaimed as she hastily sat up. However, the mud was treacherously slippery, and as she attempted to rise, her knees slid apart again, causing her to topple back into the mire. When she finally stood, her once pristine form was transformed into a muddy silhouette. In this vulnerable state, Wang Yinyu exposed herself before Xia, who, despite being a saintly figure, found it difficult to remain unmoved. Yet, recalling her recent humiliation, his interest waned. Furthermore, the sacred furnace forbade him from engaging with unclean women, compelling him to suppress his desires. He approached her and helped her up, advising, "Please, put on your clothes properly. If you continue like this, I truly cannot contain myself." To this, Wang Yinyu, far from being angered, felt elation. She suddenly threw herself at Xia, exclaiming, "As long as you do not despise me, I am willing to be with you." Xia frowned, pondering what an open woman she is. He perceived her openness but was oblivious to her true thoughts. Those who sought something from her were often more human, while those who appeared cold and indifferent seemed like they would take her life. If he merely desired her body, that was understandable. But if he wanted nothing more than to reside in her home, it would inevitably lead her to believe he intended to kill her and seize her dwelling. Xia shook his head, reaching out to wipe the mud from her face, and then picked up her discarded clothes, stating with a hint of indifference, "Let us discuss such matters later. For now, let us go to your home." With that, he fastened the buttons of her garment securely, fearing she might carelessly discard her clothing again, exposing her delicate form and igniting his desires. In a deep forest, a faint whimper echoed intermittently. The sound attracted a bird, which perched atop a tree and peered down. There, a disheveled young girl knelt on the ground, her legs splayed, tears streaming down her face as she gazed skyward, seemingly searching for something. "Xia, do not abandon me like my father did, never to return," she lamented. This girl was Yuling, not searching for anything, but yearning for Xia to reconsider and appear before her once more. It was unclear how many days she had cried. In her waiting, She did not see Emosia, but instead beheld a swirling black mist descending before her. From this murky cloud emerged two figures, Ming Quan and Qing Gu. Upon witnessing Yuling's state and realizing Emosia was absent, they cautiously inquired, "Little sect master, where is Emosia?" Yuling wiped her tears, rising from the ground to blankly respond, "He has left, he no longer wants me." As she spoke these words, fresh tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she buried herself in Qing Gu's embrace, clinging to her delicate waist. Despite her wounds and the blood trickling from her lips, Qing Gu dismissed her own injuries, gently massaging Yuling's small shoulders and soothingly saying, "Do not be sad, little sect master. We will help you retrieve that scoundrel." Ming Quan sighed and added, "Enough. Little sect master, stop crying. I will use the Hehuan bell to locate him." At the mention of the Hehuan bell, Yuling's expression shifted to one of despair. Ming Quan noticed the change, observing that the Hehuan bell was missing from her waist. "Wait, little sect master, turn around," he urged, stepping forward to grasp her garment. Yuling, reluctant to part from Qing Gu, resisted. Qing Gu's expression turned grave as she examined Yuling. Discovering the absence of the Hehuan bell, panic set in as they both began to search frantically. "Little sect master, where's the Hehuan bell?" Ming Quan demanded loudly. Yuling, feeling guilty, could not bear to meet their eyes. Qing Gu was also infuriated. She pressed her hand against her forehead and let out a deep sigh, saying, "Little Zhongzhu, did Emosia steal the Hehuan Ling?" Yuling lowered her head and softly uttered an affirmative sound. Ming Quan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. "What is wrong with you?" Qing Gu worriedly approached and embraced Ming Quan. Yuling hurriedly came over as well. Ming Quan was overwhelmed with anger, nearly succumbing to madness due to Yuling's provocation. "Don't scare me." Qing Gu quickly retrieved a medicinal pill from her sleeve and fed it to Ming Quan. Only then did he regain his composure. Upon awakening and seeing Yuling, he pointed at her in anger, reproaching, "Little Zhongzhu, how can I possibly justify your actions? You wield the Hehuan Ling, yet allowed Emosia to escape? It's one thing for him to flee, but to let him steal the Hehuan Ling as well? Where has your usual ruthlessness in slaying people and magical beasts gone? Why is it ineffective against Emosia? What are we to do now? Without the Hehuan Ling, when can we revive the sect?" Qing Gu also bowed her head, unable to utter a word for a long time. Yuling wished she could bury her head in the ground. How could she not realize the magnitude of her blunder? As a sect leader, she had lost the treasured artifact of her own sect. Wouldn't this be a laughingstock if it got out? However, both Ming Quan and Qing Gu could not truly blame Yuling. After all, she was still young, and Emosia's cultivation was superior to hers, making her failure somewhat understandable. "What shall we do next?" Qing Gu asked softly. After pondering for a moment, Ming Quan stood up and said, "Let us return to Qinglan Zone. We have decimated the strong of Qinglan Zone, and their sect leader has been gravely injured. They are unlikely to return. There are still some disciples we have swayed. We can unite with them to establish a safe haven and gradually develop. Most importantly, we can leverage these connections to help us find Emosia and the Hehuan Ling." "Indeed, you speak wisely," Qing Gu responded quietly. Yuling raised her large eyes and looked at the two before her, asking, "But didn't the Ice Heaven Saintess pursue us from behind? If we go to Qinglan Zone now, won't she capture us all?" Ming Quan looked at Yuling with a mixture of fondness and seriousness, saying, "It seems our little Zhongzhu is not entirely oblivious. You do grasp some of the situation. However, there is no need for you to worry about this matter. The Ice Heaven Saintess will not pursue us any further. She is currently detained by the leader of the Flesh Buddha sect. Their strengths are comparable, and they will likely suffer mutual destruction, leaving them unable to concern themselves with us." "The leader of the Flesh Buddha sect? Did you not tell me that their leader is a saint immortal of the 6th tier, while the Ice Heaven Saintess is of the 5th tier? How can the Ice Heaven Saintess possibly contend with the leader of the Flesh Buddha sect?" "Well, this is a long story. When the Ice Heaven Saintess attacked our Hehuan Sect, she was indeed a saint immortal of the 5th tier. However, upon encountering her this time, she has ascended to the 6th tier. It is likely that she has formed a connection with Emosia and seized the Supreme Cauldron, thus greatly enhancing her power. This means that the Tai Yin Holy Sect will become even more unparalleled. If that is the case, how can I seek vengeance?" Upon hearing Ming Quan's words, Yuling's face suddenly twisted in distress. Qing Gu gently placed her hand on Yuling's head, reassuring her, "Little Zhongzhu, do not worry. We shall assist you in avenging and reviving the Hehuan Sect. Although the Ice Heaven Saintess has temporarily allied with Emosia, she lacks our sect's secret arts. We are the Hehuan Sect, and only we can maximize the potential of the Cauldron. Previously, we immersed Emosia in the medicinal pool to enhance your cultivation. Once you come of age and engage in dual cultivation with Mo Xie, your strength will undoubtedly surge. If we have the opportunity to steal the Tai Yin Holy Sect's treasured artifact, the Tai Yin Xianyu, you could very well surpass the Ice Heaven Saintess. Indeed. Success depends on human effort, little Zhongzhu. Mingquan agreed. Yes, I am ignited with determination. Just wait. I will strive to grow stronger, capture Mo Xie, and engage in dual cultivation with him, seeking vengeance for my parents. At that time, I shall establish a brand new Hehuan Sect in the territory of the Tai Yin Holy Sect. As Yuling spoke, a glimmer of hope sparkled in her eyes. Mingquan and Qinggu exchanged knowing smiles of encouragement. Chapter 75. The woman who admires strength. The torrential rain showed no mercy to the people below, unleashing its whips upon every unfortunate mortal. On a muddy country road, a tall man and a frail woman trudged along. The woman stumbled as she walked, prompting the man to support her. As the storm drew near, it became clear that the man was Mo Xie and the woman was Wang Yanyu. They had no idea how long they had been walking or how many corpses they had crossed, but they finally caught sight of the village. Ah, we've arrived. Wang Yanyu exclaimed joyfully, lifting her head and pointing ahead. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her joyful expression abruptly shifted to one of horror. For she saw several corpses piled before her village. Those figures were all too familiar. She rushed forward. Mo Xie, unaware of what had transpired, followed closely behind. As they approached, Mo Xie saw Wang Yanyu kneeling in the mud, weeping over two lifeless bodies. The two corpses appeared quite young, around 5 or 6 years old. Mo Xie's heart filled with a sense of foreboding as he stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder, softly asking, "Are they your brothers?" "No, they are my sons," Wang Yanyu cried between sobs. "Oh, my poor children. How could fate be so cruel?" Each of the corpses bore deep knife wounds, suggesting they had been killed not long ago. "Your sons? What of your husband?" Mo Xie inquired. "My husband? He died many years ago. I am a widow abandoned. I only hoped my 2 sons would grow up healthy, but alas." "Oh heaven, how blind you are," Wang Yanyu cried out in anguish, her tears streaming down her face. The rain battered her, making it difficult to distinguish between tears and rainwater. The storm drowned out her cries. Yet she seemed to be contesting with the heavens, increasing her wails until her throat grew hoarse and she coughed up blood. Mo Xie quickly approached and pulled her up. Unable to bear witnessing a woman weep so tragically, he retrieved a medicinal pill from his sleeve. He did not want to display the pill to Wang Yanyu, but instead held it in his hand, allowing the rain to dissolve it into liquid before sprinkling it onto her back. In the torrential wind and rain, the sudden moisture on her back would go unnoticed. And in her sorrow, Wang Yanyu remained oblivious to what had transpired. Yet as she cried, she suddenly noticed her throat was no longer hoarse. Strangely, she felt an influx of strength coursing through her body. Her complexion appeared much more vibrant than before. Wang Yanyu trembled, startled by this transformation. She quickly sprang from the ground, supporting herself with her hands as she retreated step by step. She glanced at the bodies of her sons and then turned to Mo Xie, exclaiming in astonishment, "What has happened to me? Have you noticed? My throat is no longer hoarse, and I suddenly feel strong all over. Could it be that my sons are watching over me from the heavens?" At this moment, Wang Yanyu felt both joy and fear. She was elated that her sons seemed to sense her sorrow, yet terrified that she might be connected to the spirit world. Little did she know that it was Mo Xie who had used a healing pill on her. It was merely the method employed by Mo Xie when using the spiritual elixir, which was somewhat unexpected. Wang Yanyu, having wept until her tears ran dry, took Mo Xie back to her humble abode. Her home was but a narrow thatched cottage, containing only a single bed. Upon entering, Wang Yanyu suddenly threw herself onto Mo Xie's body. With her head bowed and her entire being trembling, it seemed as if she had made a momentous decision, declaring earnestly, "If you desire my body, then come. I am willing to do anything for you. Just spare my life." As a mother who had suffered indignities and recently lost her son, how could Mo Xie possibly desire her at such a time? Mo Xie shook his head, sighed, and gently pushed her away, saying, "All I require is a place to stay for a while. I do not seek your body." Wang Yanyu blinked in disbelief as she gazed at Mo Xie. She thought to herself, is it truly so simple? Just granting him a place to stay will ensure my survival? No, he must still wish to kill me. But wait, if he intended to kill me, how have I lived until now? What on earth is this man thinking? Wang Yanyu was oblivious to Mo Xie's true intentions, but since he did not desire her servitude, it was all the better for her. Thus, Mo Xie settled into this small village. Preparing to stay, Wang Yanyu informed him of the village's circumstances. This village was close to Luoshi City, thus earning the name Luoshi Village. The war that plagued Luoshi City had also impacted Luoshi Village, leaving few survivors and a landscape strewn with corpses. Mo understood that if the bodies were not dealt with, they would soon become a breeding ground for disease. He had no intention of residing in a village rife with contagions, as it would hinder his future cultivation. Therefore, the very next morning, Mo took Wang Yinyu to handle the bodies. Fortunately, the weather was fair that day, and the torrential rains had subsided. However, Wang Yinyu's health had not yet fully recovered. When she heard Mo intended to transport the corpses, she was taken aback and exclaimed, "Just the two of us? How can we possibly move so many bodies? Moreover, if we make too much noise, we might attract the soldiers from the city, and that would be troublesome." To her surprise, Mo coldly retorted, "I will kill as many as come." With no choice but to follow him, Wang Yinyu became his assistant. Yet, when it came time to move the bodies, she was left speechless. Mo managed to lift more than 20 corpses at once. This left Wang Yinyu utterly astonished. Could a mere mortal accomplish such feats? Was he perhaps a general from some distant nation? How could he possess such extraordinary strength? Since Mo did not employ his true energy, Wang Yinyu did not think of him as a celestial being. By the afternoon, he had transported all the bodies to the back mountain. Seeing him at work, the villagers peeked out to observe. Someone quietly inquired of Wang Yinyu, "Who is this person?" Unsure of how to respond, she simply said, "He is a friend of mine." With a torch in hand, Mo set the pile of corpses ablaze. The flames illuminated Wang Yinyu's face, casting a warm glow upon her delicate features, making her quite enchanting. A young woman nearby whispered to Wang Yinyu, "He can't possibly be the man you found, can he? He looks so powerful. Perhaps he can protect our village from the soldiers." Wang Yinyu replied softly, "He may not yet be my man, but his strength is indeed formidable. I was brought back from the city by him. He alone could slay thousands of soldiers. You have not witnessed it, have you?" Upon hearing this, the young woman blushed, her interest in Mo piqued. Women are often drawn to strength, and in such perilous times, encountering a powerful man brought her joy. Days passed since Mo had arrived in Luoshi village. During this time, the soldiers had not dared to harass the village. This led the villagers to wholeheartedly believe Wang Yinyu's words. If Mo were not so strong, how could the soldiers refrain from invading the village? With Mo's presence, Luoshi village finally experienced a period of tranquility. During these serene days, Mo's cultivation also progressed steadily. He expanded Wang Yinyu's cottage and built himself a separate room. The space was modest, yet sufficient for him to dwell alone and focus on his meditative practices. One day, having just completed a day of training, he arose from his bed and stepped outside. As he emerged, he found Wang Yinyu waiting for him in the yard. Upon seeing him, she approached with a bamboo basket in hand. Biting her lower lip, she looked up at him and said, "I wish to go up the mountain to gather some bamboo shoots. Would you accompany me?" No one knew if the soldiers from the city might appear suddenly, and there could also be wild beasts on the mountain, making the ascent a daunting endeavor. For days, the villagers had not dared to venture beyond the village without Mo by their side, and Wang Yinyu sought his company for her bamboo shoot expedition. With his training completed and nothing else to occupy him, Mo replied, "If we can enjoy bamboo shoots today, that would be splendid. I shall accompany you up the mountain. Just be sure to bring the necessary tools." With that, he strode confidently towards Wang Yinyu. "Can I bring another person?" Wang Yinyu asked softly. Mo nodded in agreement. A smile spread across Wang Yinyu's face as she called out to the corner, "Lu Jia Meizi, come out quickly. Mo is free today." At her call, a plump woman emerged from the side. Mo turned to see it was Lu Xiaoyan from next door. Lu Xiaoyan timidly lifted her gaze, catching a glimpse of Mo before hastily picking up a backpack from the ground and rushing to Wang Yinyu's side. "Thank you," Lu Xiaoyan said, glancing up at Mo before lowering her head once more. The three of them set out from the village. Before long, they arrived at the base of a low hill. Wang Yinyu pointed upwards and said to Mo, "We need to reach the hillside there. The bamboo shoots there are fresh and succulent." Lu Xiaoyan stood beside Wang Yinyu, nervously glancing at Mo, yet she did not utter a word. She had long heard from Wang Yinyu about how he had slain thousands in the city to rescue her. Moreover, she had witnessed Mo's incredible strength when he moved the corpses, which deeply captivated her. At that moment, Mo appeared as a towering mountain before her, stirring her admiration, yet she lacked the courage to voice her feelings. Meanwhile, Mo gazed in the direction indicated by Wang Yinyu. There, the hillside appeared diminutive before him, akin to a mere step. With a single leap, he could reach the summit, let alone ascend to the hillside. However, he knew he must not reveal his identity as a cultivator. Such exposure would draw the attention of the Hehuan Sect and the Taiyin sacred teachings. Both factions sought to reclaim him, yet Mo Xie wished to evade both, desiring only to live his humble life, grow stronger, and attain a freedom unencumbered by others. Thus, he followed Wang Yinyu and Lu Xiaoyan, taking measured steps up the mountain. Climbing from noon until the afternoon, they finally reached the hillside. The blazing sun beat down, causing the earth to emit a foul odor. Mo Xie sat nearby, standing guard while Wang Yinyu and Lu Xiaoyan began to gather bamboo shoots. They raised their hoes and struck the ground with vigor. In no time, they unearthed a lovely tender shoot, succulent and juicy. The hoe striking its roots even produced a crisp sound, melodious to the ear. Behold Wang Yinyu, clad in simple garments, her feet planted firmly upon the uneven ground, as she thrusts her hips and forcefully swings down the hoe. Now observe Lu Xiaoyan. Though her years are fewer than Wang Yinyu's, her posterior is far more ample, rounded like two enormous watermelons. Lu Xiaoyan, mimicking her, also thrusts her hips and swings down the hoe. When Wang Yinyu turns her head, she is met with the sight of Lu Xiaoyan's plump backside, and with a laugh, she playfully smacks it. A sharp sound echoes in the air. Lu Xiaoyan, her cheeks aflame, turns to Wang Yinyu with a pout, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Yujie? Please don't do that." Wang Yinyu teasingly replies, "Hee, what a lovely derriere. I wonder who will benefit from it in the future." Lu Xiaoyan's face deepens in color, her head bowed as she stammers, "I haven't thought about that yet." Wang Yinyu wraps her arms around Lu Xiaoyan's slender waist, casting a furtive glance at Mo Xie, then whispers in Lu Xiaoyan's ear, "What if I have a word with Mo Xie, urging him to marry you?" Hee, don't underestimate Mo Xie. Though he may look like someone who lives off others, he possesses remarkable abilities. Lu Xiaoyan covers her mouth with her hand and glances at Mo Xie, fearful that he might overhear their previous conversation. Fortunately, Mo Xie remains oblivious, engaged in dialogue with the system in his mind. Lu Xiaoyan quietly asks Wang Yinyu, "How do you know that? Have you been with Mo Xie?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yinyu's expression shifts from joy to a sudden solemnity. She sighs softly and replies, "Not at all. I merely glimpsed him while he was bathing, and even if I wished to share a bed with him, he would likely refuse. He probably finds me unworthy, especially since I have been sullied in the past. Unlike you, when the soldiers came, you hid in the mountains, preserving your purity. What man wouldn't be drawn to a woman of such pristine virtue? Besides, you are the village flower. In Luoshire village, there is none more beautiful than you. Even in Luoshire city, no one surpasses your allure. And even if there were, no one could rival your curves." As she speaks, Wang Yinyu's expression brightens once more. She is reluctant to revisit her past sorrows. Lu Xiaoyan's lips curl into a slight smile as she bites her lower lip, her voice barely above a whisper, "Really? But he doesn't seem very interested in me, and perhaps he prefers women with less ample figures." Wang Yinyu grins widely, saying, "Remember, men will never shy away from women with generous curves, unless the woman is excessively overweight or exceedingly unattractive. You possess neither of those qualities, so fret not. Pursue him boldly, and should you win his heart, do not forget Yujie. Hee, if that day ever arrives, I will certainly not forget you, Yujie." Chapter 77. Has my identity as a cultivator been discovered? Hey, you two, are you tired? If you are, I can assist. Mo Xie's voice suddenly cuts through the air. Wang Yinyu and Lu Xiaoyan part ways, lifting their hoes once more to continue their labor. Mo Xie picks up a hoe and joins the fray. His strength is remarkable, and soon the surrounding bamboo shoots are all but stripped bare. "Enough. If you keep going, there'll be nothing left on the mountain." Wang Yinyu exclaims, her joy palpable as she surveys the two baskets overflowing with tender bamboo shoots. "Well, this should suffice, right?" Mo Xie inquires. Lu Xiaoyan, summoning her courage, engages Mo Xie in conversation. "Certainly enough, not only for our families, but even if we shared with the villagers, there would still be plenty left. Then let us distribute more among them. After all, it's not every day we venture out like this," Mo Xie replies, hoisting his hoe as he walks. "Haha, splendid. I shall distribute it all once we return." Lu Xiaoyan beams. The three of them continue down the mountain, sharing laughter and conversation. Suddenly, a strange low growl reverberates through the air. Mo Xie's demeanor shifts to one of seriousness. Wang Yinyu and Lu Xiaoyan, frightened, cling to one another, whispering, "Could there be a monster lurking nearby?" Despite hearing the noise, they see no creatures around them. Then, with a rustle, a massive tiger, its head crowned with sharp spikes, leaps forth. The tiger lunges at Wang Yinyu and Lu Xiaoyan. In their fright, the two women cling tighter to one another, inadvertently drawing the tiger's attention. "Ah, Help! They scream, clutching each other in terror. Yet, in their panic, they forget that they should run instead of waiting for doom. Mo Xie sighs, thinking to himself, it is indeed a miracle these two have survived this long. Though he muses this, he strides forward, wielding his hoe with purpose. Positioning himself before the two women. With a swift motion, he swings the hoe, striking the tiger squarely in the eye, sending it crashing to the ground. Can one imagine a mere human, with a hoe, bringing down a great beast? Upon striking the tiger, the impact creates a crater in the earth. Upon closer inspection, Mo Xie has even ruptured the tiger's eye. Blood spews forth, splattering across Mo Xie's attire. Yet the tiger still breathes. Mo Xie advances with determination, mounting the great beast and raising his hoe once more, delivering a punishing blow to its back. A crack resounds as he shatters the tiger's spine, exposing the white bones beneath its fur. The tiger collapses before Mo Xie. He delivers one final strike, reducing the creature's head to a puddle of gore. Finally ceasing his assault, Wang Yinyu and Lu Xiaoyan dare not gaze in Mo Xie's direction. Huddled together, they kneel on the ground, paralyzed by fear. Wang Yinyu is drenched in sweat, her mind racing back to the horrific scene of Mo Xie's rampage in the city. She trembles with a fear that surpasses even Lu Xiaoyan's. Lu Xiaoyan, unaware of Wang Yinyu's thoughts, notices her friend's heightened fear and instinctively comforts her, gently stroking her back and whispering, Yujia, what's wrong? Wang Yinyu meets Lu Xiaoyan's gaze and abruptly regains her senses. She buries her face in Lu Xiaoyan's chest, breathing heavily. After a moment, her trembling subsides, and with Lu Xiaoyan's support, she rises to her feet. As they return from the mountain to Luoshi village, Wang Yinyu's spirits remain low. A portion of her distress stems from the encounter with the tiger, while another part is haunted by memories of her experiences in Luoshi city. The very things she wished to forget resurface with startling clarity. Wang Yinyu appears dazed as she makes her way home, collapsing onto her bed without a thought for the basket of bamboo shoots still on her back. Lu Xiaoyan quickly intercepts her, gently tapping her shoulder. Yujia, what's wrong? Are you in a trance? You're worrying me. Sigh. Let me stay and help you. With that, Lu Xiaoyan removes the basket from Wang Yinyu's shoulders and sets it aside. She then steps outside to offer some bamboo shoots from her own basket to the villagers. After a considerable time, Lu Xiaoyan returns, only to find Wang Yinyu fast asleep in her room. As long as one can fall asleep, Lu Xiaoyan said with relief. She casually picked up a bamboo shoot from the basket and continued to murmur to herself, you should take a nap, Yujia. When you wake up, we can eat together. How should we prepare these fresh bamboo shoots? Should they be steamed, stir-fried, or braised? I wonder which method Mo Xie prefers. Suddenly, she realized that Mo Xie was nowhere to be seen. Lu Xiaoyan searched around Wang Yinyu's room, but found no trace of him. She stepped out of the room and glanced toward a nearby thatched cottage, which was Mo Xie's self-built dwelling. He should be there, right? Should I go and ask him? Whatever cooking method he likes, I shall prepare it. Lu Xiaoyan muttered to herself, and then she became aware of her feelings. Secretly mocking herself in her heart. We haven't even defined our relationship yet, and here I am acting like his little wife. Lu Xiaoyan clasped her hands behind her back, her fingers intertwining as complexly as her feelings at that moment. The heavy rain from days ago had left the ground muddy, and only recently had it begun to dry, though the surface remained uneven and bumpy. As she walked, the soft fabric of her clothing swayed gently. Approaching Mo Xie's door, she found it firmly shut. Just as she was about to knock, she suddenly heard Mo Xie's murmuring voice from within. Could he be? Lu Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed slightly, her pupils widened, and a smile crept onto her lips as she felt a surge of excitement. She withdrew her hand, opting not to knock, and instead stealthily crept to the window to peek inside. Although the window was closed, there was a small broken hole through which she tiptoed to catch a glimpse. What she saw caused her eyes to widen even further, her earlier excitement transforming into terror. Countless strands of ethereal energy flickered before her eyes, and amidst them floated a man, Mo Xie. He was in the midst of his cultivation, completely unaware that Lu Xiaoyan was watching him. Chapter 78. She should not have set her eyes on the Hehuan bell. Mo Xie was a cultivator? Lu Xiaoyan could hardly believe her eyes. Yet she was indeed witnessing Mo Xie in his practice. A misty aura emanated from his body, enveloping him in a shroud of spiritual fog. Mo Xie hovered within this mist, eyes closed in deep meditation. Since Lu Xiaoyan was not a cultivator and posed no threat to him, and given that he was currently at a critical juncture in his training, Mo Xie remained oblivious to her presence. Lu Xiaoyan was drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration trickling down her cheeks and pooling between her fair bosom. She dared not look for long, hastily retreating from the window and tiptoeing back into the courtyard. Once outside, she glanced back at Emosie's window. It was an exceedingly ordinary window, so unremarkable that one could hardly imagine a cultivator residing within. And this cultivator had been lurking right beside her all along. Lu Xiaoyan quickened her pace and dashed to the kitchen. However, she found herself devoid of any appetite for cooking, instead frequently pausing at the kitchen door to gaze toward Emosie's room. Before long, inside Emosie's room, he emerged from his meditative state, no longer floating but standing firmly on the ground. He let out a deep breath and spread his arms wide. A pure current of spiritual energy danced between his palms. Wonderful. The curse of the demon's affection has dissipated somewhat. Once it is entirely lifted, I will no longer be bound by the Hehuan Sect. He then cast a glance at the Hehuan bell hanging at his waist and mused. If it were not for the Hehuan bell, I surely would not have comprehended the demon's affection curse so swiftly, nor would I have been able to dispel a portion of its power. Furthermore, Emosie's strength had increased somewhat, leaving him in high spirits. He strode out of his door, immediately greeted by a delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. What a wonderful scent! Who could be cooking? Noticing the smoke rising from the kitchen, he followed its trail inside. Wang Yinyu, is that you cooking? Emosie inquired as he crossed the threshold, only to discover that the person in the kitchen was not Wang Yinyu, but Lu Xiaoyan. Upon seeing Emosie, Lu Xiaoyan froze momentarily. She recalled the sight of him cultivating just moments ago and felt uncertain whether he had noticed her spying. Emosie, you're here? She stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Emosie's attention was not focused on Lu Xiaoyan. Although she was beautiful, she had yet to capture his interest. After all, he was a man of the immortal path. What kind of beauties had he not encountered? Thus, his gaze was primarily fixed on the pot simmering on the stove. He observed the food cooking within, nearly drooling with anticipation. Bamboo shoots braised with pork? Is there really pork available in the village? Emosie exclaimed joyfully as he approached the stove. Seeing him draw closer, Lu Xiaoyan took a few steps back. Normally, she would have relished getting closer to Emosie. But having just witnessed his other identity, she felt a sudden sense of trepidation and dared not approach too closely. Just now, when I delivered bamboo shoots to Aunt Wang's house, she gifted me some pork, so I brought it to cook together. Once Yujie wakes up, the three of us can enjoy a meal together, Lu Xiaoyan explained, her gaze lowered, avoiding Emosie's eyes. As she looked down, she caught sight of the Hehuan bell hanging at Emosie's waist, which struck her as quite peculiar. Why? Because to her eyes, the Hehuan bell appeared to be merely a larger, intricately patterned bell, seemingly undamaged. A bell that showed no signs of where should resonate with movement, yet it remained silent. This defied logic. Lu Xiaoyan was evidently unaware that it was a magical artifact of the demon sect, only resonating upon absorbing spiritual energy. It seems the bamboo shoots were not given in vain. The pork looks quite fresh, and your cooking method is superb. Even the aroma wafting through the air is delightful. I cannot wait to discover what it tastes like, Emosie remarked with a smile, savoring the fragrance emanating from the pot. For cultivators who practiced abstinence from earthly food, the culinary creations of mortals were indeed the finest. It's ready. It can come out of the pot now. If you like it, feel free to have more later, Lu Xiaoyan said as she brought over a clay basin, carefully transferring the food from the pot to the table. Emosie, unable to contain his eagerness, sat down at the table and began to eat. I'll go call you Jia. Lu Xiaoyan hesitated before stepping outside to summon Wang Yinyu. In a short while, she returned alone. Emosie was just lifting a tender slice of bamboo shoot to his mouth when he turned to ask, "What is the matter? Is Wang Yinyu not coming? Yujie still seems unwell. Would you like to check on her?" Lu Xiaoyan expressed her concern. She will be fine on her own. Emosie dismissed her worries, turning back to continue his meal. Once he finished, he stood up to serve himself some rice. As he did, the Hehuan bell swayed gently at his side, but did not ring. Lu Xiaoyan watched this scene with great intrigue. Her curiosity about the Hehuan bell deepened. When Emosie returned to the table with his bowl of rice, she picked up her own chopsticks and approached, sitting across from him. Before she began to eat, she asked with genuine curiosity, "Emosie, that bell you have at your waist looks beautiful. May I take a look?" Lu Xiaoyan was simply innocently curious. However, Emosie remained exceedingly vigilant, his expression turning grave as he halted the chopsticks in his hand, fixing his gaze upon Lu Xiaoyan, and declared, "Do not entertain any thoughts regarding that bell." Perceiving the shift in Emosie's demeanor, Lu Xiaoyan lowered her head, refraining from further inquiries. Yet, this only intensified her curiosity. The bell appeared to hold great significance. As a cultivator, the very fact that it could incite such anxiety in Emosie indicated it must be a rare treasure. If only I could touch it. Perhaps I too could embark on the path of cultivation? Immortals are infinitely superior to mortals. Should I become one, I might never have to remain in this village again. And immortals are ageless. How splendid. Hehuan, who generally looked down upon everyone. Could it be that his superiority stems from being an immortal? If I too were to ascend to that realm, would I not have the chance to be by his side? To traverse the world with a sword. The mere thought is exhilarating. Little did Hehuan know the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Lu Xiaoyan's mind. He was currently relishing his meal, savoring the meat and bamboo shoots with great delight. Had he been aware of Lu Xiaoyan's musings, would he have been so careless as to allow her access to the Hehuan Ling in the ensuing days, leading to an irretrievable predicament? For the Hehuan Ling possesses a unique power. Those with insufficient cultivation who encounter it find themselves unable to restrain their innermost desires. Chapter 79. Who rules Hehuan Sect? Beneath the azure sky, 3 streaks of black mist raced across the firmament. Yuling Mingquan and Qinggu were en route to Hehuan Sect. Look, we are nearing our destination, Qinggu exclaimed, pointing towards a towering mountain ahead, one that no mortal could ever hope to summit. This majestic peak loomed amidst the clouds, adorned with celestial palaces atop its heights. These palatial structures, primarily crafted from verdant tiles and stones, presented a lush emerald visage, unmistakably marking this as the domain of Hehuan Sect. Originally a righteous sect, its leader was Qingyun. However, not long ago, Mingquan and his companions had seized control, inciting a rebellion among the disciples of Hehuan Sect, thus establishing a foothold for the Hehuan Sect. Subsequently, they had departed in pursuit of Hehuan, leaving for a time. Now, they returned to their stronghold with the intent of recuperating. Unbeknownst to them, during their absence, the leader of Hehuan Sect, Qingyun, had already launched a counteroffensive. The 3 black mists descended upon the stone steps of Hehuan Sect. As they emerged from the mist, the vapor dissipated behind them like smoke. Mingquan surveyed the surroundings, his eyes narrowing in realization. Upon his last departure, the area had been littered with corpses, and he had neglected to command anyone to clear them away. Yet now, as he turned, the ground appeared pristine, as if nothing had ever transpired. This is amiss. Mingquan, already injured, felt a twinge of concern. He coughed suddenly. Noticing his distress, Qinggu hurried forward, wrapping her arms around his waist, supporting his back as she whispered, "What is amiss?" "What do you mean?" "I mean." Mingquan's words faltered as he coughed again, his brows knitting tighter, for he sensed an unusual energy surrounding them. "Surely, he was referring to me," a melodious voice echoed. Mingquan and Qinggu raised their heads simultaneously, witnessing 3 emerald beams of sword light descending from the heavens. 3 women soared towards them on their swords. How could Mingquan and Qinggu fail to recognize these 3? Before either could speak, Yuling strode forward, declaring, "It's you? Humph. A mere leader of Hehuan Sect, injured by my elder Mingquan, and yet you dare to return? Seeking death, are we?" Yuling, emboldened by the prowess of her 2 subordinates, spoke without a hint of restraint. The trio consisted of Qingyun, the leader of Hehuan Sect, along with her 2 disciples, Jie Dai and Hua Bei. With a sharp sound, an emerald mist suddenly surged towards Yuling. Mingquan, alarmed, reached out to intercept it, only to discover he could not halt its advance. The mist transformed into a hand that struck Yuling fiercely across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Clutching her reddened cheek, she looked up at Mingquan and Qinggu, her eyes brimming with indignation, and lamented, "Look at that vile woman. She dares to strike me. Mingquan, strike her back. Capture her. I want to return that slap." Mingquan furrowed his brow, glancing back at Yuling before turning his gaze to Qingyun. He widened his eyes, incredulous. "Your strength should not be this formidable. You were merely at the 8th tier of Ling Xian, and I had grievously wounded you. How could you recover so swiftly? Your power exceeds even my peak." Qingyun's garments fluttered gently as she stood upon her sword, casting a disdainful glance at the 3 demonic cultivators beneath her. Withdrawing a verdant sword from her sleeve, she pointed it at Mingquan, smiling, "Humph. The righteous sect possesses many treasures that you demonic cultivators could never comprehend. You 3 vile ones. You have slain my disciples and ravaged my sect. Today, your corpses shall be hung before the gates of Hehuan Sect." With that, she gracefully waved her sword, unleashing a piercing emerald sword aura directed at Mingquan. In a moment of urgency, Mingquan summoned a strand of black mist from his body. The mist swelled, gradually forming a protective barrier that intercepted Qingyun's sword aura. After deflecting the attack, Mingquan found himself drenched in sweat. Raising his head, he noticed Qingyun's 2 disciples soaring towards Yuling. They intended to harm her. You shall not lay a finger on the young sect master. Ming Quan bellowed, brandishing his black mace and charging towards Jedi and Huabei. Suddenly, a colossal emerald sword aura blocked his path. Qing Yun had made her move. This massive sword aura cleaved the ground into two, resembling a small mountain that obstructed Ming Quan's advance. Qinggu rushed to assist, transforming her entire being into a swirling black mist. She enveloped Hehuan Sect in darkness. From within the mist emerged numerous spectral figures, each possessing alluring forms, yet their wails sent chills down one's spine. The black mist consumed the ground, turning the bricks into a viscous black liquid, simultaneously eroding the massive sword aura. Within the black mist, Ming Quan felt as though he had returned to the water. One spectral figure embraced his waist, planting a teasing kiss upon his neck. The black mace in his grasp emanated thicker black vapor. Gritting his teeth, he leapt, shattering the emerald sword aura. Having dispelled the sword energy, he surged towards Yuling, intent on rescuing her. At that moment, Yuling was locked in combat with Huabei and Jedi, unable to discern who held the upper hand. Young sect master, wait for me. I'm coming. Ming Quan shouted as he soared through the black mist. Yuling cried out in desperation, hurry and save me. I cannot hold on much longer. I am on my way. Humph, you wish to save her? How naive. Qing Yun raised her long lashes, suddenly transforming into a massive emerald sword, charging towards Ming Quan. As he turned, he beheld the gigantic sword hurtling towards him. Clang! He gritted his teeth, managing to block the colossal sword. Yet, from the sword emanated countless minute emerald sword auras, their brilliance dispersing the darkness within the mist. The air resonated with Qinggu's anguished screams. Her cries echoed like the tormented wails of the specters within the black mist, akin to malevolent spirits driven mad beneath the depths of despair. Ming Quan, gripping the colossal sword, felt the sinews of his muscles nearly stand on end, with not only his face but the veins across his entire body surfacing at that very moment. Ming Quan let out a powerful roar. The ebony hammer erupted with a formidable shockwave, pushing the giant sword aside. Yet, in the next heartbeat, that enormous sword descended with sudden ferocity. The ground trembled as Ming Quan could not withstand the immense pressure of the sword, shattering his defenses completely. Chapter 80. Both sides suffer clang. The giant sword spun through the air before crashing heavily towards Ming Chuan's head. Just as the sword was about to reach his scalp, a black mist rapidly coalesced in front of him, forming a dark spiritual net. This net ensnared the sword, as if it were a fish leaping desperately to escape. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the sword. Humph. If this is your final struggle, then today, both of you shall meet your demise. With that, the giant sword pressed down, breaking through the black spiritual net and bearing down on Ming Quan. He hastily attempted to evade the sword's onslaught. However, the speed of its attack exceeded his wildest imagination. The sword struck down, cleaving through much of Hehuan Sect, creating a long fissure even in the mountains. The ground stones were utterly pulverized, and dust billowed high into the air. Amidst the smoke, a man's anguished cries could be heard. As the smoke cleared, a naked woman lay on the ground. Qinggu. She had lost consciousness. The one weeping was Ming Quan, for that colossal sword had indeed sliced him in two, not in half across the waist, nor vertically split, but diagonally. From his chest down to his thigh, the lower half lay motionless, while his upper half screamed in agony. Black mist poured from his wound, flowing strangely, not crawling slowly or drifting lightly, but escaping swiftly like a group of little spirits just freed. This phenomenon was the result of his true energy dissipating. Ming Quan wished to cry out, yet his voice turned hoarse and strange. The pain threatened to overwhelm him. At that moment, he could think of no one else. He could only weep in anguish. Let me go. I am the young master of Hehuan Sect. You will face retribution for capturing me. From behind, Yuling's voice rang out. Shortly after, Yuling was brought before Qing Yun by Huabei and Jedi. Qing Yun, grasping Yuling by the collar, shook her head with a sigh. Is this truly a mere child? How could I bear to take her life? To think that a young girl would be the last remnant of Hehuan Sect? And she has 2 ninth-level elders protecting her? Moreover, her disposition is rather vile. I truly cannot fathom what they see in her. Qing Yun extended her slender fingers, pinching the air. A verdant mist flew between her fingers, forming a chain. The chain soared upward, binding itself around Yuling's hands, subsequently sealing her true energy. This will suffice. Her true energy is now locked. Take her away. Huabei and Jedi, puzzled, inquired, Sect Master, why not kill her? She is a remnant of the demonic sect. Qing Yun sighed softly. Though she is a remnant, she is still too young. I do not wish to take the life of such a young girl. If I were to kill her, it would disturb my path, yielding more loss than gain. Let us imprison her for now. When she comes of age, I shall personally deal with her. Sectmaster, if you cannot strike, leave it to us. Jedi murmured. You too, with your limited cultivation and shallow understanding, may not realize the gravity of killing a minor. However, when you advance to a certain stage in the future and recall such heinous acts, it will just as surely disturb your hearts. There is no need to dwell on this matter. She is just a girl, and her strength is so feeble that she need not concern us. Withdraw for now. I will eliminate these two and then seek you out. After Qingyun spoke, Huabei and Jedi prepared to depart. However, as they had not gone far, they suddenly heard a rumbling sound. Turning back, they found that Mingquan and Qin Gu, who had been weeping on the ground, had vanished. Huabei exclaimed in astonishment. Has the sect master's power reached such heights? To annihilate two 9th-level spirit beings in an instant? She did not notice the expression on Qingyun's face. Not only was Huabei astonished, but Qingyun herself was equally taken aback. The earlier scene had not been her doing, nor was it within her control. It was not my doing. It seems the woman who had been lying down was not truly unconscious. I thought she was out cold, but she was merely feigning. I do not know what secret technique she employed, but she managed to escape with that man. Ah, this sect master. Jedi whispered. Qingyun felt embarrassed, having boasted earlier only to let those two slip away. However, she was confident, smiling as she said, do not worry. One is half a body and the other gravely injured. Even if they possess some secret method to survive, they cannot regain their original strength. With that, Jedi and Huabei escorted Yuling back to the sect master's prison. Qingyun remained behind to rebuild Hehuan Sect, for the recent battle had nearly obliterated it. Meanwhile, a tremendous roar suddenly emanated from afar. This thunderous sound lifted the ground itself. This disturbance originated from a distant place, resonating throughout the world, shaking it to its core. What is this disturbance? What has occurred? Qingyun looked up towards the sky. Suddenly, a cold energy surged past above Hehuan Sect. Qingyun squinted, sensing this chilly force. Yet, it came and went swiftly, vanishing before her eyes. As she gazed at the dissipating cold energy, she murmured softly. It seems that the Ice Heaven Saintess of Taiyin Holy Sect just flew past here. Why would she appear in this place? The cold energy soared through the sky, heading directly towards Taiyin Holy Sect. Ultimately, it fell like a meteor into the Ice Heaven Mountain of Taiyin Holy Sect. Boom. The resounding crash summoned all disciples within the Ice Heaven Mountain. The chief disciple, Lu Qiyun, upon hearing the noise, promptly gathered her fellow disciples and rushed out. They beheld a massive pit on the ground, shrouded in dense dust. As the dust settled, they discovered the pit surrounded by hardened ice. Approaching the pit, they encountered the gravely injured Ice Heaven Saintess. Master, what has happened to you? Lu Qiyun exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. The Ice Heaven Saintess was wounded? Who could have harmed her? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qiyun hurriedly lifted the Ice Heaven Saintess and carried her back to Ice Heaven Palace. However, news of her injury spread rapidly throughout Taiyin Holy Sect and even the entire realm of cultivators. Simultaneously, another piece of news emerged. The leader of the Meat Buddhist sect had also sustained severe injuries, and his condition was even dire. The two had fought, resulting in mutual destruction. Chapter 81. 10 consecutive fixed trajectories. Obtaining the divine travel talisman. Rumors in the cultivation world spread rapidly, and most cultivators soon learned of the Ice Heaven Saintess's injury. Yet, Mo Xie was an exception, for he was currently residing in a small village named Luoshi. The rumors of the cultivation world had not reached his ears. Nevertheless, he lived a carefree and joyful life. Whenever he had the opportunity, he would enter Luoshi city, either creating strange phenomena to frighten the inhabitants or directly using the pain bow to torment the soldiers, causing them to flee in terror. Luoshi village was nearly turned into a ghost town by Mo Xie's antics, but this empty town soon welcomed a new ruler. During this time, through the torment of those murderous soldiers, Mo Xie amassed a considerable amount of fear points and pain points, unknowingly accumulating enough for 10 consecutive draws. Presently, he was in his residence in Luoshi village, delving into the system. His pain points were exactly 1,000,000, a full million, just enough for a 10 consecutive draw. It was time to contemplate what he should draw. Mo Xie fell into deep thought. In the current world, there were 4 major sects: Taiyin Holy Church, Shindao Mountain, Rufo Sect, and Hehuan Sect. Now that the Hehuan Bell was in my possession, the Hehuan Sect posed no threat to me. The Hehuan Sect was originally the weakest among the 4 major sects and had nearly been annihilated by the Ice Heaven Saintess, leaving it virtually non-existent. Now, the world could only be said to have 3 major sects. Shindao Mountain had no dealings with me, so it was not a concern. Only the Taiyin Holy Church and the Rufo sect remained. The Taiyin Holy Church could be disregarded. Even if the Ice Heaven Saintess captured me, it would only be to extract my body. However, the gluttonous figure from the Rufo sect was already aware that I was the supreme furnace cauldron, and he wanted to consume me. He now represented my greatest threat. To prevent him from capturing me, I must prepare an escape artifact. So, system, do you have any useful escape artifacts that I could obtain with a 10 consecutive draw? A-class item, Shenheng Talisman, forced teleportation, commonly used for escape. Can evade the presence of those below the 5th level of Saint Immortal, can be used unlimited times, but each use will incur a random cooldown period. See, what a splendid item, Emosia murmured. 10 consecutive draws. A-class item, Shenheng Talisman. Let the drawing commence. Receiving command. Consuming excitement points. 1,000,000. Drawing. Ding. You have drawn B-class item, Taiyu Talisman X1. You have drawn B-class item, Lingdan by Baishu. Lingdan by Baishu contains numerous commonly used recipes for elixirs in the cultivation world. You have drawn B-class item, low-level palm world. You will be able to see a 10-acre divine field within your palm, suitable for planting medicinal herbs and spiritual plants. The palm world can be summoned at will, appearing and vanishing at your command. You have drawn A-class item, Shenheng Talisman. You have drawn B-class item, Taiyu Talisman X1. You have drawn S-class item, Yin-Yang Twin Fish Pendant. Yin-Yang Twin Fish Pendant allows you to freely alter the true energy within you, enabling you to cultivate both righteous and demonic energies. Through the Yin-Yang Twin Fish Pendant, you can transform the nature of your true energy, making it indistinguishable whether you are righteous or a demonic cultivator. Drawing complete. Redirecting to system homepage. 3 Desires God System. Binding Host. Emosia. Host Realm. Yuan Dan 7th Stage. Excitement points. 514. 000. Fear points. 300. 000. Pain points. 0. Drawing display B-class items. Taiyu Talisman X6. Temporary defense enhancement. Belonging to Shindao Mountain B-class item. Lingdan by Baishu. Containing most common elixir recipes. Belonging to General B-class talent. Low-level palm world. 10-acre divine field. Belonging to General A-class item. Chi-In Pearl X1. Powerful cultivation artifact. Belonging to Ancient Demon Slaying Sect A-class item. Shenheng Talisman. Forced teleportation. Usable. Belonging to Shindao Mountain A-class talent. Earth-level Dan Master. Belonging to General A-class weapon. Pain Bow. Inflicts pain on the target and generates pain points. Belonging to Rufo Sect S-class item. Yin-Yang Twin Fish Pendant. Switch between righteousness and evil. Belonging to General S-class talent. Mimetic form. Acquire lover skills. Belonging to General Taiyin Cold Ice. Belonging to Taiyin Holy Church Qinglan Yuanqi. Belonging to Qinglan Sect SSS class item. Hehuan Bell. Cultivation and enchantment. Hehuan Spell. Belonging to Hehuan Sect O. Have I unexpectedly drawn an S-class item? The Yin-Yang Twin Fish Pendant? According to the system, this item seems quite remarkable. With this, I can also attempt to cultivate demonic energy. I was originally a disciple of the Hehuan Sect, and I was among the more gifted individuals. Not to mention, having been soaked in the medicinal pool of the Hehuan Sect for years, I absorbed a significant amount of medicinal power. All of this would aid in cultivating demonic energy. However, later on, I joined the Taiyin Holy Church and utilized the techniques of the Ice Heaven Saintess. If I were to cultivate both righteous and demonic energies, would it not greatly enhance my progress? Ideas began to form in Emosia's mind. This time, it was not merely a delightful surprise. Drawing 6 Taiyu talismans was an obvious sign of my misfortune. However, aside from that, there were 2 distinct treasures. One was the B-class item, Lingdan by Baishu. With it, I could easily find any elixir recipe I desired. The other was the B-class talent, low-level palm world, designed for planting spiritual flora. I was originally a Dan Master, and with these 2 treasures, I should make significant progress in alchemy in the future. With this in mind, Emosia took out the Lingdan by Baishu to peruse. I wonder if there are any elixirs within that could enhance my cultivation? As Emosia reveled in his thoughts, he began to talk to himself. Unbeknownst to him, on a distant rooftop, a woman was peering in his direction. It was Lu Xiaoyan. Ever since Lu Xiaoyan discovered Emosia's identity as a cultivator, she often spied on him. Yet, she dared not approach the window to watch. Instead, she hid far away, climbing to the rooftop to observe Emosia. Lu Xiaoyan harbored no malice in her heart, and even held feelings for Emosia. This affection kept her from emanating any murderous intent. Cultivators are highly sensitive to killing intent. For instance, a tiger exudes a heavy aura of malice, whereas a falling leaf does not. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyan resembled a falling leaf, devoid of murderous intent. Moreover, since she was not a cultivator and possessed no true energy, Emosia's perception would not register her as a threat. However, her spying from the rooftop was somewhat unbecoming. "Hey, Xiaoyan, what are you doing up on the roof?" The homeowner, holding a hoe, looked up at Lu Xiaoyan and quietly asked. Realizing she had been caught, Lu Xiaoyan felt embarrassed and wished she could disappear into the ground. Blushing, she climbed down from the rooftop, brushed off her soft skirt, and replied with a smile, "Nothing. I'm sorry, Leonti." Having said that, Lu Xiaoyan scurried away like a mouse. Chapter 82. Qingyan Saintess. Chuan 1. Indeed, this elixir is somewhat useful. However, the medicinal materials I had previously stored are no longer sufficient. It seems I must purchase more materials, preferably some living spiritual plants that I can cultivate in my palm world. Emosia exited his meditative state, brushed off his sleeves, tucked away the Lingdan by Baishu, and stepped out of his door. Just as he exited, Emosia spotted Lu Xiaoyan returning from outside. He greeted her politely, saying, "Lu Xiaoyan, where have you been? Do you have time to come over and help me cook? We can eat together once it's done." Lu Xiaoyan gently bit her lower lip. During this time, she had gradually become familiar with Emosia, shedding her previous shyness. Instead, as she walked towards Emosia, she teasingly pointed at the Hehuan bell hanging at his waist, whispering, "Hee, if you give me that beautiful bell, I'll cook for you for free. Otherwise, no deal." During this period, Emosia has grown accustomed to Lu Xiaoyan's teasing. Lu Xiaoyan lacks the ability to seize his Hehuan bell and usually merely engages in verbal banter. So Emosia does not take it to heart. Instead, he shifts the topic and proposes another condition. "Will you help me cook? Tomorrow, I can take you into the city for some fun." Into the city? Luo Shicheng. Can we really enter Luo Shicheng now? Has the chaos ended? Only Emosia is aware of the current state of Luo Shicheng. Originally, it was under the domain of the Yulong Kingdom, but it was later occupied by soldiers from the Taiji Kingdom. Ever since Emosia caused a disturbance, the soldiers of Taiji have been plagued by illness. Consequently, the people of Yulong have sent troops to reclaim the city. By the last time Emosia departed from Luo Shicheng, the soldiers of Yulong had already recaptured it. Recently, they have been restoring the buildings within the city, and signs of life have begun to emerge in Luo Shicheng. However, there are still remnants of illness and chaos. If Lu Xiaoyan were to venture into Luo Shicheng alone, she would undoubtedly fall ill. However, with Emosia accompanying her, she would be safe from harm. After informing Lu Xiaoyan of Luo Shicheng's current situation, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She joyfully rushed to Emosia, blinking her large eyes, and exclaimed, "Are you being serious?" "Of course I am. We can also bring Wang Yinyu along to see if we can resolve her emotional turmoil." With Emosia leading the way, Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Yinyu can finally venture into the city once more. Meanwhile, at the Bingtian mountain of the Tai Yin Holy Sect, a chill pervades the air. The eldest disciple, Lu Qiun, sits upon a large stone, heaving a sigh. The junior disciple is missing, and now our master has suffered grave injuries. Why is Bingtian mountain so unfortunate? Is it the will of the heavens? Are all the misfortunes we face predestined? Several junior female disciples sit around the stone, each bearing a sorrowful expression. "Sister, we have not committed any heinous acts, so why do we continually encounter such tragic events? Indeed, have you heard about the Grand Elder? I heard that Li Ergu has already advanced to the first tier of Lingxian. Do not fear, he is merely at the first tier of Lingxian, while our eldest sister is at the 5th tier. But our eldest sister is injured and currently only possesses the strength of the 2nd tier of Lingxian. Alas, if our eldest sister had not been harmed by that strange swamp monster at the giant scale mountain, her strength would not have diminished so severely." The disciples of Bingtian Mountain do not observe strict hierarchies, treating one another as friends. Therefore, when the junior disciples speak of Lu Qiyun in her presence, she usually does not take it to heart. However, today she could not endure it any longer. Growing increasingly agitated, she interrupted their conversation. "Enough. My strength will gradually recover. The most pressing concern is our master, the Bingtian Saintess. Her injuries are far more severe. She is yet to awaken." Upon Lu Qiyun's words, all the disciples bowed their heads. "Sister, look, what is that?" Suddenly, a female disciple exclaimed softly. Lu Qiyun raised her head to see a pure green light appearing in the sky. The green glow enveloped the entire sky, and a green mist floated down. Lu Qiyun gasped, "Oh no, the Qingyan Saintess has arrived." Qingyan Saintess. the third among the three saintesses, the youngest saintess? I heard she is our martial aunt. She is now a saintess. Do not refer to her as martial aunt. I have yet to meet the Qingyan saintess. Focus, let us go welcome the saintess. Lu Qiyun hurriedly stood up from the stone and soared into the sky on her sword. The other disciples followed suit, flying alongside Lu Qiyun into the air. Shortly thereafter, they beheld a dense mass of green energy high above. Within that thick green energy, a gigantic emerald phoenix throne emerged. Sitting upon the throne was a graceful and elegant young woman. Her deep green hair cascaded over her slender shoulders, and her emerald eyes sparkled like a serene pond illuminated by the bright moonlight of a tranquil night. Her proud figure accentuated the fabric of her attire, which cascaded down the throne, pressed by her soft, rounded form. She is the third of the three saintesses of the Tai-Yin Holy Sect, Qingyan Saintess Xianluan. Qingyan Saintess, what brings you here? Lu Qiyun flew before Xianluan and bowed respectfully. Soon after, the disciples of Bing Tian Mountain arrived, each bending at the waist to pay their respects, mirroring Lu Qiyun's actions. Xianluan nodded gently and said, "Take me to see your master. I wish to assess her condition." Tears glistened in Lu Qiyun's eyes as she bit her lip and responded, "Please, follow us." Lu Qiyun led Xianluan down to Bing Tian Mountain. Ascending the steep steps, they arrived at the Bing Tian Palace. Upon entering, a wave of cold air greeted them. Xianluan inhaled deeply, detecting the familiar aura associated with the Bing Tian Saintess. From these scents, she could gauge the current state of the Bing Tian Saintess. She sighed softly. Her injuries are quite severe. Lu Qiyun and Xianluan entered the chamber of the Bing Tian Saintess. At this moment, the Bing Tian Saintess lay quietly on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, her face devoid of expression, and her lips pale. The entire chamber was engulfed by her icy aura, forming thick ice blades. These ice blades exuded a formidable deterrent. Anyone with insufficient strength who dared to enter would be pierced by them. Thus, only Lu Qiyun and Xianluan could enter the Bing Tian Saintess's chamber. Xianluan gracefully approached, extending her slender hand to caress the Bing Tian Saintess's face. Although a faint mist of cold enveloped the Bing Tian Saintess, it could not harm Xianluan. Xianluan's palm radiated a soft green mist, which shielded her from the cold's effects. Gazing at the Bing Tian Saintess's face, she softly called, "Sister Baisu." Chapter 83, The Demon Slayer Sect. Annihilate the evil cultivators. Although Xianluan is significantly younger than the Bing Tian Saintess, her power has reached the level of a saint immortal, allowing her to address the Bing Tian Saintess as a sister. The Bing Tian Saintess's name is Baisu. Hence Xianluan affectionately refers to her as Sister Baisu. How was she injured? Xianluan turned to inquire of Lu Qiyun. Lu Qiyun sighed. Previously, our master regained consciousness a few times, and she told me that her assailant was the leader of the Hehuan Sect, the Living Buddha. The Living Buddha. Humph. Xianluan's expression turned cold. She clenched her fist and struck the bed, shattering the ice upon it. After contemplating for a moment, she stood up and said to Lu Qiyun, "You take care of Sister Baisu. I shall go annihilate the Hehuan Sect. I will avenge Sister Baisu." Lu Qiyun gasped softly. "Qingyan Saintess, I appreciate your intentions, but the leader of the Hehuan Sect is at the 6th tier of Saint Immortal. While you are but at the 1st tier, it would not be wise to confront him." The Qingyan Saintess scoffed lightly, smiling. "I know my Sister Baisu well. She is naturally the second most powerful in the world. Even at the 5th tier of Saint Immortal, she could contend with the Living Buddha of the Lingxian level. Moreover, Sister Baisu has recently ascended to the 6th tier of Saint Immortal. If they were to clash, while Sister Baisu is gravely injured, the Living Buddha would be on the brink of death if he has not already perished. I shall seize this opportunity to obliterate the Hehuan Sect. Humph. Let the world once again recognize that our Tai-Yin Holy Sect stands unparalleled among the other sects. Though there are 4 major sects in the world, only our Tai-Yin Holy Sect is supreme, and none can stand against us. Those who dare provoke us shall await annihilation." A smile spread across Lu Qiyun's face as she eagerly stepped toward the Qingyan Saintess, saying, "In that case, please take me with you. I wish to join you in slaying the Demon Slayer Sect and annihilating the Hehuan Sect." Qingyan Sheng nodded in satisfaction, and then smiled as she exited the Ice Heaven Palace. The news of Qingyan Sheng's intention to annihilate the Hehuan Sect sent waves of excitement throughout the Tai-Yin Xingjiao. Is it true that Qingyan Sheng is going to eradicate the Hehuan Sect? Such a delightful event. How could I possibly miss out? I shall join in. Let those demonic sects and their wicked practitioners see the consequences. Humph. After today, there will be no more major sects of malevolent practitioners in this world. Surely, Only the two righteous sects will remain. Thus, this realm shall belong to the righteous. This world shall be the domain of the virtuous. Exterminate the demonic sects. Eradicate the wicked practitioners. Exterminate the demonic sects. Eradicate the wicked practitioners. In an instant, countless disciples of Taiyin Shengjiao surged forth alongside Qingyin Shengv, heading straight for the Rufo sect. Simultaneously, in the mortal realm, in Luoshi village outside Luoshi city of Yulong country, not long ago, Mo Xie had taken Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Yinyu to Luoshi city for a leisurely outing, indulging in all the delights the streets had to offer. They returned to Luoshi village only after nightfall. Exhausted from their day of fun, Mo Xie retired early, while Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Yinyu remained awake. The two were quietly whispering in Wang Yinyu's room. Hee, look at the jewelry Mo Xie bought for me today. Isn't it lovely? What of it? The hairpin Mo Xie bought for me is truly exquisite. Just look at the brilliance of the beads atop it. Since returning from Luoshi city today, Wang Yinyu had shed the initial psychological burdens she carried. As she played with the jewelry Mo Xie had gifted her, she softly mused, "What kind of person is Mo Xie, really? He claims to hail from a distant land. I suspect he must have been quite wealthy before coming here. He buys us such precious items without a hint of hesitation, as if money means nothing to him." Lu Xiaoyan blinked, lifting her gaze to peer through the window into Mo Xie's room. Today, Mo Xie had left his door unlocked, allowing them to see a sliver of light seeping through the crack, a candle flickering within. Reflecting on Mo Xie's earlier words, a sudden idea sparked in Lu Xiaoyan's mind, and she whispered to Wang Yinyu, "Shall we go ask him? We can also thank him for the beautiful jewelry." Wang Yinyu raised her head, glancing towards Mo Xie's room, and quietly replied, "But he may already be asleep. It wouldn't be courteous to disturb him at this hour." Lu Xiaoyan extended her slender finger and insisted, "Look, there is still candlelight in his room. He must not be asleep. Let us go find him." Wang Yinyu bit her lip and nodded. "All right, let us go see him. Oh, by the way, we still have the pastries we bought earlier. Let us take them to share with him." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyan hurriedly grabbed the wooden box containing the pastries and beckoned Wang Yinyu. "Come on." The two emerged from Wang Yinyu's room, traversed the courtyard, and arrived at Mo Xie's door. Without a greeting, Lu Xiaoyan boldly pushed the door open. Upon entering, they found Mo Xie reclining on the bed, sound asleep. "He really is asleep. We should leave quickly and not disturb him," Wang Yinyu whispered, attempting to close the door. However, Lu Xiaoyan's gaze was drawn to the Hehuan bell at Mo Xie's waist. A sigh of longing escaped her lips as she thought, "I've longed to touch that bell. Mo Xie is so protective of it. It must be something extraordinary. If I touch it, could it possibly make me a cultivator?" With this thought, Lu Xiaoyan shook her head, dismissing Wang Yinyu's suggestion. She carefully placed the pastries on Mo Xie's table and turned to look at him. Suddenly, she bent down, a surge of excitement bubbling within her, and she eagerly reached for the Hehuan bell. "At last, I can touch it. What a beautiful bell. Wait." Lu Xiaoyan suddenly felt an unusual tingling sensation in her lower body. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, and she collapsed to the ground. "What is wrong with you?" Wang Yinyu exclaimed. Rushing forward, she saw Lu Xiaoyan gripping the bell at Mo Xie's waist, which emitted a visible aura of spiritual light. This sight startled Wang Yinyu. "I'll help you," she cried, reaching out to assist Lu Xiaoyan while calling out, "Mo Xie, wake up." Yet, as Wang Yinyu's hand made contact with the Hehuan bell, she felt an inexplicable force pulling her in. Wang Yinyu's legs buckled, and she fell onto Lu Xiaoyan's back. Mo Xie suddenly awoke. Glancing down, he discovered Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Yinyu succumbing to the bell's influence, collapsing on the floor. "What on earth are you two doing?" Mo Xie was largely indifferent to these two mortals, as he knew that even if they attempted to harm him, they could not inflict a single scratch. This led to his negligence regarding them. The two women, now entranced by the Hehuan bell, appeared to be in a state of fervent desire, as if they would gladly shed their garments and embrace the earth. Mo Xie lamented, "Mortals are so greedy." Chapter 84, Dual Cultivation. However, although these two women found themselves in this predicament due to their greed, Mo Xie could not bring himself to blame them. For at that moment, they were eagerly climbing onto his bed. Lu Xiaoyan's enchanting eyes glimmered with a dreamy haze, her lips slightly parted as she breathed softly, crawling onto Mo Xie's body. "Mo Xie, give me." Mo Xie extended a hand to press against her shoulder, softly admonishing, "How can I commend you when I've repeatedly warned you not to touch my belongings? Look at you now, in this state." Lu Xiaoyan, however, paid no heed to Mo Xie's words. She twisted her waist and frantically began to remove her clothing. Mo Xie hastily restrained her shoulder and declared, I will not engage in such matters with an unclean woman. Mo Xie was acutely aware that his Taishang furnace would not permit him to consort with an unclean woman. Thus, he had no choice but to push her away. Lu Xiaoyan gently lifted her dazed eyes. The dark mist enveloped Mo Xie, and Lu Xiaoyan's actions had crossed a line. Yet, it was evident that Mo Xie could not prevent Wang Yinyu from following suit. Fortunately, Mo Xie remained composed and did not allow Wang Yinyu to disrupt his cultivation method. Employing alternative means instead, Wang Yinyu grasped Mo Xie's hand, smiling sweetly as she remarked, "You two have done great service." As the night deepened, their confusion intensified. Suddenly, a faint black mist emanated from the Hehuan bell. Simultaneously, the yin-yang dual fish pendant Mo Xie wore absorbed the black mist, causing it to thicken. This is demonic energy, Mo Xie thought to himself, contemplating the opportunity to utilize the dual cultivation secret techniques of the Hehuan Sect. Mo Xie was already a senior disciple of the Hehuan Sect and well-versed in its dual cultivation methods, but after being captured by the Saintess, he had resorted to righteous techniques, neglecting the dual cultivation methods of the Hehuan Sect. Now, he could conveniently reclaim them using these two women. The black mist enveloped the entire room, obscuring the flickering candlelight, preventing anyone outside from perceiving the events unfolding within. Moreover, with the hour growing late, no one in the village could uncover the truth. The next day, sunlight streamed into Mo Xie's room, awakening him from his slumber. He opened his eyes and yawned, then gently pulled back the covers, revealing the two women. These two had awakened long before, but insisted on playing under the covers. Mo Xie reached out, grasping each of them. Hee. Wang Yinyu squinted, her face radiant with joy. Suddenly her eyes sparkled with realization. After the conclusion of their encounter, the two women naturally became aware of Mo Xie's identity as a practitioner of the demonic arts. However, they only grasped that he belonged to the Mo Jiao sect. In the eyes of mere mortals, there exists no distinction between the righteous and the demonic. To them, both are merely cultivators who disregard the lives of ordinary people, capable of obliterating an entire nation with a mere gesture. They are celestial beings, divine entities, and epitomes of supremacy. Such formidable entities evoke nothing but trepidation within their hearts. Following their dual cultivation with Mo Xie the previous night, and employing the secret techniques of Hehuan Zone, these two women managed to accumulate a modicum of true energy, thus stepping into the realm of cultivators. The prospect of becoming cultivators filled them with elation and an irresistible fascination for Mo Xie. After departing from Mo Xie's bed, the two women swayed their ample hips towards the kitchen to prepare a meal for him. Meanwhile, Mo Xie continued his meditation, absorbing the energy harvested from their shared practice. As he levitated, he tossed the Hehuan bell, the Qi-yin pearl, and the yin-yang twin fish pendant into the air. The three treasures circled around him like luminous orbs, while black mist emanated from his being. This black mist, akin to thick ropes, entwined around these small artifacts. The black fog extracted spiritual energy from the three treasures and channeled it back into Mo Xie's body. Mo Xie combined the three types of spiritual energy with the black mist, continuously traversing his inner circuits. Although the process of cultivation may seem monotonous, it leaves no room for complacency. While Mo Xie was quietly engaged in his practice, he remained oblivious to the monumental changes unfolding throughout the realm of cultivation. At this very moment, the Hehuan Sect lay ensconced within a dark, marshy expanse. Their palace floated above the swamp, defying gravity, its grandeur surpassing that of all surrounding mountains. The palace walls, shrouded in darkness, oozed a repulsive black slime. Besides this nauseating substance, the walls were constructed from peculiar bricks, most formed from human skeletal remains. Each brick bore the secret inscriptions of Hehuan, with black patterns glowing ominously and exuding the same black slime. Occasionally, wisps of black mist would rise from the slime, releasing a potent aura of true energy, which could easily be absorbed by lower-level cultivators, though higher-level practitioners found it beneath their notice. Some bricks consisted of human bones, others of flesh, and some even of severed heads, all amalgamated to create these towering, grotesque structures. Within the high-walled palace, one could occasionally glimpse a disciple of Hehuan, resembling a colossal gecko, clinging to the walls and licking the slime. This bizarre behavior was, in fact, part of their cultivation process. Peering down into the swamp beneath the palace, one could observe a multitude of varying-sized bubbles. These bubbles appeared as if the swamp were afflicted with acne, yet they contained not pus, but human heads. These heads were not lifeless. They gaped in silent screams, revealing charred teeth and decayed tongues. voicing their anguish and lamentations. No one could fathom the tribulations they endured in life, how they met their demise, or how they transformed into such abominations. Countless heads floated within these bubbles, creating a cacophony of eerie cries that surpassed any mortal wails. Surely, no ordinary person could linger here for even a moment without succumbing to terror. The sounds of weeping, shrieking, and roaring melded into a singular dissonance. As the nefarious disciples of Ro-Fo Min navigated the shadows, manipulating the black mist, some clutched severed heads and other body parts, reminiscent of uncouth children salivating over candied treats. Each of them bore grotesque visages, akin to bull-headed and horse-faced demons emerging from the depths of hell. Thus, the entire Ro-Fo Min sect resembled a nightmarish realm of human suffering. Above the Ro-Fo Min, figures floated ominously. These individuals hailed from the Tai Yin Sheng Jiao sect, led by one of its 3 holy maidens, Qing Yin Xing Nu, a practitioner of the first tier of celestial cultivation. Accompanying her were the elders of Tai Yin Sheng Jiao and numerous volunteers, including Lu Qiyun and Li Ergo. The animosity between these two was palpable, and upon encountering one another, they could hardly suppress their urge to clash. However, at this moment, they had more pressing matters at hand: to follow Qing Yin Sheng Nu and obliterate Ro-Fo Min. On the roof of Ro-Fo Min's Grand Hall, a corpulent evil monk stood atop a cloud of black mist, confronting the disciples of Tai Yin Sheng Jiao. Leading the Ro-Fo Min was the elder Fei Qing Tao Tiao, who smiled despite the furrow of concern etched on his brow. Addressing Qing Yin Sheng Nu, he inquired, "What brings you and your multitude to our Ro-Fo Min?" Qing Yin Sheng Nu replied with an air of nonchalance, "To eradicate your sect." Fei Qing Tao scowled, retorting, "Humph. You righteous individuals are all hypocrites. Tai Yin Sheng Jiao is the epitome of hypocrisy, professing fairness in cultivation, yet such fairness never exists. You extinguish the sects you desire at will. Humph. You are all incorrigibly bloodthirsty. What kind of righteous individuals do you claim to be? Alas, strength breeds arrogance." The elder of Tai Yin Sheng Jiao, seated upon the back of the Ziyao Long, responded calmly. Fei Qing Tao's expression darkened. "Do not mistake us for the feeble Hehuan Sect. If you seek to eliminate Ro-Fo Min, we shall retaliate," he bellowed, raising his voice to rally the disciples. "Listen well, all disciples of Ro-Fo Min. Let these righteous disciples witness our might. Unleash every technique at your disposal. For everyone you slay, you may partake of their flesh. Imagine the delight of savoring the tender meat of a beautiful disciple from Tai Yin Sheng Jiao. Ha! Since today marks a battle to the death, let us indulge without restraint." As Fei Qing Tao's voice echoed, a resonating roar erupted from Ro-Fo Min. A cacophony of howls from the disciples combining into a terrifying sound. Leading the charge, Fei Qing Tao transformed into a massive mound of flesh, covering the sky like a dumpling's skin, intent on enveloping everyone within his meat filling. Yet, how could Qing Yin Sheng Nu allow Fei Qing Tao to run rampant? From her Qingkuan sleeve, she withdrew a deep green sword, wielding it with finesse, and unleashed a swirling tempest of emerald wind that tore through the mass of flesh above. The flesh disintegrated into confetti, raining down before coalescing again into the figure of Fei Qing Tao. This single strike left Fei Qing Tao gasping for breath. Hovering on a cloud of black mist, he felt his skin split as the fat and oil oozed forth. The pain forced him to cry out. Yet his mouth twisted in a grimace of both agony and mirth, a testament to the uncontrollable expressions resulting from his cultivation of Ro-Fo Min's techniques. It seemed that not only had the living god suffered injury, but he too had diminished significantly. Qing Yin Sheng Nu lightly toyed with her sword, remarking dismissively, "It appears that only the living god and this elder Fei Qing Tao are worthy of my attention within Ro-Fo Min." Fei Qing Tao was originally at the 9th level of Lingxian, and if he were to utilize the secret techniques of the Rufo sect, he could even hold his ground against the holy maiden Qing Yin for several exchanges. However, during his pursuit of Emosia, he was injured by the Ice Heaven holy maiden and 2 elders from the Hehuan Sect, leaving him far weaker than before. Consequently, he now found himself incapable of enduring even 3 exchanges under the hands of the holy maiden Qing Yin. In fact, after just 1 exchange, he was already on the brink of death. The holy maiden Qing Yin had no intention of showing mercy. She delicately raised her sword and murmured, "Go." As her words fell, a sharp, deep green sword light shot toward Fei Qing Tao. His eyes widened in horror, resembling 2 startled fish eyes, as if they might leap from their sockets at any moment. Sensing the imminent arrival of death, he trembled and knelt upon the black mist. At that moment, even if he wished to flee, There was nowhere to escape. Suddenly, the marsh beneath the palace of the Hehuan Sect began to stir. A bubble erupted from the black mire, intercepting the sword light just before it could strike Fei Qingtao. The power of the sword light remained formidable, instantly shattering the bubble. Yet, what lay within the bubble marked the true beginning of events. A human head emerged from within, that of a woman, devoid of any semblance of flesh. Withered like dry tree bark, the head extended a long tongue, sharp as a needle, piercing toward the sword light. Remarkably, the sword light was halted in its tracks. The head absorbed the light, only to vanish simultaneously, transforming into a wisp of smoke that dissipated into the sky. A spark of excitement kindled in Fei Qingtao's eyes, and he joyfully shouted toward the marsh, "Thank you for your life-saving grace, Sect Master." The holy maiden Qingyan furrowed her brow, redirecting her gaze toward the vast marsh. This marsh belonged to the Hehuan Sect's leader, the living god. The marsh began to expand and whirl, devouring the withered trees within like a meat grinder. Qingyan suddenly noticed the disciples of the Hehuan Sect, clinging to the palace walls, leaping one after another into the marsh. After consuming the disciples, the marsh ground them into fine meat paste. Tiny specks of meat paste began to emerge, expanding continuously. As the marsh grew, it transformed into a viscous substance, resonating with a deep, ominous sound emanating from within. Qingyan chuckled softly, remarking, "Living God, you truly have sustained severe injuries. You have reached the point of consuming your own disciples to restore your essence. Humph. It seems today is your day of reckoning." With that, she released her grip on the sword. The deep green blade floated in the air, multiplying exponentially, surrounding her in a dazzling array of flying swords. "Go." She gently pointed forward, and countless flying swords surged toward the meat paste marsh. As the swords penetrated the mire, they revealed the shifting, sanguine substance, which erupted in a magnificent fountain of blood. The meat paste marsh resembled a peculiar living entity. The meat paste marsh whirled, emitting a mournful groan. After the last sword fell, a deeper shade of green collided with the marsh. It was a colossal green pillar, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, each imbued with fixed spiritual energy and pressure. The pillar crashed heavily into the meat paste marsh, eliciting an even lower growl. The living god could not speak, only emitting incomprehensible low moans. For those of lesser cultivation, the sound could tear their bodies apart, transforming them into nourishment for the living god. Merging with the earth, the living god created an illusion, making it seem as though the ground itself was lamenting. However, Qingyan understood that the living god was merely a human who had cultivated the Hehuan Sect's secret techniques to their utmost limit. Yet, upon reaching such a realm, the ability to speak had vanished. This was common knowledge throughout the cultivation world. The leader of the Hehuan Sect was a voiceless monster. Yet, this very monster was the most formidable demonic sect in the cultivation realm, their strength far surpassing that of the Hehuan Sect. Nonetheless, Qingyan dismissed the Hehuan Sect entirely, for she belonged to the Taiyin Holy Sect, the supreme righteous sect, the foremost among the four great sections. The wicked practitioners of the Hehuan Sect were mere bothersome flies in her eyes. The colossal pillar stirred the meat paste marsh, akin to a club thrusting into a bowl of minced pork. The living god emitted a low moan that resonated through the ground, captivating the nearby disciples of the Hehuan Sect. Under some mysterious influence, they surged toward the meat paste marsh, urging the living god to consume them. As the living god devoured more and more of his disciples, the marsh began to swell, and the expanding mass of meat paste suddenly exploded. A thunderous roar echoed, shattering the colossal pillar into faint green smoke. Qingyan, with a subtle gesture of her right hand, caught the smoke as it descended. "Humph, a desperate struggle." She sneered down at the meat paste marsh before pressing her palm downward. A massive imprint of true energy shot forth from her hand. The enormous imprint struck the meat paste marsh, leaving no room for the living god to react. Inside the marsh, the living god's unintelligible cries resonated, and with each utterance, the surrounding ground began to converge toward her. The marsh absorbed all the earth, transforming into a dark crimson hue. This black-red blood paste morphed into countless black chains. Unlike iron chains that clanged with sound, these chains were woven from human flesh and wet mud, intertwined with fragments of bone, severed fingers, and eyeballs. The chains shot toward the descending palm like shooting stars, ensnaring it midair. In that moment, the chains completely bound the enormous palm, siphoning off true energy like leeches. A different tone resonated within the marsh, and Qingyan could discern that the living god was reveling in his triumph. He delighted in having thwarted her attack. And within that tone lay a hint of other emotions, as if to say, "Though I am gravely injured, you, a mere first-tier, holy immortal, are not qualified to claim my life. Qing Yin scoffed, transforming herself into a deep green meteor that collided with the giant palm. After enduring the impact, the palm began to move. It swelled, tearing apart the chains that had ensnared its surface. Then, the palm descended heavily, striking the blood-paced marsh. The sound resonated through the heavens and the earth. This strike sent the meat-paced marsh soaring, scattering the remnants of humanity hidden within, mingled with flesh and mud, into the air. Meanwhile, a group of disciples from the Hehuan Holy Sect was engaged in combat with the disciples of the Hehuan Sect. Both sides soared through the air on swords or tread upon the black mist, launching attacks against one another. Among them, Lu Qiyun, the eldest disciple of the Ice Heaven Holy Maiden, led her fellow disciples in slaying a dozen or so Hehuan Sect disciples. One of the Hehuan disciples clutched a blood-soaked arm in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the disciple of the Flesh Buddha sect had taken a bite of the severed arm. Eyes closed, and sighed with deep emotion. Truly, a disciple of the righteous path. Indeed, a female disciple of the Tai Yin sacred teachings. Ah, this delicate little arm. Such exquisite flavor. Nothing in this world can compare. As the disciple spoke, he took another bite of the severed limb, forcefully tearing a piece of tender flesh. Meanwhile, a younger sister accompanying Lu Qiyun knelt upon her sword, clutching the wound on her arm, crying out in agony, "Sister, slay these beasts. These disgraceful miscreants of the cultivation world. Scoundrels, they have devoured my hand." Upon finishing her lament, the younger sister suddenly fainted. Lu Qiyun pointed her sword at all the disciples of the Flesh Buddha sect, roaring, "Rest assured, younger sister, I shall avenge your severed arm." Lu Qiyun gracefully ascended, a colossal moon appearing behind her. With a gentle gesture, she pointed forward, and the massive moon soared towards the group of Flesh Buddha sect disciples. In an instant, the dozen disciples were engulfed by the great moon. When the moon vanished, only a wisp of pale smoke remained, and the disciples disappeared before Lu Qiyun's eyes. "Sister is formidable. Our esteemed senior sister has eradicated these wicked cultivators with a single move." Lu Qiyun coughed heavily, then sheathed her sword and softly admonished her younger sisters. "My strength is not what it once was. Do not let your guard down." "Understood, sister." Afterward, Lu Qiyun led her sisters, soaring on their swords to seek out other foes. Unbeknownst to them, at another corner of the battlefield, Liergo was observing Lu Qiyun. He swung his sword, cleaving a disciple of the Flesh Buddha sect in two. With a powerful punch, he obliterated the disciple into nothingness. Finally, he squinted towards the direction Lu Qiyun had departed, muttering to himself, "Humph, Lu Qiyun, her strength has indeed diminished. If I could borrow some secret techniques from my master, or perhaps even the Xiao dragon, I might truly be able to slay her." The thought of personally killing Lu Qiyun brings me joy. Since I am joyful, I shall slay a few more wicked cultivators. With that, Liergo soared into the sky, casting his sword. In an instant, countless flying swords stood before him. With a gentle gesture, the flying swords darted towards the remaining disciples of the Flesh Buddha sect scattered across the battlefield. The air was soon filled with the cacophony of anguished cries, rendering the dark battlefield even more desolate. Chapter 87. Introducing two mortal women to the world. An unusual disturbance in the cultivation world reverberated, causing tremors across the mortal realm. Even in Luoshi village, located outside Luoshi city in Yulong country, the ground shook. Wang Yinyu and Lu Xiaoyan were in the kitchen preparing a meal for Mo Xie when they heard the rumbling. They rushed outside, fearing that Luoshi city had begun to battle again, mistaking the sound for cannon fire shaking the city gates. However, upon exiting the kitchen, they found a serene quiet, seeing no soldiers invading the village, nor any billowing smoke. Instead, the ground rippled with strange waves. They were unaware that this was the influence of the living deity, whose flesh mire affected much of the world. Hastily, they ran to Mo Xie's room, desiring to stay close to him, knowing his identity as a cultivator, hoping he would protect them in times of peril. Yet, upon seeing him deep in meditation, they dared not disturb him, instead sitting quietly by his side, awaiting his emergence from his trance. Perhaps sensing their unease, Mo Xie soon exited his meditative state. As he emerged, the two rushed into his embrace. Mo Xie wrapped his arms around them and softly inquired, "What troubles you? Mo Xie, do you not feel the unusual tremors beneath our feet?" Lu Xiaoyan looked up and asked. Mo Xie gently placed his hand on her head, smiling as he replied, "There is no need to worry. It is indeed a disturbance from the cultivation world, but it is still quite distant from us. It is merely a wave, harmless to us. You need not fear. Speaking of which, have you prepared the meal as instructed?" "Of course. We have gathered all the ingredients and are merely waiting for you to join us at the table." Wang Yinyu and Lu Xiaoyan simultaneously gazed at Mo Xie with sparkling eyes. Mo Xie retrieved 2 small porcelain bottles from his sleeve, handing them to the two while saying, "Well done, you have been obedient. Since you have been obedient, there shall be rewards. Moreover, I have just advanced to the 8th stage of Yuan Dan. I am elated. Thus, these 2 bottles of spiritual elixirs are your rewards. Consuming these elixirs should allow you to officially step into the path of cultivation, becoming first-tier foundational cultivators." Wang Yinyu and Lu Xiaoyan beamed with joy, each taking a bottle and planting a kiss on Mo Xie's cheek. "Mo Xie, you are so kind. Hehe. From today onward, we are cultivators too. I have heard that there are many cultivation techniques. Can we learn them?" As they walked out of the room, Mo Xie whispered in their ears, "Did we not learn techniques just last night? As long as you absorb that dark energy, you will be able to fly or attack with it. Is cultivation so delightful? It is not dull at all." They exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Different techniques indeed yield different methods of practice. Mo Xie did not divulge all the details of cultivation at once. The world is divided into righteous and demonic factions. The righteous cultivation methods are often quite tedious. The techniques they were learning were from the secret arts of the Hehuan Sect, practicing with demonic energy and dark mist. Most techniques in the demonic sect take shortcuts but risk losing one's sanity. However, with Mo Xie's supreme furnace protecting them, they would not be corrupted by the demonic energy, making them exceedingly fortunate. Days later, Mo Xie finally received some news from the cultivation world, learning of the battle between the Flesh Buddha sect and the Tai Yin sacred teachings. Upon hearing this, Mo Xie was overjoyed, for he knew that even if the Flesh Buddha sect would not be entirely annihilated, they would suffer significant losses. And the Qing Yin Saintess of the Tai Yin sacred teachings would also sustain damage from this battle. Only the Ice Heaven Saintess and the Tai Yin sacred teachings knew of Mo Xie's status as the supreme furnace and sought to capture him. Now, with the Ice Heaven Saintess gravely injured and the Qing Yin Saintess occupied with the Flesh Buddha sect, Mo Xie felt no apprehension in the world. Coupled with his cultivation progress, he joyfully discussed with the 2 women at the dining table to take them soon to meet scattered immortals and purchase goods, allowing them a glimpse into the world of cultivators. While Mo Xie enjoyed a comfortable life, the following days were tumultuous for the Flesh Buddha sect, engulfed in chaos. The turmoil spread, causing numerous casualties among magical beasts and cultivators, yet the conflict showed no signs of resolution. A few days later, as the turmoil within the Flesh Buddha sect continued, Mo Xie leisurely took the 2 women out, Mo Xie's sword on his sword, with Wang Yinyu and Lu Xiaoyan standing upon the same blade. The 2 women clung to Mo Xie like soft, sticky candy, reveling in the surrounding gales and passing clouds. Filled with exuberance, Wang Yinyu even shouted joyfully, "Wow, we are so high." As Wang Yinyu's voice faded, Lu Xiaoyan chimed in, "Look, the mountains behind the village are right beneath our feet. Our village looks as small as ants. Wow, Mo Xie, the wind is so strong up here." The 2 women, experiencing their first ride on a flying sword, were exhilarated as if they had just received a delightful new toy. Observing the mountains and trees beneath them gradually diminish in size, all once immense objects began to shrink before their eyes. Wang Yinyu and Lu Xiaoyan started to comprehend why cultivators regarded mortals as mere ants. For a cultivator to extinguish a mortal's life was akin to crushing an ant effortlessly. Swiftly, the flying sword transformed into a streak of light, ascending toward the higher heavens. "Where is the gathering of the scattered immortals?" Lu Xiaoyan inquired with curiosity. Mo Xie replied, "I once had a friend named Lin Tu, a merchant who conducted business at the scattered immortals gatherings. He not only traded within the Taiyin Xingjiao, but also traveled across the world. I recall him mentioning that there is such a gathering in Yulonggua, located within a dense forest of magical beasts along the border of your Yulonggua. Holding the gathering within a magical beast forest? Is that truly safe? Aren't their fears of beasts causing disturbances?" Wang Yinyu questioned inquisitively. Mo Xie answered solemnly, "The magical beasts within that forest are not formidable. These weaker beasts possess a greater awareness of the peril cultivators represent than humans do. Hence, the scattered immortals gathering remains undisturbed. Moreover, the presence of these beasts along the perimeter effectively deters inadvertent mortal intrusions. Magical beasts. Our village's rear mountain once harbored such a creature. I heard it was only eliminated by a Taoist from some mountain," Lu Xiaoyan added. "Some mountain? Taoists? That must be the Taoists from Shindao Mountain," Mo Xie mused with clarity. Chapter 88. The glow of fireflies, the dazzling sun after a prolonged flight. They finally reached their destination, a lush, verdant forest where each tree towered extraordinarily high. The towering trees obscured one's view, even from the highest peaks. The forest's entirety remained concealed. Therefore, mortals were utterly unaware that within this forest lay a vast plaza. This plaza served as the assembly ground for the scattered immortals. Mos soared above on his sword. The two women, unable to contain their excitement, pointed eagerly toward the plaza nestled within the forest. Look, someone is flying. Lu Xiaoyan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Following her gaze, they saw cultivators soaring above the plaza, some riding swords, others treading upon black mist. Among the scattered immortals, righteousness and depravity intermingled indistinctly. Wang Yinyu chuckled softly, patting Lu Xiaoyan's slender shoulder. See, you say others are flying, but aren't we flying as well? Realizing this, Lu Xiaoyan laughed sheepishly. Right. Haha, let us descend then. Mos extended his hands, one arm encircling Wang Yinyu's slender waist, the other resting upon Lu Xiaoyan's ample hips. The supple, plump curves starkly contrasted with her delicate arms. Occasionally, Mos would request her to grasp her own hips firmly with both hands, creating a unique and captivating spectacle. Descending on his sword, Mos landed upon the plaza. Wang Yinyu and Lu Xiaoyan felt apprehensive of the other cultivators, for they sensed their strength far surpassed their own. Indeed, within this assembly, no cultivator below the first stage of foundation establishment would be present. Were it not for Mos, neither woman would have had the opportunity to step foot in such a place. How could any foundation establishment first stage cultivator come here? Someone murmured. Humph. A mere Yuan Dan 8th stage dares to bring along two foundation establishment first stage women. They are rather attractive, aren't they? Foundation establishment first stage beauties like these may well become legendary beauties in the future, another voice commented. Mos strolled leisurely through the assembly's streets with the two women, overhearing the murmurs. Those voices were not whispered, evidently. They did not regard Mos Yuan Dan 8th stage as worth their concern. Hey, you Yuan Dan 8th stage lad over there. Are those two women by your side for sale? I'll buy them for 100 spirit crystals. Huh, 100 spirit crystals should keep you busy a few days. Little Yuan Dan 8th stage, sneered a voice. As expected, among such a motley assembly, there were always a few who lusted after beauty. Mos's eyes grew cold as he turned around. The speaker was a first-stage Lingxian cultivator. No wonder he dared speak so brazenly. Even a Yuan Dan 10th stage cultivator would bow his head in the face of such an imposing Lingxian first stage. Yet Mos was an exception. Back when he was part of Taiyin Xingjiao, even as a Yuan Dan 4th stage, he could match a Yuan Dan 10th stage like Li Erga blow for blow. Now, having ascended to Yuan Dan 8th stage. Excuse me, were you speaking just now, swine? Mos mocked, placing a hand to his ear. The Lingxian first stage suddenly erupted in fury. His eyes, as if painted with blood, glared fiercely. Having previously dwelled in Hehuan Sect and Taiyin Xingjiao, Mos possessed a broader understanding than most scattered immortals. He immediately discerned the cultivation method of his adversary and chuckled. So you practice the Hehuan Sect's technique? No. I see your method is but a poor imitation, a shameless copy lacking refinement. How dare you feign sophistication before me? The Lingxian frowned. Drawing a black staff from his Qian Kuan sleeve, pointing it at Mos, he gritted his teeth and cursed, You asked for this. If I strike you down with this staff, don't plead for mercy while struggling for your life. As you wish. When that time comes, don't claim you only spoke harshly but did not deserve death. That would be tedious indeed, Mos retorted. You are arrogant. I do not kill the nameless. Why not reveal your name and sect? The Lingxian demanded. I am Han Li, a mere scattered cultivator. I, too, do not kill the nameless. Reveal your name and sect, Mos replied nonchalantly, invoking the name of a certain renowned figure. Changing one's name or surname is out of the question. I am Li Feiyu, also a scattered cultivator, the man responded. Hey, take your fight outside. Don't disturb the assembly. Someone nearby interjected. Mos, accompanied by the two women and Li Feiyu, flew deeper into the forest. Upon setting the women down, Mos casually conjured a verdant protective barrier, enclosing them safely within to prevent harm from the impending conflict. Facing Mos, Li Feiyu puckered his lips and suddenly spat a dense black mist from his mouth. The mist engulfed the surrounding forest, dissolving trees into a viscous black liquid upon contact. This liquid flowed across the ground, completely covering the soil and scattered stones. Ugh! What is this disgusting thing? Yet it's formidable, devouring everything around. Someone exclaimed. This must be demonic energy. When we refine our cultivation techniques to the utmost, we can achieve such a feat. But will it consume us? Wang Yinyu and Lu Xiaoyan whispered. noting that no matter how potent the demonic energy or black liquid appeared, they could not breach the verdant protective barrier, carefully crafted by Mosia, who had anticipated this maneuver. The black mist enveloped Mosia, swallowing him whole. Suddenly, a verdant spiritual light burst forth from within the mist, a manifestation of Mosia's own aura. This was the Qinglan Yuanqi, a power he had replicated using his innate talent, imitative form, obtained during his encounter with the Hehuan Sect's sect master. Knowing it was unwise to employ Taiyan cold ice at this juncture lest he be identified and attract the Taiyan Xingjiao's attention, Mosia restrained himself. Li Feiyu, noticing the verdant light surrounding Mosia, smiled lightly and said, "A mere glow of fireflies. How can it illuminate the abyssal darkness?" Without further ado, Li Feiyu leapt upward, stepping upon the black mist as if ascending a ladder. Raising his black staff high, he aimed to strike Mosia's head. "Humph, firefly-esque glow." As you stepped forward, a vibrant green light surged from the ground into the sky, swiftly pursuing your opponent. This radiant green light ascended, becoming exceptionally luminous, akin to a verdant sun that dispelled the surrounding darkness. "You have likely never witnessed such a dazzling sun," Mosia murmured softly. With a snap of his fingers, the surrounding green light erupted. Before Li Feiyu could strike with his staff, he was sent flying by the explosion of green light, landing far from the ground. Chapter 89. My name is Han Li. Li Feiyu fell to the ground, propping himself up with one hand while clutching his chest with the other. As he watched Mosia approach step by step, his eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a mere 8th level Yuan Dan loose cultivator defeat me in a single move? Who are you?" The black mist in the air had vanished entirely, leaving only a faint green haze. Mosia gently opened his right hand, causing the surrounding green mist to swiftly converge into his palm. Once he had gathered all the green mist, he stood before Li Feiyu. "Who am I? My name is Han Li, as I already mentioned. Have you perhaps been rendered foolish by my blow?" Mosia replied nonchalantly. "Impossible. If you were merely a loose cultivator, how could you injure me?" Li Feiyu was drenched in sweat, fearing that Mosia might take his life at any moment, so he attempted to stall for time. Mosia noticed the fear in Li Feiyu's eyes and chuckled softly. He then rubbed his fingers together, summoning a faint green light around him. This light coalesced into a slender, sharp needle in his hand. Mosia stepped on Li Feiyu's hand and plunged the needle down. "Ah, what are you doing?" The long needle pierced through Li Feiyu's arm, embedding deep into the ground. Mosia then produced 4 more needles, systematically pinning Li Feiyu's hands and feet to the earth. "What do you want from me?" Li Feiyu cried out in agony. At that moment, Musia's ears were filled with the system's notification. Received 1,000 pain points. Not many points. With that, Mosia retrieved the pain bow. Seeing the strange bow in Musia's hands, Li Feiyu's forehead broke into a sweat, and he hastily pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong. It was my foul mouth that angered you. I am willing to make amends. Please don't kill me. Let us discuss this amicably." Mosia drew the bowstring taut and shook his head. "Ah, you should have thought ahead. Had you defeated me in our earlier battle, would you have spared me?" "Humph. I can easily guess that you would not." I would. Li Feiyu trembled, shouting desperately. "Now that you realize your mistakes, you are a good child, but regrettably, I am not. I am the villain." Let us see how you fare against this arrow." Mosia laughed wickedly. With a swift motion, the pain bow released an arrow that pierced Li Feiyu's chest. Li Feiyu quivered violently, the intense pain radiating from the wound like poison throughout his body. "What is this? It hurts so much. Please, just let me die." Li Feiyu screamed, his eyes wide in terror. He was nearly driven to madness. Yet Mosia remained unfazed, slowly advancing with another arrow in hand. "Wait a moment. The points have not been fully extracted yet. What are you talking about?" Li Feiyu had no idea that Musia's actions were intended to prolong his suffering and harvest pain points. As he began to vomit from the pain, he bit down on his teeth, blood spilling forth. Mosia reveled in the continuous notifications echoing in his ears, akin to a melodious symphony. Li Feiyu realized Mosia was merely toying with him and cursed, "You think you can play with me? I won't play along." He extended his tongue, attempting to bite it off. However, as he clamped down, Mosia shook his head and moved aside to pick up the black staff that Li Feiyu had dropped. With a swift motion, he struck Li Feiyu's mouth with the staff, instantly shattering his teeth. Li Feiyu's cries of anguish echoed through the forest. At that moment, his mouth had transformed into a mangled mass. But it was not over. Mosia stepped on Li Feiyu's ruined mouth and pushed his head aside to prevent the blood from flowing down his throat and choking him. After all, Mosia aimed to eliminate a life while extracting every ounce of value from that existence. Received 1,000 pain points. Received 1,000 fear points. Current target is numb and cannot provide more emotional points. Total pain points acquired, 50,000. Source, Li Feiyu, single target. Total fear points acquired, 10,000. Source, Li Feiyu, single target. So soon, and he's already lost his value. How disappointing. Mu Xie noted Li Feiyu's state of numbness. Realizing he could no longer extract emotional points, he lifted his foot and crushed Li Feiyu's head beneath it. After dispatching Li Feiyu, Mu Xie looted all his possessions from the spatial sleeve. Li Feiyu had quite a stash of spirit crystals, 100 million spirit crystals, not to mention over 90 million silver coins. He was quite the little tycoon. The spirit pills were also acceptable, so I shall gladly accept them. Mu Xie chuckled as he stored all the treasures in his spatial sleeve before leisurely returning to the two women. However, at that moment, the two women appeared somewhat fearful of Mu Xie. The recent brutal scene was something they had never witnessed before. Lu Xiaoyan dared not look at Li Feiyu's corpse and cautiously asked, "Is he dead?" Indeed, the path of cultivators is one of the survival of the fittest. Are you afraid? As Mu Xie dispersed the protective barrier with a wave of his hand, he addressed the two women. Lu Xiaoyan shook her head and replied softly. When the chaos erupted in Luoshi village, I witnessed my family being slain by merciless soldiers. It made me realize the fragility of mortal life. Now that I am a cultivator, why should I fear? I am not afraid. Wang Yinyu nodded in agreement. Her fear of death began to dissipate the moment she embraced the path of cultivation. Now that this trouble is dealt with, we can return to the Sanxian gathering. With that, Mu Xie soared into the sky on his sword. However, just as he ascended from the forest, he collided with 3 cultivators flying on their swords. Upon seeing Mu Xie, the cultivators inquired, "Are you the one who sought trouble with Li Feiyu?" "Humph. Where is Li Feiyu?" "What? Are you all in cahoots with Li Feiyu?" Mu Xie, cradling the two women, faced the 3 cultivators. "He was our vice president at the Sanxian gathering." "Oh. It seems you arrived at an unfortunate time. Your vice president has been slain." Mu Xie lightly gestured toward the depths of the forest. Chapter 90. A clever ruse to surround the cultivators. The 3 cultivators looked down and saw Li Feiyu's corpse. As they beheld the scene, the 3 cultivators drew their weapons, confronting Mu Xie. Mu Xie lifted his chin slightly, smirking as he spoke. "Are you 3 certain you wish to engage in battle with me, despite none of you being spirit immortals?" "Humph. We are all 9th level Yuan Dan cultivators. Why should we fear fighting you, an 8th level Yuan Dan?" Mu Xie shook his head, gesturing for the 3 cultivators to consider the body on the ground. "Do none of you think Li Feiyu was a 1st level spirit immortal, and he could not best me? You 3 9th level Yuan Dan cultivators dare to seek trouble with me? I kindly advise you not to act ungratefully." Among the 3 cultivators, one of them fell into contemplation. However, it was not long before another raised his sword toward Ma Xie, addressing the others. "Do not heed his empty words. His eloquence belies his true strength, which might be severely lacking. Regardless of his prowess or cunning, he remains merely at the 8th level of Yuan Dan. He has engaged in battle with the vice president and must surely be gravely wounded. If we join forces, we will undoubtedly be able to slay him. Yes, as long as we unite, we can avenge the vice president. Prepare to meet your end." With that, the 3 cultivators soared toward Ma Xie on their swords. Ma Xie shook his head and drew the pain bow. He drew the bowstring taut and unleashed 3 arrows in rapid succession. The arrows struck the 3 cultivators, causing them to suddenly kneel on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. They could not even approach Ma Xie, let alone contemplate killing him. "Just wait. Once we return to the Sanxian assembly and summon help, you will learn how to write the character for death." One of the cultivators cried in agony as he flew away on his sword. Ma Xie intended to pursue, but upon hearing the mention of calling for aid, he abruptly halted. He raised his voice and asked, "Are you saying you will return to fetch reinforcements? How many can you possibly summon? Do you expect the entire Sanxian assembly to be at your beck and call?" "Of course. Humph. Just await your demise." Ma Xie conceived a bold thought. Grinning as he replied, "Fine. I shall wait right here. When you bring your reinforcements, lead them directly to the corpse of Li Feiyu. I will be waiting for you to come and kill me." "Humph. Do not even think of escaping." With that, the 3 cultivators were allowed to flee in search of help. Without further ado, Ma Xie alighted on the ground upon his flying sword. This left Liu Xiaoyan and Wang Yinyu in a state of panic. Wang Yinyu grasped Ma Xie's sleeve, anxiously inquiring, "You were just joking, weren't you? We should be escaping right now, shouldn't we?" Ma Xie calmly shook his head, stating, "No, I am indeed waiting for them to arrive." Wang Yinyu's face flushed red with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Are you not simply waiting for death? Liu Xiaoyan observed Ma Xie's serene demeanor and seemed to grasp something. She pulled Wang Yinyu closer and reassured her. Do not be afraid. Since Ma Xie is so confident, he must have his reasons. Let us trust in him. However, Wang Yinyu was both nervous and fearful, pacing back and forth, occasionally glancing toward the sky, apprehensive that the departing cultivators might summon a savior, and then turning back to Ma Xie, eager to discern his level of assurance. All she could see was Ma Xie retrieving arrow after arrow from the pain bow, all the while cheerfully humming a tune. She could not fathom why Ma Xie was so joyous, nor understand the purpose of the pain arrows he wielded, nor the significance of his actions. As time elapsed, the three cultivators indeed returned with reinforcements. Among these cultivators, the majority practiced the sinister arts of the demonic sect, thus enveloped in a shroud of black mist. The dark fog emanating from them nearly filled the sky, spreading ominously. Could it be that he has fled? Some of the leading cultivators whispered. Humph. I believe he has indeed fled. But if he has, then we can retrieve the vice president's body. After all, he is our vice president. We cannot allow him to lie exposed in the wilderness. Very well. Let us descend. The vice president's body should be within the forest. With that, all the cultivators plunged into the depths of the forest. They indeed discovered the lifeless form of Li Feiyu on the ground. How could the vice president have been reduced to such a state? His face is nothing but a mass of pulp. How tragic. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them. What is happening? Why is the ground shaking? No, wait. Something is rushing toward us. Ah, look. It is a horde of magical beasts. What audacity these creatures possess. Look. Those beasts bear strange glowing arrows embedded in their bodies. Oh no, not all of them are merely embedded. Some have been affixed with true energy from the outside. The ground shook violently as a dark mass of magical beasts charged from a distance, causing the earth to rumble. These beasts, struck by Ma Xie's pain arrows, had gone mad. They would recklessly charge into the ranks of the cultivators. Furthermore, Ma Xie had cleverly affixed the excess pain arrows onto the surfaces of the beasts. Their arrowheads pointed outward. Consequently, this transformed the beasts into living porcupines. Whenever they collided with the cultivators, they would continually provide Ma Xie with points of suffering. Help! Some of the weaker cultivators, beset by both the beast's onslaught and the pain arrows protruding from them, collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. At that moment, the leading cultivators shouted, "Do not be afraid. We are numerous, and our cultivation exceeds that of these beasts. As long as we combine our strength." Before the cultivator could finish his sentence, a magical beast gored him into the air with its sharp horn. In midair, another flying beast seized him, devouring him whole. What on earth is happening? Quickly scatter. Fly away on your swords. There is no time. They are upon us. Let us all strike together. Ah, save us. In an instant, the forest resonated with the roars of the magical beasts and the anguished cries of the cultivators. Look, arrows are raining down from the sky. It is truly a disaster upon disaster. Someone is shooting arrows from above. That person is the one who killed the vice president. Let us focus on slaying him. We cannot. These beasts have gone mad. We cannot even look after ourselves. Perhaps we should plead for mercy from him, begging him to spare our lives? What nonsense. Do you not see that everything here is orchestrated by him? Damn it. In the forest, the despairing voices of the cultivators echoed. Meanwhile, Ma Xie reclined leisurely atop a flying sword, shooting arrows toward the sky. The pain arrows soared along the horizon before plummeting into the forest below. Whether they struck men or magical beasts, they only served to exacerbate the chaos of the battlefield. Chapter 91. I am not an adult. I possess no abundance. Wang Yinyu and Liu Xiaoyan did not follow. Instead, they were concealed within a cave by Ma Xie. Because the two women did not accompany him, Ma Xie did not hold back, displaying an expression of unrestrained ecstasy. Oh, so many points of suffering. And a fair amount of fear points as well. What a windfall. Ma Xie resembled a Cupid, leisurely shooting arrows. However, while Cupid shoots arrows of love to ensnare the hearts of those struck, Ma Xie shot pain arrows solely to inflict suffering upon the targets, thereby accruing points of anguish. Received pain emotions, 1,000 pain points. Received fear emotions, 1,000 fear points. The anguished cries of the cultivators echoed in his ears, transforming the forest into a realm not of mortals, but of hell. Ma Xie embodied a demonic deity of torment. Help! Spare us! We shall cease our assault. We beseech you, grant us mercy. Upon realizing that it was Ma Xie orchestrating their plight, the cultivators in the forest cried out for clemency. Among them, a 10th-level Yuan Dan cultivator surged through the chaos, soaring into the sky atop the black mist, and approached Ma Xie. He hastily knelt in the black fog, pleading, "Quickly, cease your calamity. We were wrong. We should not have provoked you. I apologize. We truly erred. Spare us this once." Ma Xia coldly regarded him and replied nonchalantly, "Spare your lives? You dare utter such words? Have you forgotten your purpose in being here? Humph, allow me to remind you. You individuals have come here solely to besiege me. If I lacked this power today, I would have long since met my demise upon the ground. How could I now recline in midair with such nonchalance? No, 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 my brothers, friends, great beings. How could we possibly wish to harm you? Besides, we are no match for you. We were in the wrong, and you, with your magnanimity, should spare us." The cultivator continued to persuade. Suddenly, a piercing sound was heard. A tormenting arrow shot towards that cultivator, causing him to collapse amidst the black mist, crying out in agony, "No, stop. Ah!" The cultivator trembled in pain, losing control even over the black mist beneath his feet. The murky haze gradually began to dissipate. The cultivator fell into the dense forest, where countless magical beasts roamed, each one adorned with tormenting arrows, resembling a frenzied gathering of porcupines. As the cultivator plummeted into the forest, he was struck by the arrows embedded in the beasts. Overwhelmed by pain, he lost consciousness, and soon his eyes became devoid of life. The beasts, now carrying the cultivator's lifeless body, continued to charge at the other cultivators. Subsequently, any cultivator attempting to escape would be struck down by Mo Xia. Total acquired, 350,000 points of torment. Source, scattered cultivators, multiple targets. Current torment points, 400,000. Total acquired, 190,000 points of fear. Source, scattered cultivators, multiple targets. Current fear points, 500,000. Current target has become numb. Unable to receive more emotions. Current target has become numb. Unable to receive more emotions. Time passed swiftly. The horizon turned yellow, and evening had arrived. All cultivators present fell into a state of numbness, unable to provide Mo Xia with additional emotional points, leaving him no choice but to eliminate them all before departing. After escorting Wang Yanyu and Lu Xiaoyan out, Mo Xia returned to the scattered immortal gathering. The evening gathering was even more lively, as lanterns were being hung and the sounds of vendors echoed, indistinguishable from those in the mortal realm. Lu Xiaoyan curiously glanced around, smiling as she remarked, "Though this place is filled with cultivators, it resembles a bustling market in the city, which is quite endearing." Wang Yanyu sighed, expressing a wish that those who had provoked them from the outset would no longer appear. The two women, wary of trouble, found themselves overshadowed by Mo Xia's recent acquisition of abundant emotional points, and he cheerfully said, "I actually hope more of those people come forth, as they are merely delivering their heads to me, and they are truly wealthy. Having slain so many, simply scavenging their belongings had yielded a considerable amount of silver, spirit crystals, medicinal herbs, elixirs, and formulae. Alas, it was impossible to suppress their impulse to offer him gifts. In this manner, Mo Xia concluded that he only needed to purchase some living spirit plants. Not only would he save money, but he would also profit. Who could attend the scattered immortal gathering empty-handed and still come away with a fortune? As Mo Xia strolled along the streets of the gathering, he sought living spirit plants, hoping to cultivate them within his domain. "You too have sharp eyes. Help me look for living spirit plants," he said, drawing Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Yanyu close and whispering to them. "Spirit plants?" Wang Yanyu asked with curiosity. "Yes, those infused with spiritual energy. Living celestial herbs and plants, you understand?" Mo Xia replied after pondering for a moment. "Oh, I understand. You mean those vibrant, glowing plants, right? Look over there at that stall. They have plenty," Lu Xiaoyan exclaimed, pointing to the right. In the distance, amidst layers of stalls, was a vendor specializing in spirit plants. Lu Xiaoyan's keen perception pleasantly surprised Mo Xia, who gently cupped her face in his hands, pinching her smooth chin with his thumb and forefinger, bringing her rosy lips closer to his. He bestowed a tender kiss upon her, and Lu Xiaoyan eagerly extended her moist little tongue to intertwine with his. A faint black mist emanated from Mo Xia's mouth, flowing through their entwined tongues and into Lu Xiaoyan's body. Her eyes glazed over as she gazed at him. Mo Xia pulled back, and Lu Xiaoyan murmured longingly, "More." He embraced her slender waist, his hand sliding down to pat her rounded rear, whispering in her ear, "When we return tonight, your performance will determine the rewards. Behave well, and you'll receive more. Misbehave, and you shall receive none." Nearby, Wang Yanyu pouted, burying her head in Mo Xia's embrace. She felt discontent but could do nothing, for Lu Xiaoyan was younger, more beautiful, and possessed a more voluptuous figure, not to mention her purity. which allowed her to fully endure Mo Xie's affections. Mo Xie, embracing both women, arrived at the stall selling spirit plants. Upon reaching the stall, he noticed another vendor nearby selling miscellaneous items. To his surprise, the stallkeeper was an acquaintance. Mo Xie? The vendor exclaimed, turning to face him. What a serendipitous encounter. The vendor was Lin Tuesday. Mo Xie? What brings you here? Lin Tu asked in astonishment. Why may I not be here? Mo Xie replied. Standing in front of the spirit plant stall, selecting plants while responding to Lin Tuesday. Lin Tu's stall was rather quiet, prompting him to wander over to Mo Xie's side. Observing Mo Xie's selections, he commented, You're making poor choices. These are all inferior products. Allow me to assist you. Mo Xie, aware of Lin Tu's flattery, chose to tease him, waving his hand dismissively. No need. I shall choose for myself. Here, shopkeeper, I'll take them all. Most of the spirit plants were potted in clay pots, still bearing heavy soil. Mo Xie casually waved his hand, utilizing his true energy to levitate the pots and gather them before the stallkeeper. Lin Tu rushed over from his stall, pointing and gesturing at the spirit plants, which had already irritated the stallkeeper. Initially, the stallkeeper intended to scold Lin Tu harshly, but upon seeing Mo Xie deliver the pots to him, the frown on his face dissipated, replaced with a smile. This was because Mo Xie's purchase was substantial, nearly clearing out half of the stall's inventory. How could this not bring joy? The stallkeeper accepted the pots and promptly retrieved some elixir from his sleeve, pouring it over each spirit plant while saying, You are indeed generous. I shall apply this elixir for you. With my elixir, you need not worry about these plants. They will thrive without your intervention. Isn't that convenient? Furthermore, you can plant these in ordinary fields without issue. Of course, if you possess divine fields, the results will be even more remarkable. Spirit plants in divine fields will grow at an astonishing rate. Allow me to gift you some divine soil. As he spoke, the stallkeeper produced a cloth bag, opening it to reveal exquisite soil. Glimmers of light emanated from the soil, comprised of nutrients that spirit plants could absorb. This was divine soil. Reluctantly, the stallkeeper offered the divine soil to Mo Xie, who did not even glance at it, tossing it directly into his sleeve. The stallkeeper, believing Mo Xie to be unaware of the value of divine soil, reiterated, Sir, do not underestimate that bag of soil. It is divine soil. Once you return, you can mix it into the pot with the spirit plants, add some water, and let it merge with the ordinary soil. In no time, you will be able to harvest fully grown spirit plants in just 3 to 5 days. Understood, Mo Xie replied dismissively, as if the divine soil held no significance to him. The vendor merely assumed that Mo Xie was ignorant of the goods, unaware that Mo Xie possessed a vast realm of 10 acres, all of which were divine fields. The vendor's meager offering of a single bag of divine soil was insignificant in comparison. With a swift exchange, Mo Xie handed over the payment while the vendor delivered the goods. Upon completion of the transaction, Mo Xie effortlessly stowed all the spiritual plants into his Qianquan sleeve. The Qianquan sleeve functioned similarly to a spatial ring, adeptly containing all the spiritual flora. As Mo Xie prepared to depart, Lin Tu grew anxious. Mo Xie, wait a moment. What? Do you wish to reminisce? Mo Xie replied with a soft chuckle. Lin Tu attempted to grasp Mo Xie's arm to guide him to his stall. However, Mo Xie was preoccupied, each arm encircling a woman, making it impossible for Lin Tu to approach. He could only wave at Mo Xie, grinning broadly as he beckoned. Come here, I have something splendid for you. Lin Tu's sycophantic demeanor elicited a silent scoff from Mo Xie. This fellow resembled a gigolo from a brothel. Mo Xie knew well that Lin Tu had ulterior motives, and, coincidentally, he sought to extract some benefit from Lin Tuesday. Both harbored hidden agendas. Mo Xie followed Lin Tu to his stall, where Lin Tu presented a sword, declaring, Behold, this Changhong sword is a gift for you. Consider it a token for our long absence. Mo Xie shook his head, sighing, Alas, this sword is far too ordinary and lacks aesthetic appeal. I shall decline. Lin Tu looked up, and their gazes met. Lin Tu could tell that Mo Xie sought something superior. With a resigned sigh, he retrieved another sword, reluctantly stating, This is the Kaiying Phoenix sword, a top-tier divine weapon, far superior to the previous Changhong sword. I shall gift both to you. Mo Xie nodded, accepting the 2 swords while his gaze wandered across Lin Tu's stall. Indeed, there appeared to be little of value. Suddenly, Mo Xie's attention was captured by an ancient, intricately carved small boat. His brow twitched slightly before he composed himself, feigning nonchalance as he pointed to the rustic boat, and said, Oh, how fortuitous. My home could use a beautiful carving. Do include that small boat as well. Lin Tu picked up the carved boat, casting a wary glance at Emosia. He pondered. This was merely an ordinary carved boat, imbued with some spiritual energy, yet devoid of any extraordinary attributes. Why would Emosia specifically desire such a piece? Could it be that this seemingly trivial item was, in fact, quite precious, something I failed to recognize? Are you truly reluctant to part with even a carving? You wish to engage in trade under such circumstances? Emosia fanned the flames of Lin Tu's impatience. Lin Tu, feeling the pressure, succumbed to haste. With a resigned sigh, he relinquished his attachment to the carved boat and handed it to Emosia, exclaiming, "Why would you even think that? When have I ever been stingy?" Emosia eagerly accepted the carved boat, promptly stowing it in his Qianquan sleeve, exhaling a sigh of relief. The other two swords were also secured within the sleeve. With a satisfied smile, Emosia then produced 3 Tu talismans from his Qianquan sleeve, placing them before Lin Tuesday. Lin Tu eagerly picked up the talismans, counting them with glee before frowning slightly, softly inquiring, Is this all? Then, Emosia retrieved several porcelain vials containing not only some mysterious grade spiritual pills, but also a few ordinary earth-grade pills, some of which he had recently acquired from slain cultivators. Lin Tu, upon seeing the earth-grade pills, was elated. However, upon inspecting the contents of the vials, he realized they were merely standard earth-grade pills, lacking any extraordinary quality. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Tu looked at Emosia and asked, Is this truly all? Emosia smirked, replying, Last time, you profited immensely. I considered simply setting up my own stall to sell goods. Why bother trading with you? Thus, this time, what you receive is quite generous. Emosia intentionally revisited their previous exchange to incite a sense of urgency in Lin Tuesday. He wanted Lin Tu to understand that if he did not allow Emosia to profit more during their dealings, he too would miss out on greater gains. Mutual benefit leads to shared success. Lin Tu hastily exited his stall, approaching Emosia with a lowered posture, ingratiatingly saying, Please, do not put it that way. I made a substantial profit last time, yet I also provided you with quite a few spiritual crystals. Is that so? Emosia squinted, scrutinizing Lin Tu intently. Lin Tu grew increasingly anxious under Emosia's gaze, furrowing his brow in worry, unsure of how to proceed. After considerable inner turmoil, Lin Tu finally sighed, Very well. I shall offer you double the previous price for your goods. That should suffice. With a dramatic flourish, Lin Tu sighed and tossed his arms in frustration. With the transaction concluded, Emosia acquired 1 billion spiritual crystals from Lin Tu, coupled with the crystals obtained from the deceased cultivators and those he already possessed. Emosia now boasted a total of 1.5 billion spiritual crystals, a substantial fortune in the realm of cultivation. Emosia nodded in satisfaction. In his elation, he even playfully pinched Wang Yenyu's pert posterior, eliciting a surprised gasp from her. However, you must assist me with one more favor, Lin Tu said cautiously. What is it? Lin Tu produced a recipe from his Qianquan sleeve, handing it to Emosia. This recipe details the method for refining a high-grade earth-level spiritual pill, the Ascension Pill. I need your help to create it. Humph, what if I refuse to assist? Emosia raised an eyebrow, retorting. Lin Tu nearly burst into tears. I implore you. Today. You have already gained significantly from our dealings. He added with a whine. Moreover, I am not charging you for the recipe. That is a considerable favor. Furthermore, if you use the recipe to produce an Ascension Pill, it will benefit not only me, but also you. Do you know the effects of the Ascension Pill? Emosia regarded Lin Tu coolly, asking, What effects? What gives you such confidence? You are currently at the Yuan Dan stage, correct? The Ascension Pill allows a perfect transition from the 10th stage of Yuan Dan to the 1st stage of Ling Xian. You may not need it now, but once you reach the 10th stage of Yuan Dan, you can directly use the Ascension Pill to ascend to Ling Xian, bringing you only benefits, no drawbacks. Lin Tu urged fervently. Now that makes sense. If that is the case, I shall assist you. Emosia cheerfully accepted the recipe from Lin Tuesday. After securing the recipe in his Qianquan sleeve, Emosia suddenly recalled an important detail. Wait, where are the materials? What about the materials needed for the Ascension Pill? At this, Lin Tu finally wore a smile, looking at Emosia with amusement. I do not have them. The materials listed are incredibly precious. I cannot acquire them. However, you are a high-level cultivator. Surely you can gather the materials without issue. Am I right? Don't worry. The recipe specifies the sources of the materials. You may collect them at your leisure. I am not in a hurry. All I require is 1 Ascension Pill when you are finished. I shall await your return. Emosia sighed. You truly are a shrewd merchant. After speaking, Emosia left Lin Tu's stall without looking back. Lin Tu was immensely pleased. as delivering a single recipe for the Shengxian Dan would yield him a Shengxian Dan, resulting in a substantial profit. Unbeknownst to him, the true beneficiary was Emosia. For Emosia had acquired a finely carved miniature ship, which was not merely a decorative object. Having once been a disciple of the Hehuan Sect and later the Taiyin Holy Church, and having perused numerous tomes in the library, his breadth of knowledge surpassed that of many. Thus, he could immediately discern that the intricately carved ship was no ordinary item. This ship, known as the Lingyin Feichuan, served as an excellent tool for concealment. At that moment, the system revealed to Emosia the capabilities of the Lingyin Feichuan. Acquired S-rank item Lingyin Feichuan. Lingyin Feichuan can vanish or appear, expand or shrink, float in the air, and conceal its form, evading detection by any cultivator below the 7th rank of Shengxian. The Lingyin Feichuan is currently inactive and requires the A-rank item Lingyin Feichuan Activation Talisman to operate. An A-rank item, you say? Then it seems the next target for a tenfold draw is set, the Lingyin Feichuan Activation Talisman. Let me check the current emotional points. How close are we to that tenfold threshold? Redirecting to System Homepage, San Yushin System, Hostbound, Emosia, Host Realm, Yuan Dan 8th Stage, Excitement Points, 800. 000, Terror Points, 500, 000, Pain Points, 400, 000, Current Spirit Crystals, 1. 5 billion, Current Silver, 1 billion Lottery Display B-Rank Item. Taiyu Talisman X3, Temporary Defense Enhancement. Belonging to Shindao Mountain B-Rank Item. Lingdan Baibao Book. Contains most universal Lingdan recipes. Belonging to Universal B-Rank Talent. Low-level Palm Universe. 10 acres of divine field in the palm. Belonging to Universal A-Rank Item. Qin Pearl X1. Powerful cultivation artifact. Belonging to Ancient Kill Demon Sect A-Rank Item. Shinheng Talisman. Force Teleportation. Usable. Belonging to Shindao Mountain A-Rank Talent. Earth-level Dan Master. Belonging to Universal A-Rank Weapon. Pain Bow. Inflicts pain upon the target, generating pain points. Belonging to Rufo Sect S-Rank Item. Yin Yang Shuangyu Pendant. Switches between righteousness and evil. Belonging to Universal S-Rank Item. Lingyin Feichuan. Floating Concealment. Can evade Shengxian below the 7th rank, currently disabled. Belonging to Universal S-Rank Talent. Simulated Form. Acquires Lover's Skills. Belonging to Universal Taiyin Ice. Belonging to Taiyin Holy Church Qinglan Vitality. Belonging to Qinglan Sect SSS Rank Item. Hehuan Bell. Powerful Cultivation Artifact. Cast the Enchantment of Desire and Hehuan Spell. Belonging to Hehuan Sect with Excitement Points at 800, 000. Only 200, 000 remain to reach 1 million. Recently, Emosia had been practicing the dual cultivation secret technique of the Hehuan Sect, continuously extracting excitement points from Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Yinyu, with minimal decrease in their points. Contemplating this, Emosia gently pinched the two women's curvaceous forms and softly instructed them. Upon returning, we shall immediately engage in dual cultivation. I will assist you both in reaching the 2nd stage of foundation establishment. Wang Yinyu blinked, gazing intently at Emosia, and whispered, "Really, is that true?" Emosia nodded, pulling her tightly into his embrace, then turned to Lu Xiaoyan, gently kissing her lips. He added, "The 2 swords I procured from the merchant earlier are meant for you both. After I help you reach the 2nd stage of foundation establishment, I will teach you how to fight." The 2 women nodded excitedly and nestled into Emosia's embrace. Chapter 94. Searching for the auction. The night was deepening. A beam of sword light descended from the heavens, landing on a mountain not far from Luoshi village. Emosia, accompanied by Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Yinyu, traversed the hazy night back to Luoshi village. Upon their return to the courtyard, the 3 hurried to Emosia's room. Once the door was closed, wisps of black mist seeped through the cracks. "Please, just 2 fingers. Come on." "Yes." "Ah, no, wait, why 3? I can't take it anymore. You're so vigorous." Received excitement emotion, excitement points 5,000. Received excitement emotion, excitement points 6,000. The black mist slithered through the door gap, eerily swirling around the ground. The previously uneven earth, upon contact with the black mist, transformed into a smooth, liquid-like surface. "Xiaoyan, lift your hips a bit." I can't. I have no strength left." "Grab that black mist and swallow it. You will regain your strength." "Ah, my body is glowing." "Control the light. Let it flow through your energy channels. I will infuse you with abundant energy. Utilize the dual cultivation technique. You're quite perceptive, just like that." Received excitement emotion. Excitement points 10,000. The strange black mist caused the tiles above to soften, darken, and deform, creating granular black orbs that fell from the tiles. However, the black orbs did not drop to the ground but were instead levitated by the black mist, floating to Emosie's side. Emosie leisurely grasped a black orb in his right hand, glancing over at Wang Yinyu, who was kneeling against the bed's edge. He said, "Come here. I will give you this black orb. Absorbing it will significantly enhance your true energy." Wang Yinyu, her eyes glazed over, supported herself on the bed, cautiously inquired, "How? How do I absorb it? Since we are practicing dual cultivation, what do you suggest?" Emosie smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he gazed at Wang Yinyu. Wang Yinyu's cheeks blushed deeper, and she understood, turning her back to Emosie. She whispered, "Only one can enter at a time. You know, if you want more, I want to give it to you." Received excitement emotion, excitement points 3,000. Received excitement emotion, excitement points 6,000. Received excitement emotion, excitement points 10,000. Received excitement emotion, excitement points 10,000. Since employing the dual cultivation technique of the Hehuan Sect, acquiring excitement points had become considerably easier. Time passed unnoticed, and a golden light radiated from the room. However, due to the pervasive black mist, the golden light did not escape into the outside world. As the night grew darker, the villagers of Luoshi village had long retired to bed, unaware that within this secluded cottage, 3 celestial beings were diligently studying the dual cultivation secrets of the Hehuan Sect. Current target has reached saturation, temporarily unable to receive more emotions. Please allow the other party to rest. Total excitement points gained, 80,000. Source, Lu Xiaoyan, individual target. Total excitement points gained, 50,000. Source, Wang Yinyu, individual target. Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Yinyu, 2 ordinary women, were indeed fortunate. Little did they know that the one with whom they engaged had the constitution of a supreme furnace. With Emosie's assistance, within a single night, both women's cultivation saw tremendous growth. Wang Yinyu ascended to the 2nd stage of foundation establishment, while Lu Xiaoyan astonishingly advanced to the 3rd stage. They were unaware that for ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, achieving even a minor advancement could take up to a decade. Typically, it required at least 2.5 years, or a minimum of half a month. Yet, they had accomplished what others took years to achieve in just one night. Emosie's cultivation also progressed, though he had yet to reach his current bottleneck, let alone break through to the next level. He was now at the 8th stage of Yuan Dan and had just obtained the recipe for the Shengxian Dan from Lin Tuesday. Consequently, the following day, he began to study the recipe for the Shengxian Dan. The recipe was secured, but he was lacking in medicinal materials. Emosie checked his Qinquan sleeve. Having slain numerous cultivators, he had scavenged a wealth of precious medicinal materials from them, with several being suitable for concocting the Shengxian Dan. However, there were still 2 rare medicinal materials that he required. Thus, Emosie needed to venture out to procure medicinal herbs. Before departing, he had matters to impart to the 2 women. Emosie retrieved 2 swords, presenting the Changhong sword to Wang Yinyu and the Kaiying Phoenix sword to Lu Xiaoyan. He then led them both to the courtyard. From his Qiankuan sleeve, Emosie drew forth the 2 swords and demonstrated several sword techniques before them. Did you see that? Upon completing his demonstration, Emosie sheathed the swords and returned to the side of the 2 women. We saw it. Both Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Yinyu exclaimed in unison. Emosie, satisfied, gave each of them a hearty pat on the rear and proclaimed, "I shall be away for a while. Upon my return, I hope to witness progress in your swordsmanship. The one who excels shall be rewarded. Do you understand?" Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Yinyu nodded in agreement. With that, Emosie felt reassured to depart. However, this time he did not leave upon a flying sword, but rather rode upon a swirling cloud of black mist, ascending into the sky. This was due to his recent practice of the secret techniques of the Hehuan Sect, necessitating familiarity with the magic of the demonic sect. No one could foresee whether Emosie might someday employ the methods of the demonic sect in battle. Thus, mastering diverse combat styles was undoubtedly advantageous. Emosie soared through the air atop the black mist and, after a brief moment, lay back gently upon it. Relaxing on the black mist, he leisurely took out the recipe for the Shengxian Dan. To concoct the Shengxian Dan, 2 rare herbs, Tianlinkeo and Xianyoji, were essential. The recipe noted that these 2 herbs could be found at an auction hosted by a sect known as Liandaomen. Therefore, Emosie's journey was destined for Liandaomen. This sect was not a major one and was situated on the remote outskirts of the continent. After 3 days of flight, he had yet to arrive, and fatigue was beginning to set in. The night was deep. Just then, Hehuan caught sight of a vibrant city alive with lights and revelry, bustling even in the late hours. Typically, mortal cities would observe a curfew by night, with the streets devoid of any wandering souls. Of course, barring festive occasions, nights could be lively as well. Yet, Hehuan was aware that this was not a festive period. The unusual vibrancy suggested it was indeed a significant town. Perhaps there would be entertainment. Who does not relish amusement? Although Hehuan was a cultivator, he retained a fondness for the entertainment of mortals, for every cultivator has journeyed from the realm of mortals, step by step. However, Hehuan was one of those who had ascended in a single leap. Chapter 95. The Aftermath of Battle and the Celestial Phenomenon at this moment. The battle between the Hehuan Sect and the Taiyin Holy Teaching was nearing its conclusion. The elders of the Taiyin Holy Teaching, accompanied by their disciples, had nearly exterminated the disciples of the Hehuan Sect. Those who survived the assault from the Taiyin Holy Teaching were consumed by the Hehuan Sect's master, Hehuan, absorbed into his flesh-like body. Hehuan's corporeal form engulfed the entire Hehuan Sect's main hall. Only the Grand Elder Fei Qingtiao and Master Hehuan remained of the Hehuan Sect. After devouring the main hall, Hehuan's body transformed into a mass of black sludge. This black sludge coalesced into a gigantic mud creature, which leaped from the ground into the air. The Grand Elder Qianshun, riding the Xiao dragon, beheld the mud creature hurtling towards him, yet he found himself unable to escape. He urgently called out, "Quickly, Xiao dragon, block it for me." The Xiao dragon gently shifted its large eyes, its scales shimmering with radiant light. With a mighty roar, the Xiao dragon surged forward. Grand Elder Qianshun hastily leaped from the dragon's back, taking flight on his sword to allow the Xiao dragon to shield him from Hehuan's muddy form. Hehuan swung a gigantic muddy hand and swiftly grasped the Xiao dragon, as if holding a slender worm. Hehuan's muddy grip enveloped the Xiao dragon, releasing thick black mist that engulfed it. A mournful roar erupted from the Xiao dragon in midair. Its master, Qianshun, was powerless to rescue it, and did not wish to attempt a rescue. The Xiao dragon emitted a lamenting cry that resonated throughout the heavens, its sorrowful sound stirring a fierce wind that sent weaker disciples tumbling. Suddenly, a massive green mirror descended from the sky. Beneath the mirror floated a green maiden, the third Saintess of the Taiyin Holy Teaching, Qianluan. Qianluan extended her fingers forward, and a peculiar green meteorite descended from the mirror. The meteorite glowed with verdant flames, while a layer of yellow sparks encircled it. With a resounding crash, the green meteorite plummeted towards Hehuan. Hehuan emitted a low, rumbling sound as its colossal muddy form began to dissolve into sludge, spilling onto the ground. Its terrifying wails reverberated from every part of its body, echoing through the cosmos, resonating from the battlefield to far-off lands. After being struck by the meteorite, Hehuan's muddy hand went limp. Seizing the opportunity, the Xiao dragon escaped from its grasp and returned to Qianshun's side. Seeing Hehuan wounded once more, Qianshun leaped onto the back of the Xiao dragon. He raised his sword and called out to the disciples. Hehuan has been gravely injured by the Saintess' strike and is on the brink of death. All elders and disciples, rally with me to aid Saintess Qing Yin and slay the Hehuan Sect's master. Hehuan, follow the Grand Elder's command. We shall obey. Let us vanquish Hehuan, annihilate the Hehuan Sect. By eliminating Hehuan, we shall rid the world of a demonic sect. How could it be merely ridding the world of one demonic sect? This was the eradication of the most formidable demonic sect of our time. Haha. I never imagined I would participate in the downfall of such a powerful demonic sect. Charge. Taiyin sword technique. First form. Climb the mountain. Climb the mountain. Taiyin sword technique. Second form. Rush the river. Taiyin sword technique. Third form. Chase the moon. Taiyin sword technique. Fourth form. Pursue the stars. The disciples unleashed the Taiyin techniques, and in an instant, the sky was filled with flying swords, leaving no room for even a mosquito to pass through. At this moment, Hehuan had transformed into a puddle of black mud on the ground, slowly writhing. A multitude of flying swords struck Hehuan, piercing through the mud, which began to spout bright red blood. The vivid crimson liquid mingled with the black sludge, turning it into blood mud. Hehuan's whimpers grew more frequent. Unable to speak, Hehuan could only emit low, sorrowful sounds, which ordinary disciples could not comprehend. Yet, the Saintess Qing Yin, Qianluan, understood clearly that these were the lamentations of Hehuan on the brink of death, signaling the end of its existence. A powerful being of the 6th rank of Saint Immortal was about to perish at the hands of the Taiyin Holy Teaching. The world's most formidable demonic sect was on the verge of collapse. Saintess Qing Yin gently twirled her sword, her gaze lifting slowly. Above her, a massive green mirror hovered. This mirror was her celestial technique, Qing Yin Yu Jing, comparable to the Taiyan ice of the Ice Heaven Saintess. It was time to bring this to a close. Saintess Qing Yin raised her sword and murmured softly. A faint green luminescence radiated from her face, and her eyes ignited with emerald flames. She threw the sword towards the Qing Yin Yu Jing above. The mirror suddenly resonated with a hum. The sound of the mirror drew the attention of all present. From within the mirror emerged a colossal emerald sword tip. The moment the sword tip appeared, Grand Elder Qian Chen realized what was unfolding. He promptly ascended on the Xiao dragon to the highest point and shouted to the elders and disciples. Saintess Qing Yin is about to unleash her ultimate strike. All elders and disciples, retreat from the battlefield at once. Yes, run quickly. Saintess Qing Yin is about to unleash her power. We must flee. Quickly. Understood. Let us depart at once. After the elders and disciples departed, the jade mirror revealed not just the tip of the sword, but a significant portion of its blade. The immense emerald sword, resembling a colossal mountain, evoked a profound sense of awe even from a distance, inducing a feeling of nausea. The face of the Qingyan Saintess remained serene as she gently pointed towards the living deity below and commanded, "Go." The massive sword in the Qingyan jade mirror surged forth with a thunderous roar. At that moment, the living deity had transformed into a mass of blood and mud, within which lay numerous human corpses, most of which were incomplete. Alongside the human remains, various beastly bodies and other diminutive creatures were also entangled. One could observe a gigantic bull's head grotesquely embedded in the blood-soaked mire, countless tiny worms writhing, and tree roots and massive vines surging within the sludge. A black mist enveloped the viscous mass, casting a shadow over the entire land. Yet, as the enormous sword descended from the jade mirror, its surface radiated an emerald glow, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The sword cleaved through the living deity. The lamentation of the living deity reverberated through the ground, causing violent tremors as the sword plunged into the blood and mud. The sanguine sludge erupted like tidal waves, unleashing a ferocious force. This power ignited instantaneously, intertwining emerald light with black mist, amidst which flickered faint flames. Chapter 96. The Destruction of the Hehuan Sect. Boom. If this explosion were akin to a giant shovel, then the soil and sand beneath were as ingredients in a pot, stirred up from below. The blast generated a tempest that hurled the earth into the skies, creating a swirling vortex of mud and sand. The explosion propelled the soil upward, forcing underground springs to burst forth, only to be whisked away by the swirling tornado of mud, which became thickened with the mingling waters. Towering, viscous tornadoes of mud and sand spiraled across the land. The immense force soon collided with the depths below, and shortly after, a surge of magma erupted from the ground. Thus, a new phenomenon emerged, a tornado of magma intertwined with mud and sand. Signs of cataclysmic change filled the heavens and earth, cascading outward from the Hehuan Sect. The disturbances began to spread ever wider. The Qingyan Saintess floated amidst this cosmic turmoil, appearing blissfully unperturbed by the chaos surrounding her, akin to a tranquil maiden strolling through a bustling market. With a delicate wave, she retracted the jade mirror above her head, resizing it to return to her side. Holding the mirror as if it were a cosmetic compact, she peered into its surface, softly murmuring, "Ah, a minor cut on my face." Who would have thought that this living deity's desperate struggle could produce such a spectacle? Alas, it was already gravely wounded by Sister Beiju. She then stowed away the jade mirror. At that moment, the magma tornado roared beside her, yet she was enveloped in a gentle emerald aura, a protective barrier that rendered her impervious to harm. The relentless magma tornado battered against this verdant shield, akin to tomatoes thrown against bulletproof glass, its strength waning significantly. The Qingyan Saintess leisurely advanced through the air, taking several steps before glancing back at the chaotic spectacle, scoffing, "From this day forth, the Hehuan Sect shall cease to exist. I have obliterated the Hehuan Sect." With that, she let out a soft huff, transforming into a streak of emerald light that darted beyond the boundaries of this tumult. Rejoining her fellow disciples of the Taiyan sacred sect. Boom. The celestial phenomena spawned by the Hehuan Sect affected the surrounding areas. The night was deepening. Hehuan had just settled in a city when he suddenly felt the ground tremble. He opened the window and gazed into the distance, witnessing the extraordinary spectacle unfolding far away. Many, like Hehuan, were curious enough to peer out their windows to witness the commotion. In the establishment across from Hehuan's room, Patrons of the tavern remarked on the tremors, pointing towards the distant anomalies, questioning their implications. What is that phenomenon over there? Could it affect us? Should we flee? That's the direction of the Hehuan Sect, quite far from here. Fear not. It's merely an earthquake. So what exactly transpired at the Hehuan Sect? Haven't you heard? Just days ago, the Hehuan Sacred Sect, accompanied by a host of elders and disciples, attacked the Hehuan Sect. Isn't the Hehuan Sect the foremost demonic cult? How could they be first? The Hehuan Sect may claim the title of the preeminent demonic sect, yet in today's world, the righteous sects have ascended to supremacy. Each of the three Saintesses of the Hehuan Sacred Sect possesses the formidable capability to annihilate a sect single-handedly. It's quite amusing. The leader of the Hehuan Sacred Sect, the head of the three Saintesses, hasn't even made an appearance, and yet the Hehuan Sect is already eradicated. Wow. If that's the case, I too wish to cultivate in the Hehuan Sacred Sect. You are overly optimistic. They do not accept ordinary individuals. The threshold for righteous cultivation is exceedingly high, while the demonic sects offer the most accessible and relaxed paths to cultivation. The sole drawback is the propensity to lose one's sanity. It seems the Hehuan Sect has truly been vanquished. Mo Xie gently closed the window and returned to his bed. Lost in contemplation, the Grand Elder Fei Qingtao of the Hehuan Sect was aware of my identity as the Taishang Lu Ding and had always sought to consume me. Now that the Hehuan Sect has been destroyed, Fei Qingtao must have perished as well. With Fei Qingtao gone, another threat has been eliminated. How delightful. In his elation, Mo Xie summoned the taverness attendant. What can I do for you, honored guest? The attendant quickly appeared at Mo Xie's room. Bring 2 maidens to accompany me. Preferably with some cultivation foundation. I will pay in Lingjing. Mo Xie had discerned upon his arrival in this city that it was not solely inhabited by mortals. Many scattered immortals gathered here. Thus, various services were readily available. Understood. What are your specifications? How much Lingjing can you offer? I can offer 200,000 Lingjing per person. The attendant stood tall with excitement, exclaiming, 200,000 Lingjing? My, you are quite generous. Feel free to state your requirements. We are affiliated with the official establishment, the Jiaofengsi. You won't be apprehended. I require maidens who are attractive, knowledgeable about the nearby Liandao sect, and, importantly, they must be virgins, at least at the first stage of foundation establishment. No wonder you are willing to offer such a substantial sum. It seems you have specific criteria. But rest assured, you get what you pay for. And we have connections at the Jiaofengsi. It will be absolutely clean and hygienic. Shortly thereafter, 2 young women knocked on Mo Xie's door. Without hesitation, he welcomed them inside and swiftly closed the door. Soon, the sounds of their breaths echoed within the room. Regrettably, these 2 women were unable to synchronize with Mo Xie in employing the secret arts of the Hehuan Sect as Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Yinyu had done, resulting in him acquiring merely 10,000 points of excitement from each. However, after Mo Xie's departure, both women experienced an unexpected surge in their cultivation. They were left bewildered, having practiced diligently for so long without any progress, only to find their cultivation had advanced overnight. They remained unaware that the source of their advancement lay within Mo Xie, whose unique constitution as the Taishang Lu Ding had facilitated their growth. Furthermore, Mo Xie's summoning of these 2 women was not solely for the sake of indulgence. He had ulterior motives. Primarily, he sought to utilize the Taishang Lu Ding for cultivation, and secondarily, he desired to inquire about certain information. Between the sheets, Mo Xie gleaned insights regarding the Liandao sect from the 2 women. The following day, Mo Xie, utilizing the information provided by the 2 women, swiftly arrived at Liandao Men. Liandao Men is nestled among a cluster of hills. Mo Xie leisurely reclined upon the dark mist, gracefully descending before the majestic gate of Liandao Men.